Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 1578 to Chapter 1641. The strength of the northern and southern dynasties was just too strong, giving Xianxia tremendous pressure. Given his current cultivation base, he could only run away from the northern and southern dynasties. Judging from the current situation, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. The northern and southern dynasties were bent on killing him. They wouldn't give him a chance to escape. The wood spiritual qi and dragon transformation skill were circulating rapidly. Xianxia's injuries were recovering rapidly. The dragon wings and the flaming wings on Xianxia's back, coupled with the 9 phantom wolves, were shuttling through the void. He had already pushed his speed to the limit, but he still couldn't get rid of the northern and southern dynasties who were using the same secret technique. The cultivation base of the northern and southern dynasties was at the early immortal emperor realm. Given Xianxia's current cultivation base, an early immortal emperor like Ling Du was more than enough to deal with him. However, it was a completely different story when he was facing the northern and southern dynasties who were at the same level as him. This bastard is merely an intermediate immortal king, but he actually possesses such powerful combat strength and speed. His talent is even above mine. It seems that if he is given more time to grow, he will become my greatest enemy sooner or later. There has never been a person whose silhouette could appear in my mind inexplicably. He is the only one. The northern and southern dynasties were incomparably shocked. The killing intent in their eyes grew denser. Today, they had to kill Xianxia no matter what. They could feel the taste of destiny from Xianxia. Xianxia's silhouette had appeared inexplicably in their subconsciousness several times. Such a situation had already foreshadowed the importance of Xianxia in their lives. Wisdom King Fist, shatter the space. Xianxia, you can't escape. The northern and southern dynasties' momentum was tremendous. Wherever they passed, the void would shatter. They struck out the Wisdom King Fist from the void, smashing at the fleeing Xianxia. The huge golden fist carried the taste of wisdom. The qi it emitted could make one feel suffocated. The punch had sealed the entire spatial zone, causing the airflow within the spatial zone to tremble. Xianxia let out a roar and turned into a real blood-red dragon. The dragon and sword merged into one, and at the same time unleashed the eternal immortal wind. He was fleeing while resisting Nanbei Chao's Wisdom King Fist. Kong Long, the void exploded, shaking incomparably. The Wisdom King Fist destroyed all of Xianxia's attacks, shredded his eternal immortal wind, and seriously injured Xianxia once again. A large part of the dragon scales on the surface of his body was lifted off. Blood gushed out. He had suffered an unprecedented injury. The gap between them was just too great. Xianxia was no match for him. However, Xianxia should be proud that he could survive the attack of the Wisdom King Fist. If it was any other person, even if that person was an early immortal emperor supreme genius, he or she would have died without a doubt. They would be smashed into powder and their bodies would be completely shattered. Eternal immortal wind. Eternal immortal wind. How dare you use my eternal immortal wind? Damn it. The eternal immortal wind is a supreme existence. It's not something an ant like you can touch. This is a humiliation to the eternal immortal wind. Xianxia, this alone is enough for me to kill you 10,000 times. Seeing that Xianxia had cast out his unique technique, the fury of the northern and southern dynasties rose to another level. In their eyes, the eternal immortal wind was just like them, supreme and honorable. In the entire heavens and earth, apart from them, no one else could cast the eternal immortal wind. It was a disrespect to the eternal immortal wind and a great disrespect to themselves. Xianxia didn't say a word. He just kept fleeing, shuttling through layers of spatial zones, trying to get rid of the pursuit of the northern and southern dynasties. If there was no other choice, he could only rely on the Zulong Tower. After fleeing for tens of thousands of miles, Xianxia still couldn't get rid of the northern and southern dynasties. However, his condition was getting worse and worse. The continuous attacks from the northern and southern dynasties had shaken his body to the point of cracking. This was an unprecedented blow that Xianxia had encountered. If it was someone else, he or she would have been dead by now. No, I can't go on like this. I have to rely on the Zulong Tower. Although the dragon transformation skill and the wood spiritual energy are terrifying, the rate of recovery cannot be compared to the destructive power of the northern and southern dynasties. If this continues, it is very likely that my essence will be damaged. At that time, the loss will be great. Jiang Chen's face turned unsightly. Given the strength of the northern and southern dynasties, it was almost impossible for him to escape easily today. The northern and southern dynasties had already activated their secret techniques. He no longer had an advantage in terms of speed. Now, the only means he had left was the Zulong Tower. This was his final trump card. As for the two blood demon kings in the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen didn't dare to release them. Even if they were the powerful blood demon kings, they would only be killed by the northern and southern dynasties with a single punch. They wouldn't even be able to help him delay. The blood demon kings were also his trump cards. They could play a great role in the Golden Horizon. It wasn't easy for him to subdue them. If they were destroyed by the northern and southern dynasties as soon as they appeared, wouldn't it be a great loss? Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen opened a gap in the Zulong Tower and entered it. They're gone. The northern and southern dynasties who were running wildly suddenly disappeared. The faces of the northern and southern dynasties changed. Their eyes fell on the layers of space, looking incomparably sharp. Humph. It's impossible for anyone to disappear in front of me for no reason. It seems that they have relied on some kind of magic treasure. Eternal immortal wind. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly. The eternal immortal wind blew from their bodies, completely sealing off a large area of space. As the unique technique of the northern and southern dynasties, the eternal immortal wind had long been integrated with the northern and southern dynasties. Once it was used, it was much more powerful than a domain. It could even seal off a spatial boundary. Jiang Chen, within my eternal immortal wind boundary, there's no way for you to escape. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered in the wind. He was simply too powerful. Streams of eternal immortal wind formed wind walls, completely sealing off this area. Mystical runes rushed out from his body, fluttering in the air. Within the eternal immortal wind boundary, these runes were like agile snakes dancing around. Everywhere they passed, even the slightest change could be sensed. The northern and southern dynasties was an extremely intelligent person. The instant Jiang Chen disappeared, he had already guessed what method Jiang Chen had used. He concluded that Jiang Chen had relied on some kind of magic treasure to conceal himself and didn't escape at all. Therefore, he established the eternal immortal wind boundary, trapping Jiang Chen like a turtle in a jar. As long as he could find Jiang Chen's location, it would be the doomsday of Jiang Chen. The northern and southern dynasties' guess was right. Jiang Chen was indeed using the Zulong Tower to conceal himself. The Zulong Tower turned into a speck of dust and turned into a stream of air, completely merging with the void. Even the runes released by the northern and southern dynasties couldn't sense the existence of the Zulong Tower. A few minutes later, the northern and southern dynasties had no choice but to retract the runes. His face turned somewhat unsightly. He had already felt very depressed when he let Mo Wuqing escape. If he let the intermediate immortal King Jiang Chen escape from his hands as well, it would be a great humiliation to him. The ancestral dragon pagoda is indeed miraculous. It's a peerless means to protect one's life. Unfortunately, the current ancestral dragon pagoda is far from perfect. It can't be used to attack. Otherwise, I wonder how powerful this true dragon treasure would be. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the situation outside through the Zulong Tower. Of course, the northern and southern dynasties were powerful, but they still weren't powerful enough to find the trace of the Zulong Tower. It seems like I have to enter the 33rd level to recover my injuries. This time, I have suffered an unprecedented injury. I have to recover as soon as possible. Judging from the looks of the northern and southern dynasties, I don't think they will leave this place anytime soon. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. In a flash, he arrived at the 33rd level. The time law here was 30 times faster, which was very beneficial to Jiang Chen's recovery. In the previous collision with the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Chen's origin had been injured. What he needed to do now was to recover as soon as possible. In any case, he couldn't leave this place now. The northern and southern dynasties wouldn't leave this place so easily. Plus, the Zulong Tower couldn't be moved. Now that the Zulong Tower had completely integrated with the void, the northern and southern dynasties couldn't discover it. However, if the Zulong Tower was moved, the traces of the Zulong Tower's movement would be detected by the northern and southern dynasties. Humph. Xianxia, you have already fallen into my eternal enchantment. You can't escape. I advise you not to waste time and come out by yourself. The northern and southern dynasties said loudly. Inside the Zulong Tower, Xianxia sneered. What a joke. Asking him to go out at this time? Wasn't that stupid? Xianxia wouldn't do such a completely impossible thing. The Zulong Tower was a safe place, and he was very comfortable staying there. 10 minutes later, the northern and southern dynasties still couldn't find any trace of Xianxia. They had almost searched every inch of the eternal enchantment, but they didn't find anything unusual. It was as if Xianxia had completely disappeared. This situation made the northern and southern dynasties suspect that Xianxia had really disappeared. However, the northern and southern dynasties were very confident in their strength. They absolutely didn't believe that Xianxia could escape in front of them without a sound. Moreover, the void fluctuations here were very normal, and there were no major fluctuations. Therefore, the northern and southern dynasties concluded that Xianxia must still be hiding here. Xianxia, do you really think you can escape from this young master's palm? You think too highly of your own means, Eye of Heaven. The aura of the northern and southern dynasties suddenly changed. He was determined to find Xianxia. He stretched out his index finger and shot runes at his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes changed, becoming empty and bright. 2 rays of light with a sense of vastness shot out from his eyes, constantly sweeping through the void. Not good, this guy actually has such a terrifying trump card. He has obtained the legendary Eye of Heaven. Rumor has it that the Eye of Heaven can see through falsehood and see through the past and present. Although the northern and southern dynasties haven't cultivated the Eye of Heaven to its peak, my Zulong Tower is still half-baked. I'm afraid it can't escape the detection of the Eye of Heaven. Inside the Zulong Tower, Xianxia, who was recovering from his injuries in seclusion, suddenly felt the divine light of the Eye of Heaven. His expression immediately changed. The Eyes of Heaven, the legendary divine eyes of falsehood. This peerless divine technique had always been a legacy. As expected of peerless geniuses from the northern and southern dynasties, their luck reached the heavens, to be able to obtain such a divine technique. Under the illumination of the Eyes of Heaven, nothing could hide. Not even the Zulong Tower could escape the Eyes of Heaven's inspection. Xianxia's face sank completely. Originally, he had thought that he could use the Zulong Tower to escape. Unexpectedly, the northern and southern dynasties possessed the terrifying Eyes of Heaven. It would appear that he was about to be discovered. When, under the illumination of the Eyes of Heaven, space trembled slightly. Enveloped by the light of the Eyes of Heaven, the Zulong Tower was clearly revealed. Xianxia, don't hide anymore. My Eye of Heaven has already discovered you. Under my Eye of Heaven, all tricks are useless. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. The northern and southern dynasties shouted and their auras surged like tidal waves, causing the air currents within the space to crackle. Xianxia tore open the door to the Zulong Tower and stepped out. Since he had already been discovered, there was no need for him to continue hiding. Xianxia knew very well that he could not escape the Eyes of Heaven's inspection. After walking out from the Zulong Tower, Xianxia had a grim expression on his face. However, his injuries had mostly recovered. At any rate, the changes in the laws of time within the 33rd floor were relatively terrifying. Although only 10+ minutes had passed outside, the time inside was 30 times longer. That amount of time was more than enough for Xianxia to recover. However, due to the severity of his injuries, it would not be easy for him to recover to his peak state. Xianxia, I told you, you can't escape. The people this young master wants to kill only have one ending, and that is death. However, this young master is very interested in that treasure of yours. It actually forced this young master to use the Eyes of Heaven to discover it. If you hand over that treasure to this young master will grant you a quick death, saving you the pain of flesh and soul. The northern and southern dynasties spoke in a lofty tone, completely like the tone of an emperor. In front of an emperor, everything was an ant, a lowly existence. However, the northern and southern dynasties were extremely interested in Xianxia's treasure. A treasure that could force them to use the eyes of heaven to discover it was bound to be extraordinary. Moreover, even after using the eyes of heaven, they could only discover the existence of the treasure. They were unable to explore the inside of the treasure. This situation did not mean that the eyes of heaven were useless. It could only mean that Xianxia's treasure was too mystical, so mystical that the eyes of heaven could not see through it. That treasure of mine is a supreme treasure of the world. Only those with great luck can control and possess it. Who do you think you are? You are not worthy of such a treasure. Xianxia said Leng. This sentence undoubtedly raised the anger of the northern and southern dynasties to the peak. Not worthy? Someone actually said that he was not worthy? In this world, there were only things that were not worthy of the northern and southern dynasties. There was nothing that the northern and southern dynasties did not deserve. No one had ever dared to look down on him, and no one had ever dared to humiliate him. Xianxia was the first, and he swore that he would be the last. Anyone who looked down on him would only have one end: miserable, incomparably miserable. You dare say that I am not worthy? How dare you say that I'm not worthy? In the heavens and earth, as long as there is something that I, Nanbei Chao, fancy, it is their honor. How dare you say that your luck is stronger than mine? What a joke, what a joke! You are going to be killed by me soon, and all your luck will belong to me. In front of me, you are destined to be an ant. How dare you talk about luck in front of me? Who gave you such confidence? The northern and southern dynasties were so angry that they laughed. They felt that Xianxia's words were a complete joke. However, they could also see that even if Xianxia's luck was not as good as theirs, it was definitely not bad. Xianxia's luck had surpassed the majority of monstrous geniuses. Such a person's luck was also heaven-defying. If he killed Xianxia, he would be able to absorb Xianxia's luck. In that case, he would be truly invincible in this world, and the monarch heaven art would directly reach the consummate stage. In fact, there was another fact that the northern and southern dynasties weren't willing to admit. He had to kill Xianxia because he could sense how terrifying Xianxia was in the depths of his heart. There had never been an immortal king who could tangle with him for such a long time. What made him even more surprised was that the recovery speed of Xianxia's injuries had simply reached a shocking level. Before Xianxia disappeared, Xianxia had already suffered a very serious injury. However, in just a few minutes, Xianxia's injuries had already mostly recovered. Such a heaven-defying recovery speed was something that even the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't be able to achieve. Such a terrifying and heaven-defying method, how could the northern and southern dynasties not feel fear and even envy? Northern and southern dynasties. What do you think this is? Xianxia spoke. His hand grabbed towards the Zulong Tower, directly pulling the fire Qilin out. At this moment, the fire Qilin's spirit was already in a dispirited state. After his origin bloodline was extracted by Xianxia, he was equivalent to an ordinary demonic beast. The divine beast bloodline in his body was already gone. As time passed, he would naturally become dispirited and listless. Roar. After the fire Qilin appeared, his spirit was shaken. He immediately let out a roar, as though venting the anger he had been suppressing for a long time. Fire Qilin. Upon seeing the fire Qilin, the northern and southern dynasties instantly shuddered. An even more intense anger gushed out from their bodies. Seems like they had found the right person today. This Xianxia not only killed 2 of their clones, he was also the one who captured the fire Qilin. Any one of these was sufficient for Xianxia to die. Master. When the fire Qilin saw the northern and southern dynasties, he immediately exclaimed. His majestic body struggled violently in Xianxia's hand, as though he had seen his savior. During this period of time, he had been imprisoned by Xianxia, which made him feel as though he was going to go crazy at any time. Now that he had seen the northern and southern dynasties, he felt as though he had been rescued from a hopeless situation. Master? No wonder. Northern and southern dynasties, you are indeed a person with great luck. Even a divine beast like the fire Qilin is willing to follow you. It's a pity that I have already extracted the bloodline of the fire Qilin. Now, he can no longer be considered as a divine beast. By the way, I remember that there was a white tiger beside your clone in Saint Origin World. I killed it and absorbed its bloodline. Therefore, in the northern and southern dynasties, I, Xianxia, am destined to be your nemesis. You are doomed to be unlucky to meet me. Xianxia said indifferently. He wasn't too surprised by the fact that the northern and southern dynasties were the masters of the fire qilin. After all, such figures in the northern and southern dynasties were full of legends. They were the reincarnations of powerful great emperors. Anything could happen to them. Back in Saint Origin World, the clone of the northern and southern dynasties had a white tiger as a mount, but it was killed by Xianxia later on. From the clone to the white tiger and now the fire qilin, one had to admit that Xianxia was the nemesis of the northern and southern dynasties. The insufferably arrogant northern and southern dynasties, the northern and southern dynasties that were walking the path of emperors, had changed when they met Xianxia. They became unlucky and unlucky. This was fate. If Xianxia didn't exist in this world, the northern and southern dynasties were destined to become earth-shattering figures, and the appearance of Xianxia seemed to be to obstruct the northern and southern dynasties. After saying so much, you still have to die today. Any one of the things you have done is enough for me to kill you. The fury of the northern and southern dynasties had reached an uncontrollable level. He had never hated a person so much, and had never been so eager to kill a person. Now, he was basically convinced that this guy in front of him was his fated enemy. He was very glad that he met Xianxia at this time so that he could get rid of Xianxia as soon as possible, removing the obstacles in his path of emperors. He felt that from this point of view, his luck was still better than Xianxia's. Northern and southern dynasties, if you dare to take a step forward, I will immediately kill the fire qilin. The fire qilin is the symbol of your Nanbei family's luck. You won't just watch the fire qilin die, will you? If the fire qilin dies, the higher-ups of Nanbei family will blame you. Xianxia said as his dragon claw gripped the fire qilin's head. As long as he exerted a little force, the fire qilin would immediately die without being able to put up any resistance. Master, save me. The fire qilin shivered in fear. He had dealt with Xianxia before, so he knew Xianxia's character and style of doing things. Xianxia was cruel and merciless. Wanting to kill the fire qilin was definitely not a joke. Humph. A piece of trash dares to threaten my northern and southern dynasties? The fire qilin has lost its divine beast bloodline, so he is no longer qualified to follow me, nor is he qualified to represent the luck of our Nanbei family. As for the blame you mentioned, what a joke. Only this young master of Nanbei family can blame others. This young master is the biggest symbol of Nanbei family's luck. Xianxia, I forgot to tell you, this young master has never been threatened by others. You want to use the fire qilin to threaten me? You've made a mistake. The northern and southern dynasties let out a cold harumph. His entire being was filled with coldness. His gloomy eyes were devoid of emotions. The fire qilin that had lost its divine beast bloodline was no longer worthy to be his mount. Xianxia, die. The northern and southern dynasties made their moves decisively. The first move was a great sovereign's hand, tearing the void apart and shrouding Xianxia. Against their enemies, the northern and southern dynasties would never show any mercy. Even with the fire qilin, they wouldn't allow him to hold back. Do you see that? Fire qilin, your master doesn't care about your life or death. As a saint beast of the heavens and earth, your fate will only be a tragedy. The great emperor's hand broke through all obstacles and arrived in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Fire qilin, don't blame me. Your life was personally taken by your master. Xianxia grabbed the fire qilin and threw him towards the great emperor's hand. No, the fire qilin let out a roar filled with despair and unwillingness. He knew that he was done for. No one knew better than him how terrifying his master was. If the hand of the great sovereign was used on him, he would definitely be torn apart. He would die without a doubt. There was no hope for him to survive. Rumble, Nanbei Chao's eyes were emotionless, emitting an extremely cold light. The terrifying great sovereign's hand heavily bombarded the fire qilin's body. The fire qilin couldn't resist at all. Its body was smashed into pieces, dying a miserable death. Just like what Xianxia said, the existence of the fire qilin was a tragedy in itself. He didn't die in the hands of the enemy but in the hands of his own people. He died in the hands of his most loyal master. This was a mockery. The fire Qilan's last thought should be filled with hatred. He had a reason to hate. Although Xianxia was cruel, he only extracted his bloodline and didn't take his life. However, the northern and southern dynasties just treated him as an obstacle and killed him without leaving any traces. Northern and southern dynasties, you heartless beast. You even killed the holy beast that followed you for so long. You are insane. Xianxia flapped his dragon wings and turned to run. This chase was destined to continue. Xianxia couldn't shake off the pursuit of the northern and southern dynasties for a while. Just a piece of trash. Nothing can stop the footsteps of the northern and southern dynasties. Xianxia, you are not qualified to be my enemy. The one who is qualified to be the enemy of the northern and southern dynasties hasn't appeared yet. Don't think so highly of yourself. The northern and southern dynasties chased after Qin Wendian. Qin Wendian's aura was like a rainbow, even the void couldn't conceal his qi waves. The great emperor's palm blasted out once more. The gigantic golden palm was like an unparalleled cage. If one was hit by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they didn't die, they would still be skinned alive. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Xianxia used the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal to resist. 15 colorful dragons whizzed out and collided with the great emperor's hand behind him. At the same time, Xianxia continued to use Rapid Escape. Rumble, the void was once again shattered, and there was destructive energy everywhere. Layers of spatial barriers were destroyed, and it was difficult to imagine just how much power the northern and southern dynasties' attacks carried. The berserk dragon that Xianxia had unleashed was torn apart on the spot. Dong, the huge rebounding force hit Xianxia's body like a mountain. Xianxia's dragon body immediately cracked, and blood gushed out, instantly covering Xianxia's entire body. Xianxia, you are already an arrow at the end of its flight. I'm not in a hurry to kill you. I want to torture you to death, to let you taste the taste of death bit by bit. I want you to know what despair is. The debt of the fire Qilan will also be on your head. The northern and southern dynasties laughed maniacally. He was like an unparalleled king, constantly destroying Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia fleeing like a stray dog, he was truly delighted. Xianxia had killed his clone, seized the fire Qilan's bloodline, and even caused his sovereign path to be unable to reach perfection. The northern and southern dynasties wanted to get back at him bit by bit. He didn't want Xianxia to die too easily, because that would be too easy for Xianxia. He wanted Xianxia to die without a burial place. He wanted Xianxia to experience the feeling of death bit by bit. He wanted Xianxia to die in despair. Only then would he be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Only then would his sovereign heaven art be perfected once again. Damn it, I can't go on like this. My body is constantly being injured. I have to think of a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll really be in danger today. Xianxia couldn't help but curse. Today, he had encountered a monster like the northern and southern dynasties. He had already done everything he could, but he still couldn't shake off the northern and southern dynasties. This was the biggest problem Xianxia had ever encountered. His path had always been smooth sailing, and he had never been chased to such a sorry state. Among the geniuses of the younger generation, only the northern and southern dynasties had this ability. Xianxia, you won't be able to escape. Don't waste your energy. The northern and southern dynasties' auras soared into the sky as they continued to bombard Xianxia. Xianxia was beaten until he vomited blood, and huge cracks appeared on his body. With such heavy injuries, even if he escaped now, it would take him a long time to recover. Zulong Tower. Xianxia shouted and directly struck out the Zulong Tower. The huge golden pagoda gave off an ancient light, and countless dragon roars came from the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower became solid, and Xianxia took it out to use it as a weapon. Unfortunately, out of the 99 floors of the pagoda, only 37 were lit up. The rest were in a dark state and couldn't be activated. This was Xianxia's last and biggest reliance. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xianxia wouldn't take out the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was indestructible. The only thing he could do now was to use the Zulong Tower to block the powerful attacks from the northern and southern dynasties. Then, he could find a chance to escape. What a good treasure. It gives off the aura of an ancient supreme being. Even I feel pressured. Xianxia, you are just a lowly person. How can you have such a good treasure? It's simply a stain. Today, I'll take your treasure, and it will be mine in the future. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties fell on the Zulong Tower. Suddenly, a bright light shone from their eyes. It was a kind of greed, a kind of conquest. With the vision of the northern and southern dynasties, they could naturally see the power of the Zulong Tower. If they could take such a treasure for themselves, it would be an incomparably happy thing. The northern and southern dynasties once again used the great sovereign's hand, shrouding the Zulong Tower, trying to take the Zulong Tower. Unfortunately, the Zulong Tower was too heavy. Even the great sovereign's hand couldn't lift it up. Moreover, the Zulong Tower was extremely repulsive towards him. Damn it. Seeing that they failed, the northern and southern dynasties couldn't help but curse. They knew that such a divine weapon would have its own spirituality. The treasure in front of them had already been completely subdued by Xianxia. It had fused with Xianxia's origin and couldn't be moved. Even if they killed Xianxia, they wouldn't be able to obtain such a treasure. This made the northern and southern dynasties feel incomparably regretful. Humph. Since I can't obtain it, I'll just destroy it. If I can't obtain it, Xianxia, you can forget about obtaining it as well. The northern and southern dynasties coldly snorted and unleashed the Wisdom King's fist. A terrifying golden fist pierced through space and smashed onto the Zulong Tower. Asterisk rumble, kacha, asterisk a huge tremor and terrifying shockwaves swept out like the ocean. This was a power that couldn't be withstood. The Wisdom King's fist heavily smashed onto the Zulong Tower. Even with the sturdiness of the Zulong Tower, cracks appeared on it. What? Xianxia cried out in shock and his expression changed drastically. He was connected to the Zulong Tower by life. If the Zulong Tower was damaged, he wouldn't feel good either. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong. Even the Zulong Tower couldn't block them. This situation exceeded Xianxia's imagination. If the northern and southern dynasties destroyed the Zulong Tower, it would bring him unimaginable losses. He might even lose his life here. However, there was nothing Xianxia could do about the current situation. He had already used all of his powerful skills, but the gap between him and Nanbei Chao was just too huge. Everything he did was useless. Hee. 3 punches of wisdom. The northern and southern dynasties made their move again. They directly executed the 3 punches of wisdom and were prepared to destroy the Zulong Tower in one fell swoop. He could already tell that this was Xianxia's final trump card. As long as the Zulong Tower was destroyed, Xianxia would be completely finished and he would be at the mercy of the northern and southern dynasties. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the 3 punches smashed onto the Zulong Tower, causing the Zulong Tower to shake violently. The cracks on the surface became denser and denser. The golden light also dimmed a lot and it seemed like it could completely shatter at any time. Asterisk wah, asterisk Xianxia vomited blood again. Although the attacks from the northern and southern dynasties didn't hit him, he was closely related to the Zulong Tower. If the Zulong Tower was damaged, he would also be injured. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. In the void, the Zulong Tower was on the verge of collapsing. It was in danger of collapsing at any time. Haha, Xianxia, I will shatter your tower. Let's see what else you can do. The northern and southern dynasties laughed maniacally. In their eyes, Xianxia was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He had completely become a turtle in a jar. As long as the tower was shattered, they could step on Xianxia at any time. Killing him would be as simple as stepping on an ant. The Great Emperor's hand. The northern and southern dynasties didn't give Xianxia any chance to breathe. They attacked again with the Great Emperor's hand. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. This was the most critical moment. If he took back the Zulong Tower, he might die under the Great Emperor's hand. He didn't want to be reborn again. However, if he didn't take back the Zulong Tower would completely shatter. By then, all the effort he had put into the Zulong Tower would be in vain. Whoosh whoosh, the terrifying Great Emperor's hand could tear everything apart with a casual move. The northern and southern dynasties had a hideous smile on their faces. They seemed to be able to see the Zulong Tower completely shattering under the Great Emperor's hand. It would be a pity for a treasure to be destroyed just like that. However, they had no choice but to do so. For something that couldn't be obtained, it was best to destroy it. It was much better than letting it fall into the hands of the enemy. Buzz, just as the Great Emperor's hand was about to touch the Zulong Tower that was about to shatter suddenly shook violently. It emitted an extremely intense buzzing sound as if a huge change was about to happen. It's the wondrous stone. What a huge movement. Is the creature inside the stone about to come out? Xianxia was shocked. He had obtained this wondrous stone in the ancient tomb in one-line sky. At that time, not many people could move it. Later on, he had to use the power of his bloodline to gain the approval of the wondrous stone. Later on, he obtained the immortal execution order in the ancient tomb and saw a woman who looked exactly like Xianxia lying in the immortal burying coffin. The wondrous stone contained an extremely powerful creature. But after Xianxia put the stone into the Zulong Tower, he didn't care about it anymore. He didn't know when the creature inside the wondrous stone would come out, so he just let it be. After a long time, he almost forgot about the wondrous stone. Unexpectedly, the wondrous stone changed at the most critical moment. It seemed like the creature inside was about to come out. His intuition told him that the creature inside the wondrous stone was not simple. If it came out at this time, it might bring him a great turning point. He was being hunted by the northern and southern dynasties. Now was the most critical moment. At this last moment, any change might bring a turning point to Xianxia. Asterisk bang. Asterisk all of a sudden, a golden light rushed out from the top of the wondrous stone. Xianxia could see clearly that it was a weapon. It was a 3 meters long iron rod. The rod was engraved with mystical runes. The moment the iron rod appeared, it rushed out from the Zulong Tower and collided with the great sovereign's hand of the northern and southern dynasties. Asterisk Hong Long. Asterisk the extremely valiant iron cudgel pierced through the tyrannical hand of the great sovereign. The indestructible hand of the great sovereign seemed to become a fragile existence under the iron cudgel. It was destroyed on the spot. The horrifying aftermath rippled out and the iron cudgel poked a big hole in the space. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Asterisk after destroying the great emperor's hand, the metal cudgel spun around in the void, shining with boundless divine light. Without any control, the metal cudgel actually began to expand. In the blink of an eye, it became a divine cudgel that was hundreds of feet long, standing upright in the sky. The golden divine light emitted from the metal cudgel covered a large area. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the surface of the iron rod was carved with a coiling golden dragon. The golden dragon was vivid and lifelike, as if it was about to come to life. It emitted a dull dragon roar. What a mystical iron rod. This is definitely a supreme treasure of the heavens and earth. It contains a thick and ancient aura. This weapon must have a great origin. How could there be such a terrifying weapon inside the strange stone? No, the creature inside the strange stone hasn't appeared yet, only a weapon. Xianxia was shocked. Not only was he shocked by the miraculousness of the iron cudgel in front of him, but he was even more shocked by the terror of the creature inside the strange rock. With a casual stab of the cudgel, it had destroyed the hands of the great emperors of the northern and southern dynasties. What a wondrous treasure. This kid sure has a lot of treasures on him. To think that this iron staff could destroy my great sovereign hand. The northern and southern dynasties were similarly shaken. Their gazes landed on the metal cudgel, unable to shift away for a long time. Anyone could tell that this metal cudgel was extraordinary. There was a powerful source energy contained within, and it was a divine weapon that was blessed by the heavens and earth. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk after the appearance of the iron cudgel, the movements inside the strange rock became even greater. Xianxia was constantly paying attention to the strange rock. He felt that the strange rock might explode and the creature inside would jump out. However, the strange rock seemed to be unbreakable. There wasn't a single crack on its surface, but it didn't seem to be able to stop the creature inside from coming out. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk another golden light appeared. After it appeared, it also rushed out of the Zulong Tower. However, this time it wasn't a weapon, but a creature. Next to the iron cudgel, the shadow of a creature gradually solidified. At this moment, Xianxia and the gazes of the northern and southern dynasties landed on the creature without blinking. Countless golden light entered the body of the creature and was absorbed by it. The appearance of the creature was finally revealed. It was actually a monkey. That's right, the creature that came out was indeed a monkey. However, this monkey was extremely valiant. It was 8 feet tall and had a majestic body. It was wearing a golden armor that was much more valiant than the golden robes of the northern and southern dynasties. Just this armor alone was a rare treasure. The parts of its body that couldn't be covered by the armor were all golden hairs that were like steel needles, emitting dazzling divine light. Every strand of monkey hair was like a divine weapon, causing people to not dare to look at it directly. The most noteworthy thing was the monkey's eyes. His eyes were too bright. His golden pupils were constantly revolving. The materialized golden gaze caused the void to tremble. The monkey stood there like a god of war that soared into the sky, becoming the only existence in the world. His aura was too strong. His blood chi soared up into the sky, wanting to pierce a hole in the sky. Even the northern and southern dynasties seemed to be dimmer in front of him. This is a powerful primordial creature. How terrifying. De Huang was right. This wondrous stone is indeed not simple. Xianxia was shocked. This primordial creature was too strong. It caused such a huge commotion the moment it appeared. However, the appearance of this monkey made Xianxia incomparably excited. It seemed like this monkey was on his side. If that was the case, it would be very difficult for the northern and southern dynasties to kill him today. Swish, the monkey moved. He stretched out his palm and grabbed the iron cudgel beside him. The iron cudgel seemed to have received some kind of summon and landed in his hand. After that, it became 1 zhang long and was picked up by the monkey in an extremely smooth and skillful manner. The monkey raised his eyes. He didn't look at the northern and southern dynasties. Instead, he looked at Xianxia and spoke. His words almost angered Xianxia to death. Idiot. This was the first sentence the monkey spoke when he saw Xianxia. Xianxia staggered and almost fell out of the spatial zone. If it wasn't for the fact that he had coughed out too much blood today, he would have coughed out another mouthful of blood. Mother ***, why did this monkey greet him like this? The first sentence he spoke was to curse him. Xianxia carefully recalled that he didn't seem to have offended this monkey before. If you put Grandpa Monkey in the 33rd level, Grandpa Monkey would have been born long ago. The monkey said angrily. Hearing this, Xianxia was stunned. He had nothing to say because the monkey was right. If he had placed the wondrous stone in the 33rd level, it would have been born long ago. He wouldn't have had to wait for such a long time. No wonder the monkey said that he was an idiot. In that case, he really was an idiot. However, when he obtained the wondrous stone, the 33rd level hadn't been opened yet. When it opened, he had completely forgotten about the wondrous stone. What surprised Xianxia was that although the monkey had been in the wondrous stone, it seemed to know everything that had happened outside. Otherwise, it wouldn't have known about the 33rd level. Then, the monkey turned around and looked at the northern and southern dynasties. His sharp eyes suddenly burst out with endless anger and killing intent. You idiot, you almost destroyed Grandpa Monkey's cultivation place. You deserve to die 10,000 times over. The monkey was extremely arrogant. At least, he looked more arrogant than the northern and southern dynasties. He had just been born and he was insufferably arrogant. Battle Saint Ape? Xianxia, I didn't expect you to have a Battle Saint Ape hidden around you. The northern and southern dynasties were shocked when they saw the origin of the monkey. The Battle Saint Ape was an immemorial battle spirit, an extremely rare divine beast that had obtained the essence of heaven and earth. I didn't expect a Battle Saint Ape to be hidden in the wondrous stone. There were 2 great ape species in ancient times, the Battle Saint Ape and the heaven-devouring devil ape. I didn't expect to see both of them. In the secret space of Genius Prefecture, a heaven-devouring devil ape has been sealed by Senior Yang Junlong. Now, another Battle Saint Ape has appeared. Xianxia was shocked. He had heard of the legend of the Battle Saint Ape. Rumor had it that the first Battle Saint Ape was born from the stone. Later on, it entered Buddhism and became an ancient great Buddha. The one in front of him now had the complete bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape and was a rare descendant. Battle Saint Ape? Humph. You've underestimated the bloodline of Grandpa Monkey. Just based on this point alone, you deserve to die. The monkey harumphed coldly. Suddenly, he felt the anger of being looked down upon. This immemorial battle spirit seems to have more than one bloodline in his body. Let me use the Eye of Heaven to see if it's real or not. Immediately, the northern and southern dynasties casted the Eye of Heaven and scanned the body of the monkey. Immediately, their expressions changed. It's a Battle Saint Ape, a fusion of the bloodline of the ancient Battle Saint Ape and the Golden Battle Dragon. How could such a creature be born in the heaven and earth? The northern and southern dynasties were shocked. The Eye of Heaven had seen through the monkey. As the reincarnation of a great sovereign, he knew a lot of things. That was why he was able to see through the monkey. But shortly after, the shock on the faces of the northern and southern dynasties turned into excitement. Haha. Xianxia, I never thought that you would give me such a great gift before you die. This Battle Saint Ape will also be killed by me. I will extract its bloodline and obtain endless benefits. This monkey is a huge treasure. The bloodline of the Golden Crow of the Golden Clan is nothing compared to it. Haha. My northern and southern dynasties are indeed the most prosperous in the heaven and earth. This monkey will become my greatest harvest and significance in entering the Golden Horizon this time. The northern and southern dynasties burst into laughter. They felt that they could control everything. Now, the attraction of this monkey had even surpassed Xianxia. As long as they could subdue this immemorial battle spirit, they would be able to obtain endless benefits from it. Just this benefit alone would make this trip to the Golden Horizon worthwhile. Haha, laugh your ass. How dare you look at Master Monkey with a pair of broken eyes? You're simply courting death. Fiery golden eyes. The monkey seemed to have a very bad temper. The Eye of Heaven of the northern and southern dynasties swept across its body as though it was looking at a treasure, which made the monkey extremely annoyed. The monkey bellowed. All of a sudden, its eyes turned into two flaming mountains, shooting out two streams of raging fire. Or, it should be said that those were flames transformed from red light. Just these two gazes were enough to destroy everything. The Eye of Heaven that the northern and southern dynasties were so proud of suddenly dimmed under the reflection of the fiery golden eyes. Puchi. The divine light emitted from the fiery golden eyes destroyed the light emitted by the Eye of Heaven and shot into the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties without warning. The fiery golden eyes were too terrifying. Even the Eye of Heaven wasn't a match for it. With a Puchi sound, the sharp eyes of the northern and southern dynasties suddenly spurted out two streams of blood. Arg, the northern and southern dynasties covered their eyes with their hands on the spot, letting out miserable shrieks. Their eyes were severely injured. This was an unimaginable blow. Even if it was a powerful immortal venerable, having his eyes destroyed was still the greatest pain. Damned monkey, how dare you destroy this young master's Eye of Heaven? Damn it! Damn it! The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered in the wind. Their eyes were bloodshot. They were enraged to the extreme. The destruction of the Eye of Heaven was too great a blow to them. Putting aside the blow to themselves, just the loss of the Eye of Heaven wasn't something that could be taken lightly. It wouldn't be easy to recover it. For God's sake, isn't this monkey too awesome? Xianxia's mouth was agape, revealing a rare look of astonishment. Not only was he astonished, but he was also horrified. With just a single gaze, this monkey had dealt a heavy blow to the northern and southern dynasties. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. However, this could also be blamed on the bad luck of the northern and southern dynasties. Their eyes were injured because they were caught off guard. Otherwise, given the strength of the northern and southern dynasties, they wouldn't be so weak. What truly shocked Xianxia was the power of the fiery golden eyes. It was actually above the Eye of Heaven. Under the radiance of the fiery golden eyes, the Eye of Heaven of the northern and southern dynasties couldn't even withstand a single blow. The fiery golden eyes was the innate ability of the Battle Saint Ape. It was inherited from the first Monkey King. It was unparalleled in the heavens and earth. Even the legendary Eye of Heaven wasn't a match for the fiery golden eyes. You're blind and you still dare to talk back to Master Monkey? If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how powerful Master Monkey is. The monkey's aura was tremendous. Carrying his metal cudgel, he arrived before the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. The metal cudgel whizzed out and smashed onto the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties reacted extremely quickly. Although his eyes were temporarily blind, his senses were extremely sharp. A suit of armor immediately appeared on the surface of his body. It was the armor of immortals. Bang! Monkey's stick smashed heavily on Nanbeiqiao's body. Nanbeiqiao was sent flying. No one knew how far Nanbeiqiao was sent flying. In any case, he was sent flying very far away. He couldn't even find the edge of the impact. Damn monkey, Xianxia, I'll remember what happened today. The next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you. The voices of the northern and southern dynasties gradually faded away and soon disappeared. Someone as strong as him was sent flying by a single strike from the monkey. This scene was really shocking. At least, Xianxia was really shocked. He gave the monkey a thumbs up and praised him from the bottom of his heart. Other than that, he was also deeply grateful. If the monkey hadn't appeared in time today, his life would have been in danger. Not only would he have died, but the Zulong Tower would have been destroyed as well. The monkey kept his metal cudgel and swaggered towards Xianxia. He swayed his head as he walked, looking completely insufferably arrogant. Let me introduce myself. I'm Long Shirsan. You can call me Brother Shirsan from now on. Brother Monkey is truly awe-inspiring. As expected of a battle Saint Ape. You've just been born and you already have such skills. Thank you for saving me today. Otherwise, I would have failed miserably. Xianxia gave the Long Shirsan a thumbs up. These words came from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Long Shirsan's timely appearance today, it would be hard for him to imagine how he could escape from the entanglement of the northern and southern dynasties. As for the northern and southern dynasties, Xianxia could only smile. The northern and southern dynasties were destined to be unlucky to meet him. Be it their incarnation in the mortal world or their main body in the immortal world, as long as they met him, they would be unlucky. Those emperors who could dominate everything would eventually lose to him, Xianxia. Today's situation was the same. Although the northern and southern dynasties were far stronger than Xianxia, he was still unlucky in the end. Not only did he fail to kill Xianxia, he was also blinded by the monkey. It could be said that he was extremely unlucky. This was the first time that the northern and southern dynasties suffered a setback in the immortal world. Although it was Long Shirsan who made the move, the root cause was still Xianxia. Without Xianxia, there would be no Long Shirsan. It was Xianxia who took the wondrous stone back then that led to the birth of Long Shirsan today. Xianxia didn't let Long Shirsan continue to chase after the northern and southern dynasties because he knew that the northern and southern dynasties were still at their peak. Moreover, he had many tricks up his sleeves. Even if Long Shirsan chased after them, he might not be able to take the lives of the northern and southern dynasties. More importantly, Xianxia wanted to keep this powerful enemy for himself. With the northern and southern dynasties, Xianxia wouldn't be lonely. This was the driving force for his continuous growth. Congratulations, my ass. It's not time for Master Monkey to come out yet. If I wasn't forced by that kid, Master Monkey wouldn't have come out at this time to waste my essence, chi, and spirit. Otherwise, how could I let that idiot escape today? I have to go back now. Put the stone in the 33rd level. This will help me come out. Alright, that's all for now. Long Shirsan said. With a sway of his body, he went back into the wondrous stone. The dazzling golden wondrous stone instantly dimmed and became the same as before. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see anything special about this stone. Seeing that the monkey had returned to the wondrous stone, Xianxia finally understood why the wondrous stone didn't explode. It turned out that Long Shirsan hadn't really come out yet. It was because the northern and southern dynasties wanted to destroy the Zulong Tower, so Long Shirsan had to come out. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly moved the wondrous stone to the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower. The rule of time here was 30 times faster. It was very beneficial for the breeding of the Monkey King. It could greatly shorten the time for Xianxia to come out. For an immemorial battle spirit like the monkey to come out, it means that it's going against the heavens. Forcing it to come out won't bring any benefits. It will have a negative impact on its body. I really don't dare to imagine how strong it will be after it comes out. Xianxia sighed. In this world, there were some incomparably powerful creatures. They had the bloodline of the immemorial battle spirit in their bodies. They were innately belligerent. Once they came out, they would shake the world. They were all favored by the heavens and had great luck. Xianxia was such a person. It was the combination of the sacred battle ape and the golden battle dragon. It had the bloodline of two divine beasts and inherited the fiery golden eyes of the sacred battle ape. Such a heaven-defying existence would set off a great storm once it came out into the world. Xianxia was already looking forward to it. He was even looking forward to the scene of fighting side by side with Xianxia. It would definitely be very carefree. The crisis had been resolved, but Xianxia's serious injuries were still there. What he needed to do now was to recover his injuries as soon as possible. The opening time of the Golden Horizon is getting longer and longer. I have to race against time. Fortunately, I have the 33rd level of the spatial zone. This time, the Zulong Tower has also suffered heavy damage and needs to recover. I can only come out after my injuries have fully recovered. Xianxia muttered. The most urgent thing now was to heal his injuries. In this golden horizon that was filled with dangers everywhere, he had to maintain his vigilance at all times and ensure that he was in his peak state at all times. Only in this way could he cope with any sudden changes. Xianxia didn't leave the spatial zone. He directly used the Zulong Tower to hide himself. In the 33rd level of the spatial zone, he sat beside the wondrous rock and began to meditate. He quickly circulated the dragon transformation skill and with spiritual chi to heal his injuries. Although the injuries he had suffered this time were serious, fortunately, his foundation wasn't damaged. The damage to his origin wasn't serious either. It wasn't a problem for Xianxia. With his terrifying recovery speed, it wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. However, it wouldn't be that easy for the Zulong Tower to recover. Fortunately, the Zulong Tower was extremely solid and wouldn't collapse. After he got out of this place, he would find some powerful evil spirits and let the Zulong Tower refine and absorb them. Then, it would slowly recover. By staying here, Xianxia wasn't afraid that the northern and southern dynasties would return. The eye of heaven of the northern and southern dynasties had been damaged by Xianxia's fiery golden eyes. It would take a certain amount of time to recover. In a short period of time, the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't come back and shouldn't take the initiative to find trouble with him. After all, the northern and southern dynasties didn't know that Xianxia had only walked out of the wondrous rock for a short period of time. I've separated from De Huang and Sister Ning, but Sister Ning has De Huang's protection. Her safety shouldn't be a problem. It just so happens that she also needs to search for her own fortune in the Golden Horizon. Xianxia thought of the separated De Huang dog and Wu Ningzhu. Although he was a little worried, he wasn't particularly worried. He was very confident in De Huang dog. With De Huang dog around, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to hurt Wu Ningzhu. He was afraid that he was at least hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Broken Edge cliff. He had no idea where Xianxia had run to. Even Xianxia himself didn't know where he was in the Golden Horizon. However, all these weren't important. The most important thing now was to recover from his injuries. This was the top priority. Broken Edge Cliff. The northern and southern dynasties had disappeared for a long time, but the number of people here was increasing. Presumably, the news of the Broken Edge Cliff must have spread out and attracted a lot of people. But now that the main character had disappeared, many people couldn't wait any longer and kept leaving. What the hell? Isn't he going to set up an arena to challenge the geniuses of the world? Why did he suddenly disappear? I think this young Master Chao has lost his interest. After all, even Mo Wuqing isn't a match for him. Such a genius is indeed too terrifying. It seems like he is really the reincarnation of a great sovereign. I think I saw him chasing after a young man. I don't know what happened. It seems so. I've seen it too, but that young man seems to only have an early immortal king cultivation base. There's no need for young Master Chow to chase after him. Let's go and disperse. Don't waste your precious time here. There are plenty of benefits in the Golden Horizon. We better continue to search for our own fortune. Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog were still in the crowd. Their expressions didn't look too good. After all, they had personally witnessed the strength of the northern and southern dynasties. It was impossible for them to not be worried now that they were chasing after Jiang Chen. De Huang, do you think little Chenzi will be fine? Wu Ningzhu asked worriedly. Don't worry. That kid has heaven-defying means. He will be fine. Even if he can't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, he can still escape easily. De Huang Dog could only comfort Wu Ningzhu like this. In fact, he was also incomparably worried in his heart. He could imagine that if the northern and southern dynasties continued to chase after Jiang Chen definitely wouldn't have a good time. His life might even be in danger. Of course, he couldn't say these words to Wu Ningzhu because it would only increase Wu Ningzhu's worries and wouldn't be of any help. However, De Huang Dog believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't die so easily. This was a person with great luck. He would always be able to create miracles at the most crucial moment. In the eyes of De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen was the nemesis of the northern and southern dynasties. It would be hard for him to die even if he wanted to. De Huang, why did the northern and southern dynasties suddenly chase after junior brother Jiang Chen? Xianxia asked in puzzlement. He really didn't know when Jiang Chen offended this young Master Chow. Even if he did, given young Master Chow's status and strength, he wouldn't put an immortal king in his eyes. However, after the northern and southern dynasties defeated Mo Wuqing, they did indeed chase after Jiang Chen. This was a fact. You ask me? Who should I ask? Sister Ning, let's go. De Huang Dog was distraught and couldn't be bothered with Xianxia. He brought Wu Ningzhu and left. There was no meaning in continuing to wait. The northern and southern dynasties definitely wouldn't return, let alone Jiang Chen. Where are we going to look for little Chenzi now? Asked Wu Ningzhu. I really don't know. I also can't divine the current location of little Chenzi. Let's just ignore him for now. Let's go to Golden Horizon to look for benefits. Don't worry. Jiang Chen definitely won't die. He will come looking for us. De Huang Dog said, then brought Ningzhu and vanished from the broken edge. In the void of the Golden Horizon, Nanbei Chao was sitting cross-legged in the void. His entire being had completely integrated with the spatial law. He had created a small world here that was hard for outsiders to discover. At this moment, Nanbei Chao's eyes were no longer bleeding and had regained their clarity. However, it was undoubtedly impossible for him to restore the Eye of Heaven, at least not in a short period of time. That damned bastard. How dare he destroy my eye? Nanbei Chao gritted his teeth fiercely. Not only was his Eye of Heaven injured, his body had also been smashed by Dragon Shirsan's cudgel, which almost broke his body apart. Even moving was painful. That cudgel carried the power to destroy the heaven and earth. If he hadn't used the immortal armor at the last moment, the consequences would have been much more serious than this. Battle Saint Ape. I have never thought that such an unusual being would be born in the heavens and earth. A powerful immemorial battle spirit sure is terrifying. That fiery golden eyes is truly powerful. Even my Eye of Heaven isn't a match for it. Humph. However, today's matter won't end just like this. When I fully recover and my cultivation base has advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, I must tear that monkey apart. If I can obtain his bloodline, my cultivation base will reach a very terrifying level, and I will gain tremendous benefits from it. And that Jiang Chen will become a great threat to me sooner or later. He must be killed as soon as possible. Nanbei Chao said fiercely. As the reincarnation of a great sovereign, he had never suffered such a huge blow since he was born. This was the first time. This failure had seriously affected his monarch heart. It was originally an undefeatable heart, but after experiencing a failure, it became imperfect. This was extremely disadvantageous to Nanbei Chao's path to becoming a monarch. Nanbei Chao's monarch heart was extremely powerful. The northern and southern dynasty closed his eyes and began to recover from his injuries. He was proficient in many secret arts. Although the speed of his recovery wasn't as fast as Jiang Chen's with spiritual qi, it was absolutely not bad. Except for the slow recovery of the Eye of Heaven, everything else wasn't a big problem. In the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower, 2 months had passed. Jiang Chen's injuries had fully recovered. Waves of powerful qi surged out of his body, swirling rapidly in the 33rd level. Jiang Chen opened his eyes. 2 substantial eyes rushed out with a swoosh and fell on the wondrous rock beside him, causing it to buzz. Jiang Chen, you bastard! Long Shersan's voice came from the wondrous rock, sounding very angry. Sorry, I was too excited. Jiang Chen chuckled. It really wasn't intentional this time. It was completely an accident. Not only did he fully recover from his injuries, but his potential energy had also been stimulated, causing the number of dragon marks in his body to increase by 10,000, reaching 1,190,000. He was only 10,000 dragon marks away from the 1,200,000 late immortal king realm. Although the increase of 10,000 dragon marks didn't allow Jiang Chen's cultivation base to advance to the late immortal king realm, it had increased Jiang Chen's combat strength to another level, making him even more terrifying. What's there to be excited about? Isn't it just recovering? Master Monkey is still inside. Long Shersan was incomparably depressed. 13. How can you talk when you haven't been born? Why are you talking nonsense when you're meditating inside? Jiang Chen stared at the wondrous rock curiously. He was very interested in this Long Shersan. Plus, Jiang Chen liked Long Shersan's character very much. Long Shersan was both righteous and evil, unrestrained, decisive and never sloppy. Plus, he was naturally narcissistic, which was almost comparable to De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen could imagine that when Long Shersan was born, he would meet De Huang Dog. It would be very lively. There's nothing Master Monkey doesn't know. Even if I'm in the wondrous rock, I can still know everything that's happening outside. The law of time here is very mystical. It's 30 times faster. I'm not far from being born. Long Shersan said narcissistically. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded. This kind of primordial creature was very terrifying and full of mysticism. It wasn't strange for it to be able to sense everything outside from the wondrous rock. After seeing Long Shersan's strength, Jiang Chen began to regret that he didn't put the wondrous rock in the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower earlier. Otherwise, Long Shersan would have been born long ago. Since you can speak, why didn't you tell me to put you in the 33rd floor? Jiang Chen asked curiously. What do you know? Master Dog has to test your character, right? What if you have evil intentions towards me? Wouldn't it be very dangerous? Long Shersan said. How's your test? Jiang Chen asked. Not bad. Kid, you're not bad. Whether it's your cultivation talent or your way of doing things, you're top-notch. You're almost 1/10 of me. Master Monkey admires you very much. Long Shersan said shamelessly. Jiang Chen was speechless. He thought that this monkey was praising him, but it turned out that he was praising himself. This monkey really didn't let go of any chance to be narcissistic. This was still in the wondrous rock. If he came out in the future, how narcissistic would he be? Long Shersan's current state was basically fixed. If he hadn't forcefully dealt with the northern and southern dynasties, he might have been completely born by now. However, with his current state, he wasn't far from being born. Time passed too fast in the 33rd level. It was no wonder that Long Shersan scolded Jiang Chen as soon as he came out. If the wondrous stone was placed here when the 33rd level was just formed, Long Shersan would have been born long ago. Monkey, why are you called 13? Who gave you this name? Jiang Chen asked curiously. How could a creature that had just been born and had never walked out of the wondrous stone know his name? Such a creature shouldn't have a name. I don't know. This name is subconsciously in my mind. I have the golden bloodline of the ancient golden battle dragon in my body, so my name has the word dragon in it. As for why I'm called 13, I don't know. Long Shersan said. However, it was obvious that he didn't care so much about his life. After all, it was just a title. However, from Long Shersan's tone, it could be heard that Long Shersan also felt that his name should have some origin, but as for the specific origin, he didn't know. A powerful ancient battle spirit, the battle saint ape. Such a heaven-defying creature, how can it not have some secrets? Xianxia thought. He was very interested in Xianxia, but he also knew that all the information about Xianxia might not even be known to him. However, Xianxia knew that the birth of Xianxia indicated that there was another heaven-defying existence in this world. A monstrous genius was destined to be brilliant. Putting aside the bloodline of the golden battle dragon, Xianxia had completely inherited the inheritance of the battle saint ape. The fiery golden eyes and the iron staff had already explained everything. Alright, you continue to stay here. Don't forget to inform me in advance when you're going to be born. My Zulong Tower has been severely damaged. There are a lot of cracks on it. It won't be able to withstand a monkey's torment. I've been in seclusion for 2 months. The golden horizon has been opened for 8 or 9 days. It's time for me to go out. Xianxia stood up from the ground and casually patted his buttocks. He didn't forget to remind Xianxia that this heaven-defying monkey was also a tyrant of the world. When he was born, he might cause a huge commotion. If this monkey was born in the 33rd level of Zulong Tower, wouldn't he turn the Zulong Tower upside down? Go to the northeast. There's good stuff there. There are good things there, reminded Xianxia. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's eyes lit up. It seemed like he had obtained another treasure. This monkey was the same as De Huang Dog. They were both heaven-defying deities of the heaven and earth. They were born with magical abilities. De Huang Dog was already very good at sensing treasures. Now, it seemed like this monkey could do the same as well. Since the monkey said that there were good things in the northeast, Xianxia would absolutely believe it. Since he didn't know where he was going, he might as well follow Xianxia's instructions and head to the northeast. Alright. Xianxia nodded. With a sway, he walked out of the Zulong Tower and flew towards the direction pointed by Xianxia. In front of him was a vast wilderness that stretched as far as the eye could see. Xianxia didn't know where he was. In any case, he was already very far away from the broken edge cliff. During the chase with the northern and southern dynasties, he had already flown hundreds of thousands of miles in the spatial zone. He had long left the boundary of the broken edge cliff. Asterisk rumble, asterisk suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from the end of the wilderness. Even if it was far away, one could still feel the extremely strong fluctuations of the battle. The impact of the energy caused the sky to tremble violently. Someone is fighting. Xianxia's eyes flickered. He immediately flew towards the direction of the battle. Since he had nothing to do, he wanted to see who was fighting. Xianxia's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the end of the wilderness. In front of the wilderness, he saw 8 or 9 people fighting fiercely with each other. It seemed like the battle had been going on for some time. Now, it was the final moment. 5 of them were besieging the other 4 in the center. Xianxia looked around and immediately saw some familiar figures. Yun Zhangxiao, Crown Prince. Xianxia saw 2 familiar faces. One was the 7th Prince of Great Cloud Empire, Yun Zhangxiao, and the other was the Crown Prince. At this moment, the 4 people who were besieged were the people of Crown Prince Palace. One of them was Yu Hao of Crown Prince Palace. Yu Hao had always wanted to enter Dam Prefecture, but because of Xianxia, Dam Prefecture had cancelled his qualification to recruit disciples. He had been brooding over this. However, at this moment, Crown Prince Palace was obviously at a disadvantage. Except for the Crown Prince, Yu Hao and the other 2 were only half-step immortal emperors. All 4 of them had severe injuries, especially the Crown Prince. His injury was the most serious. One of his arms had been chopped off. His body was covered with blood. Normally, the Crown Prince wouldn't be so weak. It was because the enemy's camp was just too strong. Among the 5 of them, apart from Yun Zhangxiao, the other 3 were half-step immortal emperors. Such a camp alone wouldn't be able to pose a great threat to the Crown Prince. The real threat to the Crown Prince was another man. That man had an imposing appearance, black and white hair, and incomparably powerful qi. More importantly, his cultivation base had already reached the terrifying intermediate immortal emperor realm, the same level as Yang Lang of Great Qian Empire. Xianxia wasn't a fool. He could naturally see what was happening in front of him. Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire had always been hostile to each other. They had been at war for years. Now that they had encountered each other in the Golden Horizon, they naturally wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Besides, the other party was the Crown Prince of Great Qian Empire, the heir to the throne. If he was killed, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits to Great Cloud Empire. As for the Crown Prince, he was undoubtedly very unlucky. His cultivation base was only at the early Immortal Emperor realm. If he encountered Xianxia head-on, he wouldn't be afraid at all. As a matter of fact, he did encounter Xianxia alone at the beginning. After a fierce battle, both of them were equally matched. Both of them were ready to stop and search for their own fortune, but he didn't expect that an intermediate Immortal Emperor of Great Cloud Empire would appear at this time. Given Xianxia's character, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity to kill the Crown Prince. After losing his face in Dan Prefecture, Xianxia had always been depressed. He didn't have the slightest good impression of the people of Great Qian Empire. He secretly swore that as long as he met anyone from Great Qian Empire in the Golden Horizon, no matter who they were, he would kill every one of them. He would kill every two of them until he felt the balance in his heart. Haha, Crown Prince, your luck is really too bad. But this is your fate. Killing you today can be considered as this prince venting out some of my depression. The seventh Prince Xianxia laughed aloud. In his eyes, the Crown Prince was already a turtle in a jar. There was no doubt that he would die. Xianxia, it was Jiangchen who embarrassed you last time, not me. You should go and kill Jiangchen. As a matter of fact, the two of us can work together. Jiangchen's existence is also a great trouble to me. If you let me go today, we can work together in the future. The Crown Prince spoke. The thought of Jiangchen seemed to have found a breakthrough. He wanted to find a chance of survival from Jiangchen. He knew very well how much Xianxia hated Jiangchen. When the name Jiangchen was mentioned, Xianxia's face turned cold all of a sudden, gritting his teeth. Humph. Crown Prince, look at your current appearance. What qualification do you have to cooperate with me? As for that damn Jiangchen, he will die for sure once he comes to Golden Horizon. He won't be able to escape from my palm. I will kill you first and seize your luck and fortune. The next time I meet Jiangchen, I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Xianxia harumphed coldly. He wasn't interested in the cooperation proposed by the Crown Prince. In his eyes, Jiangchen must die, the Crown Prince must die, and the people of Great Qian Empire must die. As long as there was a chance, he would kill them all. Xianxia, don't go too far. Given your ability, you are no match for me. You are only relying on others. What's there to be proud of? The Crown Prince spoke ferociously. He could already see that he was going to die today. There was an intermediate Immortal Emperor in the enemy's team. Plus, he was already seriously injured. He didn't even have the chance to escape. His injuries were caused by the intermediate Immortal Emperor. Yoni of Great Cloud Empire was a rare genius of Great Cloud Empire. He had already reached the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm at a young age, which made him in existence on the same level as Yang Lang. Plus, he had a very good relationship with Xianxia. He had always supported Xianxia to become the next emperor of Great Cloud Empire. He had also comforted Xianxia about the humiliation he suffered in Genius Prefecture. Now that he had finally met the Crown Prince of Great Qian Empire, he naturally had to do his best to help Xianxia. Cut the crap. Death is death. Defeat is defeat. There's no need for so many reasons and excuses. Crown Prince, the fact that you have fallen into my hands today means that your luck has come to an end. Your luck should be Xianxia's. Xianxia was a decisive man. With a swing of the sword in his hand, he advanced step by step towards the Crown Prince with cold killing intent. Little Qinzi, this Crown Prince is a man of Great Qian Empire. Aren't you going to save him? The voice of Long San was heard from the wondrous rock. This bastard was able to sense everything that was happening outside despite being in the rock. Save him? Do you think I'm a living bodhisattva? Didn't you hear? This bastard is about to die, yet he still wants to join hands with the other party to kill me? Even if Xianxia doesn't kill him, I still want to kill him. But now is the best time. If I kill the crown prince, it will cause a lot of trouble in Great Qian Empire in the future. Now, I can borrow Yun Zhangxiao's hand to kill the crown prince, and then I can kill Yun Zhangxiao to avenge the crown prince. Asking him to save the crown prince was simply a fool's dream. The crown prince and Jiang Chen were absolute enemies. Although they were both from Great Qian Empire, the crown prince hated him to the bone. Jiang Chen knew this very well. This could be seen from the crown prince's reaction just now. The crown prince was about to die, yet he still wanted Yun Zhangxiao to kill him. Jiang Chen would never be polite to such a person, but Jiang Chen couldn't kill Jiang Chen. After all, this was Golden Horizon. If the news of killing each other was spread out, it would be despised by the world. At that time, he wouldn't be able to stay in Great Qian Empire any longer. The current situation couldn't be any better. After Yun Zhangxiao killed the crown prince and the people of Crown Prince's palace, he would act decisively and eliminate them. Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to Yun Zhangxiao either. Jiang Chen wouldn't be lenient to any enemy who wanted to kill him. The best way to deal with an enemy was to kill them completely. At that time, he could use the excuse of avenging the crown prince to kill the crown prince. In that case, even if the crown prince died, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. If the news spread out, he would still be considered as a person who knew how to unite. At that time, the outsiders would say that Jiang Chen was still willing to avenge the crown prince at all costs even though the crown prince had treated him like that. How could an ordinary person have such a high level of awareness? Good boy. You're really insidious. You want to kill two birds with one stone. Brilliant, brilliant. Your intelligence is already 1/5 of Master Monkey's. Long San praised Jiang Chen in the wondrous rock and didn't forget to be narcissistic. Get lost. Jiang Chen said snappily. This guy really wouldn't miss any opportunity to praise his narcissism. It's not every day that we get to kill two birds with one stone. They're just unlucky to have encountered it today. I was chased by the northern and southern dynasties, and I had nowhere to vent my anger. They came at the right time. Jiang Chen said coldly. He had a belly full of anger right now. Ever since he was reincarnated, he had never suffered such humiliation. He had been chased for hundreds of thousands of miles, and had been beaten to the point that his feces almost came out. If he didn't vent his anger, he wouldn't like to see anything else. This group of people in front of him was the perfect target for Jiang Chen to vent his anger on. He would clap his hands happily if either of them died. It seemed like the direction that Long San had pointed him in was pretty good. Whether or not he could get the treasure aside, he could at least vent his anger. Little Chinzi, I don't think it's easy for you to vent your anger. I can see that the opponent has an intermediate immortal emperor expert. Given your current combat strength, I'm afraid that you won't be a match for an intermediate immortal emperor genius. Long San said. Have you forgotten about the Blood Demon King? I didn't bring them here for nothing. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. The Blood Demon King was enough to deal with Yun Yi. As for Yun Yi, Jiang Chen didn't plan to kill him, because it wasn't realistic. Even if the Blood Demon King attacked, he could only suppress Yun Yi at most. It was almost impossible to kill such a genius. It was still very easy for an intermediate immortal emperor genius to escape. Master Monkey has forgotten about those two bastards. Gia Gia Master Monkey will be waiting to watch a good show. Long San's sinister laughter was heard. His laughter was as obscene as De Huang Dog. He knew very well about the Blood Demon King. Although Long San had been staying in the wondrous rock, he knew everything that had happened outside ever since he followed Jiang Chen. It could be said that he had watched Jiang Chen grow up. Therefore, he had been talking to Jiang Chen like a friend or even a brother. This was because Long San thought highly of Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen was worthy of Long San's attention. One should know that an immemorial battle spirit like Long San was extremely terrifying. The legendary battle Saint Ape had an unimaginable arrogance in their bones. They wouldn't make friends with ordinary people, because the other party wasn't worthy of them. They would only be friends with those who were noble and proud. Only those whom they looked up to and approved by them could be friends. Long San was like this, and so was De Huang Dog. Both of them could see the capability of Jiang Chen and their characters were like-minded. Therefore, they were destined to be good brothers who fought side by side with Jiang. Ahead, Yun Zhongxiao had already arrived in front of Crown Prince and the others. The long sword in his hand radiated cold light and undisguised killing intent. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Yun Zhongxiao pointed his sword at a half-step immortal emperor disciple who was also seriously injured. Don't kill me. The Crown Prince was trembling with fear. As a genius of Genius Prefecture and the favorite of the Crown Prince, he had never thought that he would die one day. He felt that he had a bright future and could reach a height that ordinary people couldn't reach. This time, he came to Golden Horizon with great hope and fantasy, dreaming of finding a powerful opportunity so that he could show his might after leaving this place. However, the reality was just too cruel. Only he knew the fear of dying soon. Asterisk Pu Qi. Asterisk Yin Zhongxiao didn't give him the slightest chance. The long sword pierced through his glabella with a asterisk Pu Qi asterisk sound. A stream of dark red blood spurted out. That person's eyes were still filled with despair before death. Unfortunately, his life force had already vanished, and he died tragically in this ancient battlefield. Next, it's your turn. Yun Zhongxiao raised his sword and walked to the side of another half-step immortal emperor disciple. I'll fight you to the death. The disciple raised the combat sword in his hand and lunged at Yun Zhongxiao. He seemed much more courageous than the previous disciple. In any case, he knew that he wouldn't be able to live any longer. Countless people had died in the war between Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire. He didn't expect the other party to be merciful and let him go. Instead of standing here and waiting for death, he might as well take the initiative to attack and die a heroic death. Asterisk Pu Qi asterisk Unfortunately, all his resistance was futile. The gap between them was just too great. Putting aside the fact that he was already seriously injured, even if he was in his peak state, he still wouldn't be able to fight Yun Zhongxiao. Just like Crown Prince, Yun Zhongxiao was an early immortal emperor supreme expert. 2 people were killed in the blink of an eye. The expression of the Crown Prince and Yu Hao turned incomparably ugly. The Crown Prince was also afraid of death. The higher the status of a person, the greater the fear of death. Yun Zhongxiao, must you kill all of us? The Crown Prince spoke unwillingly. Crown Prince, don't blame me. If this prince had fallen into your hands, would you have spared this prince's life? Yun Zhongxiao picked up the brocade pouch of the 2 disciples and said. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince fell silent and chose not to speak anymore. Yun Zhongxiao's words made him speechless. What Yun Zhongxiao said was right. If the Crown Prince was in his position, he wouldn't have given Yun Zhongxiao a chance to live. In fact, he might have done something even more outrageous. Putting aside the fact that both of them were enemies, the fact that he could absorb Yun Zhongxiao's luck and obtain the identity brocade pouch of Yun Zhongxiao was a great temptation. Come on, I admit defeat today. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with despair. 7th Prince, don't kill me. I can join your Great Cloud Empire. I'm a powerful alchemist. I will certainly bring benefits to your empire. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to follow you in the future and work like a slave. Yu Hao knelt on the ground with a puff. He didn't want to die. Death was too terrifying for him. At this time, dignity and integrity should go to hell. Yu Hao's sudden performance stunned the Crown Prince. However, his eyes were immediately filled with intense anger. Anger. The Crown Prince couldn't help but be angry. Haha. Crown Prince, did you see that? You are such a failure. Someone is betraying you when you are about to die. The genius alchemist of your Great Qian Empire is going to join our Great Cloud Empire. Yun Zhongxiao burst into laughter. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to attack the Crown Prince, but he didn't look at Yu Hao. The disgust and contempt on his face was obvious. Obviously, he hated fence-sitters like Yu Hao the most. You're right. I'm indeed a failure. The Crown Prince smiled bitterly and shook his head. He suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. He was the Crown Prince, but he didn't even have a single person who was willing to live and die with him. Yu Hao was the person he trusted the most. He had never thought that Yu Hao would do such a thing at the last moment. To the Crown Prince, this was the greatest mockery. Crown Prince, don't blame me. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I don't want to die in Golden Horizon like this. I hope you can understand. From now on, Yu Hao, will no longer be a person of Great Qian Empire. I will join Great Cloud Empire and serve the 7th prince. Yu Hao spoke solemnly to the crown prince. A person like Yu Hao would do anything to survive. He had almost no dignity or bottom line. Mother **Cur. This bastard is too shameless. Master Monkey can't stand it anymore. If Master Monkey can get out now, I'll send him to heaven with one strike. Longshan, who was in the wondrous rock, couldn't stand it anymore. There's no need for you to do anything. He won't survive today. Do you think Yin Zhongxiao will want such a person? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a faint smile. Yu Hao thought too highly of himself. He thought that Yin Zhongxiao would attach importance to him just because he was a genius alchemist. He had neglected the fact that Yin Zhongxiao was also a powerful alchemist. In front of Yin Zhongxiao, all of Yu Hao's advantages were gone. Moreover, would Yin Zhongxiao want a person who betrayed his master at the critical moment? If Yin Zhongxiao didn't have any feelings for Yu Hao at the beginning, he was now filled with disgust. Humph. Yu Hao, do you really think you're strong enough to survive? The crown prince harumphed coldly. At such a close distance, he could easily kill Yu Hao, but he didn't because he knew that even if he didn't do anything, Yu Hao wouldn't be able to live. He understood Yin Zhongxiao better than Yu Hao. He wanted to let Yu Hao know how foolish his choice was. Pucci, just as the crown prince's voice fell, Yin Zhongxiao's long sword pierced through Yu Hao's head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Until death, Yu Hao didn't know why. He had clearly surrendered, and he felt that no matter where he went, he would be valued. A young genius alchemist was a fortune for any major force. He didn't know why Yin Zhongxiao wanted to kill him, and why he killed him first instead of the crown prince. Bah, trash. Yin Zhongxiao spat at Yu Hao's corpse. Yu Hao's ending was a warning to the world that one should never put one's position too high, and one shouldn't always think of oneself as important. One's life and death all depended on one's luck. One shouldn't die with the reputation of trash, which was disgusting. Yu Hao was bound to die today, but he had chosen the most cowardly way to die. Originally, he could have died a very heroic death, just like the previous two geniuses. His name would be remembered by the genius prefecture of Great Qian Empire, but now, Yu Hao's name would also be remembered, but he would be the target of contempt and curses. Crown Prince, it's your turn now. What else do you have to say? Yin Zhongxiao looked at the crown prince. He was very excited that he was going to kill this big rival of his. At least, this was an opponent that he could look up to. Come on, this crown prince has fallen into your hands today. I have nothing to say. The crown prince closed his eyes and gave up resisting. Given his current combat strength, he was no longer a match for Yin Zhongxiao. Moreover, there was an even more powerful Yunyi standing behind him. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to escape. Since there was no way for him to escape, he could only accept his fate. Very well, Crown Prince. You are also someone that I, Yin Zhongxiao, admire. After killing you, I will tell the world that you, the Crown Prince, died in the hands of Yin Zhongxiao. Yin Zhongxiao spoke, and thrust the sword in his hand forward. While the Crown Prince was defenseless, the sword pierced through the glabella of the Crown Prince. It was a fatal wound, almost killing the Crown Prince. Stop. How dare you kill the Crown Prince of Great Qian Empire? Just as Yin Zhongxiao's sword pierced through the Crown Prince's glabella, a loud bellow suddenly sounded from afar. Then, a man in fluttering white robe rushed over in an imposing manner. How shameless! Longshan couldn't help but say. Jiang Chen's timing was just too good. The moment Yin Zhongxiao killed the Crown Prince, he made a false impression that he was late to save the Crown Prince. Not only did he achieve his goal, but he also let the Crown Prince see Jiang Chen's arrival before he died, causing him to die in depression. Not to mention the hostile relationship between Jiang Chen and the Crown Prince. For the Crown Prince, no one came to save him, and the person who saved him came half a step too late were two completely different feelings. The former was despair, and he no longer held any hope of survival. The latter was the feeling that he could live on, but it was because the other party came late, just a little bit too late. The crown prince didn't know whether Xianxia did it on purpose or if he really let bygones be bygones and rushed out to save him at the critical moment. In any case, the crown prince was in a very depressed mood. Of course, he was also about to die. Mother****. The crown prince rolled his eyes and cursed before he died. Then, he lay down on the ground. Crown prince. Crown prince. Not good. The crown prince is dead. Xianxia, how dare you kill our crown prince? How dare you? I, Xianxia, will avenge the crown prince today. Xianxia exclaimed twice, then bellowed furiously. He transformed into his dragon form, looking as if he was going to avenge the crown prince, as if the crown prince was his own brother. If the crown prince wasn't dead, he would probably be moved to the point of bursting into tears. That's right, the crown prince is the crown prince of the crown prince. Shameless. Too shameless. Even I, Master Monkey, am inferior to you. Lan Shisan's face was full of admiration. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as this. Not only did he get rid of the crown prince, but he also had an excuse to kill Xianxia. At the same time, he could leave a good reputation for being united and forgiving. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Xianxia? The sudden appearance of this killer also shocked Xianxia. His reaction was a little too big, as if he had killed the other party's father. However, when he saw that it was Xianxia, Xianxia's eyes widened in an instant, and then he became excited. Haha, it's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Xianxia, you met me, but instead of running away, you took the initiative to come out. Did your head get kicked by a donkey? Xianxia laughed and said with great interest. Xianxia, do you think you can kill me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How dare you kill the crown prince of my empire? How audacious. I, Xianxia, am going to avenge the crown prince now. Xianxia's voice and expression were stern, as if he was grieving. If someone didn't know the truth, he would think that Xianxia and the crown prince had a life-and-death relationship. This was also what made Xianxia speechless. Others might not know, but he knew that Xianxia and the crown prince were enemies. Xianxia was King Fan's man. Just a moment ago, the crown prince wanted to kill Xianxia with him. But now, Xianxia came out to avenge the crown prince. What the hell was going on? Xianxia, are you out of your mind? The crown prince wanted to kill you just now, and now you want to avenge him? Shouldn't you be happy that the crown prince is dead? Xianxia was speechless. What's there to be happy about? The crown prince regards me as his enemy, but in this golden horizon, our great Qian empire is the most united. You are my real enemy. You have killed the crown prince, and I happen to bump into you. If I don't do anything, won't I be looked down upon by others? Xianxia said in a serious manner, feeling like he was a hero. Xianxia rolled his eyes and almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even he didn't know if what Xianxia said was true. The so-called unity was bullshit. There were battles everywhere in the immortal world. Once there was a chance to kill the enemy, no one would be willing to let it go. He didn't believe that Xianxia would have such a broad-minded heart. However, these were no longer important. He didn't care what Xianxia's purpose was. Since he had come, he had to stay. The person he hated the most in Great Qian Empire wasn't the Crown Prince or King Fan, but this Xianxia in front of him. Back in Dan Prefecture, Xianxia had made him lose his face. This matter had always been bothering him. If he didn't vent his anger, he wouldn't be able to see anything. This was the same as when Xianxia was hunted by the northern and southern dynasties. Is he that Xianxia? Yunyi looked at Xianxia and asked casually. After seeing through Xianxia's cultivation base, his eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Given his intermediate immortal emperor cultivation base, how could he put an intermediate immortal king in his eyes? Yes. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. Seventh Prince, how could you be defeated by such a person? I really can't understand it. Yunyi chuckled. This joking remark had undoubtedly pricked Xianxia's heart once again, opening up the scar in his heart. After I kill him, I will be able to wash away the previous humiliation. Xianxia said hatefully. Seventh Prince, there's no need for you to deal with such a puny figure. Just let your subordinate kill him. Those who hadn't fought with Xianxia would never understand how terrifying Xianxia was. Just like this genius of Great Cloud Empire, he didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all the moment he saw that Xianxia was only an intermediate immortal king. This was a fatal mistake and a very stupid way of doing things that would cost him his life. That genius rushed forward. No one stopped him. Even Yin Zhangxiao and the others had the mentality of watching a show, because they didn't know how scary Xianxia was. In their eyes, Xianxia was just a clown. Jumping out at this time meant that his brain had been squeezed by the door and he was courting death. AI. Seeing the half-step immortal emperor charging at him, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Some people were just like this. They didn't take their own lives seriously. This kind of behavior would only lead to an incomparably miserable ending. Hehe, Xianxia, you're right. You're right. Xianxia, face your death. How dare you disrespect the seventh prince? You'll die for sure. Since you want to avenge your crown prince, you should accompany him in hell. The genius was incomparably arrogant. He launched a punch towards Xianxia's head. The fist was radiating red light. The lethality of this punch was undoubtedly very shocking. No one knew how much energy was contained in this punch. If Xianxia was hit by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, this kind of power also depended on the target. In front of Xianxia, the attack of this genius was just a showy but impractical fist. It was like a child's play. It couldn't be put on the stage. The incomparable speed of the genius's punch was extremely fast. It tore the void apart and reached Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Xianxia was as motionless as a mountain. There wasn't even the slightest ripple in his eyes. He raised his palm casually. Although he looked very confident, his movement was extremely fast. Before the genius's fist could hit Xianxia's head, it was caught by Xianxia's palm. Bang! When the genius's fist collided with Xianxia's palm, it was like a small hammer hitting a mountain. It was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, unable to cause any ripples. What? The genius's expression changed drastically and he immediately cried out in shock. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia in disbelief. He suddenly felt a huge pressure coming from Xianxia's body. Under this invisible pressure, he found it extremely difficult to breathe, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body. The genius was not a fool. He knew that he had underestimated Xianxia. Xianxia was far more terrifying than he had imagined. He might not be a match for Xianxia at all. Retreat. At this moment, the first thing he could think of was to retreat. If he couldn't win, he could only run away. Otherwise, he would lose his life. The genius was about to retreat, but to his horror, he found that his arm had been completely controlled by Xianxia. Xianxia's palm was like a pair of pliers, gripping his fist tightly. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. He couldn't break free from Xianxia's grasp. You came with such momentum, but now you want to run? The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. He exerted force on his arm, and a wave of destructive energy rushed out. Asterisk bang. Asterisk arg, a loud bang was heard. Under the destructive attack of Xianxia, the genius's entire arm was shattered, turning into a mist of blood. It was pulverized on the spot by the terrifying force. A mournful wail sounded in the void. The genius used his other hand to hold his broken arm and yelled in agony. His heart was now filled with regret, cursing himself for being so impulsive. He had never thought that his opponent would be so powerful. An intermediate immortal king wasn't someone he could fight at all. Too bad, it was too late. One of his arms had been broken by Xianxia. To him, it was a huge loss. Even if he didn't die, his cultivation would probably stagnate in the future. Of course, it was a rare luxury for him to not die at this moment. Since Xianxia had decided to attack, he wouldn't show any mercy. With a sway of his body, he came to the side of the genius and punched with his iron fist. His fist landed heavily on the genius's head. Asterisk Kong, asterisk the outcome was already imaginable. The genius's wail stopped abruptly. His head was crushed by Xianxia's punch. An identity brocade pouch floated out from the genius's body and fell into Xianxia's hand. Instant kill. This was a true instant kill. It was just like squashing an ant. It was too easy and casual. The genius's death could be said to be tragic. When he attacked, he wanted to crush Xianxia's head with a single punch, finishing off Xianxia and showing off in front of the seventh prince and Yunyi. He didn't expect that his head would be crushed by his opponent. It was too ironic. What? This time, it was Yun Zhangxiao and the others' turn to exclaim. The expression on their faces hadn't disappeared completely. It was replaced by another kind of horrified expression, making everyone's expression incomparably complicated. Xianxia killed the genius too quickly. It happened in just a blink of an eye. A half-step immortal emperor genius was killed by Xianxia with a single punch. This didn't mean that the genius was weak. The only explanation was that Xianxia was too powerful, so powerful that it shocked them. What a powerful bastard. The way Yunyi looked at Xianxia had completely changed. There was no longer the contempt he had before. Although he still didn't regard Xianxia as his opponent, the fact that an intermediate immortal king genius could kill a half-step immortal emperor so casually was enough to astonish him. He had never seen such a heaven-defying genius before. Once such a genius grew up, he would be the most terrifying and the greatest threat. At this time, Yunyi finally understood why Yun Zhangxiao would lose to such a person and lose all face in the hands of such a person. Damn it. What the hell is this guy? How can he be so powerful? His cultivation base is merely at the intermediate immortal king realm, but his combat strength has already reached such a terrifying level. Even with our cultivation base, we won't be able to kill him. That's right. No wonder the seventh prince would lose his face in his hands. It seems like this opponent is truly extraordinary. It seems like the reason why he dares to stand out is because he has a certain level of strength, but even if he can kill a half-step immortal emperor, he's still too arrogant. The seventh prince and senior brother Yunyi are both mighty immortal emperors, especially senior brother Yunyi, an intermediate immortal emperor supreme expert. Killing him will be as easy as playing a game. The geniuses of Great Cloud Empire were shocked. The way they looked at Xianxia was no longer as contemptuous as before. They didn't have the qualifications to despise someone who was stronger than them. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, the strong would only be respected, even if they were their enemies. What a good fellow, Xianxia. I have never thought that not only your alchemy skill is world-shaking, but your combat strength is also so heaven-defying. It's truly unfortunate for Great Qian Empire to have such a figure like you. An existence like you is the greatest threat to our empire. However, you really shouldn't have rushed out today. This is the stupidest decision you have ever made. You have given me another chance to kill the number one genius of Great Qian Empire, Yun Zhangxiao spoke. His words didn't conceal his admiration for Xianxia. Although they were enemies, Yun Zhangxiao had to admit that Xianxia was an extremely terrifying opponent. Putting aside his combat strength, Yun Zhangxiao was convinced by Xianxia's alchemy skill. Back then in Dan Prefecture, he was also convinced by Xianxia's strength. He had never seen a 10th grade Holy Flame Emperor pill in his life. It was Xianxia who had given him the opportunity to broaden his horizons. Yun Zhangxiao, I know that you have always wanted to kill me to wash away the humiliation you suffered in Dan Prefecture, but unfortunately, you will never have the chance, because you are no longer a match for me. Plus, you are very unlucky to have met me today. I'm not in a good mood. Xianxia spoke. Haha, boasting shamelessly. I have to say that you are much more arrogant than the Crown Prince. Do you think that you can fight me just because you killed a half-step immortal emperor? How ignorant. Today, I will show you my means and let you know how powerful a true immortal emperor is. I will kill you with my own hands to wash away the humiliation of that day. The seventh prince laughed aloud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the heavens and earth. You talk too much nonsense. Hurry up and make your move. I don't want to waste time. Xianxia spoke. He didn't put Yun Zhangxiao in his eyes at all. Given his current combat strength, Yun Zhangxiao was no match for him. The number of dragon marks in his body had already reached 19 million. He only needed 10,000 more to advance to the late immortal king realm. His cultivation base had already stabilized at the peak of intermediate immortal king realm. Defeating Xianxia was nothing to him. Since you are so eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. Xianxia spoke, then leaped up into the sky. He kept the combat sword in his hand, because in his opinion, he didn't need any weapon to deal with Jiang Chen. He was very confident in his means and power. He felt that killing an intermediate immortal king was just a piece of cake. Kong Long, Xianxia unleashed his powerful qi. He transformed into a huge golden hand and lunged at Jiang Chen. The huge golden hand was like a cage, shrouding everything in its path. It was like a huge mountain that could slap the opponent to death with a single blow. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen attacked. Facing Xianxia, he didn't show any mercy. Both of them had long established a hostile relationship. Once they encountered each other, it would be either you or I die. There was no need to say anything. Previously, Jiang Chen had been chased by Nanbei Chao for hundreds of thousands of miles, which made him feel extremely depressed. Now that his cultivation base had improved, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. He immediately used the true dragon palm. Kong Long, the huge blood-red dragon claw was as huge as a mountain. It collided violently with Xianxia's palm. Under the powerful impact of the true dragon palm, Xianxia's attack became vulnerable and was destroyed on the spot. An earth-shattering dragon roar erupted from the powerful true dragon palm, pushing Xianxia 100 meters back before he could regain his balance. Xianxia's body was numb from the impact. His blood and qi were churning, giving him an indescribable discomfort. No. This is impossible. Xianxia was completely horrified. He couldn't believe this result. He was pushed back by a single strike from Jiang Chen. This was even more horrifying than Jiang Chen killing a half-step immortal emperor genius with a single strike, because this was a totally different concept. Terrifying. Too terrifying. How could there be such a heaven-defying figure in the heavens and earth? As a matter of fact, as an alchemist, Xianxia's combat strength wasn't very advantageous. In this world, there was no expert who was proficient in everything, including alchemy and combat strength. Jiang Chen was just an anomaly. Therefore, Xianxia's combat strength was simply not enough to stand in front of Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, even Master Monkey has to say that you are truly ferocious. You are almost half as strong as Master Monkey. Long Shersan's voice was transmitted to Jiang Chen's ears from the wondrous rock. Monkey, can you mother * king shut your mouth? I'm in the middle of a fight. Such a soul-stirring scene isn't suitable for your narcissism. Jiang Chen said speechlessly. This bastard was too narcissistic, but his level was constantly improving. He had been praised by this monkey 3 times in a row. The first time was 1/10 of his, the second time was 1/5 of his, and now, it was 1/2 of his. His progress was really not small. Go, use your ultimate move and kill him in your most ferocious manner. Long Shersan seemed incomparably excited in the wondrous rock. Jiang Chen felt that if it wasn't for the lack of time, this bastard would have already rushed out with his iron staff. The atmosphere of the scene became incomparably solemn all of a sudden. It wasn't just Xianxia who was shocked. Everyone in Great Cloud Empire was stunned, including Yunyi. They already knew that Jiang Chen was very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. After all, killing a half-step immortal emperor and defeating an early immortal emperor were 2 completely different concepts. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be just like this. How dare you threaten to kill me with such little capability? I really have no idea where you got your confidence from. Today, none of you will be leaving. All of you will die. Jiang Chen's qi was unparalleled. His killing intent was overflowing. He would never show any mercy to the people of Great Cloud Empire. All of you? You sure talk big. Do you think that I, Yunyi, am just a decoration? After listening to Jiang Chen's arrogant words, Yunyi was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore. No one had ever dared to look down on him. Jiang Chen was indeed powerful. He was the most powerful genius he had ever seen, an absolute monstrous genius, but genius didn't mean invincibility. From Jiang Chen's attack just now, Yunyi had already seen that although Jiang Chen's combat strength could defeat the early immortal Emperor 7th Prince, Xianxia, Jiang Chen was absolutely no match for him. You are right. I have really treated you as a decoration. I'm going to kill Xianxia now. Let's see how you are going to stop me. Jiang Chen spoke, then struck out the Azure Dragon 5 steps. Each step was as heavy as millions of tons of force, lunging at Xianxia with extreme speed. Yuni, you don't have to do it. I don't believe that I can't deal with a puny intermediate immortal king. Xianxia stopped him just as Yuni was about to make a move. He was a very arrogant man. From the very beginning, he had never put Jiang Chen in his eyes. Plus, Jiang Chen had brought him great humiliation. If he couldn't kill Jiang Chen with his own hands today, how could he wash away the humiliation? More importantly, if he had to rely on Yuni to kill Jiang Chen, it would add to his humiliation. Because he had been defeated in the collision just now, he was defeated in alchemy and combat. Even if Jiang Chen died, it would leave a lingering shadow in his heart. More importantly, Xianxia didn't believe that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen given his current strength. The attack just now was just a probing attack. It was all because he underestimated Jiang Chen that he was defeated. If he was serious, Jiang Chen absolutely wouldn't be a match for him. Xianxia was very confident about this. It was a pity that people tended to be overconfident at times, and once that happened, the ending would be more miserable. Boundless palm. Xianxia no longer concealed his strength. In the face of Jiang Chen's powerful attack, he displayed the unique immortal technique of Great Cloud Empire. Both of them struck out complicated seals, and a huge boundless palm, which was many times more powerful than the palm he had formed just now. With unparalleled destructive power, it shrouded Jiang Chen. At this time, Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps had reached the 4th step. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was a powerful offensive true dragon combat skill. Every step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps carried boundless destructive force. The void could be crushed at any time. Just like now, the first 3 steps of Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps had created 3 huge holes in the void. The power of the 4th step was almost equal to the total power of the previous 3 steps. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Jiang Chen stepped on the boundless palm. The dignified immortal technique of Great Cloud Empire was so vulnerable in front of Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon 5 steps. It was crushed into pieces on the spot. After the boundless palm was destroyed, Xianxia once again suffered a certain amount of recoil, forcing him to take a dozen steps back. At this time, no matter how confident he was, he knew that he was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. He couldn't understand why Jiang Chen could be so powerful, but that wasn't important anymore. What was important was that his goal of killing Jiang Chen today was no longer achievable. Asterisk bang. Asterisk after shattering the boundless palm, Jiang Chen didn't stop there. He had already used the last step of the Azure Dragon 5 steps and arrived above Xianxia in the blink of an eye. If he stomped down on Xianxia, even if he couldn't kill Xianxia, he wouldn't be able to survive. Not good. Xianxia exclaimed. He could feel the terror of Jiang Chen's move. Given his current condition, he was no match for Jiang Chen, or perhaps, he couldn't withstand it at all. He could feel the threat of death from Jiang Chen. Under such a threatening situation, he felt his soul trembling. It was a feeling that he had never felt before. Although Xianxia was an early immortal emperor peerless genius, he was still an expert in alchemy. In terms of combat strength, he was still slightly inferior to experts like Yang Bufan and Crown Prince. Now that he was facing Jiang Chen, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Xianxia, die. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was radiating dazzling golden light, like a war god soaring into the sky. The terrifying foot that was manifested was a few dozen meters in size, like a mountain, pressing down on Xianxia. Azure wings, save me. At this moment of life and death, Xianxia couldn't care less about his face anymore. At this time only Azure wings could save him. Xianxia didn't even need to shout. Yoni was already ready to strike. He couldn't just watch the 7th prince be killed by someone else. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his superiors. The 7th prince had a very high status in Great Cloud Empire. He was a young king and a genius alchemist. He was very famous in East Xuanyu. He could be said to be the pride of the young generation of Great Cloud Empire. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be the future emperor of Great Cloud Empire. If he was killed by Xianxia, it would be a great loss to Great Cloud Empire. Stop! Yuni bellowed. He turned into a stream of light and lunged at Xianxia. I've said it before. You can't save him, blood demon. Xianxia bellowed coldly. The door of the Zulong Tower opened with a clatter. Then, an earth-shattering roar was heard. An extremely majestic blood demon king appeared out of thin air like a ghost, blocking Yunyi's path. The blood demon king roared again and again. Ever since he was subdued by Xianxia, he had been staying in the ancestral dragon pagoda obediently. He had long been driven mad by the suffocation. Now that he had the chance to come out and kill, he naturally wanted to release the depressed and tyrannical chi in his heart. What the hell? Yuni was dumbfounded on the spot. He had never thought of this sudden change. What shocked him was that this big guy that appeared out of nowhere had an astonishing combat strength. His cultivation base was almost the same as him, an intermediate immortal emperor. Yuni was stunned on the spot. Get out of my way! Yuni bellowed and struck out a palm at the blood demon king. He didn't expect this palm strike to kill the monster in front of him, but he must force it back. Otherwise, Xianxia would be in real danger. That Xianxia was obviously not a kind person. He wouldn't show any mercy when he attacked. As long as there was a moment of delay, Xianxia would probably die tragically in the hands of Xianxia. Roar, the blood demon king bellowed. He raised his fist and punched at Yunyi's attack. The physical body of the blood demon was just too strong. Plus, the blood demon king had swallowed a blood dragon fruit, which made his combat strength even more terrifying. Even if he couldn't defeat a powerful figure like Yuni, he could still ensure that he wouldn't be defeated. Kong Long, Yuni and the blood demon king clashed fiercely in an instant, neither of them winning or losing. Bang. With such a delay, Xianxia's foot had already landed heavily on Xianxia's body. This was the peerless power of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Xianxia was already trembling in fear. Plus, he thought that Yuni could save him. So he didn't even put up any effective resistance and was trampled by the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Arg, a miserable wail resounded through the sky. One of Xianxia's arms was crushed by Xianxia. His body was covered with blood and his eyeballs were about to pop out. But Xianxia was after all an immortal emperor expert. Even though he wasn't trampled to death immediately, it didn't make any difference. His entire being was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He was grabbed by Xianxia like a dead dog. 7th Prince. The geniuses of Great Cloud Empire couldn't keep their composure. The 7th Prince was their master. The higher-ups of Great Cloud Empire had said that he would have great luck and opportunity after entering the Golden Horizon, but at this moment, the 7th Prince's life was in the hands of others. Yuni was also blocked by an evil spirit that came out of nowhere. It seemed like he couldn't spare any effort to save the 7th Prince. Xianxia, let go of the 7th Prince, or else you will die miserably. Yuni was in a terrible state, but he still couldn't get rid of the Blood Demon King. The Blood Demon King was just too powerful and belonged to the same level as him. It was already very good that he could fight the Blood Demon King to a draw. It was obviously impossible for him to save Xianxia. Yuni roared at Xianxia. At this time, he could only threaten Xianxia with words, even though he knew that such a threat wouldn't have any effect on Xianxia. Xianxia, how dare you hurt our 7th Prince? Hurry up and let the 7th Prince go, lest you make a grave mistake. Damn it. Xianxia, do you know what you are doing? Each of the half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Great Cloud Empire was anxious, but none of them dared to take the initiative to attack. Even the 7th Prince wasn't a match for Xianxia and was almost trampled to death by Xianxia's foot. There was no doubt that Xianxia could kill them with a single breath if they rushed forward. Haha. You fools. How dare you threaten me at this moment? I really don't know what's in your mind. Could it be that only you are allowed to kill the Crown Prince of Great Qian Empire, but I can't kill your prince? Do you know what you are doing when you killed my Crown Prince? You have made a grave mistake. Now is the time for me to avenge my Crown Prince. Xianxia laughed aloud, carrying Xianxia like a dead chicken. Presently, Yun Zhongxiao didn't even have the strength to struggle in Jiang Chen's hand, let alone resist. He was already considered lucky that Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon 5 steps didn't take his life. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and save the seventh prince. Yunyi shouted at the few half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Great Cloud Empire. Upon hearing this, their facial expression changed dramatically, and they began to curse in their hearts. Yunyi had really opened his mouth. Asking them to save the seventh prince was no different than asking them to die, but if they watched the seventh prince being killed by Jiang Chen, they would no longer be able to show their faces in Great Cloud Empire anymore. Not to mention the future, they reckoned that Yunyi himself wouldn't let them go. Let's attack together. Let's buy some time first. Some of them gritted their teeth and took out their immortal weapons. Several of them rushed out at the same time towards Jiang Chen. Right now, they had no other choice. Even though they knew that their opponent was a ferocious tiger, they still had to act. Humph. Trash like you guys aren't even qualified for me to personally deal with you. Blood demon, come out and kill them all. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. Along with his command, another blood light rushed out of the Zulong Tower, followed by an earth-shattering roar. Another blood demon king rushed out. Although its cultivation base wasn't as strong as the one that was fighting Yunyi, it was still an early immortal emperor. It was just too easy for it to kill these half-step immortal emperor geniuses of Great Cloud Empire. Damn it. Another evil creature. How can this be? Why are these powerful evil creatures obeying Jiang Chen's command? It's too late. This evil creature has already reached the early immortal emperor realm. We are no match for it. All of a sudden, they panicked. They could feel a strong sense of crisis from the Blood Demon King. That was a threat to their lives. Asterisk roar, asterisk the Blood Demon King didn't care whether they were panicking or not. Immediately, it let out a roar and struck out its sharp claws. Its speed increased to the extreme, reaching one of them in a blink. The disciple tried his best to resist, but how could he be a match for the Blood Demon King? He was torn into pieces by the Blood Demon King and died miserably on the spot. Run! Upon seeing this, the other two didn't dare to delay any longer. They had already disregarded the life of the seventh prince and turned to run. These two were very smart. They knew that they were fleeing in different directions. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The Blood Demon King wouldn't give them the chance to escape. The speed of the Blood Demon King was incredibly fast. With a swipe of its claws, it caught the two of them respectively, then exerted its brute force and slammed the two of them together. Arg, two wails were heard at the same time. The two half-step immortal emperor geniuses collided with the brute force of the Blood Demon King. Their sturdy bodies were crushed on the spot. Both of them died miserably. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk the Blood Demon King roared at the sky. Both of his hands kept pounding his chest, as though killing 3 people wasn't enough for him. An evil creature like the Blood Demon was born bloodthirsty. What it liked the most was killing. Just like the Blood Demon King, it had been cooped up in the Zulong Tower for too long. Now that it had suddenly emerged to kill people, it was naturally fierce and domineering. Jiang Chen, you. Yun Yi's eyes turned red. He was infuriated to the extreme. Today, they were supposed to kill the Crown Prince of Great Qian Empire. They had indeed succeeded in killing the Crown Prince. It was supposed to be a matter worthy of celebration, but who would have thought that a half-step immortal emperor like Jiang Chen would appear out of nowhere? Furthermore, he was so terrifying that he could even subdue the Blood Demon for his own use. All of their geniuses were killed in the blink of an eye. The seventh prince was also captured. It seemed almost impossible for them to survive. Asterisk roar, asterisk the Blood Demon King didn't even give Yunyi a chance to speak. He continued the fierce battle. The order he received from Jiang Chen was to deal with Yunyi. As such, the Blood Demon King would attack recklessly. Even if he couldn't kill Yunyi, he couldn't let Yunyi affect his master. Jiang Chen ignored Yunyi. He didn't intend to keep Yunyi here. Given Yunyi's strength, he wouldn't be able to stop him even with the help of the Blood Demon King, unless Monkey jumped out of the rock at this time. Jiang Chen, if you kill me, it will directly lead to a war between the two empires. At that time, the entire East Xuanyu won't have peace, Can you afford this responsibility? The seventh prince spoke. You killed the crown prince, so this war is inevitable. Besides, I, Xianxia, don't care about the war. I only know that you want to kill me, so I will kill you. It's very fair, don't you think? Xianxia said faintly. He was determined to kill Xianxia today. No matter what reason Xianxia gave, it couldn't stop Xianxia's determination to kill him. Xianxia would never leave an enemy who deliberately wanted his life in this world. Haha, I didn't expect that I, Xianxia, who has been smart all my life, would eventually die in your hands. Xianxia suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was incomparably sad. He was very unwilling. He had a great future and might be the emperor of an empire in the future. Now, everything was over. All his dreams had become a bubble. Everything would no longer exist. Die. Xianxia slapped Xianxia's head mercilessly, killing him on the spot. His brocade pouch also fell into Xianxia's hand. By killing Xianxia, Xianxia had obtained the luck of both Xianxia and the crown prince. However, Xianxia didn't care about this luck. Although both of them were the crown prince and the crown prince, their luck was too weak compared to Xianxia's. Xianxia, you have killed the seventh prince. Be prepared to face the revenge of Great Cloud Empire. You will die miserably and without a burial place. Yuni struggled to shake off the Blood Demon King's attack. After leaving a ruthless remark, he flew away and vanished in the blink of an eye. Roar, the Blood Demon King bellowed, preparing to give chase. There's no need to chase after him. Xianxia spoke, signaling the Blood Demon King to stop pursuing Yuni. If Yuni wanted to leave, it would be useless to chase after him. Xianxia had already achieved his goal. Letting Yuni go would be beneficial to him. He could use Yuni's mouth to spread the news of today's battle. Xianxia would be able to avenge the crown prince by killing the seventh prince of Great Cloud Empire. This news would be very beneficial to Xianxia and Yang Bufan. When they returned to Great Qian Empire, their status would rise once again. Xianxia didn't care about the identity and status of Great Qian Empire, but he wanted to do something for Yang Bufan. After all, the crown prince was dead. Next would be the battle between Yang Bufan and King Ping. By helping Yang Bufan, he could suppress King Ping's arrogance and improve King Fan's status. This was what Xianxia wanted to see. In Xianxia's heart, Great Qian Empire was merely a relay station. He still had a long way to go. He wouldn't stop at a place like Great Qian Empire. But now that he was here, he wanted to do something for Yang Bufan. He wanted to witness Yang Bufan's growth and personally help Great Qian Empire build an unparalleled emperor. That bastard actually escaped. Humph. That bastard is really lucky. Master Monkey can't come out yet. Otherwise, Master Monkey would have sent him to the Western Paradise with one strike. Lan Shersan's voice came from the wondrous rock. This bastard was starting to be narcissistic again. However, Xianxia had absolute faith in Lan Shersan's words. Even the powerful northern and southern dynasties weren't a match for Lan Shersan, let alone a mere Yuni. Letting him go won't do me any harm. I can use his mouth to spread the news for me. Now, I'm going to keep the corpses of the crown prince and the others so that I can claim credit when I return. Hee hee. Xianxia chuckled and kept the corpses of the crown prince and Yu Hao into the Zulong Tower. He could claim credit when he returned. Sinister, but I like it. Lan Shersan praised Xianxia's sinister behavior from the wondrous rock. Alright. My depression has been vented after killing Xianxia. Where are we going next? Monkey, do you have a destination? Asked Xianxia. Keep going in the same direction. There's an immortal vault there, said Lan Shersan. Xianxia didn't have the slightest doubt about the monkey's words. He kept the two Blood Demon Kings into the Zulong Tower and quickly flew towards the direction that Lan Shersan had pointed out. His intuition told him that according to the direction that Lan Shersan had pointed out, he would surely be able to obtain some fortune. Now that the Golden Horizon had been opened for 8 to 9 days, the great fortune should have appeared. Besides, if it wasn't for Lan Shersan, Xianxia wouldn't have met Xianxia at all, and wouldn't have been able to get rid of such a formidable enemy, let alone release the depression that was brought to him by the northern and southern dynasties. At least now, Xianxia felt refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Kong Long, just as Xianxia flew forward for 10,000 miles, a dull roar suddenly rang from the front. Then, a beam of light soared into the sky. Even though the light was thousands of miles away, Xianxia could still see it clearly. The beam of light was as thick as an arm, swaying back and forth in the void. It was as white as jade, like a white dragon. Wherever the white light swayed, the void would also sway. It was caused by the void being torn apart. Just a single beam of white light already had such a powerful force. Haha. Did you see that? An immortal vault is about to be unearthed. Little Xianxia, let me tell you, as long as you follow Master Monkey, I guarantee that you will benefit endlessly. Seeing the white light, Xianxia immediately burst into laughter excitedly. His laughter didn't forget to contain a trace of narcissism. Xianxia nodded secretly and tolerated the monkey's narcissism. He had to admit that the monkey was indeed powerful. In terms of sensing treasures, it was almost comparable to the Dahuang dog. These two guys, one was a dragon horse variant, and the other was a battle ape. They were the most unusual species in the world and could not be judged by common sense. It's the chi of the immortal vault. Master Dongfeng once said that the Golden Horizon is an ancient battlefield. There are many ancient relics in it, many of which were left behind by ancient experts. Back then, countless powerful immortal venerables had fallen here. It's said that even great sovereigns have fallen here. This place is mysterious and unpredictable. I wonder what kind of treasures will be unearthed this time. Xianxia spoke. The Golden Horizon was an ancient battlefield. Any changes that occurred here couldn't be underestimated. The opening of each immortal vault represented great luck and opportunity. It would certainly attract geniuses to come and fight for it. Don't waste time. Hurry up. Xianxia hurriedly urged. Why are you more excited than me when you come out from the stone? Xianxia rolled his eyes. This monkey wouldn't be able to come out for the time being. Even if there was a huge immortal vault outside, it had nothing to do with the monkey. That's for sure. Master Monkey is currently relying on the chi of your Zulong Tower. The stronger your Zulong Tower is, the faster I can come out. Any immortal vault here is full of danger. There must be plenty of powerful evil spirits. When the time comes, you can go on a killing spree and at least restore the Zulong Tower. Xianxia spoke. So you have your eyes on the Zulong Tower. No wonder you were willing to be kept by me back then. Xianxia came to a sudden realization. He recalled the time when he first encountered the wondrous stone in the ancient tomb. No one could lift its chi. Only he could use the Zulong Tower to keep it. Now, it seemed that it wasn't because he was powerful, but because Xianxia had taken a fancy to the environment inside the Zulong Tower. It seemed that the environment of the Zulong Tower had indeed helped Xianxia a lot. Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have grown so fast. Now, cracks had appeared on the Zulong Tower during the battle with the northern and southern dynasties. This was detrimental to the true emergence of Xianxia. If he could kill some powerful evil spirits and restore the Zulong Tower to its perfect state, it would be of great help to Xianxia's cultivation. Alright, I'll go and have a look now. Xianxia's body flickered and vanished like a ghost. Back then, he had lent the environment inside the Zulong Tower to Xianxia. Now, it seemed that it was worth it. After all, Xianxia had saved his life. There was no doubt that it would be beneficial for him to be together with an immemorial battle spirit like Xianxia. 2,000 miles ahead, the chi of the unearthing of the immortal vault spread rapidly. Many geniuses nearby were attracted by it. One after another, powerful silhouettes began to fly towards this direction. Of course, the Golden Horizon was too vast. There were plenty of spatial zones that were divided into countless regions. There were geniuses and immortal vaults in each region. Even at this moment, when the immortal vault was unearthed, other immortal vaults might also be unearthed in other regions, attracting a large number of geniuses. Tens of thousands of geniuses were distributed in countless regions. It was impossible for an immortal vault to attract all the geniuses. It had already been 8 to 9 days. All the major powers had been disrupted. To any genius, it was a very difficult thing to find their own people. However, it wouldn't be a problem for the Immortal Vault to attract at least 2 to 3,000 geniuses. 2 to 3,000 geniuses were already an incomparably large group. There must be some peerless experts among them. The geniuses of the 3 immortal domains would be distributed here. Perhaps, there were even geniuses from the immortal courts. Xianxia was very clear about this. He was also looking forward to it very much. Ever since he entered the Golden Horizon, the geniuses he encountered were all from East Xuanyu. The unearthing of the Immortal Vault was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Xianxia to witness the graceful bearing of the geniuses of the 3 immortal domains. Regarding this, Xianxia was incomparably excited. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk whoosh, asterisk along the way, silhouettes streaked across the sky like meteors from different directions. Each of their faces revealed a look of excitement. Obviously, they had come for the unearthing of the Immortal Vault. The light drifting in the sky was getting stronger and stronger. The chi of the Immortal Vault had spread to at least tens of thousands of miles away. In other words, the geniuses, and even the evil spirits within this area had discovered the situation and were scrambling to fly here. No one would miss such an opportunity in the face of the unearthing of a powerful Immortal Vault. Hurry up. We've been here for so long. Finally, an Immortal Vault is going to be unearthed. Judging from the chi of the white light, I'm afraid that it's a relic left behind by at least a mighty immortal venerable. That's right. It should be an ancient tomb. There's no doubt about it. The relic has existed for countless years. Now, it's finally going to open. There must be a lot of benefits. Didn't we come to the Golden Horizon for this? Everyone who was heading towards the direction of the Immortal Vault seemed incomparably excited, because they had very strong expectations for the Immortal Vault. Those who entered the Golden Horizon were the geniuses among geniuses. Each of them was very confident in their own luck and firmly believed that they would obtain great opportunities and benefits. They longed to make a name for themselves in the Golden Horizon, hoping that they would be put in an important position by the major powers and even have the chance to enter the legendary Immortal Court. Xianxia's speed was very fast. In just a blink, he had arrived at the place where the Immortal Vault had been unearthed. It was a mountain range. The pillar of light came from the lowest part of the mountain range. What was surprising was that there was only light there, but no entrance to the Immortal Vault. At this moment, a lot of people had already gathered in this mountain range. There seemed to be at least 1,000 of them. More and more powerful experts were coming towards them. It seemed like the unearthing of the Immortal Vault had caused quite a commotion. The Immortal Vault hasn't been unearthed yet. The exit hasn't appeared yet. We still have to wait. I don't think we can wait for too long. I estimate that the exit will appear in an hour at most. Damn it. The unearthing of the Immortal Vault has attracted a lot of powerful experts. Look at that man. I heard that he is an expert of the Immortal Court of Miluo Immortal Domain. He has already reached the late Immortal Emperor realm at such a young age. Truly terrifying. His name is Yipeng, a genius of the Immortal Court of Miluo Immortal Domain. He isn't someone we can afford to offend. Did you guys see that? There are a few intermediate Immortal Emperor geniuses here. All of them are powerful figures of major powers. It seems like it's going to be very difficult for us to obtain any benefits even if we enter the Immortal Vault. That's not necessarily true. No one can predict the fortune. If we can obtain the inheritance of a powerful immortal venerable, our cultivation base will advance by leaps and bounds. We won't have to be afraid of them. The exit of the Immortal Vault hadn't appeared yet, but the crowd had already begun to discuss it. The topic of discussion wasn't about the situation inside the Immortal Vault, but whether there were true experts among these people. Xianxia looked over and sighed. The immortal world was just too vast and there were too many geniuses. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to be the best among the young generation. Xianxia's eyes also fell upon Yipeng. The fact that this man could enter the Golden Horizon indicated that he wasn't even 50 years old. The fact that he was able to reach the late Immortal Emperor realm at such a young age was enough to show his heaven-defying talent. Such a genius was destined to be a brilliant star no matter where he went. Apart from Yipeng, there were also plenty of geniuses from the major powers of the 3 immortal domains. A few of them were intermediate immortal emperors like Yang Lang and Shan Chong. Such figures were incomparably terrifying. At least, given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, he was certainly no match for them. When Master Monkey is born, these guys won't even be able to stand in front of Master Monkey. Long Shan spoke proudly. Jiang Chen didn't doubt this at all. The fact that he was able to send the northern and southern dynasties flying with a single strike was enough to show the scariness of Long Shan. Thinking of the tragic situation of the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. The northern and southern dynasties could have cultivated the Eye of Heaven, but unfortunately they encountered Monkey. The fiery golden eyes of Monkey had blinded their Eye of Heaven, causing all their efforts to go to waste. It was imaginable how aggrieved and angry the northern and southern dynasties were. More and more people arrived. Many of them were no longer as excited as before. Their faces began to reveal gloomy expressions. These people were generally not very strong. The more experts there were, the greater the threat to them. Their chances of obtaining treasures and opportunities would be reduced by a lot. After all, there were too many experts. They still had some self-awareness. They knew that competing with these geniuses for treasures and resources was an act of courting death. But still, no one backed out. What a joke, who would want to back out at this time? Compared to the tens of thousands of people that came in, these people were not that competitive. Moreover, after entering the immortal trove, they just needed to be careful and try not to collide with those monstrous experts. If their luck was good, it was not impossible for them to obtain some precious treasures. Asterisk rumble, asterisk the pure white light in the sky was about to condense into a substance. It shook its head and swayed its tail. Every time it swayed, a powerful roar would be heard. The momentum of this white light alone was enough to show that this immortal trove was not ordinary. But as for what kind of treasures were inside and what kind of powerful expert left this immortal trove, no one knew. Perhaps they would only know after the exit was opened. This was what everyone was looking forward to. At this moment, an incomparably eerie aura flew over from afar. A black shadow streaked past like a black gust of wind in the night, arriving in front of the mountain in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was a young man dressed in a loose black robe. There were several skulls embroidered on the black robe, and it was extremely eerie. This young man was very thin, but his neck was very long. His lips were black. At first glance, it was obvious that he was not a righteous person. His body emitted an evil aura. It seemed that he cultivated an evil technique, which was even more sinister than the people of the devil religion. Jia, there are quite a lot of people here. The young man's sharp eyes looked around and gave a cold smile. It's He Lang from the Corpsine sect in East Xuanyu of the ethereal immortal domain. I didn't expect him to also appear. He's really annoying. That's right, the people of the Corpse sect are really annoying. They cultivate evil techniques that are even worse than the devil sect. They specialize in refining other people's corpses and are extremely ruthless. If we go against the people of the Corpse sect, there is an 80% chance that we will die. After we enter the immortal treasury, we should stay away from this fiend. I have heard of the East Xuanyu sect. The people of this sect live in the dark. Their way of doing things is despised by the world. They are all insidious and ruthless. This He Lang's cultivation base has already reached the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm. His means are also extremely terrifying. In any case, we just have to stay away from him. The appearance of He Lang immediately aroused the disgust of many people. The Corpse sect itself was a repulsive sect because their way of doing things was not tolerated by the world. Even in East Xuanyu, very few people were willing to deal with the Corpse sect. Everyone stayed away from them and didn't want to provoke them. After the emergence of the black silhouette, a few intermediate immortal emperors appeared one after another. All of them came from different regions or even different immortal worlds. As the number of people increased, the vigilance of each other increased. So far, however, there was only one late immortal emperor, Yi Peng. After all, such experts were too rare and they might not be in this region. It was already amazing to have one of them appear. Additionally, the emergence of Yi Peng had made many of the geniuses feel tremendous pressure. After all, no one was willing to clash with Yi Peng. Plus, Yi Peng was a member of the immortal court. Who would dare to provoke the immortal court unless they were tired of living? Even a major power like Great Qian Empire wouldn't dare to provoke the immortal court for no reason. The mighty immortal court could easily annihilate Great Qian Empire. With a flash of brilliance, a peerless beauty appeared. She was clad in blue clothes, walking in the air. The appearance of this woman immediately attracted countless gazes. Or rather, it could be said that she attracted everyone's gazes. Beautiful. Very beautiful, this was a very beautiful woman. Her blue dress fluttered in the wind, but it couldn't hide her graceful and exquisite figure. Her impressive breasts gave her the greatest pride of a woman. The woman's face was as white as jade, and her lips were red even without lipstick. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes were like black gems, deep and bottomless. She had flat eyebrows and proud eyes. The arrogance radiating from her bones was a kind of noble temperament. Her face was cold, giving people the feeling that she was 1,000 miles away from them. What a beautiful woman! Who is she? She has already reached the terrifying intermediate immortal emperor realm at such a young age. Is she the saintess of some major power? It's Lan Lingji, the saintess of exquisite paradise of East Xuanyu. I've long heard that Lan Lingji is unparalleled and beautiful. Now that I've seen her today, she's truly extraordinary. I wonder how many heroes would covet such a peerless beauty. Not only is this Lan Lingji beautiful, but her talent is also extremely terrifying. I heard that she is the disciple of Venerable Ling Long. She has already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm at such a young age. It's truly an honor to see her today. Innumerable exclamations of amazement were heard. A woman like Lan Lingji would undoubtedly cause a great commotion wherever she went. This was an undeniable fact. The saintess of exquisite paradise was a famous figure among the younger generation of Eastern Profound Domain. She was a representative. There are really a lot of geniuses here. Xianxia nodded. The unearthing of the immortal vault had allowed him to truly witness the outstanding talents of the young generation of the immortal world. Compared to these early immortal emperors like Yin Zhangxiao and King Ping seemed to be more than enough. Of course, figures like King Ping and Yang Bufan couldn't be underestimated, because they were people with great luck. As long as they could obtain some fortune here, they would be able to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm at any time. At that time, both their cultivation base and status would advance further, allowing them to stand shoulder to shoulder with figures like Lan Lingji. Brat, you already have 3 wives. Why are you still staring at Lan Lingji? Don't you have any shame? Lan Shersan's voice was heard disdainfully. F***CKU. Who has 3 wives? Who's staring at Lan Lingji? Do you think I'm looking at her seriously? Jiang Chen was speechless. *Jia, ***Jia. Lan Lingji, I didn't expect to meet you here. I've missed you very much. A discordant and insidious laughter sounded all of a sudden. The voice came from He Lang's mouth. Lan Lingji raised her beautiful eyes to look at He Lang and harrumphed coldly. He Lang, I'm going to dig your eyes out if you continue to look at me. I.O. The saintess of exquisite paradise has quite a temper. Lan Lingji, you are getting more and more charming. You have made me miss you every day and night. If you marry me, exquisite paradise and Corpsine sect will form a marriage alliance. The day of us competing for hegemony in East Xuanyu will be just around the corner. He Lang's lustful eyes kept sweeping across Lan Lingji's body, not concealing his desire for her at all. Courting death. Lan Lingji's temper obviously wasn't good. Immediately, she struck out a blue light at He Lang. With a sway of his body, He Lang had already teleported away, leaving an afterimage behind. Lan Lingji's blue light could only destroy the afterimage of He Lang. Eventually, He Lang turned into a black light and vanished. Your temper isn't small, but I like it. I'm going to get you sooner or later. He Lang licked his lips as if he had seen a gluttonous prey. He Lang, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish now. Immediately, Lan Lingji's body erupted with ice-cold killing intent. It seemed like she was going to kill He Lang at any moment. I won't play with you for now. After I enter the immortal vault and obtain the treasures, I'll go and subdue you. He Lang said. Innumerable murderous gazes fell upon He Lang. If gazes could kill, He Lang would have been dismembered. One should know that Lan Lingji was a goddess-like existence in the eyes of many people. He Lang's act of profaning the goddess in front of so many people naturally aroused public indignation. However, they couldn't deny He Lang's guts. In East Xuanyu, there weren't many who had the guts to flirt with the saintess of exquisite paradise. He Lang, had done what most of them wanted to do but didn't dare to. As for those murderous gazes, He Lang didn't care at all, as if they weren't looking at him. He Lang, why are you so arrogant? Your brother He Kuei has been killed, but you couldn't do anything about it. Now, you're here to make a fool of yourself. Even I feel ashamed for you. Lan Lingji spoke coldly, not letting go of the chance to attack He Lang. Upon hearing this, He Lang's face turned incomparably cold. Substantial killing intent burst out from his body. I don't need you to remind me. I'll kill that Xianxia sooner or later to avenge my brother. He Lang spoke coldly. Little Qinzi, it seems like you have one more powerful enemy. Long Shisan reminded. He Kuei's elder brother? Very well. I hope he won't provoke me. Otherwise, I'll let him reunite with his brother. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He already had a lot of enemies, so adding one more wouldn't matter. Although he didn't expect that He Lang was He Kuei's elder brother, it didn't matter to him. He wouldn't hesitate to kill as many people of Cultivation sect. It was fine if He Lang didn't provoke him, but if he did, Jiangchen wouldn't show any mercy. The means of Cultivation sect were naturally incomparably ruthless and powerful, but they were destined to be unlucky if they encountered Jiangchen. Jiangchen's existence was simply the natural enemy of the people of Cultivation sect. He was no different from dealing with demonic devils and evil creatures. Buzz, all of a sudden, the white light in the sky began to emit a buzzing sound. The powerful white light gradually dimmed. Look, the white light is dimming. The exit is about to appear. That's right. When the white light disappears, the exit will surely appear. The immortal vault is finally going to be unearthed. Everyone, get ready. When the exit appears, we'll enter it immediately. All of a sudden, the white light dimmed a lot. This meant that the immortal vault was about to be unearthed. When the white light vanished, the exit of the immortal vault would appear. At this moment, everyone was fully prepared, ready to rush into the exit as soon as it appeared. Very soon, the white light completely disappeared. In the place where the light disappeared, a spatial gate appeared. It was an illusory gate that looked very unreal. That gate exuded an ancient aura along with rays of golden light. It was calm and dignified, giving off an extremely dignified feeling. The door has appeared. Someone yelled. Silhouettes began to rush towards the door. There were two people at the front, one of them was Yipeng and the other was He Lang. You want to compete with me? Yipeng glared at He Lang, Lung, who was almost on par with him, and spoke with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. I don't dare. You go first. Immediately, He Lang revealed a smile and made a gesture of inviting Yipeng to go first. Although he was arrogant and condescending, he wasn't a fool. It wouldn't do him any good to become Yipeng's enemy at this time. Each of the geniuses of the immortal court was incomparably terrifying. He Lang knew that he absolutely wasn't Yipeng's opponent, at least not now. Yipeng flicked his sleeves and was the first to rush into the spatial door. Seeing Yipeng vanish, He Lang's eyes flickered with a sinister and cold light. Humph! How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? When I advance to the late immortal emperor realm, I will kill you first and take away your luck. He Lang's character was just like his name. He was a mad wolf. Anyone who made an enemy of such a figure wouldn't have a good end. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Once someone was marked by him, one must always be on guard. Such a person's style of doing things was incomparably ruthless. He never cared about morality. In his heart, there was only his own benefit. Everything he did was to pave the way for his own goal. After Yipeng and He Lang entered, a large group of people started to rush towards the door. All of them fought to be the first because they knew that this kind of door to the immortal treasury had existed for countless years and was left behind by experts when they were still alive. There was a time limit to opening it, and if they couldn't enter within the time limit, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to enter again and miss a great opportunity. In just a minute, all the geniuses on the mountain range had entered the immortal vault. Xianxia was the last to enter. He roughly estimated that there would be at least 2,000 geniuses entering the immortal vault. The number of geniuses entering the immortal vault could only be more, not less. Such a lineup was already very scary. After entering the void gate, everyone entered a space of nothingness. This was an alternate space, or rather, it was a space personally created by an unparalleled expert. It was incomparably sturdy, completely isolated from the outside world. The space was very vast, and one could not see the end of it. The atmosphere was lifeless. Haze was everywhere in the space, but everyone had already prepared themselves for such a situation. After all, this was an ancient tomb, a spatial relic left behind by an ancient person. No one knew how many years it had existed. It was very normal for it to emit an ancient air of decay. Judging by the structure of this space, I'm afraid that it's a relic left behind by an intermediate immortal venerable expert, or even a late immortal venerable expert. He must be a peerless figure. I wonder what kind of treasures are inside. Someone spoke. Those who came in were all experts. The lowest cultivation base among them was at least a half-step immortal emperor. They were proficient in the control of the spatial law. They could judge the cultivation base of the expert who created the spatial zone through the range and hardness of the spatial zone. There's nothing here. It's just a vast expanse of whiteness, like a country of nothingness. Where are we going to look for treasures? Someone looked around. This place was too illusory. Even the path under their feet was illusory. Everything was like an illusion, incomparably unreal. Under such circumstances, even if they wanted to look for treasures, they wouldn't know where to go. More than 2,000 people stopped in a country of nothingness. Even Yi Peng and He Lang, who came in first, had no choice but to stop, because they didn't know where to go. Everyone felt as though they had entered an illusory realm instead of an immortal vault. Voila! Suddenly, a huge ancient stone tablet appeared out of thin air without any sign. The stone tablet was very large, about 30 meters tall. It was floating in front of them. There were cracks everywhere on the stone tablet. No one knew how long it had existed, but the surface of the stone tablet was spotless and incomparably clean. It's a stone tablet. Someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes fell upon the stone tablet. Voila! All of a sudden, the surface of the stone tablet flickered. It was a golden light. Xianxia could tell at a glance that it was the Buddha light, an incomparably pure Buddha light. Every ray of light that was emitted seemed to be the chanting of a great Buddha. It's the Buddha light. It seems like it's a Tao legacy left behind by an ancient great Buddha. Xianxia's eyes trembled. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the stone tablet. This reminded him of the blood-red stone tablet in Tyrant's hand. However, these two stone tablets didn't have the slightest connection. They were completely different existences. The stone tablet in Tyrant's hand was a true supreme treasure, a supreme divine weapon. It emitted the same chi as the Zulong Tower. As for the stone tablet in front of him, it was just an ordinary stone tablet without any chi of an immortal weapon. Look, there are words on the stone tablet. Someone exclaimed. As the Buddha's aura continued to increase, rows of large words appeared on the stone tablet. The words were written, "This old monk has been fated with Buddha all my life, but in the end, I was unable to attain enlightenment. Hence, I left behind my Tao legacy. 9 by 9 returns to 1, 81 difficulties. There are 81 ancient roads here, and each road is filled with danger and danger. However, this old monk's treasures are also hidden within these 81 ancient roads. Those who are able to enter this place will have to go through hardships to obtain the treasures left behind by the original deity. At the end of the 81 ancient roads, there are 9 drops of the great earth immortal milk left behind by the original deity. Those with great luck will be able to know about it." Every golden word on the stone tablet was vigorous and powerful, giving off an incomparably heavy chi. When everyone saw the words great earth immortal milk, their breaths began to turn heavy. Countless eyes began to turn blazing. Great earth immortal milk. I can't believe such a peerless treasure like the great earth immortal milk actually exists. According to the legends, this immortal medicine contains the essence of the heavens and earth. Not only can it cleanse one's body, but but it also has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Even an idiot can become a peerless genius after getting a drop of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, let alone us. If I can get a drop of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, my entire body will undergo a transformation and my future path of cultivation will be smooth. I never thought that the legendary Great Earth Immortal Milk would actually exist. The ancient Great Buddha had left it here, giving hope to the later generations. This Great Buddha's cultivation base is at least at the peak of late immortal venerable realm. He said that he couldn't attain enlightenment in the end, which shows that he had failed to break through to the sovereign realm. How disappointing. The Great Earth Immortal Milk is indeed a good thing. Sure enough, there are immortal vaults everywhere in the Golden Horizon. It's a pity that it's absolutely not an easy task to get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. There are 81 ancient roads and each of them is full of danger. It's still uncertain whether we can reach the location of the Great Earth Immortal Milk through the ancient roads. That's right. Even if we are lucky enough to pass through the ancient roads, there are just too many experts here. With Yipeng, He Lang and Lan Lingji around, I'm afraid that we won't have a share of the Great Earth Immortal Milk. However, this great Buddha has also said that he left his legacy and treasures in each of the ancient roads. If we are lucky enough to get some of them, we will also benefit immensely. The scene began to stir. The appearance of the Great Earth Immortal Milk had made them unable to maintain their composure. This was a peerless treasure, but no one was blinded by joy. They knew that it was an incomparably difficult task to obtain the Great Earth Immortal Milk. As the saying goes, opportunity and danger coexisted. Buddhism emphasized on karma, on rebirth and tribulations and on returning to one. Now that the ancient Buddha had brought the karma of Buddhism to this place, the 81 ancient roads were no trivial matter. Putting aside the Great Earth Immortal Milk, it would be considered a success if one could successfully pass through all 81 ancient roads. Little Chinzi, get a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk for Master Monkey. Master Monkey will be born immediately. Long San, who was in the wondrous rock, seemed incomparably excited. Although he was currently in the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower, he didn't know if he would be able to walk out of it in a day or two. Being born was a major event for him. Not only did it require time, but it also required a lot of energy. If he could get a drop of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, Long San would have enough confidence to leave the wondrous rock completely. Alright. If I can get it, you will be the first one. Xianxia nodded without hesitation. He knew very well how powerful Long San was. If he could come out at this time, it would bring him endless benefits. Even the northern and southern dynasties weren't a match for him. Once Long San came out, it would be hard for the geniuses of Golden Horizon to find an opponent. Gia Gia this Great Earth Immortal Milk is mine, He Lang's. He Lang let out a sinister laugh, his eyes gleaming with greed. He Lang, I can see that you can't even pass through the ancient roads. How can you think of getting the Great Earth Immortal Milk? You must be daydreaming. Your Corpsine sect is an evil sect. This place is the orthodoxy of Buddha sect left behind by the ancient Buddha. There are many traps inside, which are the nemesis of evil like you. If I were you, I would leave this place as soon as possible. If you are burned by the great Buddha, not even the gods can save you. Lan Lingji spoke in a mocking tone. At first, He Lang didn't think that this place was actually an immortal vault left behind by a Buddha venerable. If it wasn't for the Great Earth Immortal Milk, he would have turned and left. After all, he wasn't interested in the things of Buddha sect. Even if he obtained it, it wouldn't be of any use to him. Instead, it would restrain him. However, the temptation of the Great Earth Immortal Milk was just too great. He Lang had no choice but to stay. Even if he felt uncomfortable, he wouldn't leave just like that. His only purpose of staying was to obtain the Great Earth Immortal Milk. As long as he could obtain it, his cultivation base would improve tremendously. It wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the late Immortal Emperor realm in a short period of time. Humph. Lan Lingji, do you believe that I, He Lang, will get rid of you in this immortal vault? He Lang harumphed coldly. He Lang, you will die sooner or later for blaspheming me. Lan Lingji's tone turned incomparably cold. The saintess of exquisite paradise was pure and aloof. No one had ever dared to blaspheme her. Judging from her expression, if they weren't in the immortal vault, she would have already attacked He Lang. Look, the ancient roads. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Behind the ancient monument, ancient roads appeared one after another. These ancient roads were densely packed, like the roads of the void. They were illusory and solid at times, giving people an illusory feeling. Each of the ancient roads was like a passageway. Ancient Sanskrit chants could be heard coming out from them, calming one's soul and making one feel indescribably comfortable. The ancient roads are densely intertwined. There are 81 of them. Which one should we choose? Some people were dazzled and couldn't make up their minds. The 81 ancient roads in front of them were exactly the same, even their auras were the same. Just from the surface, there didn't seem to be any difference. However, everyone knew in their hearts that these ancient roads that looked exactly the same were actually different from each other. They all contained unimaginable dangers, and different dangers were equivalent to different opportunities. These ancient roads might look the same, but in reality, the differences are huge. If I'm not wrong, the ancient roads aren't as simple as the Buddha's last words. Among these ancient roads, some of them have great fortune and great benefits, while some of them are places of death, filled with killing intent. If you choose the wrong one, not only will you not be able to obtain the treasure, you might even be consigned to eternal damnation. Everyone's expression became incomparably solemn. The immortal vault had been opened, the 81 ancient paths had also appeared. Now, the biggest problem they faced was to make a choice. Any choice they made could determine their future fate. Some people might obtain the treasures and soar up to the heavens. Some people might be consigned to eternal damnation, their bodies would vanish, and their Tao would vanish, forever buried in this ancient tomb. I can't care so much anymore. I have to make a choice, and I'll choose this one. Whether I live or die, I'll leave it to fate. Someone couldn't wait any longer. He leaped up and randomly chose an ancient path, directly flying over. After entering the ancient path, that person directly disappeared without a trace, as if he had been swallowed by the ancient path. It was extremely terrifying. It all depends on my luck. I believe that my luck isn't that bad. I won't enter a land of death. A hint of ruthlessness was revealed in someone's eyes. It wasn't easy for the immortal vault to be unearthed. This was a rare opportunity to any of them. Even if there was danger, they wouldn't be able to stop them. There were dangers everywhere in Golden Horizon. If they were afraid of danger, they wouldn't have chosen to come here. Those who decided to come here were all courageous and resolute. Asterisk swoosh swoosh swoosh, asterisk silhouettes flew towards different ancient paths like a tidal wave. On the surface, it seemed that the number of geniuses who entered each ancient path was about the same. Those intermediate immortal emperors didn't enter the ancient path so quickly. They would only make their choice after most of the geniuses had entered the ancient path. Yi Peng's eyes sparkled, falling on the 81 ancient paths. He wanted to find out what was inside, but the final result would probably disappoint him, because even after exerting all his strength, he still couldn't sense the situation inside the ancient path. In the end, he had no choice but to randomly choose an ancient path. After Yi Peng disappeared, the others also made their choice one after another. They had been waiting for Yi Peng to make his choice, because no one was willing to go to the same place as him. Among all the experts who entered this time, Yi Peng's strength was the strongest and the only late immortal emperor. Furthermore, he was a figure of the immortal court of Miluo immortal domain, a figure that wasn't to be trifled with. Just as Jiang Chen was about to take a step forward, he was stopped by Long San, who was in the wondrous rock. Don't rush. Let's wait for them to enter first. Master Monkey has the fiery golden eyes. I can find out what's inside. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's face revealed a hint of delight. He had actually forgotten about Monkey at such a critical moment. Although the ancient path was mysterious and was left behind by the ancient Buddha, if the experts of the northern and southern dynasties were here, he would be able to find out what was inside with the Eye of Heaven, let alone the fiery golden eyes, which was even more powerful than the Eye of Heaven. Now that there were so many people here, Long San naturally couldn't use his fiery golden eyes. He could only wait for everyone to step into the ancient path before Long San could make his move. Lan Lingji also moved. She chose the centermost ancient path. After she entered the ancient path, Hei Lang followed suit. It seemed like he was waiting for Lan Lingji to make her choice. This bastard seemed to be very interested in Lan Lingji. It seemed like he was determined to follow Lan Lingji's footsteps. If there was a chance, He Lang would definitely attack Lan Lingji. Very quickly, the crowd of 2,000 to 3,000 people vanished from sight. All of them had chosen their own ancient paths. Seeing that the ancient paths were about to disappear, Long Shan finally made his move. 2 golden lights shot out from the Zulong Tower. No one could imagine that these were actually 2 rays of light from his eyes. Just a mere pair of eyes could already contain such a powerful force. In the entire heavens and earth, apart from the fiery golden eyes, there was probably no one else who could do this. Very quickly, the fiery golden eyes scanned through all 81 ancient paths. Finally, 2 rays of eyes were fixed on the centermost path. Then, they were retracted by Long Shan with a swish. "How is it?" Xianxia asked. "Follow Lan Lingji and He Lang. Most of the 81 ancient paths have certain treasures. This one is the heaviest and also the most dangerous. Let's also choose this path. My fiery golden eyes can sense that the evil spirits in this path are stronger. Once they are eliminated, restoring the Zulong Tower won't be a problem." Long Shan said. "Monkey, don't tell me you purposely chose such a dangerous place to restore the Zulong Tower?" Jiangchen said. F***ck. What kind of person do you think Master Monkey is? Hurry up and go in. The ancient path is going to disappear soon. The affinity with Buddha is the strongest in this ancient path. After you enter it, you will surely obtain great benefits." Long Shan said gloomily. "All right." Jiangchen nodded. Without hesitation, he turned into a phantom and vanished into the ancient path in a blink. It was the same ancient path that Lan Lingji and He Lang had entered previously. Right at the moment when Jiangchen disappeared, another figure appeared. If Jiangchen hadn't entered the ancient road, he would be able to see that the person who just entered was none other than Tyrant. Tyrant was the monk. Tyrant had barged into the spatial gateway at the last moment. Coincidentally, the ancient path was also about to disappear. Tyrant gave a casual glance at the words on the stone tablet. Without thinking too much, he chose a random ancient path and barged into it. After Tyrant vanished, the stone tablet and ancient path vanished as well. This showed that Tyrant's luck was extremely good. It was like he had caught the last train. If he was a little later, the immortal vault would close and it would be hard for him to enter. After Jiangchen stepped into the ancient path, the scene changed dramatically. This wasn't a path at all, but a new spatial zone. It was filled with mist, as though he had entered a small world. Jiangchen couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying means of a mighty immortal venerable. They could even set up layers of spatial zones in their spatial zone. Such a feat was absolutely impossible for an ordinary immortal emperor. In the illusory spatial zone, even the path under one's feet was illusory. The entire spatial zone was lifeless, giving people a dull and uncomfortable feeling. At the end of the spatial zone, there must be a passageway that connects to the innermost part of the immortal vault. As long as I find that passageway, I will be able to enter the immortal vault and find the great earth immortal milk. Jiangchen muttered to himself. All these spatial zones were connected, but they were separated by the 81 ancient paths. As a matter of fact, the 81 ancient paths were equivalent to 81 new spatial zones. Each of the new spatial zones was a complete entity. There was a passageway that connected to the innermost part of the immortal vault. This was also what the stone tablet had said. By walking on the path that one had chosen, one would be able to enter the heart of the immortal vault and obtain the great earth immortal milk. Asterisk roar, asterisk all of a sudden, a dull roar sounded from the depths of the void. Jiangchen's expression turned solemn. He knew that this was the voice of an evil spirit. The golden horizon had existed for too long. Countless evil spirits had been born in different places. It was imaginable that an evil spirit born in the remains of an immortal venerable wouldn't be weak. Any one of them would be an incomparably terrifying existence. There was no doubt about this. At this moment, only the roar of the evil spirit could be heard, but the figure of the evil spirit couldn't be seen. Jiangchen stood there motionlessly. To him, he didn't care what kind of evil spirit it was. He was the nemesis of evil spirits. He casted out the great soul derivation technique. powerful soul power spread out like tidal waves. Under the perception of the technique, the evil spirit had nowhere to hide. Roar, an evil spirit bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws suddenly rushed out from the depths of the void, pouncing at Xianxia. Xianxia's 5 fingers were like sharp blades, crushing the head of the evil spirit with a cracking sound. A puny half-step immortal emperor wants to sneak an attack on me? A half-step immortal emperor evil spirit was killed effortlessly by Xianxia, but this level of evil spirit wasn't very useful in repairing the Zulong Tower. After all, the damage that the Zulong Tower had suffered this time was greater. Although its foundation wasn't damaged, it wouldn't be easy to restore it to its original state. At least, a half-step immortal emperor evil spirit was far from enough. Roar, roar, the roars of the evil spirits rang from the inside of the void. The surrounding void began to tremble. It seemed like the entire spatial zone was going to collapse at any time, but Xianxia knew that this was the doing of the evil spirits. The spatial zone here was incomparably solid. It was impossible for it to break. These evil spirits were born in the spatial zone. So no matter how powerful they couldn't escape the shackles of the law of the spatial zone. Good. There are indeed a lot of evil spirits here. There will be more evil spirits attacking you soon. This is too wonderful for words. Haha. Little Xianxia, kill all these evil spirits and the Zulong Tower will be restored. Inside the wondrous rock, Xianxia was incomparably excited, clapping his hands and applauding. Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had the urge to rescue this damned monkey from the wondrous rock and give him a good beating. How could this be? He was about to be besieged by the evil spirits, but in the eyes of this monkey, it had become a joyous occasion. This bastard only cared about the restoration of the Zulong Tower and helping him out of the wondrous rock, but he didn't care about Xianxia's feelings at all. How shameless! In an instant, the void rippled. At least a few dozen powerful evil creatures walked out from the void, instantly forming a circle, trapping Xianxia in it. These evil creatures were baring their fangs, looking extremely ferocious. Damn it! Why are there so many evil spirits? Could it be that we have encountered all the evil spirits in this spatial zone? Xianxia had the urge to spurt out blood. Xianxia had used his fiery golden eyes to check the situation, but he didn't expect to see such a result. Although Xianxia had reminded him that there were a lot of evil spirits in this spatial zone, it shouldn't be this many. Xianxia would never believe that the others would also be besieged by so many evil spirits the moment they entered this spatial zone. Even if there were a lot of evil spirits here, it was impossible for them to be everywhere. The only explanation was that most of the evil spirits had gathered together and coincidentally encountered them. Even if they wanted to restore the Zulong Tower, Xianxia would never believe that such an encounter was an opportunity. Only Xianxia would be so excited when facing such a siege. Little Xianxia, this is great news. In my opinion, I'm afraid that all the evil spirits in this spatial zone have gathered here. I even saw an intermediate immortal emperor. If we can kill all of these evil spirits, not only will the Zulong Tower be restored, it will also condense the 38th floor. Xianxia spoke. Monkey, be honest with me. Did your fiery golden eyes see that all the evil spirits have gathered in this place? That's why you let me in. I was lucky enough to walk straight to this place. Xianxia said with a smile. He felt that the monkey must have done this on purpose. Master Monkey is doing this for your sake. These evil spirits are the best nourishment for you to condense the Zulong Tower. If you kill all of these evil spirits now, the Zulong Tower will be restored immediately. The 37th and 38th floor will be completely condensed. Perhaps your cultivation base will advance to the late immortal king realm. Isn't this a great opportunity? Xianxia said. Although I really want to beat you up now, what you said is indeed the truth. Xianxia spoke, immediately transforming into his dragon form. There were more than 100 evil spirits in front of him. There were more than 10 early immortal emperor evil spirits, one of which was an intermediate immortal emperor and the rest were half-step immortal emperors. If all of these evil spirits were refined, Xianxia felt that the 39th floor of the Zulong Tower would be completely condensed. However, because the current Zulong Tower wasn't in its peak state and had suffered serious damage, it would require a great amount of blood, qi and essence to recover. Even so, condensing the 38th floor wouldn't be a problem. More importantly, with so much energy, Xianxia would be able to obtain great benefits from the Zulong Tower. Currently, he was only 10,000 dragon marks away from the late immortal king realm. If he was lucky, the energy he absorbed from these evil spirits would be enough for him to advance to the late immortal king realm. This was what Xianxia was looking forward to the most. After all, in this golden horizon, the higher one's cultivation base was, the more advantage one would have. If Xianxia's cultivation base had already reached the late immortal king realm, he wouldn't have been hunted down by the northern and southern dynasties so miserably. Roar, roar, the evil spirits roared. These evil spirits had been living in this space ever since they were born. On this illusory ancient path, their intelligence wasn't very high. In other words, although they were relatively strong, they were still machines that only knew how to kill. All the evil spirits locked onto Xianxia. They could smell the powerful blood qi in Xianxia's body. That was what they liked the most. Eating Xianxia would bring them great benefits. Come on. Xianxia transformed into his dragon form. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. The surface of the sword was covered with flames. That was the fusion of 3 types of supreme flames, which was the biggest nemesis of these evil spirits. With his current dragon form, killing an early immortal emperor expert was as easy as playing a game for Xianxia, but it was far from enough to deal with an intermediate immortal emperor genius. However, it was a different story when it came to dealing with these evil spirits. The intermediate immortal emperor evil spirits were indeed incomparably powerful, but because of Xianxia's great restraint on them, the gap between them was pulled back. Given Xianxia's strength, these hundreds of evil spirits weren't enough for him to kill. Roar, 5 to 6 powerful evil spirits lunged at Xianxia first. The physical body of the evil spirits was incomparably strong and destructive. 5 to 6 half-step immortal emperor evil spirits were enough to tear everything apart. In the face of the attack of the evil spirits, Xianxia moved. His eyes were filled with flames. With a swoosh, he slashed forward. A sword light that carried powerful flames destroyed everything. 6 half-step immortal emperor evil spirits were slashed to death by Xianxia. The door of the Zulong Tower was opened. The huge bodies of the 6 evil spirits were instantly sucked dry. With the replenishment of blood qi and essence, the cracked Zulong Tower began to make cracking sounds and began to repair itself automatically. Roar, roar, seeing Xianxia killing 6 evil spirits with a single slash, the other evil spirits became even more furious. Each of them lunged at Xianxia without any regard for their lives. Humph! The 6 evil spirits were killed by Xianxia with a single slash, but this deterrent didn't have any effect on the other evil spirits. These evil spirits didn't seem to know fear and didn't even know what death was. In other words, they were inanimate objects. After being born, they only knew how to kill. If they could eat human flesh, then they would have a fundamental change. Rumble, the void was shattered in an instant. Hundreds of evil spirits unleashed their attacks at the same time. Terrifying chi waves and sharp claws interweaved into a huge energy net, shrouding Xianxia fiercely. Eternal immortal wind! Xianxia roared out. He did not place these evil spirits in his eyes at all. Against such a group, he would naturally need to use his most terrifying area of effect skill. The eternal celestial wind was undoubtedly the most suitable. At this moment, he was not worried that the northern and southern dynasties would be able to sense him through the eternal celestial wind. After all, he was currently within the ruins of an ancient Buddha. No matter how powerful the northern and southern dynasties were, they would not be able to sense him. Even if they did sense him, Xianxia would not be afraid. The celestial eyes of the northern and southern dynasties had suffered severe damage. At this moment, they were most likely hiding somewhere to recover from their injuries. Furthermore, the northern and southern dynasties knew that he had a powerful existence like Longshan by his side. Unless they increased their strength once again, they would not come looking for him. Whoosh whoosh, the eternal immortal wind unleashed a tidal wave of wind, forming a large domain. The 5 elemental domains fused together to envelop all the evil spirits before them. The powerful eternal immortal wind formed a wall of wind in all directions, almost like a cage. whoosh, the violent immortal wind wreaked havoc in this domain. Those half-step immortal emperor evil spirits couldn't withstand the attack of the immortal wind at all. Many of them were instantly torn apart by the wind. Those evil spirits let out mournful screams. One by one, their huge bodies were sliced into pieces by the eternal immortal wind. Blood mist fluttered in the air. However, the blood mist was quickly absorbed by the Zulong Tower. The bodies of those evil spirits that had been sucked dry couldn't withstand the fierce blow of the eternal immortal wind. They turned into powder on the spot and completely disappeared. It was an incomparably violent scene that made one's scalp go numb. In just a minute, all the half-step immortal emperor evil spirits were blown to death by the immortal wind. Because of the Zulong Tower, these evil spirits didn't even leave their corpses behind. They had completely vanished from this heaven and earth. This scene was too horrifying, too frightening. If outsiders were to see this, they would definitely be shocked to the extreme, and their souls would leave their bodies. Awesome! This group attack technique is truly awesome. So many evil spirits have been killed by you in an instant. Now, the damage on the Zulong Tower has been completely repaired. If you kill the remaining evil spirits, the 37th and 38th floor of the Zulong Tower will be fully condensed. Long San, who was in the wondrous rock, was incomparably excited. Despite his pride, he had to admit that the eternal immortal wind was an incomparably terrifying technique, especially when used in a group attack. It was simply an invincible existence, much more terrifying than any other powerful technique. After absorbing the blood chi and essence of these half-step immortal emperors, the cracks on the Zulong Tower had been completely repaired, returning it to its previous peak state. The next thing to do was to upgrade the Zulong Tower. Xianxia's murderous intent soared to the sky. He had the intention to advance to the late immortal king realm. All the energy he had obtained from killing so many half-step immortal emperor evil spirits had been used to repair the Zulong Tower. Xianxia didn't get any benefit at all. Now that the Zulong Tower had been fully restored, Xianxia would be able to obtain some pure energy from the evil spirits he killed next, which would then be converted into dragon marks. There were still a dozen powerful evil spirits in front of him. All of them were early immortal emperors and one of them was an intermediate immortal emperor. Putting the others aside, an intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit alone was enough to condense a floor of the Zulong Tower. The rest of the early immortal emperor evil spirits would at least be able to condense another floor. The 37th floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be fully condensed. According to Xianxia's estimation, not only would the 38th floor of the Zulong Tower be fully condensed, but half of the 39th floor would also be condensed. Constantly upgrading the Zulong Tower was one of Xianxia's most important goals. The usefulness of the Zulong Tower was just too great. He had been looking forward to the day when the Zulong Tower was fully condensed and reached the peak of the 99th floor. How terrifying would it be, roar, roar, seeing so many of their kind being killed in an instant, the remaining powerful evil spirits were completely infuriated. Unfortunately, their rage wasn't of much use. Now that they had fallen into the eternal immortal wind, they had to divert most of their energy to resist the wind. Additionally, they had to be severely restrained by the flame in Xianxia's hand. Under such a situation, the outcome of these evil spirits was pretty obvious. The mighty eternal immortal wind itself had an extremely strong lethality. Except for the intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit that could easily resist it, the other evil spirits had to divert most of their energy to resist it. Clang. The heavenly saint sword in Xianxia's hand was like a true dragon. His speed had reached the extreme, allowing him to appear anywhere in the domain of the eternal immortal wind at will. Puqi. An early immortal emperor evil spirit was beheaded by Xianxia, dying tragically on the spot without the slightest strength to resist. A massive amount of blood chi and essence was instantly absorbed by the Zulong Tower. The evil spirits themselves were incomparably powerful. Their combat strength was also incomparably astonishing. Under the siege, they had a tacit understanding with each other. Unfortunately, they had encountered a monster like Xianxia, who had swept them with the eternal immortal wind the moment he arrived. Currently, all of the evil spirits were deeply traumatized. Let alone maintaining their teamwork, all of them had lost their composure. 9 phantom wolves. Xianxia bellowed once more. Phantoms appeared in the eternal immortal wind. The long sword in his hand moved as fast as lightning. In just a few blinks, another 3 powerful evil spirits had died in Xianxia's hands. They were all early immortal emperors, but now, they were killed by Xianxia as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Such a degree of power was just too shocking. Fortunately, there was no one else here. Otherwise, no one knew how shocked they would be. Kong Long, the 37th floor of the Zulong Tower let out a rumbling sound and radiated bright light. The 37th floor was already on the verge of being completely condensed. Now that it had obtained a powerful resource, it had succeeded. Jiangchen absorbed the pure energy from the Zulong Tower and circulated the dragon transformation skill to transform it into dragon marks. As the number of dragon marks continued to increase, so did Jiangchen's combat strength. Under such a situation, the outcome was imaginable. Those evil spirits could only be killed by Jiangchen. Even the intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit was infuriated. He was completely restrained by Jiangchen. Plus, this domain was completely under Jiangchen's control. Jiangchen's speed was just too fast, like a phantom, making it impossible for his opponents to track him. Puchi *, the tragic battle continued. The number of evil spirits continued to decrease. Jiangchen was like a mad god of slaughter. No matter how many evil spirits there were, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. 3 minutes later, all the early immortal emperor evil spirits had died in Jiangchen's hands. There was only one intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit left on the battlefield. This evil spirit was panting heavily, completely out of anger. He was pounding his chest with both hands. His killing intent soared to the sky, but it couldn't change the outcome. The current Jiangchen had obtained a massive amount of energy. His combat strength had become even more terrifying than before. Facing the last intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit, Jiangchen kept the eternal immortal wind. The flames on the heavenly saint sword in his hand crackled. Roar, all of a sudden, the evil spirit let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, its huge body lunged at Jiangchen. In the face of such a powerful opponent, the evil spirit didn't choose to run away. Instead, it chose to launch the final attack. All of its companions and clansmen had been killed. It had no reason to run away. Swoosh. Jiangchen swung his arm. The heavenly saint sword turned into a fire dragon. Jiangchen grabbed the tail of the sword and rushed at the evil spirit. Under the powerful suppression, the evil spirit was no match for Jiangchen. One of its arms was chopped off by Jiangchen. Die. Jiangchen's attack was merciless. The heavenly saint sword turned around and pierced the evil spirit's body from a tricky angle. Chi, destructive flames burned from the heavenly saint sword and the evil spirit's body. In just a few blinks, the enormous evil spirit had turned into a sea of fire, burning from the inside out. If it was an ordinary flame, it wouldn't be able to cause any damage or threat to the evil spirit. Given the evil spirit's means, it could easily extinguish the flame. Unfortunately, how could Jiangchen's flame be ordinary? The perfect fusion of 3 types of supreme flames was the natural enemy of this evil spirit. No matter how hard the evil spirit tried, it wouldn't be able to extinguish the flame. Instead, it would burn even more fiercely. I'll give you a quick death. Jiangchen rose again. With a sword, he pierced through the evil spirit's head and killed it. The Zulong Tower began to greedily absorb the evil spirit's blood chi and essence. The Zulong Tower itself was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Soon, the 38th floor of the Zulong Tower was completely condensed. However, this wasn't the end. The 39th floor had begun to condense as well. This time, the continuous upgrade of the Zulong Tower had brought boundless benefits to Jiangchen. Not only did he obtain great benefits, he had also condensed a large number of dragon marks. More importantly, the higher the floor of the Zulong Tower, the stronger the Zulong Tower would become. If the Zulong Tower was in its current state during the war against the Northern and Southern dynasties, it would be extremely difficult for the Northern and Southern dynasties to destroy the Zulong Tower. Very quickly, the battlefield regained its tranquility. The Zulong Tower had obtained tremendous benefits this time. Not only had it fully recovered from its injuries, it had also successfully condensed 2 more levels. The 39th level had already been condensed by more than half. However, this didn't end there. Currently, Xianxia had also obtained tremendous benefits from the Zulong Tower. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached exactly 10,000. Including the previous 190,000 dragon marks, the current number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body was exactly 1,200,000. This number was exactly at the late immortal king realm. In other words, Xianxia was about to break through to the late immortal king realm. Once he advanced to the late immortal king realm, Xianxia's combat strength would certainly improve tremendously. At that time, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to kill him in this golden horizon. Even though he might not be a match for the northern and southern dynasties now, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state like the last time when he was almost killed. *Hoo-hoo, *A golden aura was rolling on the surface of Xianxia's body, like waves of wind, wave after wave. This bastard is going to advance again. Xianxia, who was in the wondrous rock, couldn't help but speak. Regarding Xianxia's advancement, Xianxia's tone was filled with incomparable excitement and happiness. After all, he knew very well how terrifying the golden horizon was. He knew that nothing was more important than strength in this place. Plus, Xianxia had too many enemies. The golden horizon had just opened not too long ago. At the final moment, the geniuses here would absolutely have an earth-shattering war. Given the number of enemies that Xianxia had, Xianxia would certainly be the focus of attention. In other words, Xianxia's current progress was to prepare for the final war, but Xianxia would never be complacent, because he and Xianxia knew very well that while he was improving, the others were also improving, especially those late immortal emperor geniuses who came from the immortal court. Once they obtained the opportunity to advance again, they would become an invincible existence. Buzz buzz, Xianxia's body buzzed. Powerful chi waves rolled like tides. A large number of emperor-grade immortal metastones were absorbed by Xianxia as if they were worthless. Very quickly, the total of 1.2 million dragon marks was completely stabilized. Xianxia's cultivation base had finally reached the late immortal king realm. His combat strength was many times stronger than before. Not bad. Now that you have advanced to the late immortal king realm, your combat strength is even more terrifying. Xianxia praised. It's a pity that the number of dragon marks is still not enough. My current cultivation base is only at the threshold of the late immortal king realm. My combat strength isn't as terrifying as I imagined, but it's enough to deal with those intermediate immortal emperor geniuses. Let's go deeper and see if there are any other benefits. Xianxia's body shuddered and his aura grew much stronger than before. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, heading deeper into the space. Is that ancient Buddha joking with us? He said that every ancient path is full of danger. I thought there would be powerful evil spirits everywhere. I didn't expect it to be so peaceful. It seems like we are lucky to have chosen a relatively safer ancient path. Since this place isn't that dangerous, I'm sure there will be great benefits. In the void, two geniuses were talking to each other. They were somewhat surprised by the tranquility of this place, because this place wasn't as dangerous as they had imagined. They had been wandering around for such a long time, but they hadn't seen a single evil spirit. This made them feel that they were lucky to have chosen a relatively safer ancient path. As a matter of fact, this ancient path was the most dangerous one. More than 100 powerful evil creatures had gathered together. Before they could disperse to different parts of the spatial zone, they encountered Xianxia. Unfortunately, all of them were killed by Xianxia. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for those geniuses who had just entered the spatial zone if these evil creatures were dispersed to different parts of the spatial zone. One should know that less than 3,000 geniuses had entered the immortal vault this time. Each of the 81 ancient paths only had a few dozen geniuses, which was too weak compared to the evil spirits. One had to admit that the geniuses who had entered this place were considered lucky. They should thank Xianxia for resolving the crisis and removing the obstacles for them, giving them the chance to focus on searching for treasures. Monkey, use your fiery golden eyes and see where the treasures are. Xianxia spoke. With the great advantage of Xianxia, it would be a waste if he didn't use it. The direction he had chosen was different from the others. In addition, the number of geniuses that had entered this place was lesser, so it would be somewhat difficult for them to encounter each other. Furthermore, Xianxia's current strength was formidable. Even if he encountered anyone, he wouldn't be afraid of them. Currently, apart from the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise, Lan Lingji, no one else was a match for Xianxian. As for that He Lang, Xianxian didn't put him in his eyes at all. Even if he hadn't advanced to the late immortal king realm, he wouldn't be afraid of He Lang. The means of corpsing sect were indeed terrifying, but Xianxian specialized in restraining them. If He Lang encountered them head-on, He Lang would definitely cry. "Alright, let me see." Long Shan spoke, then cast out his fiery golden eyes. The fiery golden eyes were incomparably powerful. It was inherited from the old ancestor of the battle Saint Ape. Even though Long Shan hadn't been born yet, the radiance of the fiery golden eyes couldn't be blocked even though he was in the wondrous rock. After scanning the surroundings with the fiery golden eyes, Long Shan retracted them. After all, he was still in the wondrous rock. Even if he used the fiery golden eyes, it couldn't be used for a long time. Otherwise, it would affect the time of his birth. Go in this direction. There seems to be an ancient palace in front. Dragon Shan said. His divine sense rushed out of the wondrous rock, pointing a direction for Xianxian. As the spatial zone was too illusory, Xianxian couldn't tell which direction was which. So, Dragon Shan could only rely on his divine sense to guide the way. Alright. Xianxian didn't hesitate and flew in the direction that Long Shan pointed. Long Shan's fiery golden eyes could see through everything. Since there was an ancient palace here, it proved that there must be something good here. The things left behind by the ancient Buddha were definitely not ordinary. This point, Xianxian was almost certain. According to the direction pointed by Dragon Shan, an ancient palace soon emerged in front of Xianxian. It was a very small ancient palace without any foundation. It was just floating in the air, but the surroundings of the palace were filled with chaotic airflow, variegated and variegated. There's a matrix outside the ancient palace, Xianxian said. He could tell at a glance that the air currents around the ancient palace were ancient matrices. This ancient palace is covered by a matrix. There must be treasures inside. Little Qinzi, although this matrix is strong, it has been around for too long. Its power has weakened a lot. It shouldn't be difficult for you to break this matrix easily, Long Shan said. You're right. If this matrix was created at the beginning, even an early immortal venerable might not be able to break it, but because of the passage of time, most of its power has already disappeared. Plus, there are plenty of flaws in it. It won't be difficult for me to break it. Xianxian nodded his head, then strode towards the ancient palace. When he saw the formation, he couldn't help but think of Big Yellow. If Big Yellow was here, with his proficiency in the Heavenly Book of Source Formation, all the grand formations would be useless to him. I wonder where De Huang and Sister Ning are now. Although Big Yellow's combat strength wasn't too strong, given his strength, he could go anywhere in the Golden Horizon. Nothing could stop him, and killing Big Yellow would be an incomparably difficult task. Xianxian thought to himself. But he wasn't worried about Wu Ningzhu following Big Yellow. Although Big Yellow's combat strength wasn't too strong, given his strength, he could go anywhere in the Golden Horizon. Very quickly, Xianxian came to the front of the ancient palace. The Great Soul Derivation technique spread out like tidal waves. Very quickly, Xianxian found the weakness of the matrix. Then, Xianxian conjured seals with both of his hands, striking out a series of complicated seals. Very quickly, these seals merged into a miniature matrix and collided with the weak point of the matrix. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a loud bang was heard. Cracks instantly appeared on the spiraling formation. Xianxian took a deep breath and struck out another restriction. Due to the passage of time, the ancient formation couldn't hold on any longer and shattered on the spot. After breaking the matrix, Xianxian came to the front of the ancient palace. The ancient wooden door looked very shabby. Traces of time could be seen everywhere on it. Xianxian casually gave it a push. The decayed wooden door immediately shattered. A decaying aura rushed towards Xianxian, causing him to frown. Xianxian didn't rush in. Instead, he used his soul force to scan around first. He wanted to make sure that there was no danger inside before entering. In this golden horizon that was filled with strange things, it was never wrong to be cautious. His soul force didn't detect any dangerous aura. Only then did Xianxia stride in. The interior of the ancient palace was very small and seemed very empty. There was nothing inside. It was eerie, like a haunted house, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. But very soon, Xianxia saw a box at the front of the ancient palace. It was a golden box. This was probably the only thing in the ancient palace. Quickly bring it over. There's a treasure in that box. Xianxia hastily reminded. Xianxia strode forward and came to the front of the golden box. After such a long time, there weren't any scars on the box. It could be seen that the material of the box was extraordinary. Xianxia held the box in his hand. It wasn't as heavy as he had imagined. It was very ordinary. There was no lock on the box and it could be opened directly. Xianxia casually struck out a stream of qi and the box was opened. Immediately, a bright light burst out from the box. Golden Buddha light rushed out from the box and filled the entire ancient palace in an instant. Golden Sanskrit could be seen fluttering in the Buddha light, like beautiful butterflies. Sanskrit fluttered in the air. The originally dilapidated ancient palace was instantly filled with endless Buddhist light. It looked like a kingdom of Buddhism. Sanskrit fluttered in the air as if there was a great Buddha chanting. Invisibly, an illusory great golden Buddha was suspended in the golden light with a dignified posture. What AF * King Ancient Buddha? It looks like Buddha. Xianxia's gaze fell on the ancient Buddha and he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Everything was illusory, but everything seemed so real. The kingdom of Buddhism was pure and solemn, and no one dared to blaspheme it. If Hei Lang were to appear in such a place, the illusory figure of the ancient Buddha would make him tremble in fear and prostrate on the ground. Swish, soon, the illusory figure of the ancient Buddha disappeared, but the golden light emitted from the box was even more vigorous. It was almost unimaginable that the item in the box was definitely not ordinary since it could emit such a powerful aura. Quick, take a look at what's in the box. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little excited. Okay. Xianxia nodded and couldn't wait. He looked into the box and found a piece of paper neatly placed in the box. It was a golden piece of paper with tadpole-like words engraved on it. The golden light in the entire ancient palace was emitted from this piece of paper. It's a Buddhist heart sutra. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Each of the supreme scriptures of Buddhism was incomparably precious and could be said to not be passed down to the world, just like the great compassion mantra and the edifying light that ancestor Green Lotus possessed. The Heart Sutra in front of him was engraved on the golden piece of paper. Just by looking at the strong and pure Buddha's light that it emitted, one could tell that the Heart Sutra was definitely not ordinary. Even in the vast Buddhist sect, it probably had a very high status. Take it out and let me have a look. When Xianxia heard that it was only a Heart Sutra, he immediately lost interest and his tone became much more casual. Xianxia reached out and took the Heart Sutra in his hand. He only felt that the Heart Sutra was as light as a feather. It was completely weightless and smooth, and he couldn't tell what material it was made of. However, Xianxia didn't care about the material of the paper. What he cared about was the content of the Heart Sutra. There were 5 words engraved neatly on the top of the Heart Sutra: Great Freedom Heart Sutra. Xianxia couldn't help but frown as he couldn't understand the content of the scripture. However, this was within his expectation. He wasn't a disciple of Buddha sect. He had only come into contact with the edifying light of Buddha sect. It was normal that he couldn't understand the profound Heart Sutra of Buddha sect. However, there was no doubt that this scripture was a rare treasure. Even if he couldn't use it, he could still give it to Tyrant. If Tyrant cultivated the Heart Sutra on it, his cultivation base would surely improve once again. Heart Sutra. Great Freedom Heart Sutra, let me have a look and quickly send it to the strange stone. When he heard the words Great Freedom Heart Sutra, Xianxia, who had lost interest, instantly became extremely excited and couldn't wait to read the scripture. Judging from his tone, if they were outside, he would probably directly start to snatch it from Xianxia's hands. You're a battle Saint Ape. What relationship do you have with Buddhism? Can you understand the Heart Sutra? Xianxia was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that the scripture would make Xianxia so interested. Xianxia's excitement was also unexpected. Xianxia was a battle saint ape and had nothing to do with Buddhism. Even if he was interested in the treasures left by the ancient Buddha, he might not be interested in the Heart Sutra of Buddhism. What do you know? The ancestor of the battle saint ape finally achieved the position of Buddha and cultivated the body of Holy Buddha. As the descendant of the battle saint ape, I naturally have the fate of Buddha in my body. You can't understand the Heart Sutra of Buddhism, but it doesn't mean that I can't. This great freedom Heart Sutra may be of great use to me. Quick, let me have a look. Xianxia urged. The inheritance of the battle saint ape was very strange. Xianxia obviously had the complete bloodline of the battle saint ape and directly obtained the inheritance of the ancestor. It was extremely magical and terrifying. Xianxia didn't hesitate anymore and quickly threw the Heart Sutra into the strange stone. Not long after, the strange stone began to shake violently. Obviously, such a big movement was caused by Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't understand why this guy was so excited when he saw the Heart Sutra of Buddhism. Haha, sure enough, sure enough. I'm going to be born soon, ha ha ha. Xianxia's wild laughter came from inside. His excitement couldn't be concealed at all. Monkey, don't be excited. Tell me what's going on. Xianxia was dumbfounded. Little Chinzi, you've helped Master Monkey a lot this time. Do you know what the meaning of this great Freedom Heart Sutra is? Xianxia calmed himself down and said. Tell me about it. Xianxia asked with great interest. It's the Supreme Sutra left behind by the Great Freedom Ancient Buddha. Legend has it that the Great Freedom Ancient Buddha cultivated this sutra and became a free and unfettered body. The law of myriad realms couldn't bind him and he could walk freely between the heavens and earth. I didn't expect that the Great Freedom Ancient Buddha had obtained the Great Freedom Heart Sutra. Unfortunately, this sutra is very difficult to cultivate and it's even more difficult to achieve the true freedom. Otherwise, the great Buddha wouldn't have died here. It wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Emperor realm just by relying on this sutra. Xianxia explained. He knew the origin of this sutra. That was why he was so excited. Hearing this, Xianxia was also shocked. Even he didn't expect the sutra to be so powerful. The heavens and earth were too big and there were too many worlds. Who could be above the myriad realms? Who could be beyond the myriad realms? Who could be outside of the 5 elements? Who could be truly free and unfettered? Who could be truly free? That was a kind of supreme realm. It was a kind of comprehension that surpassed all other realms. The change in the state of mind was the most important and also the most difficult. The Great Freedom Heart Sutra was left behind by the ancient Buddha of freedom. Its preciousness was unimaginable. If this Heart Sutra were to be spread out, the White Dragon Temple would not be able to remain calm immediately. The entire White Dragon Temple would be alarmed and even the unparalleled Buddha would have to take action personally. To put it bluntly, this sutra is the most precious thing in this immortal vault. Even the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk are far less valuable than this ancient sutra. Of course, this is only relative to Buddha's sect. After all, this ancient sutra can't be used by anyone. Those who have nothing to do with Buddha's sect would suffer a backlash if they read this sutra. Xianxia said. According to what you said, this ancient sutra is indeed the greatest treasure in this immortal vault. I didn't expect that Buddha Venerable to hide it here, on one of the 81 ancient roads. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that the most valuable treasure would be hidden here. The attraction of the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk has covered everything. Xianxia sighed. He was really lucky this time. Of course, most of this was because of Xianxia. If it wasn't for Xianxia's fiery golden eyes, he was afraid that it would be unrealistic to find this ancient sutra and it would have fallen into the hands of others. Monkey, you want to rely on this sutra to break the shackles of the wondrous stone, right? Said Xianxia. Given his intelligence, he had already guessed the key point. You're right. Given my current strength, I'm fully capable of coming out of this world, but everything has its limit. For a heaven-defying immemorial battle spirit like me, even if I'm fully nurtured, I won't be able to come out of this place. But even so, it won't be a short period of time. Even if the journey in Golden Horizon is over, I still won't be able to get out of this place. Watching all of you wandering around here has made Master Monkey very anxious. If I have this great unrestrained Heart Sutra, I will be able to break the shackles and become a free body. Of course, this free body of mine is still far from the original intention of the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra. It's impossible for me to reach the level of unrestrained ancient Buddha, but with this ancient sutra, it won't be a problem for me to get out of the wondrous stone quickly and break the shackles. If there are no accidents, I will be able to break out of this place in 3 days at most. Long Shersan said. 3 days in the Zulong Tower was only a few hours outside. Upon hearing Long Shersan's words, even Xianxia couldn't help but feel excited. He finally knew why Monkey had such a huge reaction when he heard the words Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra. It turned out that this ancient sutra could help Monkey come out of the world faster. If Long Shersan could come out of the stone faster, it would be a great thing for Xianxia. There was no doubt about this. Given Long Shersan's ability, there were only a few experts in Golden Horizon who could compete with him. Just when Xianxia and Long Shersan were still excited, 2 silhouettes suddenly walked into the ancient palace from the outside. They were 2 men in yellow robes. They looked exactly the same. They were twins. Their cultivation base was extremely powerful, having already reached the terrifying early immortal emperor realm. As soon as the 2 of them saw Xianxia, they immediately revealed killing intent. Both of them unleashed their chi at the same time, enveloping Xianxia. Hand over the treasure and we can spare your life. One of them spoke. What treasure? Xianxia asked nonchalantly. Brat, stop pretending. Just now, there was a burst of golden light. We brothers happened to pass by. There must be a precious treasure in this ancient palace. Now that the golden light has disappeared, the treasure must have been kept by you. You are just a puny immortal king. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the treasure. Otherwise, humph. Xianxia immediately understood what was going on. The sudden appearance of an ancient palace would surely attract the attention of others. Most likely, those who passed by this place would come over to see if there were any treasures. These 2 twin brothers just happened to pass by this place and saw countless golden lights rushing out from the ancient palace. Naturally, they believed that there were treasures inside. This was understandable. In fact, it was just as they thought. The Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra was indeed a peerless treasure. The Buddha light released by the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra vanished the moment Xianxia placed the ancient scripture into the wondrous stone. The 2 brothers happened to see Xianxia alone in the ancient palace. Even an idiot would think that it was Xianxia who kept the treasures. Looking at Xianxia again, he was merely an immortal king. Given their cultivation base, why would they put a puny little immortal king in their eyes? Since they encountered Xianxia, they must seize the treasures. Or what? Xianxia stared at the 2 brothers with interest. These 2 bastards really didn't want to go far today. Of all people, why did they have to rob him? Weren't they courting death? It had always been him, Xianxia, robbing others. No one had ever robbed him, Xianxia. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. Let me tell you, we are from the Huang family of southern Xuanyu of ethereal immortal domain. You are just a puny little immortal king. You better behave yourself. As long as you hand over the treasures you obtained from the ancient palace, we will spare your life. Naturally, don't think that we brothers are kind. A trash like you isn't qualified to be our enemy. You don't even have the qualifications to die in our hands. One of the Huang brothers said. His attitude was extremely arrogant, and he had a condescending attitude. He didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. His attitude showed that he was looking down on Xianxia, so what could Xianxia do about it? Little Chinzi, don't waste your breath on these 2 idiots. This master monkey is going into seclusion to comprehend the ancient scripture. Hurry up and finish them off. Long Shersan spoke. After that, he went into seclusion to comprehend the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra. According to Long Shersan's character, if these 2 bastards dared to rob him here, he would immediately kill them. He wouldn't even bother to waste his breath on them. You 2 are right. I have indeed obtained a good treasure, but it's impossible for you 2 to snatch it away because you don't have the ability to do so. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you leave now, it's still not too late. I might be merciful enough to spare your lives. If you 2 persist in going about things the wrong way, I'm afraid that you will die here. Xianxia spoke in a persuasive tone. He was giving these two brothers a last chance. He hoped that they would cherish it because he was in a good mood right now. He could spare their lives, but he wasn't a merciful person. If the two of them persisted in going about things the wrong way, Xianxia wouldn't mind killing two more of them. It was just too common for two people to die in this golden horizon. However, after hearing Xianxia's words, the reaction of the two Huang brothers was the same as the others. They burst into laughter. They felt that they had heard the biggest joke in their lives. An immortal king actually used such a tone to talk to them. This itself was a very funny thing. "Kid, I think you are tired of living." One of them spoke in Ling Ling's voice. "Big brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just kill him and the treasure will naturally be ours." The other man had a cold smile on his face. He unleashed his killing intent and walked towards Xianxia step by step. In his point of view, this immortal king brat who came out of nowhere was simply courting death. Going against them brothers was already a road that led to death. Upon seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. Given his current cultivation base, perhaps he didn't even need to use his dragon transformation to deal with these two early immortal emperors, but under the situation where he couldn't use his dragon transformation, he would still need to use his powerful means to deal with these early immortal emperor geniuses in one strike. "Kid, I will give you one last chance. Hand over the treasure now and you might still have a chance to live." That person's expression immediately turned cold and gloomy. "You talk a lot of nonsense." Xianxia spoke. His entire being turned into a phantom and took the initiative to attack. His arm suddenly became incomparably thick and strong, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Xianxia struck out with the terrifying Qilin arm, not giving his opponent the slightest chance. According to Longshan, he was going to end the battle as soon as possible. "What?" The Huang brothers' facial expression changed dramatically. Although they were arrogant, they weren't fools. The moment they saw Xianxia's qi, they knew that they had made a grave mistake. They knew that they had completely underestimated this immortal king in front of them. The moment the opponent attacked, the qi that erupted from him had already surpassed any one of them. Roar, the incomparably majestic Qilin arm instantly appeared in front of the Huang brothers. The terrifying qi waves instantly enveloped the Huang brothers. Under such pressure, the Huang brothers had no way to escape. The only thing they could do was to fight against Xianxia head-on. Sadly, the Huang brothers had underestimated Xianxia from the start. They basically didn't expect that Xianxia would be so powerful to this extent. Now that Xianxia acted decisively, the Huang brothers could only rely on their quick reflexes to react. They lifted their fists and unleashed their combat prowess, smashing towards the Qilin arm. Upon seeing this, a sneer appeared on Xianxia's face. Clashing head-on against the Qilin arm? What a foolish method of combat. In truth, the Huang brothers also knew that this method of combat was extremely foolish. But right now, they had no other choice. If they couldn't even do such a foolish action, they could only wait for death. But in reality, even if they made such a futile attempt, their fate would still be unchangeable. Kong Long, in an instant, the fists of the Huang brothers collided with Xianxia's Qilin arm. A loud bang was heard. One of the Huang brothers' arms was smashed into pieces, followed by half of his body. The remaining half of his body was sent flying and fell at the feet of the other Huang brothers. After wriggling a few times, there was no sign of life. Then, a brocade pouch flew out from the corpse and fell into Xianxia's hand. "Second brother." The remaining Huang brother's facial expression changed dramatically. Both of his eyes turned red instantly. It was too fast. Everything happened too fast. Before he could react, his brother had already died tragically in the hands of his opponent. As a matter of fact, the Huang brothers weren't that weak. They were born from the same mother. The cooperation between them had already reached a perfect level. Although they were only early immortal emperors, their combat prowess was enough to fight an intermediate immortal emperor. Unfortunately, they had underestimated their opponent too much, which led to such an ending. They were killed by their opponent's punch before they could even display their combat prowess. It was truly miserable. You have killed my brother." The eldest brother stared at Xianxia with bloodshot eyes. The flames in his eyes were burning. It was a kind of hatred. The fact that Xianxia had killed his brother made him unable to keep his composure. Since you two have such a deep brotherly relationship, go down and accompany your brother, Xianxia said and struck out violently once more. It was the Qilin divine arm again. It reached the eldest brother in the blink of an eye in a destructive manner. He couldn't care less about the Huang family of southern Xuanyu. To him, those who robbed his treasures were merely his enemies. Xianxia didn't care about the identity and background of the other party. Not to mention the Huang family, even the experts of the immortal court would face death if they offended him. As the saying goes, one won't worry when one has too many debts and one won't itch when one has too many lice. Xianxia was like this now. He had too many enemies. He didn't care about the Huang family at all. Kong long, arg, not long after that, another blood-curdling scream was heard from the ancient palace. The violent energy had overturned the decaying ancient palace. The ancient palace that had existed for countless years was completely destroyed. Xianxia walked out of the palace as if he was taking a stroll in the garden. As for the two Huang brothers, they would never be able to come out again. They were buried here together with the ancient palace. It was a tragedy for the Huang brothers. Given their teamwork, they should have been able to live well in the Golden Horizon. If they had the chance, they would have obtained plenty of benefits. Unfortunately, they had offended Xianxia, a person that they shouldn't have offended. Eventually, they lost their lives here. There were tens of thousands of geniuses in the Golden Horizon. It was too normal for two of them to die. Even if one had an illustrious reputation in the outside world, he was just a member of a single log bridge here. If he didn't go well, he would sink into the bottomless abyss. In the following time, without the help and guidance of Xianxia, Xianxia wandered aimlessly in the spatial zone. He didn't expect to find any more treasures. After all, these things depended on luck. However, the direction that Xianxia was heading towards was the center of the spatial zone. He knew very well that as long as he reached the end of the spatial zone, he would be able to walk out of this place and reach the center of the immortal vault, where the great earth immortal milk was located. A few hours later, the Zulong Tower suddenly shook. Xianxia's divine sense moved and discovered that the 33rd level of the tower was shaking violently. Then, countless golden rays of light rushed out from the stone. Little Xianxia, quickly let me out. Master Monkey is about to be born. Haha. Longshirson's voice was heard. He laughed heartily, seeming incomparably excited. He had already comprehended the great unrestrained heart sutra. Although he had just grasped the basics, it was enough for him to come out of the stone. After enduring for so long, he was finally going to be born. The time limit and destiny had been fulfilled. There was no way that Longshirsan wouldn't be excited. All right. Xianxia was also incomparably excited. From the time he obtained the stone to the birth of Longshirsan, it could be said that he had successfully accomplished one thing. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily opened the Zulong Tower and released the stone. He could almost imagine that the birth of the Monkey King would create an earth-shattering commotion. If it was inside the Zulong Tower, wouldn't it turn his tower into a mess? The wondrous rock rushed out of the ancestral dragon pagoda and floated in the air above the spatial zone. Countless golden lights rushed out from the wondrous rock. Chi waves rolled and shook the heavens. The commotion was too great. No one knew what kind of commotion the monkey would cause when it jumped out from the rock. The commotion is too big, it will definitely attract a lot of people. Xianxia's expression froze. Immediately, he formed a seal with both of his hands and cast out a great formation, covering the surrounding 10 miles. He wanted to use this formation to hide the commotion caused by Longshirsan. In fact, with Xianxia's current cultivation base, it was already enough to protect Longshirsan. However, in order to not be disturbed by external factors, Xianxia had to be careful. It would be the safest to completely cover this place. Not only that, after setting up the formation, Xianxia also walked out of the formation. His eyes were cold. This was the most crucial moment for Longshirsan. Xianxia wouldn't be polite to anyone who wanted to disturb Longshirsan. Anyone who wanted to disturb him would be killed by Xianxia without mercy. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The commotion inside the wondrous rock became louder and louder. It was as if countless thunders were rolling down from the 9 heavens, causing people's souls to feel heavy. Rays of golden light were like silk and satin, materializing into a heavenly river. This was a very mystical scene. This was the scene of the birth of a living being. This was fate, the incarnation of luck. The birth of an immemorial battle spirit would definitely be earth-shattering and attract the attention of everyone. It was the best choice for Xianxia to be born here. After all, there weren't many people here, it wouldn't affect him too much. Ka-ka, the incomparably sturdy wondrous rock began to emit cracking sounds. Cracks appeared one after another. Very quickly, it became like a spider web, densely packed together. Golden light shot out from the cracks, turning the entire space into a golden ocean. That was the aura of an immemorial battle spirit. A peerless monster was about to be born, shocking the world. Monkey, with such a huge formation, will it attract the heavenly tribulation? Xianxia began to worry. He knew the situation of the heavenly tribulation the best. Back when he was in Saint Origin World, he had been struck by lightning many times. Because the laws in the immortal world were firmer and more advanced, he didn't experience the heavenly tribulation after arriving in the immortal world. However, the birth of the monkey was too heaven-defying. An immemorial battle spirit that had been nurtured for an unknown period of time was bound to suffer the heavenly tribulation. Don't worry, I'm a creature of heaven and earth. What I absorb is the essence of heaven and earth, which is in line with the laws of heaven and earth and karmic luck. I'll be acknowledged and accepted by heaven and earth, so there won't be any heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, if I undergo the heavenly tribulation here, even the space left behind by the Buddha Supreme wouldn't be able to withstand it. Xianxia's voice reverberated from the wondrous rock. Only then did Xianxia feel relieved. One should know that the heavenly tribulation wasn't separated by spatial boundaries. No matter where you were, you wouldn't be able to escape from the heavenly tribulation. Just imagine, if the heavenly tribulation descended on this space, even if it was left behind by the ancient Buddha Supreme, it would still be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. At that time, the entire space would collapse and the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Xianxia was different from the other heaven-defying creatures. He was born from the fusion of heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, which was in line with the heavenly Tao and was acknowledged by the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, he had comprehended the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra, which allowed him to walk out of the shackles and see the light of day again. ****, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the wondrous rock. It was going to explode at any time, but Xianxia also knew that it would take some time for the rock to explode. The birth of an immemorial battle spirit wasn't that simple. Swoosh, 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 several silhouettes came one after another. Even though Xianxia had used a great array to conceal Xianxia's aura, the commotion was too big. It was impossible to completely conceal it. Therefore, the cultivators who were closer to the rock were naturally attracted by the commotion. What is that? What a powerful aura! Is that the ancient light of God of War? This wondrous rock must be a rare treasure. Mystical, too mystical. I can smell the aura of an ancient battle spirit. There's a powerful creature gestating inside this rock. It seems like it's going to be born soon. This is a peerless treasure. To think that there would be such a mystical stone within the immortal stash of the ancient Buddha. I wonder how long it has been nurtured. If I can get my hands on this stone, I will be able to make the living being within the stone obey me. I can even refine it and obtain endless benefits. That's right. They didn't know that this wondrous stone was released by Xianxia. They thought that it had always existed here and was a treasure left behind by an ancient Buddha. Moreover, they weren't fools, they knew how terrifying this immemorial battle spirit was. This was a living being of the heavens and earth. If they could obtain it, they would be able to gain the recognition of the living being inside and use it for their own use. Even if they couldn't, they could still refine it before it was fully born. Absorbing the essence of a living being of the heavens and earth would bring unimaginable benefits. At that time, their cultivation would definitely improve tremendously. As for Xianxia's existence, no one cared about him. In their point of view, the white-robed young man standing outside the rock was the same as them. It was just that he arrived earlier than them. Treasures of heavens and earth would belong to those who had the ability to obtain them. Facing a treasure like this wondrous stone, everyone would naturally fight for it with their own means. In their eyes, Xianxia was merely an immortal king. Naturally, none of them would spare him a glance. With such a cultivation base, he didn't even have the qualifications to be their opponent. If he really wanted to snatch the treasure from them, he would only be seeking his own humiliation. He would only be cannon fodder and would be killed instantly. Clang. Jiangchen's eyes were cold. With a clang, he took out the heavenly saint's sword. The dragon sword let out a sky-shaking sword cry that shook the heavens. The dragon sword in his hand trembled unceasingly, like a real dragon that had come to life. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. Jiangchen's cold eyes swept across the crowd. His tone was equally cold. The sword light was dazzling, almost rippling with substantial killing intent. This group of people's thoughts had already fallen on the wondrous stone. They were simply courting death. Now was the most critical moment for the emergence of Xianxia. Anyone who dared to take half a step forward would be punished by Jiangchen and die a graveless death. Jiangchen's reminder meant that he was giving them a chance, a last chance. He hoped that they would cherish it, but it seemed like it was impossible. The wondrous rock was too attractive, it had completely stimulated the greed and desire in their hearts. Under such circumstances, they could only kill. Jiangchen didn't know what to do. Humph. A puny immortal king also wants to monopolize it? That's right. Do you think that this treasure belongs to you just because you were the first to discover it? Ridiculous. It seems like you don't know the rules of the Golden Horizon at all. Don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him first. This wondrous stone is mine today. Whoever dares to stop me will die. Everyone had been blinded by their greed. They simply ignored Jiangchen's reminder and rushed over almost at the same time. I know the rules of the Golden Horizon better than all of you. Jiangchen's black hair fluttered in the wind. Killing intent shot out. With a sway of his body, he transformed into his dragon form. He didn't want to be entangled with these bastards. In order to ensure the smooth emergence of Xianxia, he wanted to kill them with a single strike. He wouldn't give them any chance to resist. Jiangchen moved like a ferocious tiger. The heavenly saint sword turned into a dazzling light and slashed through the neck of the man at the front. The man let out a shrill cry and was decapitated on the spot. An early immortal emperor genius died without even having the chance to react. What? Upon seeing this, the others exclaimed. Each of their eyes widened, unable to believe what they saw. An immortal king had suddenly casted out a transformation technique. The lethality of this technique had reached such a degree that even an early immortal emperor could be killed with a single strike. If they didn't see this with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Swoosh swoosh. Jiangchen didn't care about the shock of these people. 2 more geniuses died under his sword. The whole process was as easy and casual as cutting melons and vegetables. Not to mention resisting, they didn't even have the chance to react. They were completely vulnerable in front of Jiangchen. Not good. We have underestimated him. This man is too powerful. Run. The remaining geniuses hastily halted their charge. Although the treasure was good, it was nothing compared to their lives. All of them knew that they had underestimated this immortal king. It turned out that he was an extremely abnormal bastard. He had killed so many of them in just a blink. What they needed to do now was to run away and save their lives. None of you can leave. I have given you all a chance, but you all didn't know how to cherish it. Jiangchen's dragon eyes were blazing with flames. His killing intent soared to the sky. He held the longsword upside down and lunged at the few of them. This was, after all, a cruel world. There were no rules in Golden Horizon. Death had always been a normal thing. Arg, along with a few screams, the geniuses died tragically under Jiangchen's sword. Their brocade pouches automatically flew into Jiangchen's hand. Jiangchen's facial expression didn't change at all after killing these geniuses. He stood in the void with the heavenly saint sword. His dragon form hadn't recovered yet. Next, he would kill whoever came. Bang, all of a sudden, a cracking sound could be heard from within the wondrous rock. Xianxia could see that the top of the wondrous rock had already cracked open. An extremely tyrannical energy suddenly rushed out, and the top of the wondrous rock shattered with a cracking sound. Roar, a roar that seemed to come from the primordial times came from within the wondrous rock. Lan Shisan's head also popped out, and his fiery golden eyes scanned the surroundings. The golden monkey hairs on his head were like sharp swords, and any one of them could pierce through the space. Roar, Lan Shisan let out an earth-shattering roar. His body began to expand, and countless golden lights flashed continuously, like sharp swords, rushing out from within the wondrous rock. The wondrous rock continued to make cracking sounds, and the cracks on its surface continued to spread. It looked like it was about to explode and collapse. Good, it's about to come out. Xianxia's eyes lit up, knowing that nothing could stop Lan Shisan from coming out. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He retracted his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. Roar, rumble, with a loud bang, the wondrous rock completely exploded, turning into countless pieces. Lan Shisan was completely out, and he let out a crazy roar in excitement. His body continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a giant golden ape. Just by looking at his body, one could tell that he was at least tens of feet tall, like a mountain. This was a true battle saint ape, with golden monkey hair all over his body. Each strand was like a sharp sword or steel needle, and was extremely sharp. Any one of them could be made into a divine weapon. There were golden scales on his chest, and those were dragon scales. This was the biggest difference between a battle saint ape and a battle saint ape. I, Lan Shisan, am finally out. I'm out, haha. Lan Shisan pounded his chest with his fists and roared excitedly into the sky. His laughter was earth-shattering, lingering in the void and echoing endlessly. Xianxia raised his head. This was truly a giant of the supreme ancient immortal realms. Just by standing there, people could only look up to him. Golden light erupted from his body. This was a berserk aura. The muscles on his arms were like small mountains, filled with explosive energy. The iron cudgel in his hand shone with boundless light, as if it wanted to poke a hole in the sky. This was an unrivaled great demon, a spirit of heaven and earth, natural luck and karmic luck fused into one. Monkey, don't be too arrogant. Hurry up and retract your body. Xianxia shouted out loudly. This fellow was a bit too excited. Xianxia's main body was too terrifying and too berserk. Okay. Lan Shisan replied. He started to retract his aura and his gigantic body started to shrink. In the blink of an eye, his body that was tens of zhang tall shrank to the size of an ordinary human. After that, Lan Shisan actually transformed into a human. He looked to be around the same age as Xianxia. His thick black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were bright, and his features were incomparably delicate. He wore a clean yellow robe and looked just like a pretty boy. F***ck. Looking at Lan Shisan's human form, Xianxia staggered and almost fainted. This bastard was so handsome, just like a scholar. How did he look like a ferocious ancient battle spirit? He was worlds apart from his previous image. If one were to look at him just from his appearance, there was no way they could link him to that unrivaled giant ape from before. Call me Brother Shisan from now on. Lan Shisan spoke with incomparable arrogance. Although this fellow looked handsome, his words were still as domineering as ever. His every move revealed an indomitable aura. That was the arrogance that emanated from his bones, which couldn't be concealed by his appearance. Just like Xianxia, if Xianxia didn't flip out, no one would treat this handsome young man as a peerless killing god. Especially Lan Shisan's eyes, which were incomparably bright. Golden light would flow out of his eyes whenever they moved, adding a strong mystical luster to his appearance. Brother Shisan? I think it's better for me to call you Monkey. Xianxia curled his lips. Although this fellow had transformed into a human form, he was still a monkey in essence. Xianxia decided to let this fellow keep the title of Brother Shisan for his own narcissism. His grandma. I have finally broken through the shackles. I, Brother Shisan, can't stand watching you run amok in the golden horizon. Lan Shisan kept his iron staff and complained. Even though he had transformed into a scholar, his nature still couldn't be changed. A wolf in sheep's clothing. It seems like you are going to deceive a lot of ignorant people with your current appearance. Xianxia shook his head. This fellow looked so weak that it was easy for his enemies to ignore him. Who would have thought that this weak-looking fellow could erupt with earth-shattering waves at any time? Anyone who looked down on him would eventually suffer the consequences of their own actions. Aren't you the same? A super-abnormal being who has deceived the ignorant eyes of so many people? Dragon Xianxia looked at Xianxia with disdain. These two bastards were actually the same kind of people. Both of them were super-abnormal and monstrous geniuses. Both of them had an appearance that didn't look powerful at all. I was born with it. By the way, what's your current cultivation base? It seems to be an intermediate immortal emperor, right? Xianxia glanced at Long Xianxia and spoke. That's right. My current cultivation base is indeed at the intermediate immortal emperor realm, but those so-called geniuses are all dead souls in the hands of Master Monkey. Long Xianxia spoke in an incomparably overbearing and arrogant manner, but Xianxia knew that he was just trying his luck. Given Long Xianxia's ability, even the geniuses of the immortal court in the Golden Horizon wouldn't be a match for him. If someone like Yipeng fought Long Xianxia, he was afraid that Yipeng would also be beaten to a pulp. Alright. Now that you have been born, we brothers will have a good adventure in this Golden Horizon. Xianxia patted Long Xianxia's shoulder. Then, the two of them flew side by side towards the center of the spatial zone. It had been quite some time since they entered this ancient path. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Otherwise, their journey would be delayed. After all, there was still the great earth immortal milk, a peerless divine medicine. If they could obtain the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk, the benefits would be boundless. Now, the most crucial thing was to find the entrance to the center of the Golden Horizon, which was to find the passageway that connected this ancient path to the inner spatial zone. As for the spatial zone in front of them, it was no longer attractive to Xianxia and Long Xianxia. One should know that although the ancient Buddha had a profound foundation, this place was after all divided into 81 spatial zones. All the treasures of the Buddha had been spread out. Now that the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra had appeared in this ancient path, there wouldn't be any other treasures. It was also impossible for the ancient Buddha to store all the treasures in this spatial zone. Therefore, Xianxia and Long Xianxia didn't pay attention to any treasures along the way. They were already quite satisfied with obtaining the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra. According to their previous thoughts, Long Xianxia would at least need to obtain the Great Earth Immortal Milk before he could be born from the wondrous rock. Now that he had obtained the Great Earth Immortal Milk, it was a great thing for the two of them. Hong. All of a sudden, a powerful wave of battle spread from a direction of the void, alarming Xianxia and Long Xianxia. That was the wave of battle. Perhaps because the distance was relatively far, the wave of battle wasn't very strong, but to Xianxia and Long Xianxia, they could still sense it clearly. Someone is fighting. Let's go and have a look. Long Xianxia said. Let them fight their own battle. It has nothing to do with us. We should hurry on with our journey. Xianxia said that battles were happening everywhere in the Golden Horizon. Xianxia wasn't interested in the battles of others. He was only interested in the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Let's go and have a look. Master Monkey has just been born. Let's go and see who is fighting. Long Xianxia didn't care whether Xianxia agreed or not. He pulled Xianxia's arm and flew towards the direction of the wave of battle. Xianxia was speechless, but it was understandable. After all, this bastard had just emerged from the rock. Any movement would be able to arouse his interest. Very soon, Xianxia and Long Xianxia arrived at the place where the battle was taking place. The wave of battle was getting stronger. In front of them was a void that was surrounded by airflow, as though it had been sealed. At the center of the airflow was a battlefield. A few silhouettes were fighting fiercely. If one took a closer look, they would see 5 silhouettes. 4 of them were besieging one person in the middle. The one being besieged was none other than the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise, Lan Lingji. Standing opposite her was an evil-looking man in black robe. He was none other than He Lang. The eyes of the other 3 were hollow and lifeless. They were actually the corpse puppets created by Corpsine sect. They were the corpse puppets of He Lang. Each of them had the cultivation base of an intermediate immortal emperor, just like He Lang. At this moment, Lan Lingji was besieged in the middle. A trace of blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful face had turned pale. Obviously, she had suffered a serious injury and was in a real crisis. He Lang, I never thought that you have refined 3 corpse puppets. Lan Lingji spoke coldly. Her combat strength was almost the same as He Lang. If it was a one-on-one fight, she wouldn't care about He Lang at all. Even if He Lang had sinister means, it was almost impossible for him to defeat Lan Lingji. But what she didn't expect was that He Lang's trump card was actually 3 corpse puppets. Each of them had the strength of an intermediate immortal emperor and was perfectly controlled by He Lang. The 3 corpse puppets worked together perfectly, completely besieging Lan Lingji, almost forming an airtight encirclement, making Lan Lingji a real turtle in a jar. Lan Lingji had great ability. If she was in He Lang's shoes, she was afraid that she would have already died after being besieged by He Lang. This was how terrifying the corpse sect was. This was also the reason why outsiders didn't want to clash with them. Their methods were too terrifying. Almost every disciple of the corpse sect had a powerful corpse puppet with them. When they fought against them, they weren't fighting just one person. He Lang had 3 corpse puppets with him. Anyone on the same level as him would be unlucky to run into him. Jia, Jia, Lan Lingji, I, He Lang, have said that you will be my woman sooner or later. Since you insist on resisting, I have no choice but to use force. In order to deal with you, I have used all my means and trump cards to show you my true strength. There aren't many people in Corpsine sect who can refine 3 corpse puppets. He Lang laughed evilly. He had deliberately chosen to enter the same ancient path as Lan Lingji. His purpose was very clear, he was here for Lan Lingji. After entering the spatial zone, he had been searching for her. As for the treasures here, he wasn't interested in them at all. He hated anything that was related to Buddha sect. Not long ago, He Lang had sensed Lan Lingji's qi and followed her. Then, this scene appeared before his eyes. It could be said that the heavens never let down those who wait. In his point of view, Lan Lingji was already his prey. He would never let go of such a great opportunity. The Saintess of Exquisite Paradise was the goddess in the hearts of thousands of men. She was a famous genius in East Xuanyu. No one dared to blaspheme her. She had always been high and mighty. But now, this saintess was about to fall into his hands and be at his mercy. To any man, it was a kind of pride and a great sense of achievement to get a peerless saintess like Lan Lingji. Apart from cultivating an evil cultivation method, He Lang himself was also a lustful person. He had long been interested in Lan Lingji in East Xuanyu, but because Lan Lingji was the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise, he didn't have the chance to make his move. This time, he encountered her alone in the Golden Horizon. To He Lang, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shameless bastard. Lan Lingji's face was unsightly. Her eyes were full of disgust when she looked at He Lang. Even when she heard He Lang's voice, she would feel disgusted. As a saintess with a high and mighty position, she had never encountered such a predicament before. Presently, she had already suffered a certain degree of injury. He Lang and the 3 corpse puppets had completely sealed off the battlefield. It would be difficult for her to escape now. Jia. Lan Lingji, don't resist anymore. Just submit to me and become my woman. Isn't that great? He Lang revealed a sinister smile. He didn't care about Lan Lingji's disgust towards him as he only needed to achieve his goal. Humph. Black Wolf, do you think that I, Lan Lingji, am so easy to deal with? Even if I have to fight to the death with you today, don't even think about succeeding. Lan Lingji harumphed coldly. She was also a woman with a strong character. Even if she had to pay with her life, she wouldn't let He Lang taint her innocence. Besides, she wasn't someone who could be easily dealt with. If she died, He Lang would also have to pay an extremely heavy price. A life and death struggle? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lan Lingji, since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, don't blame me for being impolite. He Lang's eyes glinted evilly. Under his command, the 3 corpse puppets roared and lunged at Lan Lingji. Now that the entire scene was under He Lang's control, it seemed impossible for Lan Lingji to escape. Lan Lingji's facial expression changed slightly. A blue longsword appeared in her hand. It was an incomparably mystical sword that radiated azure radiance. Instantly, she engaged in a fierce battle with the three corpse puppets. The corpse puppets of Cultivation's sect weren't that terrifying in a one-on-one battle, but the most frightening thing about them was their teamwork, especially with their masters. The teamwork between the three corpse puppets had reached a flawless level. Lan Lingji had suffered a certain degree of injury, which made her inferior in the fierce battle. She might fall into a crisis at any time. Barf, not long after that, Lan Lingji spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her facial expression turned even more unsightly. Lan Lingji, you won't be able to escape today. You must become my woman. Haha, He Lang laughed heartily. Today, he was determined to get Lan Lingji. He would never give her any chance. Don't even think about it. Lan Lingji's ferocious nature was completely aroused. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with flames. Terrifying energy began to stir in her body. Even if she had to pay the price of her life, she wouldn't let He Lang have his way. Hong Long, the battle was very intense. As the saint girl of exquisite paradise, Lan Lingji had some means, but it seemed like she wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. This scene happened to be witnessed by Jiangchen and Longshan who had just arrived. Before Jiangchen could react, Longshan was infuriated. Mother Kerr. What kind of ability is bullying a woman? I can't stand it the most. Longshan was incomparably infuriated. He Lang deserves to die. The enmity between me and Cultivation sect is irreconcilable. Since we've met today, I'm going to kill He Lang. Lan Lingji is the saint girl of exquisite paradise. I don't have any enmity with exquisite paradise, so I can befriend her. It's always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Jiangchen spoke. His chi fluctuated, ready to strike. Let me do it. You'd better stand aside when it comes to saving a damsel in distress. You already have so many wives. Leave one for your brother. Longshan grabbed Jiangchen's arm and said with a smirk. Haha. So you have taken a fancy to the saint girl. I wonder if she will like you, you damned monkey. Jiangchen burst into laughter. A gentleman wouldn't take away someone's love. Of course, Jiangchen would give such a good opportunity to Monkey. After all, he didn't have any feelings for Lan Lingji. Longshan had just attacked and was about to perform well. Now that there was a beauty in front of him, it was a great opportunity for him. An unparalleled beauty like Lan Lingji would be coveted by thousands of men. It was only normal for Monkey to have taken a fancy to her. F***K. You've seen through me. Looks like we can't be brothers anymore. Longshan glared at Jiangchen. You'd better act quickly. If you don't, Lan Lingji won't be able to hold on any longer. Jiangchen reminded. Master Monkey is here. With a sway of his body, Longshan dashed out. A reddish-gold iron staff appeared in his hand. Although he looked like a fair-skinned scholar, once the battle began, the chi of a battle saint ape would be fully revealed. On the battlefield, Lan Lingji was repeatedly injured. Her eyes were filled with ruthlessness, ready to perish together with her enemies. At this moment, an incomparably powerful figure suddenly broke into the battlefield and came to her side. Beauty, Brother Shan is here to save you. Longshan winked at Lan Lingji. Lan Lingji was stunned. She had never thought that a person would appear at such a critical moment. However, she wasn't interested in Dragon Shan's flirtatious glance. If it was during normal times, she would have given the person a slap on the face if he dared to do so. Who's that? He Lang looked over at Longshan, feeling somewhat surprised. This battlefield had already been sealed off by him and the three corpse puppets. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to come in, but this brat was able to break in so easily. It showed that this brat had extraordinary abilities. However, when He Lang saw that the intruder was only an intermediate immortal emperor, he let out a sigh of relief. As long as the opponent wasn't a late immortal emperor like Yi Peng, He Lang wouldn't care at all. Given his means, he wouldn't put anyone who was at the same level as him in his eyes. I'm Longshan. He Lang, you are a man. Why are you bullying a woman here? What the F***ck are you? Long Shan scolded without giving any face to Hei Lang. Haha. It seems like a hero saving the beauty. Brat, you are too impulsive. Why didn't you measure your own ability before attacking? Since you have come, let's die together. Hei Lang laughed aloud, totally not putting Long Shan in his eyes. He controlled the 3 corpse puppets to attack Long Shan at the same time. Be careful. These corpse puppets are very powerful. Their teamwork is extremely good. Lan Lingji hastily warned. They are the ones who should be careful. Have a taste of Brother Shersan's staff. Draconic Shersan leaped up and struck one of the corpse puppets with his iron cudgel. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the speed was too fast. The staff was like Mount Tai. Even under Hei Lang's precise control, the corpse puppet couldn't evade the staff at all. Long Shersan's staff hit the head of the corpse puppet precisely. The formidable body of the corpse puppet exploded instantly, turning into powder. What? Hei Lang and Lan Lingji exclaimed at the same time. The way they looked at Long Shan had completely changed because they knew too well about the scariness of these corpse puppets. Hei Lang knew very well that these corpse puppets were refined by him. Lan Lingji, who had fought against them and was severely injured, naturally knew how scary they were. However, Long Shan had killed one of them with a simple staff strike. The whole process was as easy as crushing an ant. This was definitely not an accident, because such an accident would definitely not happen. The only explanation was that this guy was simply too strong. Who exactly are you? Hei Lang's tone turned solemn. Someone you can't afford to offend. All of a sudden, dazzling divine light shot out from Long Shan's eyes. His black hair fluttered in the wind. The staff in his hand shone brilliantly like a divine weapon. Without a word, he swung it horizontally at the second corpse puppet. Asterisk bang. Asterisk just like before, the powerful corpse puppet had an intermediate immortal emperor cultivation base, but it couldn't put up any resistance under the iron staff of Long Shan. Its resistance was negligible. Under the situation where it couldn't evade, it was killed by Long Shan and turned into powder. Before Hei Lang could react, the iron staff in Long Shan's hand had already been swung at the last corpse puppet. Stop. Hei Lang was shocked. How would he dare to be negligent? He hastily made a move, hoping to snatch the corpse puppet from Long Shan's iron staff. Only he knew how much effort it took to refine a corpse puppet. Hei Lang realized that this scholarly fellow was not an ordinary person. However, it was already too late for him to snatch the corpse puppet. Be it in terms of strength or speed, he was no match for Long Shan. Bang, Long Shan didn't care about Hei Lang at all. He didn't even spare a glance at Hei Lang, who was lunging at him. The iron staff in his hand smashed down heavily on the head of the last corpse puppet. As expected, this corpse puppet was not much stronger than the previous ones. It was smashed to pieces by Long Shan's staff. Bastard! Hei Lang was enraged. An incomparably chilling black broadsword appeared in his hand and he slashed at Long Shan. Long Shan casually raised his iron staff, which collided with Hei Lang's broadsword. Only after clashing with Long Shan did Hei Lang realize how terrifying Long Shan was. Hei Lang could feel the surging energy coming out from Long Shan's body. It was a destructive energy that could erupt with a casual move. Even with his own abilities, he was no match for Long Shan at all. This was the gap between them. Clang, the broadsword slashed against Long Shan's iron staff, causing Hei Lang to suffer from a powerful backlash. His entire body was sent flying tens of feet away while coughing out blood. A casual move from Long Shan had seriously injured Hei Lang, rendering him incapable of fighting back. A piece of trash like you wants to fight your grandpa monkey? You're really overestimating yourself. Long Shan looked at Hei Lang with eyes full of contempt and disdain. That was a kind of innate arrogance, but Long Shan had the capital to be arrogant. A trash like Hei Lang was indeed not qualified to be Long Shan's opponent. Compared to a mighty immemorial battle spirit, Hei Lang wasn't even on the same level. Lan Lingji gaped at Long Shan with her mouth wide open. She was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. Her beautiful eyes glowed with a strange light. As the saintess of exquisite paradise, Lan Lingji had seen all kinds of geniuses, But it was her first time seeing someone as ferocious as Xianxia. She knew He Lang's strength very well. After all, she had just fought with He Lang and almost lost her life. Although this Xianxia was also an intermediate immortal emperor, the gap between them was just too huge. She could see that the mighty He Lang couldn't withstand a single blow from Xianxia. Which monstrous genius does he come from? How could he be so terrifying? Lan Lingji's heart quivered. At the same time, she couldn't help but be fascinated and attracted by Xianxia's demeanor. A strong man would always be able to attract women. Moreover, Xianxia was her savior. Just this point alone was enough for her to have a good impression of Xianxia. At least, she wouldn't dislike him. It was hard for a peerless saintess like Lan Lingji to pay attention to a man. But now, the emergence of Dragon Xianxia had caught her attention and she began to pay attention to him. "You, who exactly are you?" He Lang spoke ferociously. The loss of 3 corpse puppets had dealt a great blow to him. Those were his life's work. Now, only he knew the hatred he had for Xianxia. If he had the chance to kill Xianxia, he would never let him die so easily. Unfortunately, He Lang knew very well that it was almost impossible for him to take revenge. His opponent was just too strong. It seemed like it was already good enough for him to keep his life. The one who wants your life. Xianxia didn't want to talk nonsense with He Lang. He lifted the iron staff and smashed it at He Lang. With extreme speed, he reached He Lang in a blink. "Hold on." He Lang was scared out of his wits. Today, he had met a character who was even more ruthless than him. He Lang didn't even give him the slightest bit of face. He was really unlucky. If he was smashed by this staff, he would probably be smashed to death like the 3 corpse puppets before. "If you have any last words, say them quickly," Xianxia said. "Don't kill me. You and I aren't enemies. As long as you let me go, I promise I won't find trouble with you in the future. I, He Lang, am the most valued genius of Corpsine sect. Killing me won't do you any good," He Lang said in a trembling voice. He was now terrified. He had always been the one killing others and had never experienced the feeling of death. But now, he could already smell the scent of death. It was a kind of coldness and terror as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He didn't want to die. How could a rising genius of Corpsine sect be willing to die like this? He still wanted to obtain the great earth immortal milk. "You're right." Xianxia nodded and pretended to be in contemplation. Upon seeing this, He Lang's face revealed a look of surprise. It seemed like his identity as a disciple of Corpsine sect was very effective. As long as he could escape with his life today, he would certainly kill his opponent in the future to avenge today's death. "All right. As long as you don't kill me, we can still be friends," He Lang said hastily. "Young Master Long, don't listen to this man. He is cunning and strange. Leaving him alive will only bring disaster," Lan Lingji said. "You're right. It won't do me any good if I kill you, but if someone else kills you, they will benefit from it." Xianxia nodded, then turned to Jiang who was watching the battle from afar and said aloud, "Little Chenzi, come and kill him." He Lang's words undoubtedly reminded Xianxia, but Xianxia absolutely didn't want to spare his life out of kindness because he didn't have the identity brocade pouch with him. If Jiang killed He Lang, it would be different. He could directly obtain He Lang's brocade pouch. Putting aside whether there were treasures in the brocade pouch, at least his luck would be absorbed by Jiang. Upon hearing this, Lan Lingji and He Lang looked towards the direction of Xianxia's voice at the same time and saw a white-robed youth with one hand behind his back. With light steps, he arrived at the battlefield very quickly. The corner of Jiang's mouth curved into a smile. Without any superfluous words, the Heavenly Saint sword appeared in his hand and he thrust it at He Lang's head. "He's right. There are plenty of benefits for me to kill you," Jiang said. The Heavenly Saint sword pierced through He Lang's glabella. Blood spurted out, drawing a dark red line. You, He Lang's eyes widened. Even at the moment of his death, he was still dumbfounded. Things happened too fast, he didn't even have the chance to react. Great joy and great sorrow came too quickly. He thought that Xianxia had spared his life, but he didn't expect that someone would come out of nowhere and kill him without saying a word. He didn't even know who the white-clothed man was, nor did he know what kind of enmity he had with the white-clothed man. I forgot to tell you that my name is Xianxia. The reason why I killed you is to save you from threatening me with your identity as a disciple of Cultivation sect, because such a threat is useless against me. Your Cultivation sect and I have long been irreconcilable, Xianxia said, letting He Lang know the reason for his death. You are Xianxia. He Lang's eyes glinted with the last trace of astonishment, and then his eyes closed completely. His vitality was gone. The brocade pouch on his body automatically drifted out and fell into Xianxia's hand. He Lang knew that his death wasn't unjust, because if Xianxia fell into his hands, he would certainly kill Xianxia. Therefore, it was easy to understand why Xianxia would kill him. You are the Xianxia who has created an uproar in East Xuanyu. Lan Lingji looked over at Xianxia and asked in astonishment. Xianxia's reputation in East Xuanyu was very great. Apart from being famous, he had also done some great things in Golden Horizon. As a member of East Xuanyu, it was impossible for Lan Lingji not to have heard of Xianxia's name. Now that she finally saw Xianxia in person, she was a little surprised. She didn't expect him to be so young and handsome, which was the complete opposite of the fiendish devil that was rumored to be. I'm indeed Xianxia. Today, my brother and I were passing by this place and happened to see the saintess being trapped by He Lang. That's why we came to your rescue. Xianxia smiled. Upon hearing this, Lan Lingji couldn't help but sigh. Thinking of the crisis just now, she couldn't help feeling a lingering fear. Her eyes shifted to Longshan with much gentleness. If it wasn't for Longshan who took the initiative to rescue her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lingji thanks young Master Long for saving my life. From now on, you two will be good friends of Exquisite Paradise. Lan Lingji spoke and expressed her gratitude sincerely. It doesn't matter if we are friends or not. Just the two of us will be friends. Longshan chuckled at Lan Lingji and didn't forget to throw a coquettish wink at her at the critical moment. Seeing Longshan's reaction, Lan Lingji lowered her head and blushed. This Longshan's behavior was frivolous and even flirted with her. If it was someone else, she would have given him a good beating. However, not only did Lan Lingji not feel disgusted, but she also had a strange feeling. When Lan Lingji noticed this, she was incomparably shocked. It was an indescribable feeling, but she knew that she didn't hate Longshan. Even if Longshan's behavior was frivolous, she was still very happy. Lan Lingji told herself that it was because Longshan had saved her, but as a matter of fact, she also knew that it might have something to do with that, but it wasn't entirely because of that. Young Master Long has saved Lingji. Of course, we are friends. Lan Lingji returned to her normal state very quickly. After all, she was the saint girl of Exquisite Paradise. Her temperament was incomparable to ordinary people. Lan Lingji was even more astonished by the strength of Dragon Shan. How could she have never heard of such a terrifying peerless genius? This in itself was very strange. As for Xianxia, she had also heard a little about him, but Xianxia seemed to only be an immortal king. Therefore, she didn't really care about him. The one she was interested in now was Longshan. I wonder if Miss Lan has any harvest in this spatial zone? Asked Xianxia. No. There doesn't seem to be any treasure or danger here. That's normal. After all, there are 81 ancient paths here. Our luck isn't that bad. Although there are no benefits in this spatial zone, at least there aren't any dangers. What we should do now is to find the exit that leads to the center of the Immortal Vault. If someone else reaches the center of the Immortal Vault first, I'm afraid that the Great Earth Immortal Milk will be gone. Xianxia spoke. You're right. Why don't we go together? Lan Lingji suggested. She was still injured and needed some time to recover. If she could join forces with Longshan, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to her. Alright, let's go together. Longshan nodded immediately. It was exactly what he wanted. Killing He Lang was also a kind of harvest. It was equivalent to getting rid of a formidable enemy. Xianxia, Longshan and Lan Lingji walked together towards the center of the Immortal Vault. When the three of them joined forces, they were almost unstoppable in the Golden Horizon. Apparently, there were no more treasures in this spatial zone. What they needed to do now was to go to the center of the immortal vault and search for the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Xianxia was very interested in the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Although he had already advanced to the late Immortal King realm, the number of dragon marks in his body had only reached 1.2 million. His cultivation base wasn't stable yet. If he could obtain the Great Earth Immortal Milk, his strength would certainly improve a lot. At that time, his combat strength would be much stronger and he would have nothing to fear. Meanwhile, in another ancient path, Tyrant had also found an ancient palace. The palace was dilapidated and looked no different from the one Xianxia had found before. The ancient palace was located in an illusory void. It was very hard to discover, but Tyrant had a deep affinity with Buddha. His senses were much stronger than others when he came to the remains left behind by a Buddha Supreme. Outside the gate of the ancient palace was the same as the one Xianxia had found before. There was a formation blocking the way. The formation had been worn down for a long time. To Tyrant, breaking this formation was an incomparably simple thing. Ba. Tyrant clasped his palms together. Pure Buddhist light emerged from his body as he rushed towards the ancient palace. As if sensing the aura of Tyrant, the formation outside the ancient palace was directly broken. The dilapidated door of the ancient palace opened automatically as if it was specially waiting for Tyrant's arrival. Seeing this, Tyrant couldn't help but feel happy, but at the same time, he also felt sad. After all, a powerful ancient Buddha had fallen here. It was a sad thing. As a descendant of Buddhism, Tyrant naturally didn't feel good. After regaining his senses, Tyrant began to stride towards the interior of the ancient palace. Now that this ancient palace was opened for him, there might be a fortune waiting for him. Naturally, he wouldn't give it up. His current cultivation base had yet to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. He was merely at the peak of the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, but he was infinitely close to the true Immortal Emperor realm. It was just a matter of fortune for him to advance to the true Immortal Emperor realm. Speaking of fortune, Tyrant's fortune could be said to be the greatest among all the immortal treasures left behind by the Buddha. As soon as Tyrant entered the ancient palace, golden Buddhist light rushed out. For an instant, the dark ancient palace was completely illuminated. The entire ancient palace was filled with golden brilliance. Lines of Sanskrit characters were drifting in the void, looking extremely mystical. ****, the void trembled. A fist-sized golden ball was drifting back and forth in the void of the ancient palace, then came to Tyrant's eyes. Lines of mystical Sanskrit characters emerged on the surface of the ball, forming into runes. At the center of the ball, there seemed to be an ancient eminent monk sitting cross-legged in meditation with a solemn face. This was a peerless Buddha, a supreme Buddha venerable, like a legendary ancient arhat. Every movement of his was exuding pure Buddha chi. Sarira. Tyrant's eyes sparkled. This was the Sarira of Buddha sect, the lifetime essence left behind by the ancient Buddha venerable. The Sarira in front of him was the size of a fist. Tyrant had never seen such a huge Sarira before. Judging from the chi emitted from the Sarira, it was at least left behind by a late immortal venerable Supreme Buddha. Tyrant swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He was completely dumbfounded. What was a peerless treasure? This Sarira was the true peerless treasure. The Great Earth Immortal Milk was nothing compared to the Sarira of a late immortal venerable Supreme Buddha, especially to a disciple of Buddha sect like Tyrant, because they could obtain a lot of things from the Sarira. Tyrant stretched out his hand gently and found that his palm was trembling. When his palm was about to touch the Sarira, he hastily retracted it. He felt that it was disrespectful to treat the inheritance of an ancient Buddha in such a manner. Ba. Disciple Tyrant is very fortunate to receive the inheritance of the Buddha venerable. Tyrant clasped his palms together and bowed deeply to the Sarira. Then, he bowed 3 times before reaching out to touch the Sarira. The Sarira of a late immortal venerable Supreme Buddha was the lifetime essence of the Buddha venerable. It was his true inheritance. Anyone who obtained the inheritance of a great Buddha would eventually shine brightly. As soon as Tyrant touched the Sarira vibrated violently. It wasn't a sign of resistance, but a kind of approval and excitement, as though this Sarira was specially kept for Tyrant. It couldn't be helped. Tyrant's affinity with Buddha was too deep, which was why the Saraira was attracted to him. A Saraira like this had a certain spirituality. No matter how long it had been, its spirituality wouldn't disappear. If it couldn't find the person it admired, it wouldn't appear. In other words, if it wasn't Tyrant who appeared in the ancient palace, it was afraid that the Saraira wouldn't appear at all. One had to admit that the ancient Buddha venerable who left behind these ruins was incomparably wise. He used the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk as bait to attract everyone's attention. As a matter of fact, what he really cared about was the Saraira and the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra. Needless to say, the Saraira contained the lifetime essence and painstaking effort of the Buddha venerable. It was almost all of his inheritance. The Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra was also the supreme mental cultivation technique of Buddha sect. It was a treasure that couldn't be measured by value. This was a great opportunity for Tyrant. This Saraira alone was enough to make his trip to Golden Horizon worthwhile. The weight of this Saraira was just too great. If Tyrant could refine it, no one knew what level his cultivation base would reach. Tyrant held the Saraira in his hand. An ancient will was immediately transmitted out, giving him a sense of intimacy. Without hesitation, Tyrant turned and closed the door of the ancient palace, sat cross-legged and began to refine the Saraira. After refining this Saraira, my cultivation base will surely advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm in a short period of time. This was Tyrant's great fortune. No one could estimate the value of this relic. Not even Tyrant himself could estimate how much benefit this relic could bring him. His current mood was incomparably excited. Great Buddha, great Buddha, great Buddha, great Buddha, great Buddha, great Buddha. I wonder if little Chenzi, De Huang and Sister Ning have entered this immortal vault. I'll work hard to improve my cultivation base first before going to look for them, Tyrant muttered to himself. He had met his senior brother Hao Ran before and knew that Jiang and De Huang Dog had entered the Golden Horizon. Hao Ran also said that there was a black-cloaked beautiful girl following beside Jiang. Without a doubt, he knew that she was Wu Ningzhu. This made Tyrant incomparably happy. His brothers had reunited and could fight side by side again. However, Tyrant didn't know if Jiang had entered this immortal vault left behind by the ancient Buddha. If he was, they might be able to meet each other. After all, the Golden Horizon was just too vast. It would be incomparably difficult to encounter each other coincidentally. After obtaining the relic, Tyrant had lost interest in the other treasures in the immortal vault. Even the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk couldn't attract him anymore. After all, the value of the relic was beyond everything. The great earth immortal milk simply couldn't be compared to it. However, Tyrant also had to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible and enter the center of the immortal vault, where the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk were. He knew that he wasn't interested in the great earth immortal milk, but Jiang would certainly be. If Jiang had entered this place, he would certainly search for the great earth immortal milk. Therefore, if he wanted to meet Jiang, he must go to the center of the immortal vault. On the other side, Jiang and the other 2 had already reached the end of the ancient path. There were also other geniuses who had reached the end of the ancient path. They looked around, trying to find the entrance to the center of the immortal vault, but found nothing at the end of the ancient path. What's going on? We've already walked to the end of the ancient path. Why isn't there an entrance to the center of the immortal trove? Could it be that we've been tricked by the old monk? There's an 80% chance that we've been tricked. The old monk's stone tablet said that there are 81 ancient roads, and every ancient road has treasures and dangers. However, we've calmly walked all the way here. Not to mention treasures, there's not even any danger. Not a single evil spirit has appeared. If this isn't a trick, then what is? Don't talk anymore. I'm afraid the ancient path is not as simple as we think it is. Let's keep searching. Everyone was a little flustered and exasperated. They didn't have much respect for the ancient Buddha who left behind this immortal vault. They began to call him old monk. As a matter of fact, they had been depressed on this ancient path for a long time. Because of the words left on the stone tablet, they felt that there must be a rare treasure on this ancient path. Even if it wasn't a great treasure, there should at least be some high-grade immortal metastones or immortal weapons. Never had they thought that they would reach the end. Not to mention immortal metastones, not even a strand of hair could be found. This was not the most depressing thing. The most depressing thing was that not even a single evil spirit had appeared. Where was the promised treasure? Where was the promised danger? If this wasn't being played, what else could it be? Upon hearing the complaints of these people, Jiang Chen and Long Shan couldn't help but laugh, because all the dangers and treasures in this spatial zone had been obtained by the two of them. The danger of the evil spirit had allowed Jiang Chen to repair the Zulong Tower and raise the Zulong Tower to 38.5 levels. The 39th level was about to be fully condensed. His cultivation base had also reached the late immortal king realm. The Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra had allowed Long Shan to break free from the shackles of the wondrous stone, allowing him to be born in advance. However, if these words were to be spoken out, the eyes of these people would probably eat them alive. Of course, they would never say such a thing. As the saying goes, getting rich quietly was the true freedom. As a matter of fact, compared to these people, Lan Lingji was the most depressed. Not only did she not obtain anything, she was also almost tricked by He Lang. If it wasn't for Long Shan's help at the critical moment, she really didn't know what would have happened to her. Why isn't there an entrance? Don't tell me we have to go back the way we came? Lan Lingji said with a frown. Let's wait and see. It's certainly impossible to go back the way we came. The ancient path has already been closed. I'm afraid we can't go back at all. Jiang Chen said. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the void ahead suddenly trembled. Then, an illusory passageway appeared in front of them with a rumbling sound. It's a passageway. This is the entrance to the center of the immortal vault. I didn't expect it to open automatically. Haha. I thought we have been fooled. Let's go. Once we enter this passageway, we will be able to reach the center of the immortal vault and see the great earth immortal milk. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. If the people from the other ancient paths arrive first, I'm afraid we won't have a share anymore. The sudden appearance of the passageway made the agitated crowd excited. One by one, they flew into the passageway. After all, they didn't get anything on this ancient path. Their mood was very bad. They were eager to go to the center of the immortal vault to have a look. The treasures there must be extraordinary. If they could get some of them, this trip wouldn't be in vain. In the blink of an eye, everyone had entered the passageway. Jiang Chen and Long Shan exchanged a glance. Without any delay, the three of them vanished into the passageway. After the previous recuperation, Lan Lingji's injuries had fully recovered. Every movement she made exuded the bearing and elegance of a saintess. The passageway of the void was very short. It ended almost in the blink of an eye. When Jiang Chen and the others walked out of the passageway, they saw silhouettes rushing out from different directions. For an instant, the spatial zone at the center of the immortal vault was filled with at least 1,000 people. More and more people were still coming out. Seeing so many people all of a sudden, everyone's face revealed a trace of astonishment. Obviously, such a situation was beyond their imagination. Many of them had the same idea, to enter the passageway before the others in order to obtain some benefits and treasures. But now, it seemed like their wish was shattered. However, they weren't fools. They immediately figured out the key point. Obviously, all the passageways at the end of the 81 ancient paths opened at the same time. Before the passageways opened, there were already a lot of people waiting in each ancient path, just like Jiang Chen and the others. Therefore, the moment the passageways opened, so many people appeared. This was the only explanation. It seems like a lot of people have died on the ancient paths. Lan Lingji said. Everyone could see this. When they first entered the Golden Horizon, there were nearly 3,000 people. But now, there were only slightly more than 1,000 people. Including those who came out one after another and those who had yet to come out of the ancient paths, there were at most 2,000 people. In other words, nearly 1,000 people had lost their lives in the 81 ancient paths. This was very cruel, but this was the Golden Horizon. The existence itself was dangerous and cruel. Anyone who stepped into this place should be prepared to die at any time. People were dying all the time in this place. There were battles between humans and evil spirits, between humans and humans. There were also all kinds of dangers. This was an ancient battlefield, a land of war. It was perfectly normal for thousands of people to die in the 81 ancient paths. Of course, they didn't die in the hands of the evil spirits. All of them died in the hands of Xianxia. In that case, the other ancient paths would also be the same. Even if they didn't encounter a ruthless figure like Xianxia, they would certainly encounter powerful evil spirits. After all, the powerful evil spirits on Xianxia's ancient path had been killed by Xianxia. If Xianxia didn't kill them, no one knew how many people would die when the hundreds of evil spirits spread out. Damn it. The old monk is playing his old card. He's still playing tricks on us even though he's already dead. All the passageways have opened at the same time. Even if the great earth immortal milk appears, it will still be a fierce battle. That's right. Look, even Yipeng has come out. Who can compete with him? There are also those peerless geniuses of major powers, the saintess of exquisite paradise and a few intermediate immortal emperors. With them here, we won't be able to get a single strand of hair. That's not necessarily true. Even if we can't get the great earth immortal milk, we can still get some other treasures. We can't return empty-handed. Many of those who weren't strong enough began to feel disheartened. This wasn't the result they wanted. It was the situation they didn't want to see the most. Now that there were so many experts, it would be even more difficult for them to get the treasures. However, their eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Since they had already come this far, they absolutely couldn't return empty-handed. Even if the pressure of the competition was great, they wouldn't give up so easily. Asterisk dang dang dang, asterisk all of a sudden, the sound of a bell was heard from the front. It was an extremely ancient bell. Along with the ringing of the bell, the entire world seemed to have quietened down. Along with the ringing of the bell, a large expanse of golden brilliance and dazzling Buddha light appeared in front of him. This is the ancient bell. It's not the one being rung now. It's the echo of the sound wave left behind by tens of thousands of years ago. Lan Shisan said. The echo left behind for tens of thousands of years. Truly unimaginable. Lan Lingji sighed. There's an ancient temple in front. The great earth immortal milk is right there. Someone yelled. Everyone was instantly stirred up. One by one, they yelled excitedly and flew towards the ancient temple at full speed, fearing that they would be half a step slower. An ancient temple that has existed for countless years should be left behind by the ancient Buddha. It should be the true place of inheritance. The 9 drops of great earth immortal milk should be inside. Let's go. Everyone flew towards the ancient temple. Those who appeared here were the geniuses of geniuses. Their speed was extremely fast. In just a few blinks, they had arrived at their destination. Everyone gaped, shocked by the scene in front of them. Up ahead was a vast expanse of emptiness. An ancient temple hovered there. The ancient temple didn't look big, only having a dozen rooms and an ancient hall. These ancient halls and rooms were all golden in color. Despite the passage of time, their radiance didn't seem to diminish at all. Not only that, after being bathed in the Buddha light for so long, the ancient temple looked even more mystical, giving off a feeling of supremacy. This was the sacred land of Buddha sect. If Tyrant and Grandmaster Hao Ran were here, they would certainly kneel down and salute. Asterisk dong dong, asterisk the ancient bell sound was still reverberating in the sky, it came from within the ancient temple. No one saw the existence of the bell, but the bell sound continued for a long time. What truly attracted people's attention was the mysterious celestial pond in the sky above the ancient temple. The celestial pond wasn't very big, it was only a square foot, and it was completely condensed from Buddha light. It was completely golden, and on the surface of the celestial pond, there were lotus flowers carved. Those were the holy lotuses of the Buddhist path, and they shone brightly, as though they could come alive at any time. Asterisk wing wing, asterisk the celestial pond trembled, and 9 rays of light as white as jade rushed out. These 9 rays of light were like 9 sharp swords that pierced through the heavens. Each ray of light seemed to be corporeal, and the pure Buddhist light couldn't conceal them in the slightest. The appearance of these 9 rays of light immediately attracted everyone's attention. Look, it's the great earth immortal milk. That's the light emitted by the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk. The great earth immortal milk is in that immortal pond. That's right. It must be the great earth immortal milk. That's the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. It's too precious. The immortal chi it emits can increase the lifespan of an ordinary person by 100 years. Sure enough, the old monk didn't lie. There are indeed 9 drops of great earth immortal milk here. It's too precious. If I can get one of them, the benefits will be boundless. My cultivation base will immediately advance to the immortal emperor realm, and I will undergo another round of marrow cleansing, increasing my talent by another level. Everyone was excited. The great earth immortal milk was the essence of heaven and earth. It was a peerless divine medicine that could cleanse one's marrow and bring the dead back to life. The attraction of such a divine medicine was just too great. Even an immortal venerable would be moved if he appeared here. If the news of 9 drops of great earth immortal milk was spread out, it would certainly cause a great chaos, attracting thousands of experts to fight for it. I must get the great earth immortal milk. Someone couldn't control his excitement and took the lead to fly towards the immortal pond. Upon seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. This guy was just too impulsive. He didn't even know how strong he was. How dare a puny little half-step immortal emperor try to snatch the great earth immortal milk? This was basically no different from courting death. Sure enough, before that person could even fly to the side of the celestial pond, he was cut in half by a sword that floated out from behind. He didn't even have time to scream. Humph. An ant-like thing wants to obtain the great earth immortal milk? Don't you know whether you have the ability or not? With a cold harumph, a youth in black robe walked out. He was a genius of a major power in Radiant's immortal domain. He had a cultivation base of peak intermediate immortal emperor. He was extremely powerful. The moment he attacked, he killed someone. The strength of this youth had also sobered up those who had been blinded by the great earth immortal milk. Many of their eyes revealed endless disappointment, then began to shake their heads and sigh. Although they didn't want to admit it, they knew very well that the great earth immortal milk had nothing to do with them. It was absolutely not something they could touch. Should we act now? Lan Lingji asked, her beautiful eyes looking at Long Shersan. Don't be hasty. It's not that simple. Long Shersan spoke. He raised his eyes and looked at the immortal pond above. His eyes flickered with reddish golden light. The light didn't rush out from his eyes. It was just a flash, but Lan Lingji still noticed it. Her heart was filled with astonishment. She had never seen such mystical eyes before. The fiery golden eyes could see through everything. Long Shersan had already predicted that the immortal pond wouldn't be that simple. Now that he had used the fiery golden eyes, nothing could be hidden anymore. How is it? Xianxia asked. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Let's wait and see first. Long Shersan said with a smile. Killing one person had a great deterrent effect. The genius from the Radiant's immortal domain had a smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the celestial pool. Just as his hand was about to touch the celestial pool, a bright light suddenly erupted outside the celestial pool. A golden hand appeared out of thin air and collided with the palm of the genius. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the ancient force was extremely powerful. Even an intermediate immortal emperor was bounced back. Asterisk voila. Asterisk golden light began to rush out from the surroundings of the celestial pool. Rays of golden light rapidly condensed and soon, they became 9 monks. 9 monks made entirely out of gold. Each of the monks had their palms placed together in a solemn manner. Their eyes were golden in color and they did not seem to have any life force within them. The 9 monks stood in 9 different directions, sealing off the entire celestial pond and even the area beneath it. These are the protectors left behind. They aren't real humans. They were created by the ancient Buddha using the essence of Buddha sect to protect the ancient temple and the great earth immortal milk. Dragon Shersan said. The 9 protectors had been hiding in the void all this while and did not give off any aura at all. The protectors would only appear if someone touched the celestial pool. Dragon Shersan's eyes of fire and gold had already seen them previously. Therefore, he was extremely calm. What's that? They're left behind by the ancient Buddha to protect the immortal pond. These monks should have very powerful cultivation base. That's right. These monks aren't real living beings. They are created. Their strength is terrifying, but it's a pity that too much time has passed. The energy in their bodies is constantly being consumed. Even so, each of the protectors is equivalent to an intermediate immortal emperor supreme expert. When the 9 of them work together, even a late immortal emperor expert won't be able to cross the immortal pond. The sudden appearance of the 9 protectors immediately set off a wave of commotion. Many of them were shocked. The means of the ancient Buddha was unimaginable. Fortunately, too much time had passed. Otherwise, these 9 protectors alone were enough to slaughter everyone here. Of course, the responsibility of the protectors was to protect the immortal pond and the ancient temple. They wouldn't take the initiative to attack. As long as one didn't take the initiative to approach the immortal pond, one wouldn't be in any danger and wouldn't be attacked by the protectors. Let me see how powerful these protectors are. The genius of Radiant's immortal domain revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Both of his hands formed a powerful seal and launched an attack at the protector that had pushed him back. The eyes of the protector shone brightly. Both of his hands struck out the seal of Buddha's sect, colliding with the genius of Radiant's immortal domain once more. Hong Long, the powerful shockwaves of the battle tore the void apart, but the immortal pond and the ancient temple remained unshaken. The genius was forced back 3 steps. His facial expression began to change. What a powerful protector. Each of their cultivation base is almost the same as mine. More importantly, they can join forces with each other. It seems like it's going to be extremely difficult to get the Great Earth Immortal Milk in the Immortal Pond. The genius was shocked, but there was nothing he could do. The 9 protectors were guarding the Immortal Pond firmly. It was almost impossible to get past them to get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. The current situation was very obvious. The only way to get the Great Earth Immortal Milk was to get rid of these protectors. Let me have a try. As soon as Yipeng walked out, he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Clearly, the only one who could destroy these protectors and get the Great Earth Immortal Milk was him. Yipeng's body shook. The powerful chi of a late immortal emperor was immediately unleashed from his body. Under the impact of the powerful chi waves, everyone felt tremendous pressure. Sure enough, a genius from the immortal court was extraordinary. It seemed like Yipeng would be able to destroy these protectors. But at the same time, the other geniuses also felt some pressure. Because of Yipeng's presence, it would be extremely difficult for them to get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Yipeng walked towards the immortal pond step by step. Just as he was about to reach the immortal pond, the bodies of the 9 protectors suddenly shone brightly. Each of the protectors began to move. They seemed to have sensed the strength of their opponent, so they began to concoct their own energy. Yipeng was ready to strike. His movement was very simple. It was a punch, but it was no ordinary punch. It was something that absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Just like the 3 punches of wisdom of the northern and southern dynasties, this punch contained an extremely powerful immortal technique. It wasn't as simple as a punch. Yipeng's punch was aimed at one of the protectors. The 9 protectors seemed to have sensed it. They immediately turned around and formed a circle, aiming their palms at the back of the protector in front of them. For a moment, all the energy converged into the body of the protector at the front. An extremely vast energy light wave rushed out from the top of the protector's head. The protector's movement was very simple. Both of his hands formed a powerful seal of Buddha's sect. It was the same move that he used to deal with the genius of Radiant's immortal domain. It seemed to be the only move, but its power was incomparable. Bang. The seal of Buddha's sect struck out by the protector collided with Yipeng's fist. The impact of such an intense collision was just too shocking. The void cracked inch by inch. Some geniuses who were slightly closer to the center of the battle felt suffocated and hastily retreated. However, a shocking ending occurred. Everyone originally thought that with Yipeng's methods, he would definitely be able to destroy these protectors. However, Yipeng's attack didn't cause the slightest bit of harm to the protectors. Instead, that powerful Buddhist seal made Yipeng feel somewhat uncomfortable. What a powerful protector! The power of these 9 protectors can perfectly overlap and fuse together. Even I can't break their defense and take half a step into the immortal pond. Yipeng was shocked and his facial expression changed slightly. Although these protectors have existed for tens of thousands of years, the residual power is still very terrifying. It's hard to imagine how powerful they were when they were first created. The strength of a mighty immortal venerable is indeed beyond our imagination. Even Yiping isn't a match for them. Is there no way to break this defense? Doesn't that mean we can't get the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk? Also, there must be some treasures in the ancient temple. We can't return empty-handed. The 9 protectors are just too strong. It's going to be extremely difficult to break their defense. Everyone sighed, especially those experts who couldn't get their hands on the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk in the immortal pond. That kind of feeling was really unbearable. Monkey, you should be very confident in dealing with these 9 protectors, right? Xianxia looked over at Longshan. Lan Lingji too looked over with astonishment. Although she knew that Longshan was very powerful, especially when he killed He Lang, she didn't think that Longshan could fight Yipeng. Now that Yipeng couldn't break these protectors, she was afraid that Longshan wouldn't be able to do it either. If Master Monkey takes action, none of these protectors will be able to withstand a strike from me, but I always feel that things aren't that simple. If we kill these protectors, there will surely be a greater crisis. Perhaps it will be a real disaster. So we'd better wait and see. There are people who want the great earth immortal milk more than us. I believe these 9 protectors won't be able to stop them. Longshan's eyes sparkled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Xianxia nodded. Longshan had the fiery golden eyes. His words were the most trustworthy. Lan Lingji also chose to believe in Longshan. After all, Longshan had already discovered the existence of the 9 protectors. Even with my ability, I can't destroy them. Now that the great earth immortal milk is right in front of us, we can't just stand and watch. I want to invite all the intermediate immortal emperors to attack together. I have already found out that these 9 protectors can join forces. As long as we attack from different directions, we will be able to break their joint attack. At that time, the defense of the protectors will collapse by itself. Yipeng's eyes kept sweeping back and forth across the 9 protectors. Even with my ability, I can't destroy them. Now that the great earth immortal milk is right in front of us, we can't just stand and watch. Yipeng's words immediately stirred the crowd, especially those intermediate immortal emperors. They exchanged glances with each other, feeling that Yipeng's words were the right choice. Given the current situation, this was the only and best way to break the defense of the protectors and successfully obtain the great earth immortal milk. In that case, how do we distribute the great earth immortal milk? You, Yipeng, have a powerful cultivation base that none of us can defeat you. If you take away all the great earth immortal milk after we contribute our strength, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? Someone asked. This was the most crucial question and also the most important concern of all the intermediate immortal emperors. After all, Yipeng's means was just too powerful. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Yipeng. Once they helped Yipeng to break the defense of the protectors, they wouldn't be able to get a share of the great earth immortal milk. You don't have to worry about this. As long as we can break the defense of the protectors, each of you will get a drop of great earth immortal milk. The rest will belong to me. I, Yipeng, am a member of the immortal court. I will never go back on my words. If you don't help me, none of us will get it. Yipeng spoke. He glanced around. Including Lan Lingji and Longshan, there were a total of 6 intermediate immortal emperors. The 6 of them should be enough. At that time, he would still get 6 drops of great earth immortal milk. Although he couldn't get all of them, it was still better than getting nothing. After listening to Yipeng's words, the 4 intermediate immortal emperors were visibly moved. They felt that this was a very worthwhile deal. It was already good enough to get a drop of great earth immortal milk. It was better than getting nothing at all. Yipeng would certainly contribute the most. Therefore, they didn't have any objection to Yipeng getting the most great earth immortal milk. After all, this was a world where strength was respected. Given that Yipeng's ability was greater than theirs, it was only natural that he would get more. Alright, I promise you. Me too. The 4 intermediate immortal emperors agreed. Their purpose of entering this immortal vault was to get the great earth immortal milk. They weren't that greedy. After all, there were too many experts here. It was impossible to get all of the Great Earth Immortal milk. Now that they had the chance to get a drop of it, they had already achieved their goal. As for the others, they could only watch Yipeng and the others divide the Great Earth Immortal milk among themselves. Even if they had complaints in their hearts, they wouldn't dare to voice it out, because they knew very well that it was useless to voice it out. The Great Earth Immortal milk had nothing to do with them. They were only looking forward to seeing some good stuff in the ancient temple. Subsequently, Yipeng looked over at Lan Lingji and Lan Shishan and said, "What about you two? We aren't interested in the Great Earth Immortal milk. You two can settle it yourselves." Lan Shishan said. After listening to Lan Shishan's words, Yipeng's face turned cold. In his point of view, it wasn't important whether Lan Shishan wanted the Great Earth Immortal milk or not. What was more important was that Lan Shishan didn't give him face in front of so many people. What kind of figure was Yipeng? Everyone would agree to his plan except for Lan Shishan, which made him lose face. Naturally, Yipeng was angry. "It's fine if you don't want to participate, but you don't have the right to replace the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise." Yipeng spoke to Leng Leng, then shifted his eyes to Lan Lingji. "Me too. I'll listen to him." Lan Lingji's attitude was as firm as Lan Shishan's. Given how arrogant the Saintess was, she wasn't someone that Yipeng could suppress. "Humph. You all are not giving me face." Yipeng harumphed coldly. "What face do you have? In front of Brother Shishan, your face isn't even worth a fart." What kind of figure was Lan Shishan? How could he put a character like Yipeng in his eyes? Given his temper, he couldn't even stand an unfriendly gaze from Yipeng. As a matter of fact, if it wasn't because Lan Shishan felt that there was something wrong with this protector, Yipeng wouldn't have the chance to interfere with the Great Earth Immortal milk. Lan Shishan's words had undoubtedly infuriated Yipeng. A surge of intense anger rushed out of his body, accompanied by intense killing intent. What kind of figure was he? He had already reached the late Immortal Emperor realm at such a young age. He was a genius among geniuses. Plus, he was a member of the Immortal Court, which represented the high and mighty Immortal Court. No one had ever dared to talk to him in such a manner. "Brat, you are courting death." Yipeng's eyes were incomparably cold. It seemed like he would attack Lan Shishan anytime. "Do you want to fight? I advise you to think it through." Lan Shishan was calm and composed. He didn't put Yipeng in his eyes at all. If Yipeng dared to attack him, Lan Shishan absolutely wouldn't mind sending him to the Western Paradise. "Good. You are the first one who dares to talk to me in such a manner. I won't argue with you now, but when I get the Great Earth Immortal milk, you will die a graveless death." Yipeng left behind a ruthless remark. In his opinion, he would certainly do what he said. He was determined to kill this brat who dared to oppose him. He believed that if it wasn't because of the Great Earth Immortal milk, Lan Shishan would already be a dead man by now. Subsequently, Yipeng shifted his gaze to the four of them and said, "It's fine if they don't attack. The 5 of us are enough. You all just need to cooperate with me." Yipeng was proud and arrogant. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's do it." The black-robed youth who attacked just now was already somewhat impatient. "Let's attack together. Each of you will choose a protector from 4 different directions so that they can't fuse the energy." Yipeng spoke. The 4 of them didn't hesitate. With incredible speed, they appeared in 4 different directions in the blink of an eye. Each of them unleashed their own powerful qi. Some of them even drew out their immortal weapon. The aura of an intermediate immortal emperor soared into the sky and attacked one of the protectors respectively. Just like before, after being threatened by the enemy, the 4 guardians who were attacked immediately pushed out their hands and struck out powerful Buddhist seals towards their opponents. "Good." Upon seeing this, Yipeng yelled. He seized the opportunity and attacked decisively. He struck out a few powerful punches in a row. The huge golden fist was aimed at the protector that he attacked just now. Kong Long, Yipeng's attack power was just too powerful. This was his full force attack. His purpose was to crush one of the protectors. As long as one of the protectors was destroyed, the other protectors would collapse on their own and would no longer pose any threat. Yipeng's timing was just right. When he attacked, the 9 protectors were fighting separately. It was the time when they couldn't fuse their energy. Because of the disturbance from the other four, it was basically impossible for the protectors to unite instantly. Ka-cha, cracks instantly appeared on the golden body of the protector that was attacked by Yipeng. The cracks continued to expand, seemingly about to shatter. Haha, upon seeing this, Yipeng burst into laughter and struck out another punch at lightning speed. Under such a strong attack, the protector finally couldn't hold on any longer. His body shattered with a bang. The shattering of the physical body of the protector also caused the other protectors to suffer a great impact. Their bodies began to shake violently. Cracks also appeared on the bodies of the four protectors that were fighting the other four. The 9 guardians were created by Yipeng. Their defensive power was very singular. Plus, after a long period of time, they were no longer as strong as before. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to destroy them. Just like now, Yipeng and the other 4 had cooperated with each other to destroy the guardian with a single move. Now, one of the guardians had already collapsed and the other 4 were injured. Serious cracks had appeared on their bodies. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before all 9 guardians collapsed. Look, one of the guardians has been killed by Yipeng. Their defense is going to be broken soon. Impressive. It seems like the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk are going to be in our hands soon. What a pity that we don't have a share of it. We can forget about the Great Earth Immortal Milk. After all, we didn't contribute anything. In my opinion, there should be some treasures and benefits in the ancient temple. If we're lucky, we might be able to get something. If that's the case, this trip to the Immortal Vault won't be in vain. Many of them could see that the guardians had been destroyed. All the guardians were about to be destroyed and the Great Earth Immortal Milk would soon fall into the hands of Yipeng and the others. There was almost no doubt about this. Although many of them felt regretful about such an ending, they would still have the opportunity to enter the ancient temple even if they couldn't get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. There must be something extraordinary inside this ancient temple. Let's attack together and destroy all these monks. Yipeng's Ji soared into the sky. A powerful energy was launched towards another guardian. It was a destructive energy. After the fusion and overlapping of the defense was broken, how could the guardians be a match for Yipeng? They didn't have any spiritual wisdom. They only relied on their will to protect the immortal pond. Even their movements were simple. Bang. Without the slightest surprise, another guardian died at Yipeng's hands. At the same time, the other 4 geniuses each destroyed a guardian. At this point, 6 out of the 9 guardians were destroyed, and only 3 remained. But the outcome of their battle was almost imaginable. In the distance, Xianxia knitted his brows and couldn't help but say, I always feel that destroying these guardians is a very unwise choice. It might cause unnecessary trouble. Xianxia cultivated the great soul derivation technique and the great divination art. Therefore, he had a certain perception towards bad things that were about to happen. In his perception, killing these guardians was absolutely not a good thing. Could it be that there are other terrifying existences hiding? Lan Lingji was a little surprised. Initially, she had the same thought as Yipeng and the others. As long as they destroyed the guardians, they would be able to obtain the immortal pool. These 9 guardians were the last line of defense in the immortal vault. As long as they destroyed them, they would be able to get everything. However, the words of Long Shan and Jiang had changed her mind. It's hard to say. I have a bad feeling about it. Jiang shook his head. As more and more guardians were killed, the underlying bad feeling became stronger and stronger. Up in the sky, Yipeng and the others were in a state of excitement. They didn't even think about whether more terrifying existences would appear after killing these guardians. To them, the Great Earth Immortal Milk was the most important. After the guardians were killed, the Great Earth Immortal Milk would be theirs. In their eyes, there was only the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Let me do it. Yipeng's murderous aura soared to the sky. Violent energy surged out from him like a vast ocean. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 3 guardians were covered. Having lost the cooperation of the other guardians, these 3 guardians seemed to be somewhat vulnerable. Under Yipeng's powerful attack, the 3 guardians were instantly blown up. 9 guardians were now completely killed. The 9 guardians turned into 9 rays of light and rushed into the ancient temple. The immortal pool appeared in front of everyone. It seemed to have no more defense. The 9 rays of jade-white light of the Great Earth Immortal Milk had a fatal attraction. The Great Earth Immortal Milk is finally in my hands. Yi Peng's eyes were very bright. Without hesitation, he reached out his hand to grab the immortal pool. Just as his hand was about to touch the immortal pool, his facial expression changed dramatically. Not good. Yi Peng sighed inwardly. As a late immortal emperor expert, his sense of danger was beyond ordinary people. At this moment, he sensed an extreme danger. It was a danger that he had never experienced before. It could endanger his life. Yi Peng reacted very quickly. He hastily retracted his hand and retreated at the same time. The whole process was extremely fast. The other 4 intermediate immortal emperor geniuses were still in a dazed state, not knowing what had happened. Yi Peng was about to get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Why did he suddenly retract his hand and retreat? But in the next moment, they knew the reason. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Kong Long, a giant golden palm suddenly stretched out from the ancient temple below. The palm was like a palm leaf fan, turning into an indestructible cage, enshrouding the 4 of them. The 4 of them were horrified. Their faces were filled with extreme fear. They tried their best to escape from the grasp of this giant palm, but it was a pity that they were powerless. Their strength was just too weak in front of this giant palm. It was like the strength of an ant, not even worth mentioning. Bang. Arg, all of a sudden, a destructive force surged out from the giant palm. The 4 intermediate immortal emperors let out miserable wails. Their bodies were completely shattered by the impact of this force, turning into a mist of blood. The sudden change was too horrifying. An uproar was set off among the crowd. Everyone's face turned incomparably unsightly, especially Yi Peng. He still had a lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for his quick reaction just now, he would have already become a dead man. Lan Lingji gaped in horror, then looked at Lan Shisan and Jiang Chen with admiring eyes. At the same time, she felt incomparably fortunate. Lan Shisan and Jiang Chen had saved her life once again. She could almost imagine that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen and Lan Shisan, she would have agreed to Yi Peng's suggestion and attacked the guardian together with the other 4 geniuses. If that was really the case, she would probably end up like those 4 geniuses. What's going on? Why is there still such a powerful existence? It's just too powerful. An intermediate immortal emperor supreme genius was killed just like that. Countless people exclaimed. The scene was just too terrifying, making them tremble with fear. All of a sudden, a rumbling sound was heard from the ancient temple. Then, a ray of golden light flashed. A figure drifted out of the ancient temple like a ghost. It was an old monk in a golden kasaya. No, it was an ancient Buddha, a mighty ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha appeared. His whole body was radiating power. Just by standing there, everyone felt as though they were standing in front of a towering mountain, suffocating them. The ancient Buddha was born, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that the ancient Buddha's eyes were empty. Moreover, there was not the slightest bit of vitality in the ancient Buddha's body. This was a dead person, a corpse. It was unknown why it could stand up again. This is the ancient Buddha. This immortal vault was left behind by him. He has been dead for tens of thousands of years. Now, his corpse has undergone an unusual change. This isn't an evil spirit, but it's very terrifying. Lan Shisan's facial expression changed slightly. A mighty ancient Buddha. Even though he has been dead for tens of thousands of years, his corporeal body is still intact. The ancient Buddha has always been transforming and hiding here. Perhaps, he will come back to life after another 10,000 years. It seems like the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk played a certain role in his transformation. Jiang Chen spoke. The ancient Buddha that had been dead for tens of thousands of years wouldn't be able to resist him even if he was just a corpse. What a terrifying ancient Buddha. How could he be alarmed? If the ancient Buddha gets angry, all of us will be buried here. That's right. No one knows how powerful the ancient Buddha is. Even if it's just a corpse, it's still terrifying. The 4 geniuses just now are examples. What should we do now? With such an ancient Buddha here, I'm afraid it's impossible to get the great earth immortal milk or enter the ancient temple. Everyone's facial expression changed. Some of them were still thinking about the great earth immortal milk and the treasures in the ancient temple even at this moment. Such greed could really kill people. Yipeng stared at the ancient Buddha with an incomparably unsightly expression. The depth of his eyes was filled with fear. He had just experienced the terror of the ancient Buddha. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would absolutely be the same as the four geniuses, even if he was a late immortal emperor. In the face of a mighty ancient Buddha, there was no difference between a late immortal emperor and an intermediate immortal emperor. An ant would always be an ant. No matter how big an ant was, it was just a representation of weakness. The ancient Buddha stretched out his palm. On his palm, there were 9 rays of golden light flowing. Someone recognized them. They were the 9 rays of light that were formed by the 9 shattered guardians. Upon seeing the 9 rays of light, the hollow eyes of the ancient Buddha suddenly emitted a dazzling light. That was the light of death and dense killing intent. Not good. Everyone, leave quickly. The death of the 9 guardians has enraged the ancient Buddha. We are all going to die. Someone exclaimed. The scene instantly turned chaotic. If the ancient Buddha made a move, it would absolutely be a disaster to so many people on the scene. The ancient Buddha moved. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were very cold. All of a sudden, he reached out his huge hand and clawed at the crowd below. Kong long, arg, blood-curdling screams filled the sky. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The ancient Buddha had made his move, intending to kill all the living beings here. He was infuriated. He was just a corpse now. He didn't have too much spiritual wisdom and didn't have the slightest bit of mercy. His only thought now was to kill everyone here. This was a catastrophe. If the ancient Buddha attacked with all his strength, everyone in this spatial zone would be killed. No one would be able to escape. This was almost certain. The ancient Buddha was too powerful. Even though it was just a corpse, it wasn't something that these people could fight. The gap between them was just too huge. Run! Someone shouted and began to flee with his tail between his legs. He was afraid that he would lose his life if he was even half a step slower. No one could estimate the extent of the ancient Buddha's strength. It was not a problem for it to kill them easily. Damn it. I told you there would be big trouble after these bastards killed those guardians. Xianxia couldn't help but curse. Now that the ancient Buddha had gone berserk, who could control such a scene? The situation had completely gone out of control. Facing the mighty corpse of the ancient Buddha, only death awaited them. What should we do now? Lan Lingji's facial expression was extremely unsightly. The strength of the ancient Buddha was beyond her imagination. No one had expected such an ending. Nothing. Run. Xianxia said, then turned and ran. There was indeed no other way at this moment. The ancient Buddha had been infuriated. The merciful Buddha had now become the Buddha of slaughter. No one could make the ancient Buddha stop. The ancient Buddha was going to kill everyone here. Arg, blood-curdling screams rang out incessantly. The powerful ancient Buddha was expressionless, he had completely become the incarnation of slaughter. He was completely enraged. Every time he attacked, he would kill more than 10 people. Such a scene was truly too bloody. This was a true calamity. Compared to those evil spirits, the ancient Buddha was the truly terrifying one. With their abilities, they could still deal with the evil spirits, but in front of the ancient Buddha, they didn't even have the slightest strength to retaliate. They could only wait for death. Yipeng was the fastest. He was now trembling with fear. How could he still care about the great earth immortal milk? Compared to his life, any treasure was worthless. Yipeng, you mother asterisk cur, some people scolded Yipeng as they ran. They didn't blame the ancient Buddha, but they cursed Yipeng's ancestors in their hearts. All of this was caused by Yipeng. If Yipeng didn't kill the 9 guardians, the ancient Buddha wouldn't be angry, and there wouldn't be such a scene. Unfortunately, it was too late. The ancient Buddha had already been enraged. Actually, this thing. All of them were greedy, so they couldn't blame Yipeng completely. In the beginning, all of them were thinking about the benefits inside the ancient shrine. They hoped that after Yipun killed the guardian, even if they couldn't get the great earth immortal milk, they could still enter the ancient shrine and obtain some benefits. Now that they had suffered a catastrophe, it was their fate. Rumble, the ancient Buddha had completely turned into a killing machine, constantly killing people. The endless blood and screams couldn't move the ancient Buddha in the slightest. In other words, he was no longer the merciful ancient Buddha from tens of thousands of years ago. Instead, he was a powerful corpse that was attacked by anger. He had no thoughts and only knew how to kill. Perhaps when the ancient Buddha left this relic, he did not expect such a scene to happen. But all of this was happening, and the slaughter was continuing. It seemed that there was no way to stop it. Damn it, everyone scatter and escape in different directions. Don't gather together. Hurry up and split up. If you don't want to die, find the exit. You must find the exit. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Despair. Everyone was in despair. They knew very well that it was almost impossible to find the exit. This was the center of the immortal vault, the spatial zone left behind by a late immortal venerable. It was extremely firm. The spatial passageway that they used to come here had already been closed. At this moment, this was a completely enclosed spatial zone. There was no way to find the exit. They could only wait for death, but no one wanted to die. What they could do was to scatter and escape in all directions. After all, there was only one Buddha venerable. He could only choose one direction to kill. If they gathered together, the Buddha venerable could kill all of them with a single slap. Their thoughts were right, but unfortunately, the outcome couldn't be changed. Even if they scattered in all directions, the final outcome would still be death. It was just that some of them would die a little later. This spatial zone was only so big. As long as the ancient Buddha's anger didn't dissipate, it was only a matter of time before he killed everyone here. *Kuala*, the ancient Buddha's face was calm. He regarded all living beings as ants. With a wave of his huge palm, a large patch of the void was frozen in an instant. At least 30+ people were completely confined in that spatial zone. Their frantically escaping bodies were frozen in an instant. They couldn't even move. No, everyone's face was filled with unprecedented fear. That was the fear of death. At this moment, the glory of the past was gone. The glory of geniuses couldn't even withstand a single blow. What half-step immortal emperor? What early immortal emperor? All of them had turned into dust. Kong, in the next moment, the frozen void exploded. All those who fell into it were blown to death. None of them had intact bodies, turning into a large mist of blood. Everyone was trembling with fear. Some of them were shivering. The ancient Buddha was just too powerful. It made them feel despair. It's over. It's over. We can't escape. We are all going to die here. What should we do now? Who can save us? Some of them had a pale face. They had completely given up the hope of survival. The change was just too fast. They simply couldn't accept it. A moment ago, they were still excited about the great earth immortal milk. In the next moment, they were facing a disaster. Despair came too fast, like a dream. Unfortunately, this wasn't a dream. In just a blink of an eye, at least 200 people had died in the hands of the ancient Buddha. The scene was completely chaotic. Everyone was in despair. They couldn't find the exit. They didn't know if they would be the next one to die. They had nowhere to escape. The ancient Buddha could seal the void with a casual strike. Even the void could be destroyed, let alone them. Kong Long, Garg, the ancient Buddha struck again. Another dozen of them died tragically without any strength to resist. Some of them tried to use powerful attacks to resist, but it was useless. The final outcome was still death. Dong. The ancient Buddha took a step in the sky, creating a huge hole in the void. Its huge body appeared in front of Xianxia and the others like a ghost. An indescribable pressure instantly pressed down on them. Not good. Xianxia cursed inwardly. The ancient Buddha's whereabouts were unpredictable and its speed was just too fast. Now that they had been completely sealed, a little bit of its qi could kill them. Even if Xianxia wanted to open the Zulong Tower, it would be impossible. This was an unprecedented crisis. Lan Lingji's facial expression changed dramatically. She was in despair instantly. In the face of such a powerful ancient Buddha, there was nothing she could do. At the most critical moment, Longshan still had a calm face. Suddenly, he put his palms together and chanted an incantation. A qi of great freedom flowed out from Longshan's body. The qi was very weak. Ordinary people couldn't feel it, but the ancient Buddha could. The ancient Buddha's eyes flickered. It gave Longshan a glance, then turned around and dashed towards another direction. After the ancient Buddha left, Xianxia, Longshan and Lan Lingji couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The relief of the pressure almost made them collapse, especially Lan Lingji, who felt that she had taken a stroll through the gates of hell. The ancient Buddha didn't attack us. Young Master Long really has a good method. The way Lan Lingji looked at Longshan changed once more. She didn't know what method Longshan had used, but she had witnessed Longshan's miraculousness. A peerless figure like him was destined to have limitless achievements in the future. Furthermore, Lan Lingji's reliance and affection towards Longshan grew stronger. From the first time they met until now, Longshan had saved her 3 times. Xianxia and Longshan exchanged a glance and saw the relief in each other's eyes. Lan Lingji didn't know what happened just now, but both of them were incomparably clear that the qi of the Great Freedom Heart Sutra must have resonated with the ancient Buddha. That was why the ancient Buddha subconsciously abandoned them and turned around to kill the others. Spare us, ancient Buddha. We know our mistake. Arg, please spare us, Buddha. As long as you kill me, I will worship you every day after I get out of here. Countless people were in despair. Many of them were crying and begging for mercy, but it was useless. What welcomed them was the cruel slaughter of the ancient Buddha. The infuriated ancient Buddha had only killing intent in its eyes. In front of it, everything was just a target to be slaughtered. Arg, blood-curdling screams filled the sky. This was originally an immortal vault, but now, it had turned into hell on earth. Too many people died. The supreme geniuses of the 3 immortal realms who thought themselves to be extraordinary couldn't even withstand a single strike in the face of this calamity. When the ancient Buddhas acted, not a single one of them was spared. More than half of them had already died in the hands of the ancient Buddhas. This was a massacre without suspense. In the distance, Yipeng was also fleeing in panic. At this time even he couldn't help but feel despair in his heart. He could almost imagine that even if he didn't die now, he would still die after the ancient Buddha killed everyone here. Moreover, he was the one who killed the 9 guardians. If the ancient Buddha wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. At this time, the passageway in the void suddenly opened again. A silhouette appeared in the spatial zone. This passageway was one way. One could enter, but not exit. Obviously, this person had just come from the ancient path and encountered such a brutal scene. He was immediately dumbfounded. Mother Cur. What's going on? The newcomer couldn't help but curse with a dumbfounded look. He was wearing a kasaya with Buddha beads hanging around his neck. Who else could he be if he wasn't a monk? This bastard had been refining the Saraira in the ancient path and had wasted a lot of time. The current tyrant had undergone tremendous changes compared to before. The biggest change was, of course, his cultivation base. Previously, he was only a half-step immortal emperor. Although he was only a step away from the true immortal emperor realm, a half-step immortal emperor was still a half-step immortal emperor. There was still a certain gap between him and a true immortal emperor. However, after refining the relic, Tyrant's cultivation base had already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm. More importantly, he had only refined less than 1% of the energy essence in the relic. The rest was stored in his body, allowing him to refine and absorb it at any time. The relic was originally a legacy left behind by an eminent monk of Buddhist sect. It was an inheritance. If such an inheritance fell into the hands of an ordinary person, the person wouldn't be able to exert its greatest effect. At most, the person could only use the relic to temporarily enhance their cultivation base, but it was a completely different story when the relic fell into the hands of Tyrant. Tyrant had a deep affinity with Buddha and knew how to use the relic. To put it bluntly, this relic alone was enough for Tyrant to cultivate to the immortal venerable realm. This was simply an unimaginable benefit. To put it bluntly, among the tens of thousands of geniuses who came to Golden Horizon, the one who obtained the greatest benefit was none other than Tyrant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe this guy as a lucky bastard. At this moment, Tyrant could only see a mighty ancient Buddha massacring countless geniuses. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Countless geniuses were running wildly in all directions, crying and screaming for their parents. Obviously, they were going all out in order to survive. Tyrant was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on, but he immediately saw Xianxia. No matter what had happened here or how dangerous this place was, meeting Xianxia here was something worth being happy about. Little Xianxia. With a sway of his body, Tyrant appeared in front of Xianxia in a blink. Monk. Xianxia couldn't hide his joy when he saw Tyrant. When he fought with Grandmaster Hao Ran, he already knew that Tyrant had come to Golden Horizon together with him. Therefore, Xianxia had been looking for Tyrant. He didn't expect to meet Tyrant in such a place. When Xianxia saw Tyrant's current cultivation base, his face revealed a look of astonishment. He remembered very clearly that Grandmaster Hao Ran said that Tyrant was merely a half-step immortal emperor, but this bastard had already advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. This curse progress was just too fast. You have already advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm? Shameless. Xianxia punched the monk's chest. In such a hellish place, he was still in the mood to joke around. However, Xianxia wasn't worried now because the monkey had the Great Freedom Heart Sutra. At least the ancient Buddha wouldn't come to kill them now. I just obtained some fortuitous encounters. Tyrant chuckled. Pa. Just at this time, a slap landed on Tyrant's shoulder. The slap was so loud that Tyrant couldn't help but grin. He then turned and glared at Xianxia. Who the *CK are you? How can you greet your grandpa monk like this? Tyrant wasn't a person who could be trifled with. There weren't many people in this world who could slap his shoulder like this. If it wasn't because he saw Xianxia standing beside the other party, Tyrant was afraid that he would have slapped the other party. Upon hearing Tyrant's words, Lan Lingji almost spurted out a mouthful of saliva. She initially thought that this monk was an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple, but she didn't expect that this monk didn't look like an eminent monk at all. Tyrant, you don't even know Brother Xianxia? Xianxia acted as if he was very familiar with Tyrant. Just as he was about to slap Tyrant's shoulder again, Tyrant dodged it. *CK your sister, Brother Xianxia. Who the *CK are you? Tyrant spoke impatiently. It wasn't his fault. Back then, when Xianxia obtained the wondrous rock from the One-Line Sky ancient tomb, it was placed in the Zulong Tower. Later on, Xianxia and Tyrant fought side by side in the evil abyss. Their brotherhood was very deep. Xianxia was watching them from inside the wondrous rock, so he naturally wasn't unfamiliar with Tyrant. However, this was the first time Tyrant saw Xianxia. Not to mention Tyrant, even De Huang Dog hadn't seen Xianxia before. Xianxia had just been born for a day. Tyrant, I forgot to introduce him to you. He is Xianxia. Do you still remember the wondrous rock that I obtained from the ancient tomb? He is the immemorial battle spirit that emerged from the wondrous rock, the battle Saint Ape. Xianxia hastily introduced, fearing that these two would fight each other the first time they met. Such an occasion wasn't suitable for a fight. What? Upon hearing this, Tyrant couldn't help but widen his eyes. Not only him, even Lan Lingji was astonished once more. She stared at Xianxia. The battle Saint Ape was a legendary immemorial battle spirit. Lan Lingji finally understood why he was so powerful. If he wasn't powerful, he wouldn't be called a battle Saint Ape. I've read about the name of the battle Saint Ape in the ancient scriptures. It possesses the bloodline of the battle Saint Ape and the true dragon. It's one of the most powerful battle spirits in the heavens and earth. I never thought that I would really meet one. Tyrant was shocked. Haha. Therefore, it's not a loss for you to call me Brother Xianxia. Xianxia burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, after pondering for a moment, Tyrant said, I'll still call you Monkey. *GA. Long Shersan's smile stopped abruptly and was replaced by Jiang Chen's laughter. If these two clowns and De Huang Dog were to join them in the future, it would surely be a lively scene. Arg, the shrill screams continued and the massacre continued. Countless geniuses were dying tragically. The ancient Buddha was completely enraged. The murderous aura on its body was getting thicker and thicker. A black light appeared in its eyes. The originally pure ancient Buddha was actually showing signs of being demonized. Little Chinzi, what's going on? Tyrant asked. It's like this, Jiangchen told Tyrant everything that had happened here. After listening to it, Tyrant's facial expression turned incomparably solemn. His eyes were fixed on the Buddha Supreme who was killing the geniuses unceasingly. Deep in his eyes, a trace of sadness could be seen. That's right. I have to stop him. Tyrant's tone was incomparably firm. You can't. This ancient Buddha has already lost his mind. He only knows how to kill. His anger has been completely aroused and he won't be able to stop it. You will also die if you go up there. Long Shersan said hastily. No. Although the ancient Buddha is just a corpse, it has already undergone some changes. The murderous intent on his body is getting stronger and stronger. The more people he killed, the stronger the tyrannical qi is. This qi is gradually being demonized. If it can't be stopped soon, the ancient Buddha will be completely demonized. In that case, the ancient Buddha will be completely destroyed, and the tens of thousands of years of corporeal body will go to waste. Tyrant said. You can't save him. He's already dead. Lan Lingji said. Only I can stop him because I've obtained his relic and inheritance. I'm now equivalent to the disciple of the ancient Buddha. I absolutely can't watch him go to the extreme. This ancient temple has existed for too long, but the pure Buddha origin in it is still incomparably deep. I've obtained his relic and now I'm going to help him reincarnate. The ancient Buddha can be reborn after tens of thousands of years of effort. After saying that, Tyrant flew towards the ancient Buddha. This time, Jiang Chen and Dragon Shersan didn't stop him. Jiang Chen knew Tyrant very well. Once he made up his mind, it would be hard to change his mind. Plus, Tyrant had obtained the Sarira of the ancient Buddha. He was a man who valued friendship and righteousness. He would never be willing to see the ancient Buddha fall into oblivion. No wonder his cultivation base can improve so fast. It turns out that he has obtained the relic of the ancient Buddha. Fortune. Long Shersan couldn't help but praise. That's right. He's the one with the deepest affinity with Buddha that I've ever seen. Jiangchen nodded. Tyrant was indeed the one with the deepest affinity with Buddha. It was a great fortune to be able to obtain the relic of the ancient Buddha. Just this point alone indicated that Tyrant's future would be limitless. Sooner or later, he would become the most dazzling star of Buddha sect. Can he really stop the ancient Buddha? Lan Lingji still couldn't believe it. If he can't stop it, no one in this world will be able to. Then, everyone here will be finished. Jiangchen said that he had great confidence in Tyrant. The screams were still echoing. The ancient Buddha was massacring wantonly. The evil nature of the ancient Buddha was getting stronger and stronger. He had already become a killing machine. Ba. Just at this moment, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the void suddenly sounded. A figure appeared in front of the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha who was immersed in the massacre halted his movement as though he had heard a summon. He looked at the little monk who had suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, Tyrant's body was glowing brightly. The light of the ancient Buddha relic and the edifying light were released. He was going to help the ancient Buddha to purify the evil nature in his body. The evil nature in the ancient Buddha's body wasn't very strong yet. It could be directly eliminated by the edifying light. Ancient Buddha above, disciple greets you. Tyrant bowed deeply to the ancient Buddha. He showed a rare solemn expression and released the chi of Buddha sect to the extreme. The ancient Buddha was stunned for a moment. His eyes glowed with a different luster. He stared unblinkingly at the little monk, feeling an unprecedented sense of intimacy. Then, the intense killing intent and tyrannical chi in the ancient Buddha's body gradually subsided. Look. Who's that monk? He seems to be able to make the ancient Buddha stop. He seems to be an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. My God! The savior has finally appeared. If he still doesn't show up, we will all be finished. The eminent monk of White Dragon Temple must have some means to restrain the ancient Buddha. It should be possible. Did you all see that? The ancient Buddha didn't take the initiative to kill him. Instead, he stopped there. It seems like it has worked. May the heaven bless the eminent monk of White Dragon Temple to stop this massacre. The scene quietened down all of a sudden. Everyone's eyes shifted to the ancient Buddha and tyrant. Such a situation was undoubtedly a good omen, giving them hope again. The ancient Buddha grew quieter and quieter. The tyrannical chi on his body gradually faded. He seemed to see his past self from tyrant's body, an incomparably familiar chi. Therefore, his hidden consciousness seemed to have sprouted. Please forgive me, Buddha Supreme. Seeing the change of the ancient Buddha, tyrant quickly seized the opportunity. A ray of edifying light entered the glabella of the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha's body couldn't help but tremble. In just an instant, the tyrannical chi that had been stimulated in his body was completely edified. Tyrant waved his hand. The edifying light rushed out of the ancient Buddha's body and fell back into his hand. It was impossible for him to use the edifying light to control the ancient Buddha. With a pious heart, he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect and disrespect to the ancient Buddha. Buzz, a relic appeared in the glabella of tyrant. The dazzling relic didn't rush out from his glabella. It just emerged as a phantom, emitting an incomparably pure light. The ancient Buddha was attracted by the chi of the relic. He quickly raised his eyes. His originally empty and dim eyes actually emitted a strange luster when he saw the relic. Buddha Supreme, this disciple has come to help you reincarnate. Tyrant spoke with incomparable respect. He put his palms together and bowed to the ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha was stunned. The entire scene was silent. Everyone was full of expectation, expecting a miracle to happen. They were hoping that tyrant could truly stop the ancient Buddha. In that case, their lives would be saved. As for the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk or the treasures in the ancient temple, they had become completely unimportant. After experiencing the life and death calamity just now, they would cherish their lives even more. Compared to life, everything else was just a fleeting cloud. The scene seemed to have turned completely silent. No one spoke. Tyrant maintained his bowing posture. Just like the ancient Buddha, he remained motionless. The atmosphere was incomparably depressing. Many people felt a great pressure. Some even had difficulty breathing. They were worried that the ancient Buddha would go berserk again and kill the little monk. If that was the case, nothing could be changed. Everyone would die here and no one would be able to save their lives. Such silence lasted for about 10 minutes. Then, the ancient Buddha moved mechanically. His eyes glowed with vitality, no longer as empty and lifeless as before. Thank you. The ancient Buddha spoke. His voice was deep and hoarse. It was a voice from tens of thousands of years ago. It was the voice of his final will. He only spoke these 2 words before he closed his eyes. Ba. Tyrant had a compassionate and sorrowful expression on his face. He could feel the sorrow in the heart of the ancient Buddha and a sudden sprout of hope. The ancient Buddha closed its eyes. Tyrant waved his hand and a golden radiance emerged. This golden radiance was the pure radiance of Buddha's sect. There were lines of Sanskrit floating in the air, forming a huge golden cocoon that covered Tyrant and the ancient Buddha. People could see the situation inside the cocoon through the golden radiance. The ancient Buddha was lying in midair. Tyrant's hands were constantly forming seals, sending them into the ancient Buddha's body. Tyrant kept chanting complicated scriptures. The ancient Buddha was lying there with a serene face. It seems like our crisis has been resolved. The little monk is sending the ancient Buddha to the afterlife. He has saved all of our lives. That's right. It was too dangerous just now. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of this monk, we would all be dead. He is our savior. I hope there won't be any more mistakes. I hope that the little monk can successfully help the ancient Buddha to reincarnate. In that case, this calamity will be completely eliminated. And at this most critical moment, a silhouette flew towards the immortal pond at high speed. It was none other than Yipeng. His mind was still on the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk. Seeing that the ancient Buddha had been dealt with by tyrant, he acted decisively, wanting to take the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk into his pouch. Asterisk swish. Asterisk Yipeng's speed was fast, but someone was even faster. Xianxia's attention had always been on Yipeng. He knew that Yipeng wouldn't give up on the great earth immortal milk. Sure enough, he still made his move. Xianxia blocked in front of Yipeng with the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand and said, "Lung Lung, Yipeng, what are you doing?" "Humph. A puny immortal king dares to stop me? Truly reckless." Yipeng harumphed coldly. "It's not me who is courting death, but you. So many people have died because of your previous actions. Now that the ancient Buddha hasn't been reincarnated completely, if you make a move now, it might cause the ancient Buddha to attack again. At that time, the little monk will die. Everyone here will die. Are you going to disregard the lives of everyone for the sake of the great earth immortal milk?" Xianxia spoke coldly. Xianxia would never allow Yipeng to attack the immortal pond at this moment. Tyrant was at the most critical moment. He wouldn't allow any accidents to happen. If Yipeng's actions infuriated the ancient Buddha again, Tyrant would be the first to be in danger. "Yipeng, you bastard, you have already killed so many people. Isn't it enough? Damn it. Do you think that you can ignore everything just because you are from the immortal court? Look at how many people have died. Now that the ancient Buddha is at the most critical moment of reincarnation, you will only bring harm to us if you make a move now. Mother asterisk cur. Let's fight this bastard to the death. Everyone, attack together and stop him. Let's see if he dares to kill all of us." The crowd was agitated, and Yipeng's behavior immediately aroused everyone's anger. One figure after another rushed out and blocked in front of Yipeng. Their cultivation was definitely not as good as Yipeng's, and their combat power was also far from Yipeng's, but this could not eliminate their resentment towards Yipeng. More than 1,000 people had died. Although they were killed by the ancient Buddha, everything was caused by Yipeng. Now, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. The ancient Buddha was about to be reincarnated by tyrant, but Yipeng had to rush out at this critical moment to seize the immortal pond. If the ancient Buddha went berserk again, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it was in the past, they would certainly be afraid of Yipeng and wouldn't dare to approach him, but it was different now. Those who had experienced life and death often didn't care about anything. They had just returned from the gates of hell, plus their resentment towards Yipeng and Xianxia had taken the initiative to attack. What reason did they have to be cowards? For a moment, Yipeng had become the target of public criticism. Everyone regarded him as their enemy, causing his face to turn incomparably unsightly. If it was in the past, he would certainly attack recklessly and kill everyone who stood in his way, but given the current situation, even he had to reconsider. It seemed that a heaven-shaking war would break out as soon as he made a move. Furthermore, Yipeng didn't want to alarm the ancient Buddha again. After all, the ancient Buddha was just too powerful. "Humph." Yipeng harumphed coldly, then turned and returned to his previous location. However, his chi had already locked onto the immortal pond. In his point of view, the great earth immortal milk would be his sooner or later. No one here was a match for him. After Tyrant reincarnated the ancient Buddha, the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk would belong to him alone. Yipeng's plan was indeed a good one. As long as the ancient Buddha was reincarnated, the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk would definitely be his. There were so many people here, but none of them was a match for him. Even the 4 intermediate immortal emperor geniuses who fought with him previously had died. Among these people, only Long San and Lan Lingji were intermediate immortal emperors, but they were still no match for him. Plus, these two didn't give him any face before this. Once he got the great earth immortal milk, he would kill them. Yipeng's plan was very good, or even perfect. If there were no accidents, the solution would develop according to his plan. Unfortunately, all of this was based on the fact that no one was a match for him. However, he, Yipeng, was absolutely not invincible in this spatial zone. Putting aside the fact that Xianxia had the strength to fight him in his half-dragon form, just Long San alone wasn't someone that Yipeng could deal with. Seeing Yipeng taking the initiative to retreat, the others gave up, but they were still on high alert against him. now was the most critical moment. They would never allow Yipeng to act recklessly. Under the situation where the ancient Buddha hadn't been reincarnated, if Yipeng made any unusual moves, everyone would stand up and fight him. Xianxia revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This was Yipeng's wishful thinking, but it was destined to come to nothing in the end. If Yipeng was sensible enough, he would find a chance to leave this place. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. *********. The golden cocoon was getting bigger and bigger. It was hard to see the situation inside. Chanting of Buddhist scriptures was heard constantly from the cocoon. The ancient Buddha was lying there with a serene face. It was rare for him to be so serene after tens of thousands of years. About 10 minutes later, the cocoon suddenly vanished. Under the control of Tyrant, the body of the ancient Buddha sank into the ancient temple below, disappearing very quickly, as if it had never appeared before. Tyrant put his palms together and turned to look at everyone. Lung Lung said, "The Buddha is reincarnating in the ancient temple. No one is allowed to enter the ancient temple to disturb him. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. In addition, the spatial passageway connecting to the outside is about to open. Everyone, leave this place immediately." After listening to Tyrant's words, everyone couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Thinking that they would be able to leave this place in a while, their mood became even more excited. It was the feeling of surviving a disaster. Although this place was an immortal trove, none of them had the slightest bit of nostalgia because it was indeed not a place worthy of nostalgia. Thinking of the horrifying massacre of the ancient Buddha, they couldn't wait to leave this place immediately. Nearly 3,000 people had entered the immortal treasury this time, yet less than 1,000 people were still standing here. In other words, a total of 2,000 people had died in this immortal treasury alone. This was an incomparably terrifying adventure. Every one of these people who had died was a heaven's pride, a dragon and phoenix among men, an outstanding talent of their respective major powers. They were all high and mighty figures of the younger generation, but in here, they could only be killed like ants and eventually turned into nothingness, vanishing from this heaven and earth. This was life. Working hard for a lifetime was nothing but a bubble in the end. Thinking about it made people feel sad. Those who were still alive were naturally lucky. Many of them had seen through life and death. This was a good thing for them. This was a rare experience. They believed that after walking out of this place, their temperament would undergo a tremendous change. If they could successfully get out of Golden Horizon alive, they would undergo a transformation in a short period of time. It wouldn't be a problem for them to break through their cultivation base. Kong Long, as soon as the ancient temple fell silent, the immortal pond in the sky shattered with a loud bang. The 9 jade-white lights vanished and turned into 9 drops of milky white immortal milk. They were the Great Earth Immortal Milk. The 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk seemed to be endowed with spirituality as they automatically drifted towards Tyrant and fell into his hands. No one was surprised that Tyrant could easily obtain the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. They knew very well that this might be a gift from the ancient Buddha to Tyrant to thank him. No one was jealous. Everyone was very calm and no one wanted to compete with Tyrant for the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. Tyrant was their savior and they didn't want to be ungrateful. "Little monk, hand over the Great Earth Immortal Milk and I can spare your life." Yipeng arrived in front of Tyrant in a flash and spoke loudly. He must get the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Otherwise, he would never give up. "Benefactor, you look like a human, but why are your words so stinky?" In this poor monk's opinion, Benefactor must have just crawled out from a cesspool. Tyrant said in a serious manner. His words stunned everyone. They felt that their brains weren't enough to process what he said. Was this still the Motherf King Peerless Eminent Monk? Where was the eminent monk? Where was the solemn and dignified one? Everyone was taken aback by his words. Such a huge contrast could only be seen in Tyrant. Yipeng didn't expect that the eminent monk of White Dragon Temple, Supreme Heaven, would suddenly swear in such a manner. Moreover, his words were very professional. There wasn't even a single profanity in them. Yipeng, who was completely unprepared, was stunned. "Ha ha ha," Shan laughed out loud. If he didn't laugh at this moment, he wouldn't be able to escape. If he didn't laugh at this moment, he would be really sorry for Tyrant's seriousness. Damn monk, it seems like you're courting death. Yipeng was infuriated. As a peerless expert of the immortal court, who wouldn't show respect to him? How dare this monk humiliate him in public? Wasn't he courting death? Kong Long. Just as Yipeng was about to attack Tyrant, a loud rumble was heard from the sky above the ancient temple. Then, a huge spatial passageway emerged. Yipeng, if you want to cause trouble, get out of here first. If you start a fight here, you'll probably anger the ancient Buddha and bury everyone here. Xianxia said to Yipeng, then turned and flew towards the spatial passageway. Along with him were Xianxia, Lan Lingji, and Tyrant. That was the spatial passageway that led to the outside of Golden Horizon. It was their only chance to get out of here. Humph. None of you can leave. All of you are going to die today. Yipeng harumphed coldly. Fearing that Xianxia and the others would escape with the Great Earth Immortal Milk, he immediately chased after them at top speed, disappearing from the passageway in the blink of an eye. Everyone, hurry up and leave this place. Remember, don't go to the ancient temple and don't anger the ancient Buddha. Don't worry. Only idiots will go to the ancient temple at this time. I don't want a mountain of treasures inside. In the blink of an eye, everyone had rushed into the spatial passageway and vanished from this immortal vault. The opening of the immortal vault had taught them a lesson and made them vigilant. There were indeed plenty of immortal vaults and relics in Golden Horizon. There were also plenty of benefits and treasures in them, but the greater the benefits, the greater the danger. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every corner of this place was fraught with danger. Nearly 2,000 people had died in the opening of the immortal vault of the ancient Buddha. If this incident happened in the outside world, it would surely cause a great uproar, but it was very normal for it to happen in Golden Horizon. If it wasn't for Tyrant's timely appearance to expiate the ancient Buddha, the number of people who died wouldn't just be this many. The remaining 1,000 people would also die. None of them would be able to walk out of the immortal vault alive. No one could resist the terror of the ancient Buddha. Everyone would die for sure. And this time, the one who had gained the greatest benefit was undoubtedly Tyrant. Not only did he obtain the Sarira of the ancient Buddha, his cultivation base had risen to an extremely terrifying level, he had also obtained the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. Apart from the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra, all the most precious things in the Immortal Vault had been obtained by Tyrant. The Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra had also allowed Xianxia to be born in advance. Those evil spirits had helped Xianxia to repair and upgrade the Zulong Tower, and even advanced Xianxia's cultivation base to the late Immortal King realm. In short, all the benefits in this Immortal Vault had been obtained by Xianxia and the others. One had to admit that this was luck, a powerful luck. There was no need to mention about Xianxia's luck. As everyone knew, Xianxia was born after absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. His luck was unimaginable. Tyrant had a deep affinity with Buddha. If he was in an ordinary immortal vault, his luck and opportunity might be ordinary, but this was the treasure left behind by the Buddha. The treasures inside could be said to be prepared for Tyrant. Bang. In the sky above a barren mountain in Golden Horizon, the void suddenly exploded. Silhouettes were ejected from the inside like cannonballs, but they were after all the experts among the experts. Very quickly, they stabilized their bodies and descended from the void. Yipeng was the fastest. To come out. As soon as he came out, he unleashed his powerful qi, shrouding Tyrant, Xianxia, and the rest in an instant. Now that he had walked out of the immortal vault, he was the absolute king. He had to get the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. As for Xianxia, Dragon Shursan, and the rest, he wouldn't let them go. Anyone who dared to disobey him would be eliminated one by one to establish his dignity. Tyrant, hand over the Great Earth Immortal Qi and I'll spare you. Without the pressure from the ancient Buddha, he didn't put Tyrant in his eyes at all. None of these people in front of him was a match for him. He could kill them whenever he wanted. At this time, most of them had flown out of the spatial zone. When they saw that Yipeng was going to attack Tyrant and the others, their faces were filled with anger. After all, Tyrant had saved their lives. In their opinion, Yipeng was an ungrateful bastard. If Tyrant didn't intervene, Yipeng would be dead by now. What right did he have to stand here and flaunt his prowess? Despite their anger, no one stood out to speak. Back in the ancient temple, they had no choice but to clash with Yipeng for their own safety. Plus, Yipeng had his own scruples. Now, the situation was different. They didn't have the crisis of life and death. No one was willing to stand out at the critical moment, because Yipeng could kill them without any scruples. They couldn't be blamed for being disloyal. Firstly, there was no such thing as loyalty in Golden Horizon. All of them came from different powers or even different immortal domains. Secondly, even if they stood out, it would be useless because they couldn't stop Yipeng. All of them were half-step immortal emperors. There weren't many early immortal emperors. The gap between them and Yipeng was just too great. Tyrant, Longshan and Lan Lingji were intermediate immortal emperors. Even if they couldn't defeat Yipeng, they were at least much stronger than them. Tyrant looked at Yipeng and was infuriated. He turned to Xianxia and spoke earnestly, "Little Chenzi, why don't we beat this son of AB *tch together?" *pu*. As soon as these words were out, many of them almost spurted out blood. Some of them staggered and almost fell to the ground. How could there be such an eminent monk in White Dragon Temple? He didn't have the slightest bit of steadiness that a disciple of Buddha sect should have. No, he still had some steadiness. At least, he looked very steady. Even when he spoke, he looked serious. But why did his words sound so wrong? It didn't match with the image of an eminent monk. "I think it's fine." Jiangchen chuckled. They had long found Yipeng an eyesore. This bastard was full of himself, thinking that he was so powerful that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Little did he know that Jiangchen and Tyrant were enough to fight him. Jiangchen was now a late immortal king. Although he couldn't defeat Yipeng in his half-dragon form, it was still worth a try. Tyrant had already refined the Saraira and his cultivation base had reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm. His combat strength was afraid that he wouldn't be any weaker than Yipeng. "Haha. Do I need you two to beat this son of AB *tch? Watch brother Shan." Longshan laughed aloud and came to Yipeng first. Longshan was the first one who wanted to kill Yipeng. "Be careful," young Master Lan Lingji hastily warned Dragon Shan and unleashed her powerful qi, as though she was ready to fight alongside him at any time. "Don't worry, Sister Lingji. Just watch the show." Longshan turned his head and winked at Lan Lingji. "I'm going to help him." Tyrant was about to make a move. He didn't know the ability of Longshan, but he could tell that Longshan was only an intermediate immortal emperor after all. He was afraid that Longshan wouldn't be a match for Yipeng in a one-on-one fight. However, as soon as Tyrant moved, he was pulled back by Jiangchen. "Let's just watch the show." Seeing the relaxed look on Jiangchen's face, Tyrant was first stunned, then couldn't help but reveal a surprised look. He might not trust others, but he absolutely trusted Jiangchen. Since Jiangchen had said so, it indicated that Jiangchen was very confident in Longshan, which made Tyrant a little surprised about Longshan's combat strength. Courting death. On the other side, Yipeng was infuriated. He felt that he was being looked down upon. In his opinion, the opponent should be kneeling down and begging for mercy when he was infuriated. At the very least, the opponent should be running away with his tail, but judging from the way the opponent was acting, it seemed like he was the prey and was fighting to beat him up. How could Yipeng stand it? "Brat, you will know who is courting death in a while. Master Monkey will send you to the Western Paradise with one strike." The iron staff was the symbol of Longshan. Once the iron staff was unleashed, someone was destined to be unlucky. Even Jiangchen couldn't tell what material was the iron staff in Longshan's hand. He only knew that this iron staff was born along with Longshan in the wondrous rock. Jiangchen was sure that this iron staff was extremely rare and divine. It could casually emit the qi of an ancient divine weapon, which was incomparably mighty. No one knew how much energy and weight it carried when it was unleashed. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell upon the sky, onto Longshan. Currently, Longshan was holding the iron staff, standing against the wind. His black hair danced in the wind. His domineering qi soared into the sky. His yellow robe was fluttering. Even though there was a great distance between them, they could still feel the terrifying energy waves that were released from Longshan's body. "He's so powerful. Who is this man?" His chi isn't any weaker than Yipeng. I wonder which monstrous genius he is from. I don't think this man is a reckless man. Since he dares to fight Yipeng alone, he must have some ability. Perhaps, he really has the ability to fight Yipeng. It's hard to say. Yipeng isn't an ordinary man. He's a late immortal emperor supreme expert. His cultivation base is a level higher than that man. Plus, he's a genius of the immortal court with extraordinary talent, which makes him much stronger than ordinary geniuses. There's no need to mention the means he has. It's hard for him to find an opponent at the same level as him, let alone someone with a lower cultivation base than him. Mother ****. I just don't like Yipeng. This kind of ungrateful thing is simply shameless. Others have saved his life, but he still wants to kill them and snatch their treasures. That's right. If it wasn't for him, there wouldn't have been so many casualties. My companions died tragically in the immortal vault, crushed by the ancient Buddha. I really hope that this Xianxia can kill Yipeng. Many people were talking about it. The powerful aura released by Xianxia made people feel that he could still fight with Yipeng. However, they also knew that it would not be easy to kill Yipeng. After all, there was a huge gap between the two of them, and this gap was irreversible. Yipeng was also a little surprised by the powerful chi unleashed by Dragon Xianxia, but that was all. He had never put Dragon Xianxia in his eyes in the beginning. As a supreme genius of the immortal court, his identity had given him extraordinary confidence. He believed that as long as he willed it, he could kill Dragon Xianxia with a flick of his finger. It would be as easy as blowing off dust. Brat, you didn't give me face in the ancient temple just now, so I swore that I would kill you. Since you have taken the initiative to stand out, I, Yipeng, will fulfill your wish. After killing you, I will go and kill that monk. At that time, the great earth immortal milk will be mine, and the luck of all of you will belong to me. Yipeng was incomparably arrogant. He didn't want to waste any more time. He made a seal with both of his hands. Boundless energy was unleashed, forming into a substantial mountain and smashed towards Xianxia. This was a powerful immortal technique and an extremely terrifying attack. It seemed that Yipeng wanted to kill Xianxia with a single blow. Go to hell! Yipeng bellowed. The enormous mountain of energy had completely locked onto Xianxia, and was smashed towards Xianxia. This kind of locking had almost locked all the chi of the opponent. Under such circumstances, the opponent couldn't dodge it and could only face it head-on. Yipeng's attack was just too powerful. After all, he was a late immortal emperor peerless genius. The moment he attacked, everyone's eyes widened. Lan Lingji's face was filled with worry. Xianxia had saved her several times. She naturally didn't want Xianxia to suffer any harm. On the battlefield, Dragon Xianxia had a relaxed look on his face. The powerful pressure did not affect him at all, nor did it affect him at all. Just as the mountain of energy was about to reach Xianxia moved. He raised the iron staff in his hand unhurriedly and smashed it at the huge energy hand. Kong Long, the violent energy attack spread out for hundreds of miles, shattering the surrounding barren hills. Yipeng's energy hand, which could crush anything, seemed vulnerable in front of Dragon Xianxia. It was smashed into pieces by Dragon Xianxia's staff. Dang dang dang. The aftermath of the violent energy caused Xianxia to feel an extremely strong recoil. His facial expression changed immediately. He couldn't control his body anymore. He had to take a dozen steps back before he could stabilize himself. What? Yipeng exclaimed. He simply couldn't believe the reality in front of him. Given his ability, he was defeated by a brat whose cultivation base was weaker than him. This was absolutely intolerable. Humph. Have a taste of Master Monkey's staff. Xianxia began his counterattack. He stomped, creating a huge hole in the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above Yipeng. The iron staff in his hand was like a giant heavenly pillar, sprinkling down millions of rays of golden light, forming a huge net that enshrouded Xianxia. The iron staff was indestructible. With a wind-breaking sound, it smashed towards Yipeng's head with unparalleled momentum. This attack carried all of Xianxia's power. It was the terrifying aura of an immemorial battle spirit. It was simply too powerful. Everyone's facial expression changed. No one could imagine how powerful this attack was and how much energy it carried. Yi Peng's facial expression changed dramatically. He hadn't even recovered from the shock when Long Shersan's second powerful attack arrived. Moreover, he felt an extremely strong sense of crisis from this attack. However, Yi Peng's reaction was also extremely fast. A sword appeared in his hand like lightning and he slammed it towards Long Shersan's iron staff. Clang. Unfortunately, Yi Peng's sword couldn't withstand the power of the iron staff. It was directly bounced off by Long Shersan's iron staff. An ocean-like power pressed down on Yi Peng's body, sending him flying. Yi Peng was lying on the ground. His body was trembling, and he was coughing out blood. The blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. It showed how much impact he had suffered from the strike just now. Fortunately, he had a late immortal emperor cultivation base. If he was any other ordinary person, he would have been smashed into meat paste by the strike just now. Swoosh. Long Shersan was like a shadow, standing in front of Yi Peng. The iron staff was pressed against Yi Peng's head. My God. Lan Lingji's beautiful face was stupefied. Her beautiful eyes flickered constantly. She had never been so shocked before. Back when Long Shersan killed He Lang, she already knew that Long Shersan was very powerful, but she didn't think that he was this powerful. Even the mighty Yi Peng, a peerless genius of the immortal court, couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Lan Lingji wasn't the only one who was shocked. Except for Xianxia, everyone else was in a state of extreme shock. The mighty immemorial battle spirit and the valiant battle Saint Ape had never appeared in this world before. Now that it had appeared, it was destined to shake the world. For God's sake, this monkey is pretty awesome. Tyrant blinked his eyes, deeply feeling that he had underestimated Long Shersan. No wonder Jiangchen asked him to stay and watch the show. My God! Is he still a human? How can he be so powerful? What kind of monster is he? Not even Yi Peng is a match for him. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. This man is too ferocious. Why didn't he attack those guardians in the ancient temple? It seems like he has expected something bad to happen. Haha. This Yi Peng has become an idiot. He has been acting all high and mighty, threatening to kill his opponent, but he doesn't know that he's no match for his opponent. Now, it seems like he's not even qualified to carry the shoes of Long Shersan. Countless people were shocked. Everyone was horrified. This was an outcome that no one could have predicted. The contrast was too great. The powerful Yi Peng was incomparably arrogant a moment ago, but the next moment, he was beaten like a dog lying on the ground. This was simply a form of irony. Yi Peng raised his head and looked at the glittering iron staff in front of him. He finally realized what danger was. It was the threat of death. At this moment, Yi Peng finally knew what fear was. Like everyone else, he was on the verge of death and was on the verge of collapse. Brat, you are now lying in front of Brother Shersan. Do you have any last words? Long Shersan looked at Yi Peng condescendingly. You don't dare to kill me? I'm from the immortal court. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape the punishment of the immortal court. The corner of Yi Peng's mouth revealed a trace of ferocity. Even at this moment, he was still using the backing of the immortal court to threaten Long Shersan. Little did he know that Long Shersan was the same as Jiangchen. If you dare to threaten me, then you won't even have the chance to say your last words. Long Shersan glared at Yi Peng and thrust his iron staff forward, smashing Yi Peng's head with a bang. Yi Peng probably couldn't believe that Long Shersan would kill him so decisively despite knowing that he was a genius of the immortal court. Bah! What the hell is this? Long Shersan kept his iron staff and spat at Yi Peng's corpse. Then, he turned and walked to Lan Lingji's side, looking like a handsome and domineering man. The way Lan Lingji looked at Long Shersan had obviously changed once again. It had turned from admiration to worship. As the cold saintess of exquisite paradise, she had never put any man in her eyes, but now, Long Shersan had gradually entered her heart. Sister Spirit Maiden, am I handsome? Long Shersan flicked his hair. His narcissistic look made Jiangchen and Tyrant want to beat him up. Shameless. Lan Lingji curled her lips and turned her head away. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Jiangchen spoke. Then, the group of 4 vanished. They didn't care about the remaining people. They didn't know each other and there was no need for them to interact with each other. The next time they met, they might become enemies again. Every corner of the Golden Horizon was filled with cruelty. After getting rid of those people, the dead man appeared in a quiet valley and stopped. Little Chinzi, why didn't I see De Huang and Sister Ning? Tyrant couldn't help but ask. Previously, he had learned from Grandmaster how ran that De Huang dog and Wu Ningzhu had entered the Immortal Vault together. Supposedly, they should be inseparable from Jiangchen, but he didn't see De Huang dog and Wu Ningzhu in the Immortal Vault. There was only Longshan beside Jiangchen. In such a situation, Tyrant had to ask about it. We got separated. Not long ago, I encountered the Northern and Southern dynasties at the Broken Edge Cliff and was hunted by the Northern and Southern dynasties. If it wasn't for Monkey's help, I would have died in the hands of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiangchen told Tyrant about how he met the Northern and Southern dynasties at the Broken Edge Cliff and how he was hunted by the Northern and Southern dynasties. He didn't have anything to hide from Tyrant. Both of them were good brothers who had gone through life and death together. There was nothing they didn't tell each other. As expected, the Northern and Southern dynasties have appeared? I didn't expect them to be so powerful. You and the Northern and Southern dynasties can be considered as old enemies. It seems like there will be a fierce battle in the immortal world. This is just the beginning. Tyrant was obviously a little shaken. After all, they were all too familiar with the Northern and Southern dynasties. They had been enemies with the Northern and Southern dynasties ever since they were in Saint Origin World. They knew that this was an extremely terrifying figure. His clone back then was already so powerful, let alone his current clone. That's right. The clash in the Golden Horizon has just begun. We might meet again soon. Now that the Golden Horizon has only been opened for 10 days, there's still a long time before it ends. In the following period of time, this place will certainly become more and more chaotic, but my cultivation base has improved once again. Even if I encounter the Northern and Southern dynasties again, I won't feel so aggrieved anymore. Jiangchen said. The Northern and Southern dynasties had always been people he valued. He rarely valued his enemies. The Northern and Southern dynasties were one of the few that he did. What's your next plan? Tyrant asked. I'm going to look for De Huang and Sister Ning first. I'm not worried about De Huang, but Sister Ning's cultivation base is just too dangerous in this Golden Horizon. She won't be a match for any of the powerful geniuses she encounters. Now that she's with De Huang, I feel more at ease. I'm just afraid that she might encounter some danger, said Jiangchen. Now, he was very worried about Wu Ningzhu. After all, he was the one who insisted on bringing Wu Ningzhu here. Although Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base had already advanced to the late Immortal King realm due to the Blood Dragon fruit, such a cultivation base was still too weak in the Golden Horizon. She might encounter a fatal threat at any time. Only by having her by his side would Jiangchen feel at ease. Tyrant, why aren't you taking out your Great Earth Immortal Milk to share with us? Longshan came to Tyrant's side and said. By the way, I've almost forgotten about this. Tyrant came to a sudden realization. Just now, he was busy chatting with Jiangchen and had forgotten about the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Now that he had obtained 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk, it was a true treasure, a peerless divine medicine. If the few of them consumed it, their cultivation base would certainly improve a lot. In the Golden Horizon, nothing was more important than cultivation base. Buzz, as soon as the Great Earth Immortal Milk emerged, its chi produced buzzing sounds. The void was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. Even Jiangchen's eyes couldn't help but be filled with passion when he saw the Great Earth Immortal Milk. This was a peerless divine medicine that was much better than the Blood Dragon fruit. It's indeed worthy of being the legendary Great Earth Immortal Milk. Just the chi it emits is enough to make people intoxicated. If a mortal can absorb a mouthful of the chi emitted by the Great Earth Immortal Milk, his physique will change immediately. Lan Lingji spoke in astonishment. 1 drop per person. Refine it to improve your strength. As for Tyrant, you keep it. It will be useful in the future. Jiangchen spoke. For a treasure like the Great Earth Immortal Milk, 1 drop per person was enough for the time being. It would be a waste to refine too much at once. Given their current cultivation base, they wouldn't be able to digest too much of it. Such a peerless divine medicine would be useful in the future. Little Xianxia, I have obtained the Saraira of Buddha Venerable. This Great Earth Immortal Milk is useless to me for the time being. You keep it and distribute it to Da Huang and Sister Ning when you meet them. Tyrant pushed his hand and passed the Great Earth Immortal Milk to Xianxia. Such an action moved Lan Lingji. The way she looked at Tyrant also changed. One should know that the Great Earth Immortal Milk was a supreme treasure that couldn't be bought with money. It couldn't be measured by its value. Tyrant gave away all 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk without batting an eyelid. How much courage did he need? Little Sister Lingji, there's no need to be surprised. They have been through life and death with each other. A few drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk is nothing to them. Long Shersan spoke with a smile. What he admired the most was the life-or-death brotherhood between Xianxia and Tyrant. In the cruel immortal world, such friendship was rarely seen. Lan Lingji nodded, but the astonishment on her face didn't disappear. As the saintess of exquisite paradise, she was high and mighty. Apart from respecting her master, Venerable Ling Long, she couldn't understand the relationship between Xianxia and Tyrant. Alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony with Tyrant. He directly received the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. There was no need to stand on ceremony between brothers. Besides, Tyrant was right. He had obtained the Saraira of an ancient Buddha, which was a supreme treasure. It was enough for Tyrant to digest in a short period of time. Therefore, although the Great Earth Immortal Milk was precious, it didn't have much use to Tyrant right now. It would be better to give it to Xianxia. Miss Lan, you and the monkey take 1 each. Xianxia flicked his finger and 2 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk flew towards Lan Lingji and Long Shersan. Lan Lingji received the Great Earth Immortal Milk with a hint of excitement on her face. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Lan Lingji expressed her gratitude. She knew that she didn't contribute at all in obtaining the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Xianxia could totally refuse to give her any. After all, the Great Earth Immortal Milk wasn't something that could be given out easily. Xianxia didn't hesitate to give it to her, which meant that he had already regarded her as one of his own. Among the 3 friends in front of her, Lan Lingji had already decided to befriend Exquisite Paradise. Don't stand on ceremony, Sister Lingji. We will be one of our own in the future. Long Shersan didn't forget to express his affection for Lan Lingji. Lan Lingji blushed slightly. She could naturally feel the affection of Long Shersan towards her, and she didn't dislike Long Shersan at all. In my opinion, we should use the Great Earth Immortal Milk to improve our cultivation base first, then go to other places. Miss Lan, I can see that your cultivation base has already reached the peak of Intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. If you're lucky enough to refine this drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk, you will advance to the late Immortal Emperor realm. Xianxia said with a smile. That's right. It shouldn't be a problem for me to advance to the late Immortal Emperor realm. Lan Lingji spoke. She seemed very confident in herself. Now, she was also eager to improve her cultivation base. What happened in the Immortal Vault had dealt a great blow to her. At the same time, it had also made her deeply aware of her own shortcomings. An intermediate Immortal Emperor couldn't guarantee her absolute safety in Golden Horizon. Danger could befall her at any time. You guys refine it first. Tyrant and I will protect you. Long Shersan kept the drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk and didn't refine it for the time being. He had just been born. His body was still full of energy. Just like Tyrant, he didn't need the Great Earth Immortal Milk to advance to the next realm. Or to put it in another way, given his current condition, even if he consumed the Great Earth Immortal Milk, it wouldn't be of much help to his cultivation base. It would be somewhat wasteful. Xianxia and Lan Lingji found a clean place respectively and began to refine the Great Earth Immortal Milk. As a matter of fact, entering the spatial zone of the 33rd level of Zulong Tower was the most suitable place to refine the Great Earth Immortal Milk. However, the spatial zone of the 33rd level was Xianxia's biggest secret. He wouldn't reveal it to outsiders easily. After all, Lan Lingji hadn't reached such a level yet. The secret of the spatial zone of the 33rd level must never be leaked out. Once it was known by outsiders, it would be a disaster for Xianxia. Xianxia's method of refining treasures had always been very rough. Even if it was the great earth immortal milk, Xianxia would still swallow it in one gulp. His strong physique and the circulation of the dragon transformation skill were enough for him to withstand the impact of the energy of the great earth immortal milk. The instant the great earth immortal milk entered his body, the violent energy began to churn and rush into Xianxia's limbs and bones. With Xianxia as the center, it formed a large wave of energy that spread over a dozen miles. Under the frenzied circulation of the dragon transformation skill, new dragon marks began to condense and danced in Xianxia's qi. The current number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body was 1.2 million. His cultivation base could only be considered as having just stepped into the threshold of the late immortal king realm. The energy of this drop of great earth immortal milk was enough to help Xianxia condense another 40,000 dragon marks. That was to say, after refining this drop of great earth immortal milk, Xianxia's body would have at least 1.24 million dragon marks, pushing his cultivation base to the peak of late immortal king realm. He would only be a step away from the half-step immortal emperor realm. Although the increase of 40,000 dragon marks wouldn't allow Xianxia to advance to the half-step immortal emperor realm, his combat strength would be raised to a higher level. This was what Xianxia wanted to see the most. Sounds of energy explosions were constantly heard in the silent valley. Xianxia and Lan Lingji were refining the great earth immortal milk rapidly. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for them to completely refine the great earth immortal milk. The commotion here wasn't small, but with the protection of Xianxia and Tyrant, it was absolutely safe. Xianxia was an immemorial battle spirit with the perfect inheritance of the battle saint ape. Although his cultivation base was only at the intermediate immortal emperor realm, his true combat strength was probably close to that of a half-step immortal venerable. 2 hours later, Xianxia was the first to finish refining the great earth immortal milk. He stood up from the ground. His chi was a lot stronger than before. Just as he had expected, this drop of great earth immortal milk had increased the number of his dragon marks to 1,240,000, helping him condense another 40,000 dragon marks. The benefit that Xianxia obtained from the great earth immortal milk wasn't just limited to the 40,000 dragon marks. Apart from the rich energy, the great earth immortal milk could also strengthen one's foundation. In other words, after refining the drop of great earth immortal milk, it wouldn't affect Xianxia's foundation even though his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. This was the most important thing. Xianxia cultivated the dragon transformation skill. His greatest fear and worry was that his foundation would be affected. An abnormal being is indeed an abnormal being. A drop of great earth immortal milk has been completely refined in such a short time. Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim at Xianxia. Lan Lingji was an intermediate immortal emperor expert, but she had only refined half of the great earth immortal milk. Xianxia, on the other hand, was merely a late immortal king. This was the difference between geniuses and monstrous geniuses. On the other side, Lan Lingji, who was working hard to refine the great earth immortal milk, was also aware of what was happening outside. She was shocked to the extreme. Just like what Xianxia had said, such speed was just too abnormal. As the saintess of exquisite paradise and a secretary taught by her master, plus her cultivation base was at the intermediate immortal emperor realm, under such circumstances, Xianxia was still faster than her. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, Lan Lingji would never believe it, but now that the facts were laid before her eyes, she had no choice but to believe it. "Little Xianxia, how do you feel?" Tyrant asked. "Great." Xianxia shrugged. His current cultivation base had stabilized at the peak of late immortal king realm. His combat strength had improved a lot, which was enough to deal with anything in this golden horizon. Not long after that, Lan Lingji had also succeeded in refining the great earth immortal milk. An extremely powerful qi rushed out of her body, spreading across dozens of miles. Lan Lingji had successfully broken through to the late immortal emperor realm. Xianxia and the others didn't find such a situation surprising. Lan Lingji's cultivation base had already reached the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm. Plus, her talent was extraordinary. Coupled with the miraculous effect of the great earth immortal milk, it wasn't unusual for her to advance to the late immortal emperor realm. Very quickly, Lan Lingji retracted her powerful qi and slowly stood up from the ground. Her blue robe fluttered in the wind, making her look holy and light like a fairy with unparalleled beauty. Congratulations little sister Ling Ji for advancing to the late immortal emperor realm. Long Shan said with a smile. Just as Lan Lingji was about to speak, her facial expression changed abruptly. What's wrong? Lan Shan noticed Lan Lingji's abnormality and asked. The people of Exquisite Paradise seem to be in danger. I have to go and save them at once. A talisman appeared in Lan Lingji's hand. It was a rare messenger talisman that could be used even in the Golden Horizon. It was used to transmit messages. The disciples of Exquisite Paradise could let Lan Lingji sense the danger they were in through this talisman. Lan Lingji was shocked. If it isn't extremely dangerous, they won't use this talisman to send me a message. Lan Lingji said. Monkey, you and Miss Lan will go and save them. Xianxia spoke. The Golden Horizon was filled with dangers everywhere. Without knowing how dangerous the situation was for the disciples of Exquisite Paradise, Lan Lingji might also be in danger if she went there. If Long Shan followed her, it would be foolproof. Besides, Xianxia was also creating an opportunity for Long Shan. If he wanted to flirt with the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise, he would have to come into contact with the people of Exquisite Paradise sooner or later. Lan Lingji had already owed Long Shan a favor. If the others of Exquisite Paradise also owed Long Shan a favor, then even if Long Shan went to Exquisite Paradise in the future, he would still be able to walk confidently. What about you two? Monkey looked over at Xianxia and Tyrant. We're going to look for De Huang and Sister Ning. Let's split up for now. It won't be long before we meet again. I have an intuition that the secret of the Golden Clan will also be revealed after the opening of the Golden Horizon. At that time, everyone in the entire Golden Horizon will be attracted to it. Xianxia spoke. He was proficient in the great divination art and could vaguely perceive some things. As the base camp of the Golden Clan, the Golden Horizon had existed for too long. This place had been opened countless times, but no one had discovered the secret of the Golden Clan. However, this time, through the great divination art, Xianxia sensed that the secret of the Golden Clan was likely to surface. Alright, that's decided then. Long Shan said. With Long Shan following her, Lan Lingji felt much more at ease. Little did she know that she had already developed a sense of dependence on Long Shan. Long Shan vanished with Lan Lingji, heading towards the place where the disciples of Exquisite Paradise were in danger. Little Chinzi, where are we going now? Asked Tyrant. We're going to the center of the Golden Horizon. De Huang is proficient in treasure hunting, so he will definitely be interested in the sacred land of the Golden Clan. If I'm not mistaken, De Huang and Sister Ning are likely to go to the center of the Golden Horizon. Moreover, as the opening of the Golden Horizon gets longer, more and more people will head to the center of the Golden Horizon. That place will soon become a bustling place, said Xianxia. His great divination art had yet to reach the 3rd level, but he could vaguely guess and sense something. The sacred land of the Golden Clan was likely to appear. At that time, the entire Golden Horizon would fall into turmoil and chaos. Along the way, Xianxia and Tyrant could clearly feel the turbulent qi drifting everywhere in the void. This showed that the Golden Horizon was getting more and more chaotic. Apart from the battles with the evil spirits and the killings caused by the continuous opening of immortal vaults, because most of the experts were rushing towards the central area of the Golden Horizon, the concentration of geniuses was much higher than when they first arrived in the Golden Horizon. The chances of meeting geniuses of the same domain had also increased. Many of them who had deep grudges in the outside world would settle their grudges here. This was a very normal phenomenon. If one's enemy was here, and one had the chance to kill the enemy, who would let go of this opportunity, thousands of miles of foggy haze and a vast expanse of gray could be seen. A silhouette was fleeing in panic. 3 silhouettes were chasing after him like a meteor. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. The young man in front had an extremely unsightly face. One of his arms was missing. Blood was flowing nonstop. While he was fleeing for his life, he used his other hand to hold the wound of his severed arm. However, the pursuers behind were very sharp. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before they caught up with the young man in front. Jia. Jia. Kid, run as fast as you can. Let's see how long you can run. One of the pursuers let out a sinister smile. Immediately, the three of them burst into laughter. Looking at their relaxed faces, they had completely regarded the young man in front of them as their prey. If they were determined to chase after him, they would have caught up with him just now. Obviously, they wanted to have some fun. Seeing the enemy constantly fleeing in despair, the despair in their hearts gradually magnified. They wanted to make the opponent die in infinite despair, expanding the taste of death to the greatest extent. This made them feel incomparably refreshed. It was an incomparably happy thing. On the other side, Xianxia and Tyrant were chatting and laughing as they hurried forward. Coincidentally, they bumped into the young man in front of them. The man had already given up all hope, but when he saw the two figures, his body couldn't help but stop for a moment. When he saw Xianxia's face clearly, his face that was filled with despair suddenly turned into a look of wild joy. Xianxia. Senior brother Jiang. The young man with the severed arm roared, almost crying. He knew that he was saved. Others might not be able to save his life, but Xianxia would certainly ensure that he wouldn't die. Dongfei. Xianxia was stunned, because the person in front of him was none other than Dongfei of Genius Prefecture. When Xianxia first went to Genius Prefecture, it was Dongfei who brought him to the registration office. Later on, they came to Golden Horizon together. Dongfei also obtained a blood dragon fruit, but they parted ways after that. Xianxia didn't expect to meet Dongfei here. The current Dongfei could be said to be in an extremely sorry state. His body was full of injuries. Although his cultivation base had reached the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm and was only a step away from advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm, he was now an arrow at the end of its flight. When Dongfei came to Xianxia's side, he couldn't hold on any longer and his body kept shaking. With no time to ask, Xianxia took out a medicinal pill with a flip of his palm, which was a special holy medicine for healing. He handed it directly to Dongfei and said, "Eat it." "Thank you, Senior Jiang." Dongfei took the elixir and swallowed it directly without even looking at it. Xianxia was his most trusted person and would never harm him. So. At this moment, three silhouettes caught up. All three of them were exuding gloomy qi. There was a skull on their clothes, which was the symbol of Corpsine sect. Almost without asking, Xianxia knew that the injuries on Dongfei's body were caused by these three bastards. The three of them seemed to be at the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm, which was similar to Dongfei's cultivation base, but 3 against 1. In addition to the vicious means of Corpsine sect, it was normal for Dongfei to be injured. "It's you guys who injured him?" Xianxia asked Lung Lung. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. The matter of our Corpsine sect isn't something you can interfere in." The leader spoke, totally not putting Xianxia in his eyes. The main reason was that both Xianxia and Tyrant had concealed their qi. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to see their true cultivation base. As the people of Corpsine sect had always been arrogant and despotic, they wouldn't even bother to look at each other's cultivation base. "My name is Xianxia. I don't know if you have heard of me." Xianxia said plainly. "What? You are Xianxia?" The previously arrogant genius of Corpsine sect changed his facial expression in an instant. They might not know about others, but the name of Xianxia was absolutely well known. "Run." The three of them moved in unison. Without saying a word, they turned around and ran. Their speed was many times faster than when they came here. The arrogance from before was nowhere to be seen. The three of them were cursing in their hearts. They were really unlucky. Why did they have to bump into a fiend like Xianxia? They had no reason not to run when they bumped into Xianxia. Even the genius of Corpsine sect, He Kuei, died in the hands of Xianxia, let alone them. If they really fought, not to mention resisting, Xianxia could slap them into dog shit. "Still want to run?" Xianxia harumphed coldly. He clawed at the direction where the three of them were running towards. The void in that direction was frozen. The three of them who were running away frantically were completely locked in place, unable to move. "All of you, go to hell." As soon as Xianxia's hand stopped, the space there was crushed into pieces. The three of them let out miserable shrieks. Their bodies exploded and turned into a large cloud of blood mist. It could be said that their death was incomparably miserable. Xianxia wouldn't show any mercy to the people of Corpsing sect. If one day, Xianxia had enough strength, he would go to Corpsing sect and kill every single one of them. This evil sect shouldn't exist in the heavens and earth. Their method of refining the corpses of others was against the heavenly Tao. It was even worse than the devil sect. Seeing the three of them being killed so easily, Dongfei, who had already recovered slightly, couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise again. "Senior brother Jiang, you have become stronger again." Dongfei sighed. From the time he parted with Jiangchen until now, Jiangchen's transformation was beyond his imagination. During this period of time, he had also made some progress. His cultivation base had reached the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the true Immortal Emperor realm. "Dongfei, how did you encounter the people of Corpsing sect?" Jiangchen asked. At the mention of the three sons of Corpsing sect, Dongfei's face changed instantly. "Not good. Senior brother Jiang, hurry up and save King Fan." Dongfei exclaimed. "Tell me, what happened?" "Not long ago, I met King Fan. After that, I was hunted by the experts of Corpsing sect, Divine Line sect and Great Cloud Empire. Because their main target was King Fan, they didn't put me in their eyes. That's why I escaped, but I was also hunted by 3 disciples of Corpsing sect. If I hadn't met senior brother Jiang, I'm afraid that I would have lost my life here." Dongfei spoke with a face full of fear and nervousness. "Damn it. It must be King Ping's doing again." Jiangchen couldn't help but curse. The fact that the encirclement could be carried out so smoothly must have something to do with King Ping. King Ping had been trying to get rid of them since the first day he came to Golden Horizon. It seemed like he hadn't given up until now. Corpsing sect, Divine Line sect and Great Cloud Empire hated him the most. Logically speaking, they wouldn't find trouble with King Fan. I don't know about this, but they said that they wanted to kill senior brother Jiang. Because they couldn't find you, they decided to kill King Fan first to collect some interest. Dongfei said. "Hurry up and take me there." Jiangchen's facial expression turned unusually unsightly. He knew that this matter must have something to do with him. After all, he was the one who killed the most people of the 3 major powers, especially the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire. Since they couldn't find him and knew the relationship between him and King Fan, it was only normal for them to want to kill King Fan. However, Jiangchen believed that King Ping must be involved in this matter. Otherwise, the experts of the 3 major powers wouldn't be able to find Yang Bufan at the same time. As for what method King Ping used to locate Yang Bufan, Jiangchen had no idea. However, King Ping and Yang Bufan were brothers after all. Both of them were the young kings of Great Qian Empire. Plus, King Ping was very shrewd. He must have the means to locate Yang Bufan. However, all these weren't important now. What was important was to get there as soon as possible. Otherwise, King Fan's life would be in danger. Under the guidance of Dongfei, Jiangchen and Dongfei flew towards a direction at high speed, fearing that they would be a step slower. "Dongfei, what's the current cultivation base of King Fan?" Jiangchen asked. "He has just advanced to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm." Dongfei replied. "That's better. Given King Fan's strength, even if they join forces, it will still be difficult for them to kill him. Even if they can't defeat him, escaping won't be a problem." Jiangchen heaved a sigh of relief. He knew Yang Bufan's ability very well. As long as Yang Bufan advanced to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm, there wouldn't be any problem. Even if 10 experts of the same level joined hands to deal with Yang Bufan still had the means to escape. No, King Fan is in a very dangerous situation now. Lingdu of Divine Line sect has already advanced to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. There's also Yunyi of Great Cloud Empire and Yao Ming of Corpsing sect. All of them are intermediate Immortal Emperors. More importantly, there's a man called Chaojiu of Corpsing sect. I have no idea where he got the corpse of a late Immortal Emperor and has successfully refined it. Dongfei spoke with incomparable worry. If the most powerful expert of the enemy was only an intermediate Immortal Emperor, he wouldn't be able to trap King Fan at all. King Fan could just bring Dong Fei and escape. There was no need for Dong Fei to escape by himself. What? Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately increased his speed. He had fought with the people of Cultivation sect many times, so he knew how scary this sect was. Not only did they have terrifying means, but they also had a corpse puppet that was as powerful as them. Xianxia himself could greatly restrain the people of Cultivation sect, but Yang Bufan wasn't him after all. If the enemy really had a late immortal emperor, then Yang Bufan would be facing great danger. It could be said that he only had a slim chance of surviving this battle. The entire golden horizon was filled with this kind of color. In front of them was a barren mountain where a lot of people had gathered. Some were watching the show while some were fighting. The closer they were to the center of the golden horizon, the more people there were. There were too many major powers of the three immortal domains. Many of them had no relationship with each other, so there was never a lack of people watching the show. At the center of the battlefield, more than a dozen people had besieged a man. The man in the middle was wearing a black robe. His hair was messy and his robe was stained with blood. He was standing in midair, his body was trembling, seemingly in danger of falling from the sky at any time. What a pity. I heard that this is King Fan of Great Qian Empire in East Xuanyu. He's also a famous figure in East Xuanyu. It's really a tragedy for him to be besieged by so many people. This is a very normal thing in the Golden Horizon. These people and the major powers have great enmity with each other. Once they encounter each other, they will naturally fight to the death. There are people dying all the time in the Golden Horizon. Even if you are a proud son of the heavens in the outside world, it's too normal for you to die here. Even the great sovereigns have fallen in this ancient battlefield before. But this King Fan is truly powerful. Previously, he was able to withstand the attacks of 4 intermediate immortal emperors without falling into a disadvantageous position. It was the late immortal emperor of Cultivation sect who managed to injure him. It's a pity for such a genius to die here. If he doesn't die, he will surely have a great achievement in the future. Who said it isn't? But this is fate. I'm afraid that this King Fan can only accept his fate. Unless a miracle happens, he won't be able to live. Many of the onlookers felt pity for Yang Bufan. They had witnessed the battle just now and deeply felt that a genius like Yang Bufan was extremely rare. Not even 4 geniuses of the same level as him could take him down. Only after Chaojiao of Cultivation sect attacked him did he manage to injure him and trap him. Yang Bufan, I advise you to find a way to send a message to Jiangchen at once. Ask Jiangchen to come over and accept his death. Otherwise, you will die very miserably today. Yunilinlin of Great Cloud Empire spoke. He had another purpose in besieging Yang Bufan this time, to lure Jiangchen out. He was still brooding over the death of the 7th prince. Only by killing Jiangchen could he avenge the 7th prince, Yun Zhangxiao. Last time, because of the evil spirit in Jiangchen's hand, he couldn't succeed. Today, there were so many experts here, including the late immortal emperor of Cultivation sect. As long as Jiangchen appeared, he would die for sure. There was no chance of survival. That's right, Yang Bufan. As long as you lure Jiangchen here, we can grant you a quick death. Whether it was Great Cloud Empire, Cultivation sect or Divine Line sect, their main target was Jiangchen. They were bent on getting rid of the monstrous genius, Jiangchen, to get rid of a great trouble in the future. Unfortunately, they couldn't find Jiangchen's whereabouts. That was why they were used to besiege Yang Bufan. They wanted to use Yang Bufan to lure Jiangchen out and then kill Jiangchen. It wasn't a secret that Yang Bufan had a close relationship with Jiangchen. In their point of view, Yang Bufan must have a way to contact Jiangchen. Now that Yang Bufan was seriously injured, if it wasn't because they wanted to use him to lure Jiangchen, they would have killed Yang Bufan just now. Upon hearing this, the corner of Yang Bufan's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He glanced around coldly at the people who besieged him and said, "You bunch of idiots. It's your luck that Jiangchen isn't here. If he comes, it will be your doomsday. Do you really think you can kill Jiangchen? You're truly foolish to make an enemy out of Jiangchen." Yang Bufan's confidence in Jiangchen had surpassed his own. Since these people wanted to kill Jiangchen, they were destined to die in the hands of Jiangchen. There was no doubt about this. These people were still thinking of using him to lure Xianxia out. Unfortunately, he didn't leave any talisman to contact Xianxia before they separated. Otherwise, he would have already sent a message to Xianxia. Humph. Yang Bufan, you have taken Xianxia too seriously. He is just relying on the help of an intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit. Otherwise, I would have killed him last time and the seventh prince wouldn't have died. I swear I won't let Xianxia leave Golden Horizon alive. Yoni harumphed coldly. In his heart, he looked down on Xianxia. In his opinion, Xianxia was merely relying on the help of an evil spirit. He couldn't help but grit his teeth when he recalled the day when the seventh prince was killed. If he had known about the existence of the evil spirit earlier, he could have left with the seventh prince. It was because Xianxia was too insidious and cunning that he hid the evil spirit, causing the seventh prince to die tragically in Xianxia's hands. This had always troubled Yuni, and made him want to tear Xianxia into pieces. Haha. Yun Zhangxiao is dead. He can only blame himself for being incompetent. If you want to kill him, just kill him. Xianxia won't show up. Yang Bufan burst into laughter. He had long heard about the death of Yun Zhangxiao and the crown prince. It was all caused by Xianxia. Plus, Xianxia killed Yun Zhangxiao in the name of avenging the crown prince, which could be considered as a great contribution to Great Qian Empire. He was afraid that only Xianxia could do such a perfect trick. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. After that, kill Xianxia. You also have a part in killing the geniuses of Divine Line sect. Ling Dulingling spoke. Yang Bufan was also involved in the siege. Since they couldn't lure Xianxia out, they might as well not waste any more time and kill Yang Bufan. As for Xianxia, there would be plenty of opportunities. Yang Bufan, as the king fan of Great Qian Empire, I wonder if you have any last words? Chao Jiao of Corpsine sect asked. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yang Bufan's face was cold and arrogant. Today, he had fallen here. It could only mean that his luck wasn't good. He couldn't blame others. As the evil lord, when had he ever been afraid of death? Since the moment he stepped into Evil Abyss alone, he had already disregarded life and death. Good. Tough. Unfortunately, you still can't escape death. Chao Jiao spoke, his body exuded a cold killing intent, ready to attack Yang Bufan. Stop. At this moment, a shout was heard from afar. Countless eyes looked over and saw two silhouettes walking out of the void. These two people's chi was unparalleled. Their killing intent soared to the sky and they arrived at the battlefield in a blink of an eye. These two people were naturally Tyrant and Xianxia, who had rushed here after hearing the news. As for Dong Fei, he was now resting in Zulong Tower. There would definitely be a great battle in a while, so it wasn't suitable for him to come out. He knew that Xianxia's appearance meant that he would be saved. That was a kind of implicit trust. In this world, there was nothing that Xianxia couldn't do. He had created many miracles. Tyrant wasn't a stranger to him. Back in Evil Abyss, they had fought side by side. What surprised him was Tyrant's cultivation base. Tyrant's cultivation base had actually grown to such a terrifying extent after they parted ways in One Line Sky. No wonder he was called the monstrous genius of Buddha sect. Xianxia. When Yuni and Ling Du saw Xianxia, they immediately gritted their teeth. Their eyes were about to spurt out flames. Judging by their looks, they couldn't wait to tear Xianxia into pieces. So this is the Xianxia that they have been looking for all this while. He's merely a late immortal king. This is too ridiculous. How could they attach such importance to such a person? Could it be that this Xianxia is a peerless monstrous genius? I thought that Xianxia would be very terrifying. It turns out that he hasn't even reached the immortal emperor realm. That monk is pretty powerful. He seems to be an intermediate immortal emperor, but coming here with such a cultivation base is no different than courting death. Innumerable eyes fell upon Xianxia. When they realized that Xianxia's cultivation base was merely an immortal king, they revealed a look of disappointment. Previously, they could hear the importance they attached to Xianxia from their tone. Initially, they thought that this Xianxia was a magical and powerful figure. Unexpectedly, he was just a puny immortal king. This was the first time that Chao Jiao met Xianxia. His cold eyes fell upon Xianxia, as though he wanted to see through Xianxia. Xianxia ignored the gazes of the crowd and stepped into the center of the battlefield, coming to Yang Bufan's side. "Are you all right?" asked Xianxia. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Bufan was still unscathed. Fortunately, he wasn't late. If he saw Yang Bufan's corpse when he arrived, he was afraid that Xianxia would go mad. "It's not a big deal. Xianxia, tyrant, be careful. That Chao Jiao is very powerful. It's very likely that he has another corpse puppet of the same level," Yang Bufan reminded. He knew that the next battle had nothing to do with him. "It doesn't matter. I'm the nemesis of Corpsine sect. Xianxia, I never thought that you would really dare to show up and even bring a helper with you. However, you are going to die today, and your helper will die together with you. Release that evil spirit of yours. We will kill them all today to avenge my seventh prince." Yuni spoke aloud. His whole body was filled with killing intent. Since Xianxia had appeared, it couldn't be any better. He had been waiting for this moment. Even if Xianxia brought an intermediate immortal emperor helper, he wouldn't care. After all, he wasn't the one fighting the battle. Apart from Chao Jiao, there were 4 intermediate immortal emperors and 70 to 80% early immortal emperors on their side. Such a formation was destructive to anyone. "As you wish. Blood Demon King, come out now," Xianxia yelled. The Blood Demon King rushed out of the Zulong Tower immediately. As soon as the Blood Demon King appeared, he pounded his chest with both hands, exuding an incomparably violent qi. A bloodthirsty evil spirit like the Blood Demon was born for slaughter and battle. It had almost gone mad from staying in the Zulong Tower. Every time it was released by Xianxia, the Blood Demon would unleash its violent qi through brutal slaughter. As a matter of fact, given Xianxia's current cultivation base, he didn't need the Blood Demon King anymore. He alone could handle the situation, but in such a formation, the Blood Demon King could still play a great role. Xianxia didn't intend to let any of the geniuses of the 3 major powers go, including those early immortal emperors. Later, he would deal with Chao Jiao while the Blood Demon King alone could kill all of them. "Yuni, it seems like you have been defeated by such a thing. How shameful." Gadfly of Corpsine sect spoke in a strange tone. One had to admit that the people of Corpsine sect were really annoying. They didn't even forget to ridicule their own allies. Yuni darted a glance at Gadfly and didn't hide his disgust. If it wasn't because he had to join forces with Corpsine sect to kill Xianxia, he was afraid that he wouldn't even talk to Gadfly. Gadfly was the same as Yuni, both of them were intermediate immortal emperors. On the side of Divine Line sect, apart from Ling Du, there was another intermediate immortal emperor. His name was Leng Qiui, a rare genius of Divine Line sect. Just like Yang Lang of Great Qian Empire, he had come to the Golden Horizon 5 years ago. His face was gloomy and he seemed to be in a very bad mood. Leng Qiui wasn't in a bad mood because of Xianxia, but because of himself. As someone who had come to the Golden Horizon for the second time, he had been here for so many days. Almost half of the time had passed since the opening of the Golden Horizon, but he, Leng Qiui, still hadn't obtained anything, just some small treasures that he couldn't care less about. Seeing his junior brother Ling Du advancing to the intermediate immortal emperor realm through a fortuitous encounter, he felt even more depressed. Additionally, he knew that there would be more treasures appearing at the end of the Golden Horizon. At that time, there would be more powerful geniuses. Many geniuses with great luck would advance to the late immortal emperor realm. It wasn't strange at all for half-step immortal venerables to appear. If he still couldn't obtain any benefits and advance to the late immortal emperor realm, his future wouldn't be easy. This was because Leng Qiui was very clear that an intermediate immortal emperor would no longer be eye-catching at the end of the Golden Horizon. Leng Qiui's face was filled with killing intent. It seemed like he was going to vent all his depression on Xianxia and the others. Enough nonsense. Let's attack together and kill Xianxia. Ling Du yelled. "Let me go first." Jia Jia Gadfly let out a gloomy smile and was the first to rush at Xianxia. He was very confident in his own ability. Anyone would have to be careful when facing the means of Corpsine sect. Ba. Tyrant put his palms together and took a step forward. Upon seeing this, Xianxia just smiled and looked at Gadfly with a pitiful gaze. The cultivation technique of Corpsine sect was evil. Tyrant had a pure affinity with Buddha. He was a true monstrous genius of Buddha sect and possessed several powerful Dharma seals of Buddha sect. Given Tyrant's combat strength, Gadfly had no chance of winning against him. Kong Long, Tyrant struck out. His body was covered with dazzling Buddha light. Under the illumination of this Buddha light, Gadfly's evil cultivation technique was immediately suppressed. Tyrant struck out the immovable Lion King seal. This kind of Dharma seal of Buddha sect was supreme and incomparably powerful. It could suppress all evil in the world. With Tyrant's current ability, he struck out the phantom of the immovable Lion King. An enormous Lion King of Buddha sect pressed down like a mountain, crashing onto Gadfly's body. Gadfly was overly confident at the beginning. He didn't dodge at all. He didn't expect that Tyrant would be so powerful. He had once fought with an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. Although his chi would be slightly suppressed, Gadfly didn't care about it at all. Plus, he still had powerful corpse puppets on him. But now, Gadfly was appalled. His eyes were filled with intense fear, because he discovered that this monk was completely different from the eminent monk of White Dragon Temple that he had fought before. This was the true orthodox Buddha sect. Arg, the immovable Lion King seal struck Gadfly's body. The Buddha light seemed to have turned into endless flames, wanting to incinerate an evil person like Gadfly from the inside out. Gadfly let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, the immovable Lion King seal exploded. Gadfly was blasted into two halves. Blood spurted out crazily. His internal organs tumbled out. It was extremely disgusting. One strike. Tyrant had killed Gadfly with a single strike. An intermediate immortal emperor genius of Corpsine sect couldn't even put up the slightest resistance in front of Tyrant. He didn't even have the time to release his corpse puppets before he was killed. Hua, the scene frightened everyone, causing an uproar. Everyone looked at Tyrant with eyes full of horror. They felt like they were in a dream. That was an intermediate immortal emperor expert, but he was killed by a single palm just like that. Tyrant's action was just too fast. No one had expected the ending. When they reacted, Gadfly was already dead. Ling Du, Yuni, and the others were dumbfounded. Perhaps in their point of view, given Gadfly's strength, even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, at least he wouldn't die in the first exchange. My God! Where did this monk come from? How can he be so powerful? He's the monstrous genius of White Dragon Temple. He must be from White Dragon Temple. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. It's not Gadfly's fault. It's not that this monk is so powerful that he's undefeatable. It's just that Tyrant's pure Buddha chi has a great restraining effect on Gadfly's evil chi. That's why such an outcome happened. Yang Bufan, who was at the back, also opened his mouth wide in horror. He had seen how powerful Tyrant was back in Evil Abyss, but he didn't think that Tyrant would be this terrifying. Just now, he had fought with Niao Meng and the other three, so he knew how powerful Niao Meng was. Even if Tyrant had a special method to restrain Niao Meng, he was still killed with a single palm strike. This was too shocking. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Damned monk, it seems like you are tired of living. How dare you kill the people of my Corpsine sect? I'd like to see how powerful your Buddha sect's cultivation method is. Chao Jiao was infuriated. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. Tyrant had killed Niao Meng, a genius of Corpsine sect, in front of him. This was no different from slapping his own face. He felt that he had lost all his face. He had to kill Tyrant with his own hands to redeem his face. Chao Jiao's chi soared as he charged towards Tyrant. According to his previous plan, he wasn't going to make a move. After all, he felt that he was too high and mighty to make a move. He only needed to watch Niao Meng and Ling Du attack while he controlled the situation. But now, he had to make a move. He had to kill this monk with his own hands. Ba. Tyrant clasped his palms together. His body was filled with Buddha light. He was ready to attack again. Given his current strength, he wouldn't be inferior to Xiao Jiao. If he used the light Buddha body, he would be able to restrain Xiao Jiao completely. Let me do it. Xianxia pulled Tyrant back. He was prepared to kill Xiao Jiao personally. Although Xiao Jiao was incomparably powerful in the eyes of others, Xianxia didn't put him in his eyes at all. He was confident that he could kill Xiao Jiao. Kong, a surge of ancient and terrifying power suddenly gushed out from Xianxia's body. Immediately, Xianxia's body exploded. He used his dragon transformation and launched a true dragon palm at Xiao Jiao. A puny little immortal king dares to fight me? Courting death. Xiao Jiao was enraged. He felt that he was being looked down on. Even an immortal king dared to oppose him. This made him extremely furious. Xiao Jiao swung a black hand at Xianxia's crimson dragon claw. In his opinion, this attack was more than enough to tear this arrogant dragonoid into pieces. Did the other party think that he could stand against him after activating a transformation skill to increase his strength? Xiao Jiao was simply ignorant. Rumble, a layer of flames covered the surface of the blood-colored dragon claw and it clashed against Xiao Jiao's black-colored palm. Formidable energy waves surged out and even space itself was shattered. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in all directions. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them had opened up a new battlefield in the sky, many of the cultivators below would have been affected by the shockwaves. The consequences of that would be unimaginable. After coming into contact with Xianxia's flames, the power of the originally airy black hand instantly weakened by half. Then, it was directly torn apart by the dragon claw. Looking at Xianxia, he was still as imposing as ever. His entire body was emitting an overbearing aura that soared to the sky. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage even after a simple clash with Xiao Jiao. What? Xiao Jiao exclaimed. The way he looked at Xianxia had completely changed. There was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced with a trace of solemnity. He had never thought that a puny little immortal king would actually be able to erupt with such powerful combat strength. Under the situation where there was such a huge gap between them, Xianxia was able to fight to a draw with him. This was simply an unimaginable miracle. My God! This Xianxia is too amazing. No wonder Yunyi and Ling do care so much about Xianxia. Now, it seems that he is clearly a peerless monster. This is too terrifying. To be able to fight to a draw with Xiao Jiao with just the cultivation base of an immortal king, this is a heavenly miracle. No one wasn't shocked. The fact that Xianxia and Xiao Jiao could fight to a draw was even more shocking than Tyrant killing Gadfly with a single palm strike, because these were two completely different changes. It was understandable for Tyrant to kill someone at the same cultivation base as him, but it was too abnormal for Xianxia to fight Xiao Jiao, who was at a higher cultivation base than him. Ling Du and Yunyi's facial expression changed slightly. They had once witnessed the power of Xianxia. Now, it seemed that Xianxia had improved a lot and had reached the level where he could contend against Xiao Jiao. This made them even more determined to get rid of Xianxia. Such a monstrous genius would only bring him endless troubles if he was allowed to live. Brother Qiao, this man can't be underestimated. Yunyi urged. Humph. A peerless genius? Today, I, Xiao Jiao, will strangle such a genius in the cradle. The two of you will attack together and kill that monk and Yang Bufan. I will kill this arrogant brat. Xiao Jiao harumphed coldly and erupted. The skulls on his robe let out ferocious roars. Each of them seemed to have come to life. Gusts of chilly wind blew. Along with endless chi waves, he struck out a huge ghost face, rushing towards Xianxia. Evil and crooked cultivator. Can't even withstand a single blow. Xianxia's eyes sparkled without the slightest fear. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand with a clang. Boundless flames surged as he slashed at the ghost face. Although he could restrain Xiao Jiao, he couldn't deny the scariness of Xiao Jiao. This was the first time that Xianxia fought a late immortal emperor. He was somewhat looking forward to it. Therefore, he was prepared to use Xiao Jiao to test his combat strength. As for the situation below, he wasn't worried at all. Tyrant's combat strength was beyond any one of them. Plus, he had the help of the Blood Demon King. With the cooperation of the Blood Demon King and Tyrant, it wouldn't be a problem for them to stop the three intermediate immortal emperors. As for those early immortal emperor geniuses, even if Yang Bufan was injured, he would still be able to deal with them. At least, he wouldn't have any problem keeping himself alive. Let's attack together and kill them. This monk only killed Gadfly because the cultivation technique of Buddha sect can restrain the cultivation technique of Corpsing sect. In fact, this monk isn't that scary. Ling Du, you go and stop that evil creature. Leng Chui, the two of us will kill that monk. The rest of you, go and kill Yang Bufan. Yunyi spoke aloud like an expert in arranging troops, but one had to admit that Yunyi's arrangement was undoubtedly the best. According to the opponent's situation, Tyrant was the most powerful one. Two of them were needed to attack together. The evil creature alone could hold it off, while the rest of the early immortal emperors would go and kill the injured Yang Bufan. Because Jiangchen was just too scary. Not to mention Yunyi and Ling Du, even Ling Chui could deeply feel the terror of Jiangchen. Everything about Jiangchen was known from Ling Du. It could be said that Ling Chui didn't care about it at all. After all, hearing and seeing were two completely different things. Now, Jiangchen was able to fight Chao Jiao, which made Ling Chui feel that it was necessary to kill Jiangchen. Such a person grew too fast and was exceedingly monstrous. If they didn't get rid of him this time, who knew how terrifying Jiangchen would become the next time they encountered him? If they allowed Jiangchen to continue growing, he would become a great threat to their sect sooner or later. They knew this very well. Hong. For a moment, all the experts unleashed their powerful combat strength. A cruel war was about to begin. According to the previous arrangement, Yunyi and Ling Qiu would attack Tyrant from the left and right, Ling Du would deal with the Blood Demon King, and the rest of the early immortal emperors began to besiege Yang Bufan. Now that Jiangchen had been lured here, they wouldn't show any mercy to Yang Bufan. Grandpa Monk will send you all to the Pure Land of Nirvana. Tyrant spoke with a solemn face. His facial expression didn't change in the slightest when he saw the two great experts attacking him. Instead, his eyes glowed with the light of battle. He waved both of his hands at the same time, casting out the Supreme Dharma King seal of Buddha sect, Akalanatha seal and Immovable Dharma King seal. The two Supreme Dharma seals unleashed extremely powerful chi waves, striking at Ling Chui and Yunyi respectively. What a powerful monk. Their facial expression changed slightly. Only after facing Tyrant head-on did they know how terrifying Tyrant was. They finally understood why Gadfly was killed by Tyrant with a single palm strike. Even if they were to defend against the powerful Dharma seals of Buddha sect, they would still pale in comparison, let alone Gadfly who was being restrained. Both of them didn't dare to be negligent. They casted out their most powerful immortal skills to fight Tyrant. Kong Long, the violent energy shockwaves caused the void to explode, creating one big hole after another. The cold aura sent chills down everyone's spines. Thud thud thud, under such a powerful attack, Yunyi and Ling Chui were forced to retreat over a dozen steps before they could stabilize themselves. Both of their expressions were extremely ugly. They were still forced to retreat even though they were fighting 2 against 1. It could be seen just how powerful the monk was. Roar, on the other side, the Blood Demon King roared, also suppressing Ling Du perfectly. Apart from them, those early immortal emperors who had joined forces to kill Yang Bufan also found it hard to get close to Yang Bufan's body. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although Yang Bufan was injured, he still wasn't someone these people could deal with. Incredible. These fellows are way too monstrous. By the looks of it, it will be very difficult for Chao Jiao and the others to kill Jiangchen and the others. I can already tell that the monk is extremely terrifying. Even if Yunyi and Ling Qiu joined forces, they would still not be a match for him. That evil spirit is also extremely powerful. It seems like even Ling Du will be suppressed. Unless Chao Jiao kills Jiangchen, the consequences will be hard to say. That's right, they're all too abnormal, terrifyingly strong. Those onlookers were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. Originally, there was no suspense in the battle, but now, there were signs of a reversal. How could they not be surprised? Brother Lung, this monk is very powerful. Don't hold back anymore. Yunyi spoke. Immediately, a combat sword appeared in his hand while an iron fan appeared in Ling Qiui's hand. Both of them were incomparably powerful immortal weapons. After the two of them sensed the terror of the monk, they didn't dare to be negligent anymore. They exerted their full strength and lunged at the monk again. In the sky, the battle between Xianxia and Cao Jiao had reached its climax. Xianxia was holding the combat sword upside down, slashing at Cao Jiao constantly. His combat sword was like a dragon. The body of the sword was covered with raging flames that were enough to burn everything, including the qi emitted by Cao Jiao. Cao Jiao had used all the terrifying and ruthless means of corpsing sect, but none of them could stop the combat sword of Xianxia. As a result, Cao Jiao was forced to retreat step by step, falling into a disadvantageous position. K. Cao Jiao was truly enraged. He couldn't help but curse out loud. To anyone, such a battle would be incomparably sullen. His combat strength was firmly suppressed, and he simply couldn't unleash his full strength. The raging flames seemed to be specially used to suppress him, causing him to feel incomparably uncomfortable. What made Cao Jiao feel even more uncomfortable was that, given his cultivation base and strength, he was actually being suppressed by an immortal king. This was like a fucking dream, a scene that he wouldn't even be able to dream of. Cao Jiao, you will die for sure today. If you have any powerful means, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even have the time to use them. Jiangchen's aura was unparalleled. The heavenly saint sword transformed into a dragon. Holding the dragon's tail, he slashed at Cao Jiao unceasingly. Every attack would leave a deep mark in the void. Corpse puppet, come out. Both of Cao Jiao's eyes turned red, feeling extremely sullen. He had no choice but to release his corpse puppet. This was something that he had just obtained not long ago and had successfully refined. Given the current situation, even if he didn't want to admit it, it had become a fact that he couldn't defeat Jiangchen. However, he couldn't afford to lose. If he was really defeated by an immortal king today, he would have no face to return to Corpsing sect, and no face to continue living in East Xuanyu. An extremely powerful corpse puppet appeared. It was also a late immortal emperor. As soon as it appeared, it pounced at Jiangchen. In Cao Jiao's point of view, he didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Jiangchen if he joined forces with the corpse puppet. Just in time. Jiangchen bellowed. The Qilin arm was struck out. His footsteps were mysterious, and his speed was extremely fast. In just a blink, he had already arrived in front of the corpse puppet. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Go to hell. The Qilin divine arm was completely formed from raging flames. It was the fusion of three types of supreme flames, the perfect fusion of the true dragon palm and the Qilin divine arm. Such a fierce and powerful attack smashed onto the body of the corpse puppet. Kong Long, the corpse puppet didn't even have the chance to resist before it was killed by Jiangchen's Qilin divine arm and burned into ashes. Upon seeing this, Cao Jiao was dumbfounded. Initially, he wanted to join forces with the corpse puppet to deal with Jiangchen, but he had never thought that Jiangchen would act so quickly, not giving him any chance to cooperate with the corpse puppet. What he didn't expect was that apart from the combat sword in Jiangchen's hand, he also had such a powerful attack that caused the corpse puppet to die instantly. Bastard! You killed my corpse puppet and destroyed my painstaking efforts. Don't even think about leaving the scene. Was shaken once more. Jiangchen's strength had once again raised the shock of everyone to another level. The fact that he could force the late immortal Emperor Cao Jiao to retreat was already shocking enough. Now, Jiangchen had shattered Cao Jiao's corpse puppet with a single strike. Could he be any crazier? One should know that Cao Jiao's corpse puppet wasn't as simple as an ordinary puppet. It had the strength of a late immortal emperor. Even if it didn't cooperate with Cao Jiao, it was already powerful enough in a one-on-one battle. Who would have thought that such a powerful corpse puppet would be shattered by Jiangchen in a single strike? The scene was simply too shocking. How could this be? How could that Jiangchen be so powerful? It's the flame in his hand. His flame is extremely powerful. I have heard from the seventh prince that the reason why he was defeated by Jiangchen in Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire was because his flame was too powerful. I believe that his flame had a tremendous suppression on Cao Jiao, just like how Tyrant restrained Gadfly. Under such suppression, Chao Jiao couldn't exert his full combat strength during the battle. That's why he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. Ling Du and Ling Chui couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Yoni thought of the key point. Back then, when Yin Zhongxiao went to Great Qian Empire to challenge the geniuses of Dan Prefecture, he was defeated by Jiang Chen, or more precisely, he was defeated by the flame in Jiang Chen's hand. During the battle between Jiang Chen and Chao Jiao, he had clearly seen that Jiang Chen's flame was the combination of 3 types of supreme flames. Such a flame was the nemesis of Corpsine sect. Its suppression was much stronger than Tyrant's. That was why Chao Jiao was killed as soon as he released his corpse puppet. But no matter what the reason was, it seemed unrealistic to rely on Chao Jiao to kill Jiang Chen today. Additionally, Jiang Chen's speed of growth had exceeded their imagination. Given Jiang Chen's current combat strength, even Chao Jiao was no match for him, let alone them. Such a situation made the 3 of them feel incomparably uncomfortable. They had missed a chance to kill Jiang Chen. If they couldn't kill him today, they were afraid that Jiang Chen would grow to a terrifying extent the next time they encountered him. At that time, they were afraid that it would be their doomsday. Blood Demon, you go and kill the others. I'll deal with these 3. When Tyrant saw Jiang Chen killing the corpse puppet, he knew that Chao Jiao would die for sure today. According to Jiang Chen's habit, he wouldn't let any of the geniuses of the 3 major powers go. Not a single one of them would be able to escape today. Additionally, Yang Bufan had been besieged by the early immortal emperors and was in a difficult position. If he was in his prime, these geniuses wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between his teeth, but the current situation was different. Yang Bufan had been seriously injured. He couldn't even exert 1/10 of his combat strength. Additionally, the more intense the battle, the more serious his injuries would be, which would affect his recuperation in the future. On the other hand, each of the early immortal emperor geniuses was as ferocious as tigers. They kept attacking Yang Bufan. If this continued, Yang Bufan's life would be in danger. Therefore, it was the most suitable time to let the blood demon take action. His strength was tyrannical and his means were ferocious. Once he attacked, it would be the doomsday of those geniuses. As for Ling Du's side, Tyrant alone was enough to deal with the 3 of them. Given Tyrant's current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight the 3 of them alone. By the time Jiang Chen killed Chao Jiao, the blood demon would have killed all the early immortal emperors. At that time, it would be hard for Yunyi and the other 2 to escape. As a matter of fact, the current situation was just as Tyrant had expected, because he knew Jiang Chen's ability all too well. As long as Chao Jiao was dead, everyone would be finished. If Yunyi and Ling Chui wanted to live, they still had a chance to escape now. Unfortunately, the 3 of them didn't seem to have the intention to leave at this moment, because they were still very confident in their strength and Chao Jiao. At least, they felt that Chao Jiao wouldn't be killed by Jiang Chen. However, this kind of confidence would only harm themselves in the end. Roar. Upon hearing Tyrant's words, the blood demon roared wildly, got rid of Ling Du, and lunged at the others. Where do you think you're going? Ling Du bellowed and lunged at the blood demon. At this moment, he must never let the blood demon deal with the others. Otherwise, it would be the real doomsday for those people. He had fought the blood demon for a long time and knew his strength very well. Once he lunged at the blood demon, he would be like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Bah! Tyrant put his palms together. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Ling Du, completely cutting off Ling Du's path of escape, leaving Ling Du no way to stop the blood demon. Damned monk, you're courting death. Ling Du's face was filled with ferocity and overbearingness. He struck out a palm at Tyrant, then yelled at Yunyi and Ling Chui, one of you will deal with that evil creature. Needless to say, Yunyi had already lunged at the evil creature. They weren't fools. They knew the seriousness of the situation. If they wanted to kill the blood demon, those people would die for sure. To the major powers of East Xuanyu, an early immortal emperor was a rare supreme genius. The death of any one of them would be a great loss. Humph. Tao Light Buddha Body, Kingdom of Buddha. Tyrant harumphed coldly. He was completely enraged. Instantly, he casted out the powerful Tao Light Buddha Body. His body grew a few times taller. His body was covered in dazzling golden light, making him look like a supreme arhat. At the same time, Tyrant struck out the kingdom of Buddha. It was a technique that was equivalent to a domain. Countless pure Buddha light formed a huge domain, enveloping the three of them. Then, he used the Tao light Buddha body to suppress it. The three of them instantly felt tremendous pressure. Damn it! How can this monk be so terrifying? Yuni cursed, feeling the urge to cough up blood. He was currently being shrouded by the kingdom of Buddha and was being suppressed by the Tao light Buddha body. There was no way for him to deal with the blood demon. He could only stay and fight Tyrant. Let's join forces and kill this monk. I don't believe he's so powerful that he can fight the three of us alone. Leng Chui unleashed all of his powerful qi. The iron fan in his hand produced a gust of wind, striking out waves of powerful energy at Tyrant. At the same time, Ling Du and Yuni joined forces on the left and right. The three intermediate immortal emperors unleashed all of their techniques. Terrifying energy interweaved into a huge net. It was colorful and extremely beautiful, but such energy was absolutely not something to be admired, because it was fatal. Bah. In the face of the three's powerful attacks, Tyrant wasn't afraid at all. He took out a string of Buddha beads from his neck. Each of the Buddha beads was branded with ancient and mystical Sanskrit. Under Tyrant's control, the Buddha beads turned into weapons. The Buddha beads continued to grow in size, like a heavenly circle. The vibrations caused cracks to appear in the void. Then, it smashed towards the energy net formed by the three of them. Kong Long, the heavens and earth shook. Huge holes were created one after another in the void. Black air currents kept drifting out from the inside of the void. The scene was horrifying. What was even more shocking was that Tyrant didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position despite fighting the three of them alone. My God! How heaven-defying is this monk? I have seen the eminent monks of White Dragon Temple before, but none of them were as terrifying as him. He must be a monstrous genius of Buddhist sect, a rare and peerless genius of White Dragon Temple. He has an incomparable affinity with Buddha and possesses many powerful combat skills of Buddhist sect. Look at that powerful Buddha body. It's almost the same as the legendary golden body Arhat. This is truly a heaven-shaking reversal. The experts of the three major powers have been hell-bent on luring Xianxia out. Now, the situation has been completely reversed. Chao Jiao doesn't seem to be a match for Xianxia. Tyrant isn't in a disadvantageous position despite fighting the three of them alone. The moment that Evil Soul made his move, the lives of the others will be in danger. No one wasn't shocked. All the spectators had their mouths wide open. They were all geniuses and had seen many heaven-defying geniuses, but today, they had seen two of them at once. Tyrant was still fine as he had a higher cultivation base after all. Jiangchen was the one that they couldn't understand and accept, because Jiangchen was merely a late immortal king. It seemed like he was able to suppress Chao Jiao, who was a late immortal emperor. Just the thought of it made their scalp tingle. Even if Jiangchen had a powerful transformation technique that could increase his combat strength, and even if Jiangchen had flames that could restrain Chao Jiao, such a battle was still too terrifying. On the other side, the mighty Blood Demon King rushed into the battlefield. Its terrifying sharp claws grabbed the head of an early immortal emperor genius. No, that genius exclaimed in horror. That was the fear that came from the bottom of his heart, because he found out that he was being controlled by the Blood Demon King. He didn't even have the chance to move. As long as the Blood Demon King wanted to, his head could be crushed at any time. The Blood Demon King didn't disappoint him, because in the next moment, the Blood Demon King crushed his head. That genius let out a final wail. Blood gushed out wildly, leaving behind the last dazzling color in this world. Roar, the Blood Demon King roared again and again. He attacked from both sides, not giving his opponent any chance to react. Two more geniuses were killed. Killing early immortal emperors was as easy as killing ants. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. 3 of the 8 geniuses were killed in a blink of an eye. Only then did the remaining 5 regain their senses. Each and every one of them was frightened out of their wits. How could they still have the slightest fighting spirit? Yang Bufan couldn't be bothered anymore. Immediately, they fled in all directions. Roar, roar, the Blood Demon King had gone berserk. Endless blood chi was unleashed from his body, forming a huge energy net that sealed the entire battlefield. This was an absolute suppression. No one could escape. The 5 geniuses struggled violently as though they had fallen into a quagmire, but to no avail. In the sky, Chao Jiao saw everything. The shock on his face couldn't be concealed at all. Chao Jiao, none of you can leave today. All of you will die here. At this moment, Chao Jiao's facial expression was incomparably unsightly. Given his eyesight, he could see that all those early immortal emperor geniuses were finished. None of them would be able to survive. Ling Du and the other 2 had been completely restrained by Tyrant and couldn't come to their rescue. As for himself, he was entangled by Jiang Chen. Chao Jiao was now in the mood to vomit blood. Gadfly was already dead. If a few more members of the Corpsing sect were to die, the loss would be unimaginable. He, who had always been so confident and arrogant, felt powerless for the first time. He originally thought that he could completely control the situation, but now it seemed that it was not the case at all. A real evildoer was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Jiang Chen, ask that evil creature to stop. Let's forget about today's matter. We won't make things difficult for you any longer. Chao Jiao gritted his teeth and spoke. He was a very shrewd man. Even though he hated Jiang Chen to the bone, he could still choose to compromise and give up on the revenge of the corpse puppet. Such a man was undoubtedly very scary. There weren't many people who could remain calm at this moment. However, to Chao Jiao, this was something that he had no other choice. He absolutely didn't want to compromise, but the current situation had completely exceeded his expectation. If this continued, he had the confidence to escape, but all the geniuses of Corpsing sect would be killed. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Haha. Compromise? Chao Jiao, do you think you are qualified to do so? I have already said that none of you will be able to leave today. You, Chao Jiao, are no exception. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. What a joke. Chao Jiao wanted to compromise at this moment, but Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't allow it. Jiang Chen had never left any future troubles when he did things. His enemies must be exterminated, especially the geniuses of Corpsing sect. He would never show any mercy to them, because Jiang Chen knew very well that if he fell into the enemy's trap, he would certainly end up miserably. There was absolutely no chance for him to compromise. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. Don't think that you have the ability to kill me just because you killed my corpse puppet. You won't have a good ending if you insist on a life and death struggle. Chao Jiao spoke maliciously. Even at this moment, he still had some confidence in himself. While Chao Jiao and Jiang Chen were talking, another 3 people died in the hands of the Blood Demon King. 2 of them were from Corpsing sect. The remaining 2 were from Great Cloud Empire and Divine Line sect. Although they were still alive, they weren't far from death. At this point, everyone from the Corpse sect, including Niu Meng, was dead except for Chao Jiao. Bastard. Chao Jiao cursed loudly and released the gloomy and cold aura from his body in an instant. This time, he was completely enraged. The last bit of reason he had almost collapsed. This was the biggest defeat he had ever experienced in his life. It would become the greatest shame of his life. Even if he managed to escape, today's battle would leave an unerasable shadow in his heart. In fact, it was already an extravagant hope for Chao Jiao to escape. Jiang Chen had never thought about giving Chao Jiao any chance. At this moment, Chao Jiao couldn't pose any pressure to Jiang Chen at all, neither could Jiang Chen regard him as an opponent. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a crescent moon scimitar appeared in Chao Jiao's hand. The black crescent moon scimitar was emitting an incomparably gloomy and cold light. This was Chao Jiao's natal immortal weapon. It was very terrifying. However, in the face of the blazing heavenly saint sword, the momentum of the crescent moon scimitar was obviously weakened and greatly suppressed. Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you. Chao Jiao injected all his energy into the crescent moon scimitar and slashed at Jiang Chen in the most ferocious manner. Asterisk hell. Asterisk the scimitar produced an ear-piercing whistling sound. The void was sliced in half and it arrived in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. This was the blade of death. Even the aura it exuded carried the aura of death. In the face of this blade that carried the aura of death, Jiang Chen's countenance remained unchanged. Like a soaring god of war, he swung the heavenly saint sword. Asterisk hoo-hoo, asterisk the heavenly saint sword had completely turned into a heavenly sword. Endless flames surged around it like a fire dragon. The light it emitted was hundreds of meters long, piercing through the void. Chi waves surged and chi soared into the sky, colliding with the crescent moon scimitar. Asterisk rumble, asterisk a large area of the void was annihilated in an instant. Destructive energy drifted everywhere. Xiaojiu's power was too gloomy and cold. It couldn't cause any harm to Xianxia at all. The raging flames could even burn down Xiaojiu's aura. This time, Xiaojiu was sent flying dozens of meters away. This result was within Xianxia's expectations. Because Xiaojiu had lost his corpse puppet, he was already greatly affected. His combat strength was not as good as before. Coupled with the fact that his mind was in a mess, his attacks were even more disorganized. Coupled with the suppression from Xianxia's 3 supreme flames, Xiaojiu could only be completely suppressed by Xianxia. Xiaojiu, what other ability do you have to fight against me? Xianxia took a step forward like a peerless god of war. His eyes were like the scorching sun. Holding the longsword upside down, he arrived in front of Xiaojiu in the blink of an eye and fiercely slashed down once again. Xianxia's movement was too fast and too fierce. Without any other choice, Xiaojiu could only raise the crescent moon blade in his hand to meet the attack. Asterisk rumble, asterisk another world-shaking collision occurred. Under Xianxia's ferocious attack, Xiaojiu was sent flying again. This time, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Asterisk barf. Asterisk Xiaojiu spurted out a mouthful of blood. The arm that was holding the crescent moon blade was trembling violently. Xianxia's attack was too sharp. He couldn't bear it anymore. Asterisk haha, asterisk Xianxia let out a wild laugh. His battle sword once again arrived above Xiaojiu's head and slashed down. Damn it! Xiaojiu was about to go crazy. As a first-class genius of Corpsing sect, he had never experienced such a stifling battle. His combat strength had been completely suppressed by Xianxia. He couldn't use his full strength at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He felt that even if Xianxia's combat strength was tyrannical, if he could use his full strength, Xianxia would definitely be no match for him. Unfortunately, there were no buts in this world. Reality was reality. In the face of Xianxia's ferocious attacks, he could only continue to resist. Clang, this time it was even more miserable than before. The crescent moon blade in Xiaojiu's hand was directly sent flying. One of his arms was drenched with blood and he kept spurting out blood from his mouth. Xiaojiu, you're finished. Xianxia didn't show any mercy. His long sword slashed down once again. Xiaojiu awoke from his rage when he saw this, and then he shattered space with his bare hands with the intention of fleeing. He'd already discerned that only death would await him if he didn't leave now, and he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. He didn't know how a flawless trap would end up like this in the end, but he didn't have the time to think about all of this now. The most important thing was to stay alive. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? A sneer appeared on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. If Xiaojiu had chosen to escape from the very beginning, Xianxia might not have been able to stop him. However, it was almost impossible for Xiaojiu to leave now. If he allowed Xiaojiu to leave like this, Xianxia would feel that he had lost too much face. Asterisk Qi La, asterisk the heavenly saint sword cut through the void and penetrated deep into the void. Suddenly, a miserable shriek rang out from within the void. Xiaojiu, who had already escaped into the void, was forced out by Xianxia. The terrifying long sword had cut off one of his arms. Xianxia, don't kill me. Xiaojiu was terrified. No one wanted to die. He didn't want to die either. What's the use of keeping you alive? Xianxia didn't want to talk nonsense with Xiaojiu. With a slash of the sword, Xiaojiu's head was severed. Then, the full moon saber and identity brocade pouch fell into Xianxia's hand automatically. An incomparably powerful genius of Corpsing sect, an unparalleled late immortal emperor expert, had died tragically in the hands of Xianxia. The whole process was extremely sharp. Xiaojiu didn't have any strength to resist at all. Countless onlookers were shocked. This was an unexpected result. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. After today's battle, the name of Xianxia would surely spread across the entire Golden Horizon. It was destined to establish the prestige of Xianxia. Arg! Almost at the same instant Xiao Jiu was killed, two miserable shrieks were heard from the other side. The last two early immortal emperors didn't manage to escape and were crushed into pieces by the Blood Demon King. Yang Bufan gave the Blood Demon King a thumbs up. Amazing. Now, Xiao Jiu was dead. The 8 early immortal emperors were also dead. Only Yunyi and the other two were left in the battlefield. But at this moment, their facial expression changed dramatically. They had never thought that Xiao Jiu would be killed by Xianxia so quickly. It was supposed to be a well-planned massacre, but in the end, they had buried themselves. Xiao Jiu is dead. Run! Leng Qiui shouted out loudly, then he turned around and ran. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his face, and he couldn't care less about killing Xianxia for revenge, because they no longer had the chance to do so. Even if they could escape, they would have to run away when they saw Xianxia in the future. All of you stay. None of you can leave. After killing Xiao Jiu, Xianxia's qi was still as strong as before. The Heavenly Saint Sword appeared in front of Yunyi in an instant, cutting off his escape route. Leng Qiui was also stopped by the Blood Demon King. Naturally, Ling Du wouldn't be able to escape either, because Tyrant wasn't a good-for-nothing. 3 against 3. A look of despair suddenly emerged on the faces of Yunyi and the other two. Tyrant and the Blood Demon King might not be very scary. After all, they could still escape if they couldn't win, but Xianxia was just too scary. If Xianxia could kill Xiao Jiu, he could certainly kill them. Xianxia, do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality? If you kill me, there will surely be a war between Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire. Yunyi spoke. Humph. Great Qian Empire has never been afraid of war. Seeing Yang Bufan's attitude, despair suddenly appeared on Yunyi's face. That's right. If a war broke out, Great Qian Empire absolutely wouldn't be afraid. Whether it was in terms of national strength or financial resources, Great Qian Empire wasn't inferior to them. Besides, Yang Bufan's status in Great Qian Empire was much higher than Yunyi's in Great Cloud Empire. Yang Bufan's attitude could also represent the attitude of Great Qian Empire. Did you hear that? I can confidently tell you that if a war breaks out, your Great Cloud Empire will face annihilation. Like a peerless general, Xianxia pierced his sword through Yunyi's glabella and killed him. Not to mention Great Cloud Empire, all the geniuses he killed were geniuses from the 11 major powers of East Xuanyu. Xianxia didn't care about their background at all. Not to mention Great Cloud Empire, Xianxia wouldn't be afraid even if he had to face all the major powers. All along, Xianxia had offended too many major powers. Didn't St. Origin Palace still fall into his hands? Ba. With a chant of Buddha sect, Tyrant's Tao Light Buddha body reached its peak. Like a huge mountain, it pressed down on Leng Qiui, seriously injuring him. Leng Qiui's mind was in a mess now. He couldn't support his full combat strength to fight Tyrant. Plus, Tyrant was too strong. He wasn't in a disadvantageous position even when fighting 3 enemies at the same time, so it was even easier for him to deal with Leng Qiui, who was in a panic. Xianxia took a glance at Leng Qiui and charged at Ling Du with his combat sword. As for Leng Qiui, he was already finished. He wouldn't be able to escape from Tyrant's attack. There was no longer any need for Xianxia to make a move. At this moment, Ling Du was in the same state as Leng Qiui. His mind was in a mess, and all he could think of was to escape from here. Therefore, he was completely suppressed by the Blood Demon King and didn't have the strength to fight back. Now that Xianxia had joined the battle, Ling Du became a bird in a cage. Even if he had wings, he couldn't fly out. Ling Du, I let you escape last time. This time, even if you have 9 lives, you will still die here. Die. Xianxia's murderous aura soared to the sky. He did not give Ling Du the slightest chance. The long sword pierced through his body, and a violent destructive energy rushed out from Ling Du's body. No, Ling Du let out a final scream of despair. His entire body was destroyed by the terrifying sword qi, turning into a mist of blood. Xianxia collected their immortal weapons and brocade pouches. Ever since he entered the Golden Horizon, Xianxia had collected a lot of immortal weapons. Almost all the immortal weapons he killed had been collected by him and stored in the Zulong Tower. Although these immortal weapons were useless to Xianxia, they were all extremely high-grade immortal weapons. It would be a pity to throw them away. In any case, they were spoils of war. Arg, right at the moment when Xianxia killed Ling Du, Lin Chui was brutally killed by Tyrant's Tao Radiance Buddha body. The Tao Radiance Buddha body originated from the God Trembling Monument. It was a supreme divine body, and it was extremely frightening. Tyrant had just stepped into the Tao Radiance Buddha body, and could only unleash some superficial knowledge of it. If one day, Tyrant could cultivate the Tao Radiance Buddha body to its peak state, the frightening degree of it would be unimaginable. After killing Lin Chui, Tyrant slowly retracted his chi and returned to his original appearance. In the state of the Tao Radiance Buddha body, he was like a peerless arhat, the incarnation of Buddha. At this point, all the experts of the three major powers who besieged Yang Bufan had died tragically. None of them managed to escape. It was too tragic. To the three major powers, this was an extremely serious loss. The onlookers sighed. No one could have imagined that the inescapable net would turn into such an ending. Jiang Chen and the others who were not favored by the others had become the victors in the end, using the most ferocious means to kill all the enemies. Jiang Chen didn't stay here for too long. He left with Yang Bufan, looking for a quiet place. Little Chenzi, I didn't expect that your cultivation base has improved to such a terrifying level in just a few days. Now, even Chao Jiao has been killed by you. If you continue to grow at this rate, I can't imagine how terrifying you will become one day. Yang Bufan couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying speed of Jiang Chen's growth. He recalled the time when he met Jiang Chen for the first time in Evil Abyss. Jiang Chen was still a very insignificant figure. At that time, Jiang Chen was just like an ant in front of him, the evil lord. It had only been a short period of time, but that unknown figure had already surpassed him. Soon, even he could only look up to Jiang Chen. Let's not talk so much first. This is a drop of great earth immortal milk. Take it quickly. After you finish refining the great earth immortal milk, not only will your injuries recover completely, your cultivation base will also advance to the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm. Without saying another word, Jiang Chen took out a drop of great earth immortal milk and handed it to Yang Bufan. Out of the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk, he had refined 1, Lan Lingji had refined 1, Lan Shan had taken away 1, and now, he had given 1 to Yang Bufan. There were still 5 drops left. These were rare treasures that must be kept well. Yang Bufan was now a brother who had gone through life and death together with Jiang Chen. Therefore, Jiang Chen wouldn't be stingy to Yang Bufan. The stronger Yang Bufan's cultivation base was, the more help he would be to Jiang Chen in the future. What? Great earth immortal milk? Yang Bufan exclaimed. His eyes immediately fell upon the great earth immortal milk. The pure and dense qi immediately made him feel refreshed. Sure enough, it's the great earth immortal milk. I never thought that such a rare treasure of the heavens and earth really exists. Little Chenzi, I never thought that you could get such a treasure. No wonder your cultivation base has improved so quickly. I have heard that this kind of immortal milk is formed by combining the essence of the heavens and earth. It's a supreme divine medicine of the heavens and earth. It has the effect of reviving the dead and regrowing the bones. You are right. After refining this great earth immortal milk, not only will my injuries recover quickly, my cultivation base will also advance to the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm. The benefits are just too great. Yang Bufan didn't stand on ceremony with Jiang Chen and took the drop of great earth immortal milk. He knew that there was no need for politeness between brothers. Plus, he knew Jiang Chen's character. Jiang Chen would never take back what he had given away. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Chen was willing to give him the great earth immortal milk indicated that Jiang Chen had really treated him as a brother. Of course, this was for sure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to save him today. A drop of great earth immortal milk was a great kindness. He, Yang Bufan, would accept this kind of friendship. Just as Jiang Chen rescued Yang Bufan, on the other side, Lan Shan and Lan Lingji had also arrived at their destination. In front of them was an ancient city. It wasn't big, only a few miles in radius. It seemed like a castle. The ancient city had existed for a very long time. The outside of the city was full of traces. It was desolate and uninhabited, but at this moment, they could sense a lot of qi from the inside of the city. It seemed like this city had been occupied by someone. Little sister Lingji, are you sure this is the place? Long Shan asked. That's right. The message from the talisman is coming from this direction. There should be a lot of disciples of exquisite paradise trapped in this ancient city. I have no idea what's holding them back. Lan Lingji had a worried look because she had already sensed the qi of the disciples of exquisite paradise. There were at least 10 disciples of exquisite paradise in this ancient city. The distress signal was sent from here. Let me use my fiery golden eyes to check. Long Shan's qi fluctuated. Immediately, he was about to cast out his fiery golden eyes, but was stopped by Lan Lingji. Brother Shan, don't. The qi of your fiery golden eyes is too strong. It's very likely to attract the attention of the enemies in the ancient city. If our people fall into the hands of the enemies, their lives may be in danger. Lan Lingji spoke worriedly. She had always been meticulous in doing things. Moreover, the lives of her people were now involved. She mustn't be careless. There seems to be a guard outside the ancient city. I'll catch one and ask him about the situation inside. Long Shan retracted his fiery golden eyes. However, his eyesight was too good. He immediately spotted the hidden guard outside the ancient city and vanished in a flash. At this moment, outside the ancient city, 2 youngsters dressed in flowery robes hid themselves very well. The 2 of them were currently chatting, laughing, and joking. Hee hee. Our harvest this time isn't small. We've caught so many beauties at once. Why do you think the disciples of exquisite paradise and celestial flower valley are so good? Each of them is as beautiful as flowers. My heart is itching just by looking at them. One of them had a sinister smile on his face, as though he was about to drool at the thought of those beauties. That's for sure. East Xuanyu's exquisite paradise and celestial flower valley have long been in our sights. They are the biggest targets of our all-pleasure sect. Therefore, Senior Brother Yan has found this hidden ancient city as our base camp, constantly capturing the beauties of exquisite paradise and celestial flower valley. Kaka. The other man was also laughing evilly. Senior Brother Yan has remarkable abilities. Yesterday, he even caught the saintess of celestial flower valley. However, those beauties are still there and can't be touched. It really makes my heart itch. What do you know? Senior Brother Yan has his own plan. After capturing the saintess of exquisite paradise, he will choose a good day and everyone will use the yin-yang union art to enhance the overall strength of our all-pleasure sect. I heard that the saintess of exquisite paradise is called Lan Lingji. She's a peerless beauty. Senior Brother Yan has been drooling over her for a long time. The 2 of them chatted happily, not noticing that danger had already descended upon them. A shadow appeared silently in front of them. Their facial expression changed slightly. The smile on their faces froze instantly. Their bodies began to tremble because an unbearable force was pressing down on them like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe, let alone cry for help. Papa. 10 miles away from the ancient city, Long Shan threw the 2 of them to the ground with a puff. These 2 were merely half-step immortal emperors. The gap between them and Long Shan was just too great. Just the pressure from his qi alone had already paralyzed them. They exchanged a glance with each other, then stood up tremblingly. Their eyes first fell on Lan Lingji. Even in this critical moment, they were still shocked by Lan Lingji's experience. For a moment, their eyes couldn't move away from Lan Lingji. I'll dig your eyes out if you continue to stare at me. Lan Lingji spoke coldly. That kind of gaze was extremely annoying to her. If it wasn't because she wanted to know the situation in the ancient city from them, she would have already killed them with that gaze. The 2 of them shuddered and hastily retracted their gaze, turning to Long Shan. They didn't dare to look at Long Shan. They knew very well that it was this yellow-robed young man who caught them just now. Under his control, they didn't even have the chance to move. There was an insurmountable gap between them. She's the saintess of exquisite paradise, Lan Lingji. Long Shan said with a smile. He had heard every single word of their conversation. Even if they didn't say it, he could already guess the situation in the ancient city. What? She's Lan Lingji? The two of them exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes couldn't help but look at Lan Lingji again. This time, they were both shocked and amazed. This Lan Lingji was even more beautiful than the rumors. Sure enough, the reputation of the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise wasn't just for show. I'm going to ask you some questions now. If you dare to answer with a single lie, I'll kill you. Lan Lingji Lingling asked, Who are you people? Saintess, we're from All Pleasure Sect in Northern Xuanyu of Ethereal Immortal Domain. One of them answered. All Pleasure Sect? That disgusting force that specializes in stealing men and prostituting women? All Pleasure Sect was notorious. Even in Eastern Profound Domain, Lan Lingji had heard that each and every member of this sect was a lecher. They cultivated the art of harmonious union in order to improve their cultivation base. If that was all, it wouldn't be so detestable. After all, the things between men and women couldn't be any more normal. However, the members of this sect specialized in robbing men and prostituting women. Many of their disciples were looking for virgin girls to force themselves upon. Most of them were disdainful and disgusted when they mentioned All Pleasure Sect. This sect was even more detestable than Corpsine Sect. Since the other party was from All Pleasure Sect, Lan Lingji didn't find it strange that the disciples of Exquisite Paradise were captured and brought here. Among the 11 major powers in Eastern Profound Domain, the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley were all female. Moreover, each of them was as beautiful as a flower. So, it was normal for them to be targeted by All Pleasure Sect. Tell me everything that happened in the ancient city. The more detailed, the better. Whoever doesn't tell me everything will die immediately. Lan Lingji's chi fluctuated. The pressure of a late immortal emperor spread out. The two's facial expression changed drastically. Under such pressure, how would they dare to be negligent or conceal anything? Saintess, please calm down. We've told you that a lot of people from All Pleasure Sect have entered the Golden Horizon. The disciples of All Pleasure Sect have long been drooling over the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley, but we didn't have any chance to come into contact with them. As such, the Golden Horizon is a great opportunity for us. That's why Senior Brother Yen has decided to attack you all. After we came in, we weren't in a hurry to look for any treasures. After Senior Brother Yen found this hidden ancient city, he began to capture the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. Currently, more than 20 people have been captured in the city, including the Saintess of Celestial Flower Valley. And you, the man looked at Lan Lingji's expression and wanted to say something. Continue. Lan Lingji's tone was ice cold. Senior Brother Yen is determined to get you, Saintess. So if you go to the city to save them, you will certainly not be able to return. Although Saintess is very strong, she's absolutely no match for Senior Brother Yen. The disciple spoke in a trembling voice, fearing that Lan Lingji would kill them out of anger. The reason why the people of All Pleasure Sect stayed in this world was to enjoy the happiness of a family. Therefore, they were most afraid of death. What's the name of your Senior Brother Yen? What's his cultivation base? And how many people are there in the ancient city? What's their cultivation base? Lan Lingji continued to ask. In her heart, she had already sentenced this so-called Senior Brother Yen to death, and even all the people of All Pleasure Sect in the ancient city. Senior Brother Yan's name is Yan Yulong, a late immortal emperor. There are a total of 50 people in the city, 2 late immortal emperors, 2 intermediate immortal emperors, and the rest are early immortal emperors and half-step immortal emperors. The disciple spoke honestly, not daring to hide anything. After that, he stole a glance at the expression of Long San and Lan Lingji. Seeing the indifferent expression on their faces, as though they didn't take All Pleasure Sect seriously, the disciple was somewhat surprised. In his point of view, they should be showing extreme shock or even fear after hearing such a lineup. As a matter of fact, if Lan Lingji was alone, she would certainly be extremely worried, but with Long San by her side, it gave her a sense of security. She had witnessed the strength of Long San. A late immortal emperor was no match for him. Even Yipeng of the immortal court had been killed by him. So many people. It seems like most of the people of All Pleasure Sect are here. Very well, I'll wipe you all out at once. Long San spoke in an incomparably relaxed manner. Wiping out a major power was a very satisfying thing. As far as I know, although All Pleasure Sect is a major power in North Xuanyu, its strength shouldn't be this tyrannical. Why are there so many geniuses in your sect? Lan Lingji asked curiously. Although All Pleasure Sect was a major power in North Xuanyu, its overall combat strength should be about the same as the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu. For example, a major power like Great Qian Empire. When they were in Golden Horizon, there wasn't a single late immortal emperor. There were only 2 intermediate immortal emperors, Yang Lang and Shan Chong. All Pleasure Sect actually had 2 intermediate immortal emperors and 2 late immortal emperors. This was somewhat ridiculous. Because we have obtained some benefits in this ancient city, our overall strength has improved. Initially, senior brother Yan was the only late immortal emperor, but now, he has already reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm. His means are very powerful. Experts of the same level aren't a match for him. If you all go in, you will only be courting death. Another person spoke. It's a pity for the treasure vault. Hearing that the other party's overall strength had advanced because of the treasure vault in the ancient city, Long Shersan's tone couldn't help but be a little gloomy. It was truly a pity that the treasure vault had been completely absorbed by All Pleasure Sect. Even if they rushed in now, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get anything. Brother Shersan, what should we do now? Lan Lingji looked over at Long Shersan. Now that everything had been clarified, the next thing they needed to do was to save the people. This was their main purpose of coming here. Currently, more than a dozen experts of Exquisite Paradise were imprisoned here, including those of Celestial Flower Valley. As Celestial Flower Valley had always been on good terms with Exquisite Paradise, they naturally couldn't just watch them die. That's easy. Since All Pleasure Sect has encountered me today, it will be their doomsday. Wipe them all out. Leave no one alive. Long Shersan spoke in a relaxed tone, totally not putting All Pleasure Sect in his eyes. Lan Lingji had no doubt about this, because Long Shersan had the ability to do so. However, what she was worried about now was the safety of her own people. I'm worried that if we act now, the other party will use our people as a hostage. Lan Lingji knitted her brows. Long Shersan nodded. This was indeed a problem worth considering. After all, the other party had 2 intermediate immortal emperors and 2 late immortal emperors. It was possible for them to kill all the experts of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley at the critical moment. In that case, it would be a great loss for them. Long Shersan looked over at the 2 and asked, "Tell me, where are the people of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley being imprisoned?" "They are imprisoned in the central dungeon of the ancient city." The disciple of All Pleasure Sect answered, not daring to hide anything. "2 esteemed experts, we have said what we need to say. Can we leave now?" One of the disciples spoke in a submissive tone. "Leave?" Long Shersan looked at the disciple as if he was looking at an idiot. What was this bastard thinking about? Why was he still leaving at this moment? Pa. Long Shersan suddenly stretched out both of his hands and slapped on the foreheads of the 2. Their heads were crushed and they died on the spot. Do you still want to leave at this moment? Sooner or later, Master Monkey will personally go to North Xuanyu and uproot All Pleasure Sect. The corner of Long Shersan's mouth revealed a hint of a cold smile. As a mighty battle Saint Ape, just like De Huang Dog, he was a figure that was neither righteous nor evil. He was warlike and bloodthirsty by nature. In his eyes, killing had always been an extremely common thing. Brother Shersan, let's strike first in case something unexpected happens. Lan Lingji looked over at Long Shersan. She had already developed a sense of dependence on Long Shersan. After following Long Shersan, the saintess who was originally capable and decisive in her actions had started to follow Long Shersan's lead. Sister Lingji, let's split up now. Later, I will break into the ancient city and start a massacre, drawing out that Yan Yulong and the other late immortal emperor expert. You will sneak into the dungeon to rescue them. Long Shersan spoke. This was the best solution given the current situation. After all, the ancient city was heavily guarded. Long Shersan would attract the enemies while Lan Lingji would find a way to sneak into the dungeon. As long as there weren't any late immortal emperors guarding the dungeon, given Lan Lingji's ability, she would be able to solve everything. Rescuing them wouldn't be a problem. Alright, it's settled then. Be careful. Lan Lingji nodded, feeling that Long Shersan's plan was feasible. The sky above the ancient city was quiet. All of a sudden, a silhouette descended from the sky. It was a yellow-robed man. He looked extremely handsome, especially his eyes, which were unusually bright. It was really rare for a man to have such a pair of beautiful eyes. The man looked to be in his 20s. He carried a dazzling golden iron staff on his shoulder. Both of his arms were hanging from the iron staff. He walked in the air, taking one step at a time into the ancient city. Soon, he arrived at the inner region of the ancient city. Now that the ancient city had been completely occupied by all pleasure sect, the security was very tight. So the appearance of the man immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of all pleasure sect. Who's there? Someone shouted. 4 to 5 disciples of all pleasure sect rushed forward and blocked Dragon Shersan's path. The 5 of them were wearing colorful robes and looked very frivolous. They released their powerful chi and shouted at Dragon Shersan. Dragon Shersan, Dragon Shersan, Dragon Shersan, Dragon Shersan. Hee hee. Long Shersan looked at them and chuckled. Without saying anything, he continued to walk forward step by step. Stop. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? The leading disciple of all pleasure sect was a powerful early immortal emperor expert. He didn't seem to have a good temper. Seeing that Long Shersan ignored him and continued to walk forward, he was immediately infuriated. His chi was unparalleled. He didn't put these people in his eyes at all. This was the territory of all pleasure sect. There were true experts guarding this place. Ordinary people would only be courting death if they came here. Who would dare to behave atrociously here? Long Shersan didn't want to talk nonsense with the opponent, because the opponent didn't even have the qualification to talk to him. In a flash, he appeared in front of the early immortal emperor disciple and kicked out at lightning speed. The kick landed squarely on the crotch of the disciple. An explosive sound was heard. The lower part of the disciple's body immediately turned into a mist of blood. Arg, the disciple of all pleasure sect immediately covered his mouth with both hands and let out a blood-curdling scream. That scream didn't sound like it came from a human. It was just too miserable. Given how sharp Brother Monkey's kick was, ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. Long Shersan's kick had blown up the lower part of the disciple's body. The lower part of the body was the weakest part of a man. It couldn't bear a heavy blow at all. Long Shersan's kick had not only destroyed his lower part, but also his cultivation base. Before the remaining 4 of them could react, Long Shersan moved again. He kicked out 4 times at lightning speed. Every kick was incomparably accurate. Along with a wave of miserable screams, the 5 of them fell from the sky. Each of them held their lower parts and screamed miserably. Blood kept flowing out from their lower parts. The scene was extremely brutal. Haha. Your all pleasure sect is going to become a sect of eunuchs. Long Shersan laughed aloud. Initially, he wanted to start a massacre. Now, it seemed that crippling them was more satisfying than killing them. The best way to torture a man wasn't to let him die, but to make him suffer a fate worse than death. To a man, nothing was crueler than losing the most important thing to a man, especially to the disciples of all pleasure sect. Long Shersan had not only deprived them of the qualification to be a man, but also deprived them of their cultivation base, turning them into true trash. In this golden horizon, a person who was completely crippled would only end up with death. Arg, the miserable screams were so shrill that they resounded across the sky above the ancient city. It was impossible not to attract attention. The 5 of them were lying on their sides on the ground with their bodies arched like lobsters. Asterisk swish swish swish, asterisk silhouettes of all pleasure sect rushed out from the ancient city. But when they saw the miserable state of the 5 people, their facial expression changed dramatically. Then, they stared at Long Shersan with incomparable anger. Son of AB asterisk TCH. Are you the one who did this? One of them yelled. He was an intermediate immortal emperor expert who had an extremely high reputation in all pleasure sect. He was incomparably angry now. No one had ever dared to deal such a heavy blow to all pleasure sect. As the saying went, killing is merely a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. Is there anyone else here besides me? Long Shan shrugged, not putting the other party in his eyes at all. You're courting death. Who are you? The disciple of all pleasure sect bellowed. In his point of view, the other party was courting death for daring to come to this ancient city and severely injure the disciples of all pleasure sect. I'm the one who has come to send you on your way. Remember, I'm Long Shan. I will let you know the reason of your death. Remember to seek revenge from Brother Shan in your next life. Long Shan spoke word by word. His body began to emit a domineering aura. There was no need for him to conceal his identity. Brother Monkey had always done things this way. He slowly held the iron staff in his hand and smashed it at the other party. Bang. His action was too fast and too violent. The intermediate immortal emperor who had been shouting earlier was smashed to death by Long Shan. His head was smashed to pieces. He didn't even have the chance to let out a wail. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from Long Shan. What? The remaining people exclaimed. Each of them looked at Long Shan as though they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with intense fear. They weren't fools. They knew that the opponent was just too strong. He wasn't someone they could fight. The iron staff in Long Shan's hand was like a tiger. He spun a few circles and struck again. This time, he didn't use the iron staff. Just like before, he turned into a dozen phantoms and launched countless kicks in the blink of an eye. Immediately, wails were heard. All of a sudden, the disciples of all pleasure sect fell from the sky one by one, suffering the same treatment as the previous few. They were all crippled. Every kick of Long Shan landed on their lower body. In just a short period of time, another dozen were destroyed by Monkey. According to the two people outside the city, there were a total of 40 to 50 disciples of all pleasure sect here. This was just the beginning, but more than a dozen of them had already been killed by Long Shan. All pleasure sect, go and become eunuchs. Long Shan looked at the miserable scene below with a cold face. Then, he raised the iron staff in his hand and smashed it at a palace in front of him. Kong Long, dust flew and raging flames filled the sky. A palace was smashed into ruins by Long Shan. Powerful silhouettes flew out from the center of the ancient city. Putting aside the movement of the staff, the miserable wails alone had alarmed everyone in the ancient city. Even the true experts couldn't sit still anymore. At this moment, a lot of disciples of all pleasure sect came out. All of them were dressed in colorful clothes. It looked very awkward for a group of men to be dressed like this. Although this man looked pompous, his cultivation base wasn't weak. He had already reached the terrifying late immortal emperor realm. Beside him was another late immortal emperor. Long Shan had seen through their cultivation base. Yan Yulong must be one of them. Who's Yan Yulong? Long Shan asked plainly. I am. Do you know me? The youth with the folding fan stared at Long Shan with a threatening gaze. The anger in his eyes couldn't be concealed at all. Judging from the other party's behavior, he seemed to have come for him. Long Shan glanced around and found that there were about 20 people here. Including the dozen that he had killed previously, there should still be a dozen of them left. He reckoned that they were guarding the people in the dungeon. However, as long as there wasn't a late immortal emperor in the dungeon, no one would be able to stop Lan Lingji. To Lan Lingji, rescuing the people would be a piece of cake. Currently, Long Shan's action had completely attracted the attention of the people of all pleasure sect, especially Yan Yulong and Yan Yulong. They wouldn't have thought that someone would sneak into the dungeon at this time. It seems like you're already here. Tell me, do you want to die or become eunuchs like them? Long Shan asked, as if he was talking about something that should be taken for granted. Judging from his expression, he was certain that these people of all pleasure sect would die today. What an arrogant man. It has been a long time since someone dared to talk to us in such a tone. A puny intermediate immortal emperor is simply courting death. The late immortal emperor Lung Lung beside Yan Yulong spoke. He took a step forward. His body was filled with cold killing intent. This man looked incomparably coquettish, but he always exuded a disgusting chi. At least, Long Shan hated this man. There wasn't a single person in all pleasure sect that Long Shan didn't hate. The people of all pleasure sect are really disgusting. Do you think you can touch the people of exquisite paradise and celestial flower valley? Longsher Sanlingling said. So you came for those women. Unfortunately, if you didn't act, I might have given you a chance to join the Hehuan sect and enjoy those fairies. But now, you don't have that chance. You've hurt so many disciples of the Hehuan sect. Even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to die. Yan Yulong said faintly. He opened his folding fan and fanned it in front of his chest. I'm not interested in the all-pleasure sect. Let's see if you're lucky enough to die. Longsher San raised his iron rod and aimed it at Yan Yulong. His behavior was full of provocation. Kill him. Yan Yulong closed his folding fan with a clatter. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes as he gave an order to the late immortal emperor beside him. Although the man was also a late immortal emperor, he seemed to be following Yan Yulong's lead, not daring to show any neglect to Yan Yulong's order. All right. The man's chi fluctuated. All of a sudden, he struck out a huge hand at Longsher San. Upon seeing this, Longsher San shook his head. This man's chi was light. Obviously, he had just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm not long ago. There was a huge gap between him and Yipeng. Longsher San had only used 3 strikes to kill Yipeng, but he only needed 1 strike to deal with this guy. Reckless fool. Dragonsher San had a cold smile on his face. His movement was very simple. He raised his iron staff and smashed it down on the disciple of Hehuan sect. The violent air-breaking sound was like the roar of a mad dragon. The void was smashed into 2 halves. The energy that overflowed from the iron rod interweaved into a huge net. The huge net poured down, enveloping the disciple of all pleasure sect, making it impossible for him to escape. Not good. The disciple wasn't a fool. He immediately felt the terrifying chi from Longsher San. That was an extremely dangerous chi. He was sure that it could threaten his life, but it was already too late for him to avoid it. He could only face it head-on. Kong Long, Shursan's iron staff was indestructible. As soon as they collided, all the attacks from the all-pleasure sect's disciple were shattered. Then, the iron staff smashed down on the all-pleasure sect's disciple's head with unstoppable force. Arg, the late immortal emperor let out a shrill wail. His head was smashed by the iron staff, turning into a mist of blood. The remaining headless corpse fell from the sky. The gap between them was just too great. Although the disciple of all pleasure sect was a late immortal emperor, his foundation was too weak. He should have advanced after obtaining the treasures in the ancient city. His foundation wasn't stable at all. He could only be considered to be slightly stronger than a peak intermediate immortal emperor. There was no way he could be compared to Yipeng. Moreover, because this disciple had underestimated Longsher San, he didn't exert his full strength. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. As a result, he was killed by Longsher San with a single strike. What? The scene made Yan Yulong exclaim. His calm expression suddenly turned incomparably unsightly. Although his junior brother's cultivation base wasn't as good as his and his combat strength was much weaker than his, he was still a late immortal emperor supreme expert, while his opponent was only an intermediate immortal emperor. Under such circumstances, his junior brother was killed in a single strike. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death, but now, the fact was laid in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. How could this be? How can this bastard be so powerful? Senior brother Liu is a supreme late immortal emperor expert, but he couldn't even defeat an intermediate immortal emperor. Is this man a peerless monstrous genius? He's actually so powerful that even senior brother Liu was killed in a single strike. What should we do now? He might be a super abnormal being or a super genius of the immortal court. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so terrifying. It seems like even senior brother Yen isn't a match for him. Damn it, why is there such a malefic star? But we don't have to be afraid of him. Senior brother Yan's means are very powerful. Senior brother Liu can't be compared to him. With him here, it won't be a problem to kill him. At worst, we will join forces. I don't believe that we can't defeat him with so many of us. Each of the disciples of all pleasure sect was appalled. Such a scene was beyond their wildest dreams. In their opinion, with two late immortal emperors, all pleasure sect could do whatever they wanted in Golden Horizon. No one would be able to stop them even if they ran amok. But now, their confidence and sense of superiority were gradually disappearing. It was all because of the yellow-robed youth who had suddenly appeared. Don't be surprised. This is just the beginning. Since this ancient city has been occupied by your all-pleasure sect, there's no need for it to continue to exist. All of you are going to die. None of you will be able to escape. Longshan spoke indifferently, as though killing these people was as easy as killing a group of ants. It couldn't cause any ripple in his mind. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, a dozen or so disciples of the Hehuan sect stood guard at the entrance of the dungeon. The dungeon was very large and very cold. More than 20 people were imprisoned inside, and all of them were beautiful women. However, their complexions were very ugly, and some of them were paralyzed on the ground, powerless. There was a kind of poison in all pleasure sect that would temporarily lose one's cultivation power after taking it. Apparently, these female disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley had been poisoned by such a poison. Among these women, there was a woman in white who seemed to be in her 20s. Even though her face was a little pale, it couldn't conceal her impressive figure and exquisite face. Although the other women around her were also good-looking, they paled in comparison to her. Although this woman was inferior to Lan Lingji, she was still a rare beauty in this world. She was the saintess of Celestial Flower Valley who was imprisoned here. At this moment, there were a dozen disciples of all pleasure sect guarding outside the dungeon, but their faces were unsightly, because they could see the situation outside very clearly. The two leaders were intermediate immortal emperors. They were the strongest two in the dungeon. They could see the situation outside clearly through the dungeon. What's the background of that yellow-robed youth? How can he be so powerful? Even senior brother Liu has died in his hands, causing us to suffer a great loss. He's too powerful. He's here for the women of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. In my opinion, we should use these women as hostages to reduce our losses. Don't worry. Senior brother Yan hasn't attacked yet. Senior brother Yan's means aren't comparable to senior brother Liu. I believe that senior brother Yan will be able to deal with that yellow-robed youth. After all, he's only an intermediate immortal emperor. That's right. Just now, senior brother Liu was too impulsive and underestimated his opponent. That's why he died in the hands of the yellow-robed youth. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to kill senior brother Liu. The dozen of them spoke one after another. They could see the situation outside clearly. The might of the yellow-robed youth had given them a strong blow. Such a blow was unacceptable to them. The only thing they could do now was to keep an eye on these women and wait for senior brother Yan to kill them. If even senior brother Yan wasn't a match for the yellow-robed youth, these women would be their last trump card. The few of you, go and keep an eye on those women. Once the situation outside is disadvantageous to us, drag all of them out immediately. An intermediate immortal emperor disciple of all pleasure sect ordered the other disciples. Yes. The four of them answered, turned and walked into the dungeon. However, when they reached the dungeon, they were surprised to see a blue-clothed beauty suddenly appear without any warning. Who's that? So. Ah. Lan Lingji couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these people. She waved her hand and struck out 4 rays of blue light. These rays were like sharp swords, piercing through the glabella of the 4 disciples. The 4 disciples of all pleasure sect died on the spot. They didn't even have the chance to resist. Saintess has come to save us. Seeing the sudden appearance of Lan Lingji, each of the disciples of Exquisite Paradise revealed a look of surprise. Their despairing faces were once again filled with hope. In this dungeon, they had fallen into the hands of the perverts of all pleasure sect. Apart from despair, there was nothing they could do. Lan Lingji. The saintess of Celestial Flower Valley also revealed a look of surprise when she saw Lan Lingji. The people of Celestial Flower Valley also moved. After being imprisoned for so long, they finally saw hope. The saintess of Celestial Flower Valley had a good relationship with Lan Lingji. So in their eyes, Lan Lingji was one of their own. Who's there? A loud yell was heard. The people who were guarding the dungeon rushed in at their fastest speed and saw 4 corpses lying on the ground. Blood was still flowing out from their foreheads. Lan Lingji moved again. A blue light sword appeared in her hand and she lunged at the disciples of All Pleasure sect. She really didn't want to talk nonsense with these people. She felt that talking to them would only bring humiliation to herself. The current situation was undoubtedly the best. Longshan had attracted the attention of the disciples here, temporarily emptying the dungeon, which allowed Lan Lingji to come in. Now that she was here, it would be hard for the disciples of All Pleasure sect to get close to the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. Miserable wails began to ring from the dungeon. In just a few blinks, all the disciples of All Pleasure sect had died under Lan Lingji's sword. The whole process was extremely fast. They didn't have the slightest strength to resist. The current Lan Lingji was already a late immortal emperor expert. These disciples of All Pleasure sect were like ants in front of her. They could only wait to be killed. Saintess, you have advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. Amazing. The disciples of Exquisite Paradise felt incomparably excited when they saw Lan Lingji's divine might and the fact that she had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. One should know that Lan Lingji was the representative figure of Exquisite Paradise in Golden Horizon. Her strength itself represented the strength of Exquisite Paradise. I'll detoxify all of you first. Lan Lingji conjured a seal with both of her hands and struck out a large amount of pure energy. All the girls present were enshrouded by her energy. In just the blink of an eye, their chi began to change. In just 3 breaths of time, the poison in their bodies had been completely removed. The poison of All Pleasure sect was very easy to detoxify. In the future, powerful energy could directly eliminate it. The reason why the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley could be poisoned was that their cultivation base had been suppressed by Yan Yulong. Under such a situation, if they were to take the poison again, the potency of the poison would completely take effect. Moreover, they would lose their cultivation base and couldn't detoxify themselves. Now that Lan Lingji had appeared, given her means, it would be very easy for her to cure them of the poison. Sister Lan, our Celestial Flower Valley will remember your life-saving grace. We owe you a favor. The Saintess of Celestial Flower Valley came to Lan Lingji's front and bowed slightly. The other disciples did the same. They knew very well that Lan Lingji had saved their lives. Don't mention it. The people of All Pleasure sect have the right to be punished. Everyone in this ancient city will die today. None of them will live. Let's leave first. Lan Lingji spoke coldly. The faces of the other girls couldn't help but reveal a look of extreme disgust when they heard the words All Pleasure sect. They would never show mercy to the people of All Pleasure sect. That Yan Yulong of All Pleasure sect is extremely powerful. Although Sister Lan has advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, I'm afraid that she still isn't a match for him. The Saintess of Celestial Flower Valley spoke worriedly. She gritted her teeth when Yan Yulong was mentioned. Don't worry. Yan Yulong can't even protect himself now. There's someone outside to deal with him. Lan Lingji smiled. She had no doubt about Longshan's strength. No matter how powerful Yan Yulong was, he could only count himself unlucky to encounter Longshan. Longshan could kill him effortlessly. Outside, Longshan's chi was unparalleled. Just as Yan Yulong was about to strike, he heard a wail coming from the dungeon. His facial expression changed immediately. With his intelligence, he knew what was going on. It seemed like Longshan had a helper. I'll deal with him. You guys go to the dungeon and check out the situation. Yan Yulong spoke loudly to the remaining disciples. He was incomparably angry. This ancient city was originally occupied by him. He was the absolute king of this ancient city. He had never thought that the situation would change in an instant. Yes, Senior Brother Yan. The disciples of All Pleasure sect answered loudly, then flew towards the dungeon. No matter what happened in the dungeon, they were unwilling to face Longshan. Powerful chi waves rushed out of the dungeon. With a rumble, a palace above the dungeon collapsed. Tyrannical silhouettes rushed out from inside. They were the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. After they came out, they bumped into the disciples of All Pleasure sect. Kill them all. Leave none alive. The Saintess of Celestial Flower Valley attacked without saying a word. The other female disciples also struck out their most powerful attacks. This time, Lan Lingji didn't attack. She gave the opportunity to those imprisoned in the dungeon. This was a great opportunity for them to vent their anger. During this period of imprisonment, they must have been incomparably angry and aggrieved. In order to vent their anger, the best way was to kill all the people of All Pleasure sect. Arg! Shrill screams instantly rang out from the ancient city, shaking the heavens and earth. Under the leadership of the Saintess of Celestial Flower Valley, the female disciples of the two major powers turned into ferocious tigers. They didn't show any mercy in their attacks. Yan Yulong turned his head and saw such a miserable scene. Since these people had escaped from the dungeon, it meant that all the disciples of All Pleasure sect in the dungeon were dead. The remaining disciples had fallen into the encirclement of the female disciples of the two major powers. It seemed like none of them would survive. Including those who were crippled by Longshan, He Yulong was the only one left in All Pleasure sect. Bastard! All Pleasure sect had obtained tremendous benefits in this ancient city. The cultivation base of many people had improved. In Golden Horizon, it was almost the biggest power. It was very difficult for outsiders to deal with them. Yan Yulong was the king of this place and was feeling complacent. Who would have thought that things would change so quickly? In just a blink of an eye, all his senior and junior brothers had been killed, leaving him alone. How could he accept this? Yan Yulong roared, feeling like he was about to go crazy. All of his senior and junior brothers were killed in just a blink of an eye, leaving him alone. How could he accept this? Yan Yulong, it's your turn now. But Brother Shursan will give you a chance. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to Brother Shursan, then use your weapon to cut off your balls, I will consider sparing your life and not crippling your cultivation base. How about it? This is a great opportunity. I hope you will cherish it. Longshan spoke. Courting death. Yan Yulong had reached the edge of rage. Immediately, he unleashed all his qi and fury. The folding fan in his hand spread out and launched a ferocious attack at Longshan. He's a little stronger than the previous one. Seeing Yan Yulong's powerful qi, Longshan couldn't help but nod. He had to admit that Yan Yulong was much stronger than the previous guy. Even if he was compared to Yi Peng, Yan Yulong was still a little stronger. However, this kind of strength was relative to the opponent. In front of Longshan, Yan Yulong's strength was worthless. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Dragon Shursan used the iron cudgel as a sword and charged at Yan Yulong. The tip of the iron cudgel emitted a dazzling golden brilliance that pierced through everything. The airwaves created by Yan Yulong's folding fan couldn't withstand a single blow from the iron cudgel. Everything in its path was shattered. The iron staff fiercely hit Yan Yulong's folding fan. At this moment, Yan Yulong's folding fan had turned into an iron fan. The light emitted by the fan was sharper than an immortal weapon. Even the space was cut into sections by it. However, no matter how gorgeous his means were, he was still no match for Longshan. Since Longshan was born, he had been an iron staff that crushed everything. Longshan had yet to use a powerful combat skill in actual combat. This definitely didn't mean that Longshan didn't know any combat skills. It only meant that he hadn't met an opponent worthy of displaying his combat skills. Once the innate magical ability of the battling Sacred Ape clan was displayed, it would definitely be extremely terrifying. At least, ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of terror. Yan Yulong was also shaken back very quickly. He was thrown dozens of feet away and the folding fan in his hand almost flew out. His expression changed dramatically and he looked at Longshan in disbelief. Arg, on the other side, blood-curdling screams were still lingering. One after another, the disciples of All Pleasure sect were dying in the hands of the female disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. The female disciples of the two major powers were crazily unleashing their anger on the disciples of All Pleasure sect. Did you see that? Your All Pleasure sect is going to perish. Longshan smirked. Longshan, our All Pleasure sect will remember today's matter. This debt will be settled sooner or later. Yan Yulong gritted his teeth and left behind a sentence. Then, he tore the void with his bare hands and flashed into it. To All Pleasure Sect, today's loss was too great. There weren't many people from All Pleasure Sect who entered the Golden Horizon this time. Most of them were in this ancient city. Now that all of them had died, it was equivalent to being annihilated. To put it bluntly, among the hundreds of major powers that entered the Golden Horizon, All Pleasure Sect had suffered the greatest loss. This was because most of the disciples of the other major powers were scattered, while All Pleasure Sect's disciples were clustered together. That was why they were wiped out by the monkey. Isn't it a little too late for you to escape now? If I let you escape, where would I put my brother 13's face in the future? Longshoresan's chi was unparalleled. How could he give Yan Yulong the chance to escape? Given his ability, even if Yan Yulong had fled thousands of miles away, he wouldn't be able to escape from Longshoresan's pursuit and pursuit. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Longshoresan hurled his iron staff. The huge iron staff directly shattered the void. The powerful force shattered the interior of the void. Yan Yulong, who had already escaped into the interior of the void, immediately lost his direction. He had no choice but to fly out from the interior of the void. Rather than saying that he came out by himself, it would be more accurate to say that he was forced out by Longshoresan's iron staff. I'll fight you to the death. Yan Yulong's eyes turned red as he roared. The folding fan in his hand suddenly enlarged and turned into a palm leaf fan that was more than 100 feet wide. It was so huge that it covered the sky and the earth. No one knew how much destructive power it contained. It pressed down on Shoresan. If an ordinary person was hit by it, they would be crushed into powder. Humph. Longshoresan harumphed coldly. His eyes shone brightly. He raised the iron staff in his hand high again and slashed it down from the sky. The void was immediately torn into two halves. The terrifying iron staff was like an indestructible sharp sword that could destroy everything. With a loud rumble, it smashed on Yan Yulong's iron fan. Voila! Countless energies were destroyed by this strike, and countless airwaves rolled. Even the powerful immortal weapon Iron Fan could not withstand this strike. The iron fan was smashed into pieces by Longshoresan, leaving only one end in Yan Yulong's hand. Wow! Yan Yulong coughed out blood. He lowered his head and looked at his hand. His hand was covered in blood from the intense battle. His hand was completely numb and he could no longer feel anything. Not only did Longshoresan's cudgel shatter his immortal weapon, it almost shattered his palm. Impossible, how can he be so strong? Yan Yulong kept shaking his head. He couldn't imagine it at all. There were plenty of abnormal beings in this world, but this was his first time seeing someone as abnormal as Dragon Shoresan. He was very confident in his cultivation base and combat strength. Being defeated by an intermediate immortal emperor genius was already a great humiliation to him. It was an unerasable humiliation, but now, he couldn't even escape. This was a huge blow to Yan Yulong. Not far away, the disciples of All Pleasure Sect had already been killed by the female disciples of the two major powers. They happened to see the battle between Longshoresan and Yan Yulong. Each of them gaped in horror. Even the Saintess of Celestial Flower Valley couldn't believe the scene in front of her. She was captured by Yan Yulong herself. She knew very well how terrifying Yan Yulong was. Now, a yellow-robed youth had appeared out of nowhere and turned the tables on them with a cultivation base of an intermediate immortal emperor. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. Sister Lan, who is this man? The Saintess of Celestial Flower Valley couldn't help but ask. She knew that this man must have come together with Lan Lingji. If it wasn't for this man restraining the experts of All Pleasure Sect outside, Lan Lingji wouldn't be able to enter the dungeon and rescue them so easily. He's called Longshoresan. He has saved my life before. He's a peerless genius. Lan Lingji spoke. Her tone was full of pride when she mentioned Longshoresan's name. Her eyes were filled with pride when she looked at Longshoresan. On the other side, Longshoresan looked at Yan Yulong contemptuously and said indifferently, "Can't even withstand a single blow." Longshoresan walked towards Yan Yulong step by step, not concealing the killing intent radiating from his body. Yan Yulong's facial expression changed completely. He had always been living a carefree life. He had played around with countless women in his life and hadn't had enough yet. His life was still very exciting. He didn't want to die yet, but now, he could smell the scent of death. He could deeply feel that death was approaching him little by little. Don't kill me. Killing me won't do you any good. All Pleasure Sect will never let you go. Yan Yulong spoke in a trembling voice. Don't worry. If I have the time to go to North Xuanyu, even if your All Pleasure Sect doesn't find trouble with me, I will still go to All Pleasure Sect and annihilate all of you unnecessary existences. Longsher Sanlingling spoke. Then, he swung his staff and hit Yan Yulong's head. Yan Yulong died tragically. At this point, all the people of All Pleasure Sect in the entire ancient city were dead. No, there were still a dozen of them who hadn't died yet, but their pain was 100 times worse than death. They had suffered the cruelest torture in the world. Not only had they lost their dignity and the most important thing of a man, but their cultivation base had also been crippled. They didn't even have the strength to heal themselves. Given their current state, even if they weren't killed, they wouldn't be able to live for more than 3 days at most. Plus, this was under the extremely tenacious condition. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they wouldn't be able to move an inch in this cruel and dangerous golden horizon. There was only one outcome for them, death. Any evil spirit that came out of nowhere could devour them completely. Lan Lingji led the group to Long Shan and said, Brother Shan, what should we do with these people down there? Let them fend for themselves. Long Shan said lightly. Long Shan didn't have the slightest sympathy for these people of All Pleasure Sect. He didn't even have the intention to give them a quick death. They deserved to suffer such torture. All the people of All Pleasure Sect deserve to die. It's too lenient to let them die like this. A female disciple of Exquisite Paradise spoke in a stern voice. The anger in their eyes hadn't disappeared. Thinking of their experiences in this ancient city, they couldn't help but gnash their teeth in hatred towards the people of All Pleasure Sect. Alright, let me introduce. This is Long Shan. When I was in danger, it was Brother Shan who saved me. That's why I'm still standing here. I've received the news this time, so I came to rescue you all. Lan Lingji introduced again, then turned to Long Shan and said, Brother Shan, this is the Saintess of Celestial Flower Valley, Hua Xiaoqian. The rest are disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley have always been on good terms. Master Venerable Ling Long is also a close friend of Celestial Flower Valley. Hua Xiaoqian thanks young Master Long for saving us. Celestial Flower Valley will never forget such great kindness. From now on, young Master Long will be a distinguished guest of Celestial Flower Valley. Hua Gai bowed slightly to Dragon Shan to express her gratitude. She knew very well that if it wasn't for Dragon Shan, Lan Lingji alone wouldn't be able to save them. Of course, Lan Lingji had already advanced to the late Immortal Emperor realm. It wouldn't be easy for Yan Yulong to keep her here. That's right. That's right. Thank you for saving us, young Master Long. All the female disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley expressed their gratitude to Long Shan at the same time. Long Shan coughed twice. He actually felt somewhat embarrassed in front of so many beautiful female disciples. He scratched his head and let out a dry laugh, not knowing what to say. Damn it. I can't believe that my handsome brother Shan would be embarrassed in front of a bunch of women. How shameful, Long Shan scolded himself in his heart. Brother Shan, where are we going now? Lan Lingji could see the uneasiness in Long Shan, so she hastily changed the topic to avoid the awkwardness. Let's head to the central region of Golden Horizon to meet up with little Chinzi. Long Shan said. No one had any objection to Long Shan's words. In any case, their purpose was to head to the central region of Golden Horizon. They might as well go together. Not long after Long Shan left with them, the entire Golden Horizon shook violently. Kong long long, the heavens and earth rumbled. The entire Golden Horizon was shaking. As long as one was in the Golden Horizon, no matter where they were, they would be able to clearly feel such a huge fluctuation. The facial expression of Dragon Shan and the others changed slightly. They saw a dazzling brilliance flashing constantly in the distant void. The void was still ringing with the sound of explosions. Obviously, such a huge movement was coming from there. What a powerful movement. What's that? The light is getting stronger and stronger. Hua Xiaoqian spoke in astonishment. Everyone's eyes were fixed in that direction. Such a tremendous movement has alarmed the entire Golden Horizon. Could it be that the remains of a great sovereign has emerged? Long Shan was also appalled. Immediately, he circulated his fiery golden eyes, but still couldn't see through it. Let's go. I'm afraid that the movement this time will alarm everyone. Little Chenzi will surely go there as well. It's very likely that it's the remains of a great sovereign. It might even be related to the secret of the Golden Clan. Long Shan spoke, then flew towards that direction with a group of fairies. At the same time, Jiang Chen, Tyrant and Yang Bufan were also alarmed by the qi over there. Jiang Chen had just recovered from his injuries and his cultivation base had stabilized at the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm, which made him very powerful. What a powerful qi! It's much greater than the time when the ancient Buddha immortal vault appeared. It's very likely that the remains of a great sovereign have emerged. Even Jiang Chen's expression was a little moved. Without any hesitation, the three of them immediately flew in that direction. For a moment, everyone in the Golden Horizon was alarmed. At this moment, no matter where the geniuses were, they were all attracted by the huge movement. The dazzling brilliance had spread across millions of miles. No matter where you were, you could clearly see the huge movement. In other words, the light emitted by the remains of the great sovereign was no different from millions of miles away. It was like an illusion, like the scorching sun in the sky. No matter where you were, you would see the same thing clearly. This was undoubtedly a very mystical scene. The remains of the great sovereign. This must be the remains of the great sovereign. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge energy wave that shook the entire Golden Horizon. I wonder what it is. Let's go and have a look. That place seems to be the heart of the Golden Horizon. Legend has it that a great sovereign had fallen here. I thought it was fake at first, but now it seems that it's true. The bloodline of the ancient Golden Clan was buried here. I heard that this clan used to be very powerful. They had more than one great sovereign. So it's not surprising that there's a great sovereign's remains here. I guess it must be related to the Golden Clan. Perhaps it's the remains left behind by the great sovereign of this clan. No one wasn't shocked. The Golden Horizon had existed for tens of thousands of years, but there had never been a great sovereign's remains. It once made people think that the fall of a great sovereign was just a legend. After all, in people's hearts, the great sovereign was too powerful. They were almost comparable to the gods, the highest realm of immortals. They were almost immortal. How could a great sovereign fall? However, there was another rumor about the Golden Horizon, the Golden Clan. This clan was the descendant of the divine bird, Golden Crow. They had the bloodline of divine sense, and had produced more than one great sovereign. Therefore, people more or less believed in the legend of the fall of a great sovereign. Now that the remains of a great sovereign had really appeared, people couldn't help but associate it with the Golden Clan. Hong Long, the tremors of the Golden Horizon grew more and more violent. The earth, space, void, mountains, everything was shaking. The whole world was in a state of great tremor. Heavy pressure lingered in the sky above the Golden Horizon, oppressing people to the point that they felt suffocated. In the center of a desolate mountain range, a short mountain suddenly collapsed. An incomparably vigorous figure suddenly flew out from inside. His body was emitting intense divine light. He was wearing a golden robe, and his long golden hair fluttered in the wind. He raised his head and looked at the location where the remains of the great sovereign had appeared. His eyes shot out sharp divine light. The eye of heaven has finally recovered. Jiang Chen, damned monkey, the time of your death has come. Wait until I have collected the remains of the great sovereign, then I will kill you all. The man was exuding an indomitable qi from head to toe. This golden-haired man was none other than the expert of the northern and southern dynasties who had been in seclusion until now. The current northern and southern dynasties' qi was many times stronger than when they were defeated by the monkey. Their entire being had undergone tremendous changes. Their cultivation base had already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm, which was a level higher than the early immortal emperor realm at the beginning. Plus, the eye of heaven had been fully restored. One had to admit that the northern and southern dynasties were just too powerful. The Eye of Heaven had completely recovered in just a few days and advanced a level. In the entire immortal world, apart from Xianxia, it was afraid that no one else could match such a heaven-defying expert. The experts of the northern and southern dynasties were already able to defeat the late immortal emperor Mo Wuqing when they were only at the early immortal emperor realm. Now that they had advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, it was hard to imagine how powerful their combat strength would be. The chi of the northern and southern dynasties was unparalleled. With a halt in his footsteps, he turned into a stream of light and vanished, flying towards the direction of the remains of the great sovereign. At the same time, the experts of various major powers had appeared in different places, flying towards the remains of the great sovereign. Just as Xianxia had expected, the current golden horizon was no longer the same as when they first entered. Many geniuses had obtained their own fortuitous encounters and advanced their cultivation base. Many intermediate immortal emperors had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. Each of them was stronger than the other. In some mysterious places, there were even half-step immortal venerable chi. Such geniuses were simply unimaginable. Countless silhouettes were flying towards the remains of the great sovereign. The attraction of the remains of a great sovereign was too great. If it was placed in the outside world, it was afraid that the entire domain would be alarmed. Countless major powers would scramble to snatch it. Very quickly, Xianxia and the others arrived 100 miles away from the remains of the great sovereign. This place had already been subjected to an extremely powerful pressure. Before the remains of the great sovereign emerged completely, they didn't dare to go any closer. Otherwise, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. In the blink of an eye, at least 5,000 to 6,000 people had arrived, and there were still more coming. To put it bluntly, the activity in the remains of a great sovereign would cause the geniuses of countless powers from the 3 immortal domains to gather in one place. This was a true grand event. Little Qinzi. Just as Jiangchen, Tyrant and Yang Bufan appeared, 2 silhouettes appeared beside them. They were De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. De Huang, Sister Ning. Jiangchen and Tyrant exclaimed at the same time. Their faces were instantly filled with ecstasy. Ever since they were hunted by the northern and southern dynasties, they had been separated. Only now could they reunite. Seeing each other in good condition, they couldn't conceal their joy, especially De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. Back then, when Jiangchen was hunted by the northern and southern dynasties, they had been worried about him. Haha. I knew that the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't be able to kill you. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. During this period of time, he and Wu Ningzhu had been searching for treasures and searching for Jiangchen at the same time. It was just that their direction was different, so they hadn't met each other. Wu Ningzhu couldn't restrain her surprise and threw herself into Jiangchen's arms. It's good that you're fine. Wu Ningzhu said flatly. The rock that was hanging in her heart had finally been lifted. How can I be in trouble? Sister Ning, you have made great progress. You have already advanced to the half-step immortal emperor realm. Jiangchen said with a smile. Seeing Wu Ningzhu's great progress, Jiangchen naturally felt very gratified. It was undoubtedly the right choice to bring Wu Ningzhu here. If Wu Ningzhu continued to stay in Qingfan Prefecture, he was afraid that it would be extremely difficult for her to make any progress. What really surprised Jiangchen was De Huang Dog. This bastard had already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm. De Huang, have you King eaten good sh*t? How can you improve so fast? Jiangchen stretched out his hand and touched De Huang Dog's head. De Huang Dog gritted his teeth. Get lost. You are the one who ate sh*t. Given how powerful Master Dog is, I'm the best at finding treasures. De Huang Dog's face was full of pride. Jiangchen admired this very much. That was why he was most at ease when he handed Wu Ningzhu to De Huang, because there would never be a lack of treasures following De Huang Dog. This dog's nose was extraordinary. Therefore, Jiangchen didn't find it strange about the progress of De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. After all, any opportunity was possible in the Golden Horizon. Tyrant, I have never thought that you would also appear here. And little King Fan too. Master Dog is very gratified to see that both of you have made such great progress. De Huang Dog spoke in a serious manner, as though he had seen a promising junior. This made the others roll their eyes, but it was indeed a joyous occasion for brothers to reunite. "Little Xianxia, I'm here." At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Long Shan had also seen Jiang Chen and the others. He immediately rushed over to join them. Lan Lingji, Hua Xiaoqian, and a large number of female disciples of the two major powers also came together. The scene immediately became lively. "It seems like you have rescued all the people." Seeing Long Shan, Jiang Chen smiled. He knew that there was nothing that Long Shan couldn't handle. "Of course. We have also destroyed a trash major power," Long Shan said. Immediately, he turned to De Huang Dog and was about to pull De Huang Dog's ear. Woof, without saying a word, De Huang Dog bit Long Shan's hand. Despite Long Shan dodging fast, De Huang Dog still managed to leave a few teeth marks on his hand. "What the f***ck? How can you bite so ruthlessly?" Long Shan was speechless. The reaction of this dog was too fast. For a moment, he couldn't even react. "Damn you! Who the f***ck are you? If Master Dog didn't show mercy, your hand would have been crippled. How dare you pull Master Dog's ear? Courting death." De Huang Dog gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely to Long Shan. There were only a few people in this world who could touch his ear. How could De Huang Dog bear this? If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Chen and Long Shan knew each other and had a good relationship, De Huang Dog wouldn't be so polite anymore. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He knew that this would be the scene of these two guys fighting each other as soon as they met. "De Huang, do you still remember that wondrous rock?" "His name is Long Shan. He jumped out from that wondrous rock. He's an immemorial battle spirit, a battle ape. If it wasn't for him, I would have been killed by the northern and southern dynasties." Jiang Chen quickly introduced De Huang Dog. As for De Huang Dog and the others, there was no need to introduce them to Long Shan. That was because everyone in Zulong Tower knew Long Shan. "What the f***ck? So it's a monkey that jumped out from the rock. And it's even a battle ape. Damn it. His bloodline is even higher than Master Dog's." De Huang Dog's eyes widened. This was something he hadn't expected. However, when he thought of the wondrous rock, De Huang Dog concluded that the creature inside was definitely not ordinary. However, De Huang Dog hadn't expected that Long Shan would be born so quickly. At the very least, it was much faster than he had imagined. De Huang Dog wasn't unfamiliar with that wondrous stone at all. Back in the ancient tomb, De Huang Dog had already discovered the extraordinariness of that wondrous stone. He concluded that there must be a powerful creature inside, a powerful divine beast. That was why he asked Jiang Chen to keep it away. However, De Huang Dog had never thought that there would be a battle saint ape inside. De Huang Dog was omniscient. Naturally, he knew how heaven-defying a battle saint ape was. In terms of bloodline, it was even higher than De Huang Dog's dragon horse bloodline. Of course, De Huang Dog was also very abnormal. As a variant of dragon horse, no one could measure his highest realm. Besides, De Huang Dog had a great secret that no one knew, not even Jiang Chen. "That's right, De Huang. You can call me Brother Shan from now on." Long Shan grinned at De Huang Dog. "Get lost, damn monkey." Unexpectedly, De Huang Dog didn't give him any face at all. This immediately made Long Shan speechless. "Damn dog, in front of so many beauties, can't you just give me a little face?" "Get lost, damn monkey. What face do you have in front of Master Dog?" De Huang Dog shook his head. He still didn't give De Huang Dog any face, which infuriated Long Shan. He wanted to grab De Huang Dog and beat him up again, but was stopped by Jiang Chen in time. "Enough. Don't you know what kind of occasion this is?" Jiang Chen felt a headache. It seemed that there would be more opportunities for these two guys to quarrel in the future, but this occasion was really not suitable. The remains of the great sovereign would be opened soon. It was better not to attract too much attention. This was the first time Yan Bufan knew about the existence of the wondrous stone. But after Jiang Chen's introduction, they soon got to know each other. After all, they were all on the same side. Yang Bufan wasn't a fool. He knew how terrifying the battle Saint Ape was. So, he didn't dare to show any neglect towards Longshan. Subsequently, under the introduction of Longshan, Lan Lingji and Hua Xiaoqian got to know each other very quickly. They got along well with each other. Lan Lingji and Hua Xiaoqian were peerless saintesses. They wouldn't even cast a glance at ordinary geniuses, let alone have any contact with ordinary geniuses. However, they liked the atmosphere of Jiangchen and the other geniuses very much. Of course, the biggest reason for this was because Longshan had saved their lives. They had regarded Longshan as their savior. Naturally, they would treat Longshan's friends as their own people. Because of Yang Bufan, the relationship between Great Qian Empire, Exquisite Paradise, and Celestial Flower Valley would develop in a good direction in the future. The 11 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu were constantly fighting with each other. At most, they didn't have any contact with each other. It was very rare for them to have a good relationship with each other. If Great Qian Empire could ally with Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for any major power. Asterisk swoosh, asterisk swoosh, asterisk powerful silhouettes emerged one after another. It didn't take long for the number of geniuses to reach 10,000. The cultivation base of these geniuses was obviously much stronger than before. The number of late immortal emperors was constantly increasing. It seems like this Golden Horizon is a really good place. It hasn't been a long time, but everyone's cultivation base has improved so fast. It's totally incomparable to when we first came here. Hua Xiaoqian sighed. That's for sure. There are opportunities everywhere in Golden Horizon. As long as you don't die, you will be able to obtain benefits. Most of the geniuses who came here are overflowing with geniuses. Many of them have great luck. There are even half-step immortal venerables among them. Yang Bufan said. His eyes sparkled. He was full of anticipation for this Golden Horizon. Look, that's Zhang Yulong of the Immortal Court of Ethereal Immortal Domain. I heard that he's very terrifying. His body contains the bloodline of ancient living beings. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but his cultivation base has already reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm. He's only a step away from the true half-step immortal venerable realm. Look at that young man, Xiao Tian of the Immortal Court of Radiance Immortal Domain. I heard that he has the bloodline of a great sovereign. His current cultivation base is also at the peak of late immortal emperor realm. I'm afraid it won't take him more than a few days to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm. There are too many geniuses who came here this time. Apart from the peerless geniuses of the Immortal Court, many other major powers also have peerless monstrous geniuses. It's said that one of the northern and southern dynasties of Nanbei family is the reincarnation of a great sovereign. As more and more powerful experts emerged, everyone's facial expression changed. There were just too many geniuses. Each of them had immense luck. Many of them had powerful bloodlines. If this continued, there would be many true half-step immortal venerable geniuses emerging after the Golden Horizon ended. It was incomparably terrifying just thinking about it. Jiang Chen and the others had their eyes fixed on these experts. Despite his arrogance, he had to admit that these geniuses were terrifying, especially the powerful figures of the Immortal Court. They all had different bloodlines and extremely powerful means. For example, Xiao Tian and Zhang Yulong. Although they were late immortal emperors, Yipeng wasn't on the same level as them. Longshan could kill Yipeng, but if he fought against an expert like Xiao Tian, the outcome of the battle was still unknown. Many of them were from ancient families. No one knew how strong they were. It seems like this world really won't be too lonely. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was completely aroused. This was an era full of geniuses. Only by surviving in this era would one not be lonely. Jiang Chen didn't like mediocrity, nor did he like plain life. He needed passion. The dragon transformation skill needed him to improve step by step. Right at this moment, a gaze filled with intense killing intent stared at them. That killing intent was incomparably huge, incomparably arrogant, and high above them. It directly enveloped all of them. Jiang Chen and the others sensed it. Immediately, they raised their heads and saw the experts of the northern and southern dynasties glaring at them with towering killing intent. It's the northern and southern dynasties again. Wu Ningzhu's facial expression changed slightly. This son of AB*TCH is improving really fast. He has already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. What a troublesome bastard, Tyrant spoke. All of them had dealt with the northern and southern dynasties before. They knew how powerful this person was. Back in Saint Origin world, the clone of the northern and southern dynasties was already powerful enough to rule the entire world. Now that the true body had appeared, no one knew how terrifying it would be. It seems like the northern and southern dynasties of Nanbei family are really the reincarnations of the great sovereigns. Hua Xiaoqian sighed. As a genius of East Xuanyu, it was really stressful to live in the same era as the northern and southern dynasties. They're just losers. Even if they have advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, brother Shursan has nothing to fear. Long Shursan met the gaze of the experts of the northern and southern dynasties. The chi of the battle Saint Ape was unleashed, showing no fear towards the experts of the northern and southern dynasties. It seems like the number of people has increased. Are all of you going to die together with Jiangchen? The experts of the northern and southern dynasties spoke. They were as overbearing and arrogant as ever, not putting anyone in their eyes. Even if the Emperor of Heaven was here, they would still dare to kill him. The words of the northern and southern dynasties almost made everyone's noses crooked from anger. De Huang Dog was the first one who couldn't take it anymore. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He immediately retorted, Northern and Southern dynasties, can you King put away your high and mighty attitude? You're making Master Dog so annoyed that I want to kill someone the moment I see you. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Humph. A dog dares to speak arrogantly in front of me? You're courting death. The Northern and Southern dynasties snorted coldly. Without saying another word, they immediately stretched out their huge hands and slapped De Huang Dog. This was the usual style of the Northern and Southern dynasties. They were extremely domineering. In their eyes, they were the Emperor of heaven and earth, a supreme and honorable existence. Other than themselves, everyone else was just an ant. Anyone who dared to disrespect them would be killed by them. Damn it. Do you think Master Dog is afraid of you? De Huang Dog was also a hot-tempered person. How could De Huang Dog endure being treated like an ant by the Northern and Southern dynasties? With a sway of his body, his already majestic body grew even bigger. The top of his head shone with dazzling golden light, and dragon scales floated on the surface of his body. Then, De Huang Dog turned into a ray of golden light and charged towards the palm that the Northern and Southern dynasties had unleashed. Bang! A huge hole was created in the void. The attack from the Northern and Southern dynasties was instantly shattered by De Huang Dog. However, De Huang Dog wasn't any better off. His huge body was bounced back, and for a moment, he felt dizzy. Damn it! This bastard is really powerful. De Huang Dog mumbled. He didn't know that his performance just now had already brought about a great shock. Many people were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Even the people from the Northern and Southern dynasties couldn't help but be surprised. Looks like you have some ability. Your dog head is quite hard. Then, I'll break your dog head. As the Northern and Southern dynasties spoke, they launched another palm attack at De Huang Dog. The destructive power was 2 times stronger than before. It was truly terrifying. This bastard. It's a pity that Master Dog can't unleash my full power. Otherwise, defeating you won't be a problem. Big Yellow gritted his teeth in anger. When he thought about his current situation, he felt extremely wronged. Bang! At this moment, an iron staff rushed out from the side and heavily collided with Nanbei Chao's palm. The huge palm shattered with a huala sound. The one who attacked was Dragon Shursan. Given Jiangchen's current camp, he was afraid that only Dragon Shursan could fight Nanbei Chao. Look, they are fighting over there. It looks very powerful. That's the Northern and Southern dynasties. They are very terrifying. Back in the Broken Edge Cliff, they had killed plenty of geniuses. Even Mo Wuqing was almost killed by them. Never thought that they would advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Their combat strength has become even more terrifying. Who's fighting them? They are both intermediate immortal emperors, but they can fight the northern and southern dynasties without falling into a disadvantageous position. There must be some grudges between them. Otherwise, the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't attack each other at such a critical moment. The powerful waves of battle immediately attracted the attention of many people. Every pair of eyes turned towards them. Anyway, it seemed like there was still some time before the opening of the great sovereign's remains. It wasn't a bad time to watch the show and witness the supreme means of the true geniuses. Killing intent filled the air. The northern and southern dynasties didn't hold back in their attacks. Xianxia, damned monkey, the two of you kneel down and kowtow in front of me immediately. Then, I will consider giving you a quick death. The northern and southern dynasties spoke. Their arrogance was unprecedented. Yang Bufan and Lan Lingji were so angry that they almost spurted out blood. This was their first time seeing such an arrogant person. Northern and southern dynasties, you don't have to be so arrogant. I will kill you sooner or later. If I can eliminate your clone, I can also eliminate your true self. Jiangchen looked over at the northern and southern dynasties and spoke calmly. The powerful momentum of the northern and southern dynasties didn't affect Jiangchen in the slightest. In front of the northern and southern dynasties, Jiangchen's qi had never weakened. Loser, what's there to be arrogant about? Do you think you can take our lives just because you have advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm? What a joke. Long Shersan sneered. His body was filled with combat intent. Yes, monkey. It's time for us to settle our scores. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered. Without saying a word, they launched a punch at Long Shersan. Whether it was Jiangchen or Long Shersan, both of them were people that the northern and southern dynasties wanted to kill. Needless to say, Jiangchen was his old enemy. Long Shersan had once destroyed his Eye of Heaven and caused great damage to him, causing him to lose a good opportunity to kill Jiangchen. This made the northern and southern dynasties gnash their teeth in hatred towards Long Shersan. They couldn't wait to tear this monkey into pieces. Kong Long, the void was blasted apart instantly. The Wisdom King fist of the northern and southern dynasties was terrifying to the extreme. It sealed everything and reached Long Shersan in the blink of an eye. Just in time. Long Shersan's eyes flickered with thousands of rays of light. The iron staff in his hand grew to a few dozen meters long and swung at the Wisdom King fist of the northern and southern dynasties. Terrifying waves of qi rolled. If it wasn't for the two of them opening up a new battlefield, it was unknown how many people would have been killed by this strike. The Wisdom King fist was destroyed by the iron staff, but Long Shersan was also forced to take 2 steps back. The iron staff in his hand buzzed and trembled violently. It was apparent that the impact of the clash with the northern and southern dynasties was not small to Long Shersan. Monkey, you are no longer a match for me. I haven't even used all my powerful means. You are just using an iron staff. It's very easy for me to kill you. The northern and southern dynasties were unusually strong. After gaining the upper hand in a single strike, they were even more confident. Is that so? Long Shersan's expression suddenly turned incomparably solemn. With a swing of his arm, he actually kept the iron staff. He formed seals with both hands and a tyrannical ancient aura instantly emerged. The expressions of the northern and southern dynasties also turned solemn. They knew that this monkey wasn't as simple as an iron staff. This monkey is really powerful. It seems like he is going to use a powerful ancient combat technique. It will definitely be extremely terrifying. Who knows, he might really be able to contend against the northern and southern dynasties. De Huang Dog said. Before he made his move, he truly didn't expect Long Shersan to be so tyrannical. To be honest, this is my first time seeing him use a combat technique. Jiangchen was also filled with curiosity. In the past, when Long Shersan fought, he only used an iron staff. Now, it seemed like Long Shersan had never used his truly terrifying means. Even for Jiangchen, it was his first time seeing Long Shersan use a powerful secret combat technique. This made Jiangchen very curious. Rumble, all of a sudden, the sky trembled again. A spatial crack appeared. The remains of the great sovereign was undergoing a huge change. The northern and southern dynasties and Xianxia who were preparing for a fierce battle couldn't help but look over. The remains of the great sovereign are about to open. Stupid monkey, I will spare your life for now. When I obtain the remains of the great sovereign, I will kill you. You and Xianxia, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will die. None of you will be spared. Anytime. Xianxia retracted his chi. As a mighty battle saint ape, he would never be threatened by anyone, but he had to admit that the northern and southern dynasties were indeed an extremely powerful opponent. The sudden change in the remains of the great sovereign had strangled this life and death battle in the cradle, but the enmity had already been sown. It was only a matter of time before one of them died. Countless gazes were fixated on the sky. Everyone could see that there was a huge crack in the center of the ruins. It was a huge crack that looked like a Milky Way, emitting dazzling light. The remains of the great sovereign is about to open. Go! Someone yelled. Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, he immediately turned into a ray of light and rushed out, but what happened next shocked countless of them. As soon as the genius's body touched the opening, he was immediately shredded into meat paste by the light that shot out from the inside and evaporated. He was an intermediate immortal emperor. How terrifying was such an expert? But all he could do was let out a wail. In the face of the mystical opening, he had no strength to resist at all. However, this was normal. After all, this was the remains of the great sovereign. Compared to a mighty immortal sovereign, a puny intermediate immortal emperor was just like an ant. Let alone an intermediate immortal emperor, even a mighty immortal venerable was just like an ant in front of a great sovereign. Not good. Everyone, don't panic. This isn't the entrance of the remains of the great sovereign. We can't get close to it. Someone yelled. Many of the geniuses who were already halfway to the entrance hastily stopped, turned and ran back. Each of them was sweating profusely, as though they had just experienced a life and death battle. They were glad that they ran slowly just now. If they were a little faster, the consequences would be unimaginable. They were afraid that they would end up like the person in front, dying without leaving any remains. What's going on? Isn't that the entrance? The remains of the great sovereign is about to open, but no one is allowed to enter. What's the point of opening it? That's right. The remains of the great sovereign that hasn't been opened for tens of thousands of years has suddenly opened, but no one is allowed to enter. What's the point of that? That's the destructive power. It's just too terrifying. No one can resist it. Even the strongest among us will die if we go there. It's fine even if we don't want the remains of the great sovereign. Countless sighs and sighs could be heard. Originally, they came here with great expectations, thinking that they could get a share of the spoils of the great sovereign's remains. But now, it seemed that it wasn't going to be that easy. They couldn't even enter the entrance of the remains, let alone obtain any benefits or treasures. It was simply a fantasy, a delusion. De Huang, can you see what's going on? Xianxia looked at De Huang Dog. That's not the entrance to the remains of a great sovereign. It's the intense killing intent of a peerless sovereign weapon. It's the fusion of tens of thousands of years of killing intent. I'm afraid that even a mighty immortal venerable will die if he approaches it, let alone an immortal emperor. Those idiots are simply courting death. De Huang Dog said. What? You mean, a peerless sovereign weapon is going to be born? Yang Bufan spoke in astonishment. Lan Lingji, Hua Shaoqian and the others looked over at De Huang Dog. Although this was their first time seeing De Huang Dog, they didn't dare to look down on De Huang Dog. The confrontation with the northern and southern dynasties just now was enough to show their formidable strength. The two girls knew that none of these people here was weak. The weakest among them was Xianxia, a late immortal king, but the one they dared not look down on the most was Xianxia. After all, they had heard of the name of Xianxia in East Xuanyu. Now that they saw how highly the northern and southern dynasties valued Xianxia, they knew that this young man with low cultivation base absolutely wasn't as simple as he looked. That's right. If there's no accident, a peerless sovereign weapon is going to be born. De Huang Dog nodded. Awesome. Everyone, get ready to fight for it. If you can get your hands on a sovereign weapon, you will be able to dominate the world. Lan Shisan's eyes glowed with excitement. Don't get excited yet. It's not that easy to get a peerless sovereign weapon. Every sovereign weapon has its own spirituality. They will find their own master. Even if an ordinary person obtains one, he or she won't be able to control it. Additionally, a sovereign weapon that has been hidden for tens of thousands of years carries strong killing intent. It's very difficult for ordinary people to get close to it. Everyone, don't move. Let's see what kind of sovereign weapon is going to be born. De Huang Dog reminded everyone. He was omniscient. Even when he heard the word sovereign weapon, his tone didn't change in the slightest. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sovereign weapon that was about to appear. They didn't notice the change in Wu Ningzhu. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu's eyes were fixed on the spatial crack. Her expression was blank and her body was trembling. She seemed to have received a great summon and her mind was completely attracted. Countless eyes were fixed on her. No one dared to make another move. With the previous example, even a powerful genius like Xiao wouldn't dare to joke around with his life. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't so arrogant that he could compete with a great sovereign. Buzz. All of a sudden, hundreds of millions of rays of light rushed out from the spatial crack, covering the entire sky. Then, an ancient zither rushed out from the crack. The moment the zither came out, it released a boundless pressure, as if a great sovereign had descended, looking down on all living beings. It was so high and mighty that no one dared to look at it directly. The surface of the zither emitted a dazzling golden brilliance and wisps of golden flames. The flames flickered constantly on the strings, like the fire of life. Xiaoyao zither, the natal sovereign weapon of Empress Xiaoyao. Big Yellow exclaimed when he saw the zither. He could tell the origin of the zither at first glance, and he was able to tell the name of the zither. The legendary Xiaoyao zither has disappeared for too long. I didn't expect it to appear again. Yang Bufan stared at the zither and said. He had heard of the legend of the Xiaoyao zither. Many people were familiar with it. Empress Xiaoyao was in existence as famous as a mortal execution king. She was truly a peerless sovereign. What a mystical zither. It's exuding the chi of a peerless sovereign weapon. It would be great if I could get my hands on this zither. Stop dreaming. You won't be able to control it even if I give it to you. Everyone was shocked. The appearance of a peerless sovereign weapon had attracted their attention. They began to talk about the legend and history of Empress Xiaoyao. De Huang, look at the flame on the zither. It seems to be comparable to any of my 3 supreme flames. Jiang Chen's torch-like eyes fell on the flame on the zither. That's the flame of the divine bird Golden Crow, the fire of sun. As soon as the words fire of the sun came out, it immediately caused a huge commotion in the crowd. Countless gazes fell on the zither and could no longer move away. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed and desire. In the face of such a peerless emperor weapon, no one could maintain basic calmness. The divine Golden Crow was the incarnation of the sun. As De Huang Dog said, the flame on the ancient zither was the fire of the Golden Crow, the legendary fire of Sunday. No wonder Jiangchen felt that the flame on the ancient zither was not weaker than the 3 flames in his hand, the true dragon fire, the Qilin Saint fire, the true thunder fire and the fire of Sunday. Each flame was the existence of the utmost yang and was the supreme flame of the heaven and earth. Anyone who could obtain one of them could be proud of the heaven and earth. Jiangchen had already obtained 3 kinds of flames. If he had the chance to obtain the fire of sun, it would be the fusion of 4 kinds of supreme flames. Even Jiangchen couldn't imagine how powerful it would be. It's really the fire of Sunday. Rumor has it that the sun is the incarnation of the divine Golden Crow. It's the fire of the heaven and earth that ordinary people can't possess and control. I didn't expect it to appear here. Rumor has it that Empress Xiaoyao was the most powerful empress in antiquity times. Rumor has it that Empress Xiaoyao was inextricably linked to the Golden Clan. Now it seems that the rumor is true. The Xiaoyao Qin of Empress Xiaoyao has appeared with the fire of Sunday. Whoever can obtain this Xiaoyao Qin will gain unimaginable benefits. Not to mention whether or not he can exert the power of the Xiaoyao Qin, just absorbing the fire of sun and the essence of the peerless emperor weapon on the Xiaoyao Qin will benefit immensely. He might even obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao and soar into the sky, becoming the most powerful genius in the heaven and earth, crushing everything in his way. Who didn't have a dream? Who didn't want to laugh at the 9 heavens? Who didn't want to be the sole ruler of the heaven and earth? Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. The peerless emperor weapon was right there. It was enough to make many people lose their rationality. Many people's desires were constantly being eroded. The greed in many people's eyes was already extremely strong. A peerless emperor weapon was too attractive. It was enough to make people go crazy. The legends about Empress Xiaoyao had existed for a very long time, and many of them were just rumors. There were too many brilliant figures in that era, and many of the ancient great emperors had disappeared. Empress Xiaoyao, King Immortal Slayer, Great Emperor Xianxia, all of them only existed in legends. Wu Ningzhu's body shook more and more violently, and her eyes began to emit a strange light. Jiang Chen was the first to notice the change in Wu Ningzhu and quickly looked over. "Sister Ning, what's wrong?" Jiang Chen shouted, but Wu Ningzhu turned a deaf ear, as if she couldn't hear him at all. All her thoughts were on the Xiaoyao zither. What's going on? Could it be that Miss Wu was also attracted by the Xiaoyao zither and lost her mind? Yang Bufan said worriedly. No, Sister Ning is absolutely not the kind of person who would be blinded by benefits. Plus, her mind isn't that weak. Perhaps, this zither has a different meaning to her. Jiang Chen shook his head. He could clearly see the two images of the Xiaoyao zither in Wu Ningzhu's eyes. This kind of image would also appear in the eyes of others, but not as clear as Wu Ningzhu. She could see the image of the Xiaoyao zither in Wu Ningzhu's eyes, as if she was there herself. Everyone, don't disturb her. She might have been summoned by the Xiaoyao zither. This is a great opportunity. Little Chenzi, you should remember that when Sister Ning was in Saint Origin World, her combat weapon was a zither. I guess she has been fond of music since she was a child, and she is very proficient in this aspect. Perhaps, things aren't that simple, said De Huang Dog. Everyone was shocked by what he said. They all knew that a peerless sovereign weapon like the Xiaoyao zither couldn't be controlled by any ordinary person. Such a sovereign weapon would search for its own master. Now that Wu Ningzhu had been summoned, it was highly possible that she was the one that the Xiaoyao zither was looking for. If that was the case, it would be an unimaginable opportunity for Wu Ningzhu. Such an opportunity was greater than the heavens. Jiang Chen also reacted. When he first met Wu Ningzhu, she had a zither in her hand. Her musical attainments were beyond ordinary. After hearing what De Huang Dog said, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that Wu Ningzhu's love for zither and music seemed to be preordained by the heavens. Wing after the Xiaoyao zither appeared, it kept shaking violently. It was a sign of excitement. That's right, excitement. It was as if the wish of tens of thousands of years had finally come true. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to make my move. If I can get my hands on the Xiaoyao zither, I'll become a supreme of heaven and earth. Someone whose mind had been completely eroded by desire flew towards the Xiaoyao zither like a madman. Arg, unfortunately, before he could get close to the Xiaoyao zither, his body was suddenly engulfed in raging flames and burned into nothingness in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing behind. Humph. A bunch of ignorant fools. Do you think the Xiaoyao zither is a primary stone on the street that anyone can pick up? Courting death. De Huang Dog harumphed coldly. His emotions were fluctuating violently. The appearance of the Xiaoyao zither seemed to have caused him to lose his composure. However, Jiang Chen could see that De Huang Dog's restlessness was completely different from the others. Others were restless because of greed, but De Huang Dog seemed to have been touched by something hidden in his heart. He seemed to be reminiscing about the past. De Huang can control the immortal execution sword and control the immortal burying coffin, but he still lost his composure after seeing the Xiaoyao zither. Could it be that he is also a figure from that era? Jiang Chen made a bold guess in his mind, but he was also startled by his own thoughts. Don't be impulsive, everyone. A peerless sovereign weapon has its own intelligence. It may be looking for its master. Without great fortune and great luck, only death awaits you. Someone reminded him out of goodwill. Upon hearing this, the greed in many people's hearts began to restrain a little. Although the Xiaoyao zither was precious, it was nothing compared to their lives. If they died, it would be useless even if the Xiaoyao zither was a peerless emperor weapon. However, it didn't take long for another person to rush towards the Xiaoyao zither. That person's hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. He had completely lost his mind. Under the attraction of the powerful sovereign weapon, his mind seemed to have become fragile. That's right. A peerless sovereign weapon was looking for its master. What if that master was him? What if he was the person with great fortune and great fortune? Therefore, he had to give it a try. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to try. If he succeeded, he would surely soar to the sky. Unfortunately, it was too foolish to risk his life for that 1 in 10,000 chance. Furthermore, if such a peerless sovereign weapon was looking for its master, there would surely be some instructions. If he didn't get any instructions, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance to obtain the weapon. Kong, arg, as expected, as soon as the person reached his previous position, his body was immediately engulfed by raging flames and burned into nothingness. At this moment, many people came back to their senses. They knew that obtaining a peerless monarch weapon was nothing but a pipe dream. This is too miserable. It seems like a peerless sovereign weapon isn't that easy to obtain. Lan Lingji sighed. In order to obtain a peerless sovereign weapon, one must first have the potential to become a great sovereign. Throughout the ages, how many people have become a great sovereign? De Huang Dog spoke. The word great sovereign sounded meaningful and heartfelt. Everything has its own fate, and everything has its own destiny. Tyrant became serious. He was the calmest one among them. Even when he saw the Xianxia, there wasn't the slightest ripple in his eyes. This was Tyrant's temperament. He had a deep affinity with Buddha and had long reached the state of emptiness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the Tao Light Buddha body. Look, there's a change. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked over and saw that all the cracks under the Xianxia had appeared. At the same time, countless flames rushed out from inside. The flames condensed into a stairway of fire, hanging in the void and constantly falling down. The raging flames burned and even the void was burnt. Those fiery stairs continued to descend. There were a total of 100 of them. The 100-step fiery stairs were like a stairway to heaven. After the appearance of these stairs, an ancient palace emerged at the top. The exterior of the palace was enshrouded by raging flames, making it hard for people to see its true color and appearance. However, an ancient palace had emerged and the Xianxia was hovering above it. Look, that palace is the remains of the great sovereign. It has completely emerged. The remains of a great sovereign has existed for tens of thousands of years. It's simply unimaginable. What a powerful pressure. I can feel my soul trembling. Who can imagine the demeanor of a great sovereign from tens of thousands of years ago? I wonder if we have the chance to enter the palace. If we do, we will surely obtain great benefits. Even if we just absorb the chi of the great sovereign, it will be enough for us to benefit immensely. Everyone was shocked. The appearance of the remains of a great sovereign had set off a storm. Many people who had already calmed down were stirred up again. No one could remain calm in the face of the remains of a great sovereign. Empress Xiaoyao from tens of thousands of years ago was an ancient female sovereign. She must have had an extraordinary demeanor. Now that she had appeared, it seemed like she was looking for a successor. Look at those fiery stairs. They seem to be summoning something. It's a pity that I'm not the one being summoned. Maybe it's not what you think. In my opinion, the fiery stairs are just a guide. The remains of a great sovereign have truly appeared. If we can step on those fiery stairs, we can go to the palace through them. Are you crazy? That's the fire of sun and it's under the control of the Xianxia. Have you forgotten how those two people died? Stepping on those fiery stairs might be the same as stepping on death's door. Although the remains of a great sovereign are good, we need to be alive to obtain them. The fiery stairs appeared. It seemed to lead directly to the palace ruins. On the surface, it seemed to be a passage for people, but in fact, no one dared to step on the fiery stairs. They had learned from the mistakes of others. No one was not afraid of death. The remains of the great sovereign were naturally excellent, but they also needed to have that kind of opportunity. Otherwise, they would only die in the end. Kuhu, the fiery stairs were burning fiercely. The entire space of Golden Horizon seemed to be on the verge of being incinerated. The temperature of the heavens and earth had risen to a blazing height, but those who were here were the geniuses of geniuses, immortal emperor experts. They had no problem resisting the temperature of the flames. This is the 100 steps fiery staircase, it's used to receive the inheritor. I understand now. The Xiaoqin hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years because it hasn't found a true inheritor. Now that it has appeared, it's because the person it's waiting for has appeared among the people who came in, so it came out. De Huang Dog said. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes fell on Wu Ningzhu again. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu was still in the same state as before, without any change. She seemed to be immersed in a unique artistic conception, making it hard for people to see through her. Is Miss Wu the inheritor chosen by the Xiaoqin? Could it be that the Xiaoqin has opened it especially for Miss Wu? Yang Bufan asked. It's hard to say, but the possibility is very high. If it's true, it will be Sister Ning's greatest fortune. De Huang Dog said. Jiangchen began to feel nervous, even more nervous than his own matters. Wu Ningzhu was the most important person in his life. Now that such a situation had happened, he couldn't help but worry. This was no different from gambling. If Wu Ningzhu stepped on the fiery stairs, there were two possibilities. One was that she would obtain a peerless opportunity and a heaven-defying fortune, but if the Xiaoqin wasn't waiting for Wu Ningzhu, she would die. The fiery stairs have already appeared. The great sovereign's remains are just ahead. I really can't miss it. I'm going to give it a try. That's right. Those two were unlucky because the fiery stairs hadn't appeared yet, which meant that the great sovereign's remains hadn't appeared yet. Now that the fiery stairs have appeared, the great sovereign's remains have truly appeared. I don't think it will stop us anymore. I think so too. I've entered the immortal vault before. Before the immortal vault was fully revealed, it was impossible to enter because the immortal vault itself had a great pressure. However, when the passageway to the immortal vault is fully opened, anyone can enter. I think this 100 steps fiery stairs is the passageway to the great sovereign's remains. Everyone, let's not waste time. Many people couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts and were ready to make a move. A total of 20 to 30 people walked towards the fiery stairs at the same time. In this world, there were always a lot of courageous people. There was a saying that the courageous would be stuffed to death, while the timid would starve to death. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts, that being the first to enter the immortal vault would definitely be beneficial. It was very likely that there would be a great fortune at the entrance of the immortal vault, and the first to enter would directly obtain it. Now, facing such a powerful monarch's relic, everyone was moved. The 20 to 30 people didn't hesitate at all. They came to the front of the fiery stairs and directly stepped on it. Behind them, tens of thousands of pairs of eyes were watching. They didn't want to stand out, so they were waiting to see the outcome. They wanted to see if these people who stepped on the fiery stairs would be burned to ashes like the previous two. Wails were heard the next moment. As soon as the 30 of them stepped on the first flight of the fiery stairs, they were immediately incinerated into nothingness. There were intermediate immortal emperors among them, but none of them could escape the burning of the fire of Sunday. The fire of sun alone wouldn't be so powerful. At least, it wouldn't be so domineering to the extent that it could burn immortal emperors to death. However, the fire of sun here was obviously different. It was the raging fire of tens of thousands of years ago, left behind by Empress Xiaoyao. It had the mark of the great sovereign on it. The scene immediately caused an uproar. Many of them who were ready to make a move hastily halted their footsteps and looked at the fiery stairs as though they were looking at the scariest thing in the heavens and earth. Any living being in the heavens and earth would have to retreat before it. How could this be? Long Shan was astonished. Initially, he thought that this stairway was the passage to the interior of the remains of the great sovereign, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. The eyes of countless people were filled with pity. They were sighing. The remains of the great sovereign was right in front of them, but they could only stare at it with their eyes. They couldn't even climb the fiery stairs, let alone enter the interior of the palace. I have already said that this is the inheritor that Empress Xiaoyao is looking for. Otherwise, the Xiaoqin wouldn't have taken the initiative to show up. There must be someone here who is valued by Empress Xiaoyao. Otherwise, the Xiaoyaoqin wouldn't have appeared at this time after hiding for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, apart from the one who is valued by Empress Xiaoyao, the others will die if they go up. There is no exception. Monkey, if you don't believe me, you can try. De Huang Dog spoke, then grinned at Long San. Ku. Why don't you try? Long San rolled his eyes. Although he was confident, he wasn't confident enough to fight against a great sovereign. He had just been born and didn't want to die. As soon as De Huang Dog's voice faded, Wu Ningzhu stepped forward and walked towards the fiery stairs. Seeing this, Jiangchen grabbed Wu Ningzhu's arm and called out, "Sister Ning." Jiangchen couldn't help but worry. So many people had died. The things left behind by Empress Xiaoyao were too terrifying. If Wu Ningzhu was also burned by the raging fire, even if he had the Zulong Tower, he wouldn't be able to save Wu Ningzhu's life. Wu Ningzhu turned her head and smiled at Jiangchen. "Little Chenzi, don't worry. I feel a very powerful summoning force. It's the summon of the Xiaoyaoqin. I must go." Wu Ningzhu regained her composure, but her attitude was incomparably firm. Just as Jiangchen was about to say something, a golden light suddenly shot down from the Xiaoyaoqin. The light was like a meteor, moving at an extremely fast speed. Its target was none other than Wu Ningzhu, shrouding Wu Ningzhu and forming a huge golden net. Swoosh. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on her, making Wu Ningzhu the center of attention. The Xiaoyaoqin has locked onto her. It seems like she's the one that the Xiaoyaoqin is looking for. She's the inheritor that Empress Xiaoyao has chosen. What a beautiful girl. I've never noticed that there's actually such a peerless beauty in the heavens and earth. It's just that her cultivation base seems to be too weak. She's merely a half-step immortal emperor, not even an immortal emperor. I can't tell how good her aptitude is. Why would Empress Xiaoyao choose such an inheritor? So that's how it is. It turns out that the appearance of the Xiaoyaoqin has a certain goal. It seems like we were wrong before. The inheritance of the great sovereign has been hidden for tens of thousands of years. How could it suddenly appear? It turns out that the person we've been waiting for has arrived. This girl is truly a heaven-defying fortune. Che, let's see if she can climb the fiery stairs. By this time everyone knew what was going on. Those who had died previously were all wronged. This was the inheritor chosen by the great sovereign. It was useless to fight for it. Haha. Little Chenzi, this is Sister Ning's peerless fortune. Empress Xiaoyao has really chosen her. De Huang Dog laughed aloud. Sister Ning, be careful. Jiangchen stroked Wu Ningzhu's face. Since Empress Xiaoyao had chosen Wu Ningzhu, Jiangchen naturally wouldn't stop her. He was incomparably excited and happy. Before entering the Golden Horizon, Jiangchen had already operated the great divination art to divine that Wu Ningzhu would surely encounter some fortune. Now, his prediction had come true, but even Jiangchen himself had never thought that Wu Ningzhu's fortune would be so great. I know. Don't worry. Wu Ningzhu gave Jiangchen a reassuring smile, then strode towards the fiery stairs. Her body was glowing with golden brilliance, like a fairy of heaven and earth. From her body, people seemed to see the peerless beauty of Empress Xiaoyao. Stop her. We can't let her get the inheritance of the great sovereign. Otherwise, we won't have a chance anymore. Just at this time, a loud yell was heard. The one who spoke was none other than the northern and southern dynasties. Hua. As soon as these words came out, the crowd became restless. Stop Wu Ningzhu? That's right. Why should they watch others get the inheritance of the great sovereign? Even if they couldn't get it themselves, they couldn't let others get it, especially those who had enmity with Jiangchen. Their eyes began to turn sharp. Many of them knew that Wu Ningzhu was Jiangchen's woman. If she obtained the inheritance of the great sovereign, she would become incomparably terrifying. At that time, Jiangchen would be unstoppable. Not to mention killing Jiangchen, they were afraid that they would die here. Naturally, the northern and southern dynasties had the same thought. How can a puny little half-step immortal emperor girl obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign in front of us? She's nothing compared to us. We are the ones with great luck. Kill this woman and Empress Xiaoyao will choose another inheritor. At that time all of us will have a chance. The northern and southern dynasties continued to speak loudly, fanning the flames of the crowd, as though wanting to see the world plunged into chaos. This is bad. Xianxia cursed inwardly. The inheritance of the great sovereign was too sensitive. The northern and southern dynasties were sinister and ruthless. They had actually launched an attack at this critical moment. They had made use of the jealousy and greed of the people to kill all of them. This move was just too vicious. That's right. Kill this woman and Empress Xiaoyao will choose another inheritor. At that time, we will still have a chance. What qualification does a half-step immortal emperor have to obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign? Our qualifications are all above her. Kill. Kill this woman. She can forget about getting the things that we can't get. The scene instantly went out of control. A few words from the northern and southern dynasties had completely changed the atmosphere. Such a scene simply couldn't withstand the stimulation. Many of them had a fragile mind. The attraction of the inheritance of the great sovereign was just too great. Initially, the appearance of Wu Ningzhu had made them give up completely, but after the incitement of the northern and southern dynasties, many of them had a new idea. No one wanted the inheritance of the great sovereign to fall into the hands of others, especially those who were weaker than them. If the inheritance of the great sovereign fell into the hands of people like Xia Xiaotian and Zhang Yulang, perhaps there wouldn't be such a commotion. It was because Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base was too weak. She was merely a half-step immortal emperor. Compared to the countless geniuses on the scene, Wu Ningzhu's talent wasn't considered to be above average. That was why everyone was unwilling to accept it. The northern and southern dynasties had seized this point to incite such a commotion. At that time, not only would they be able to kill Wu Ningzhu, they would also be able to take the opportunity to kill Jiang Chen and Long Shan. The people he wanted to kill the most now were Jiang Chen and Long Shan. These two were too great of a threat to him, especially Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's current cultivation base wasn't as good as him, Jiang Chen's potential terrified him. If he allowed Jiang Chen to continue to grow, he would surpass him sooner or later. At that time, it would be the time of his death. Jiang Chen's face turned incomparably gloomy and unsightly. He glared at the northern and southern dynasties. This bastard had really infuriated him. Mother *Ker. Mother *Ker, this son of AB *TCH is too shameless. At such a crucial moment, he has completely destroyed everything. Long Shan had a bad temper. The moment he opened his mouth, he cursed. The iron staff had already appeared in his hand, and the chi of the immemorial battle spirit was unleashed. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this woman. The northern and southern dynasties' chi surged. As soon as he finished speaking, he made a move. He broke the void with a claw and a terrifying energy was launched at Wu Ningzhu. Currently, Wu Ningzhu had been completely attracted by the call of the Xiaoyao Qin. She had to put all her attention on the fiery stairs. At this time, she couldn't retreat anymore. As the successor of Empress Xiaoyao, she was afraid that Empress Xiaoyao would immediately give up on her and choose someone else. Furthermore, she wasn't afraid because Jiang Chen was standing behind her. He was the man she trusted the most. As long as Jiang Chen was here, she wouldn't care even if the sky fell down. She knew her man's capability. He would do everything he could to protect her, and not let any harm come to her. Northern and southern dynasties, how dare you attack a woman? How shameless. Today, Brother Shan will teach you a lesson. Long Shan was infuriated. He waved his iron staff and destroyed the attack of the northern and southern dynasties immediately. He stood in front of the northern and southern dynasties, not allowing the northern and southern dynasties to get close to Wu Ningzhu. Damned monkey, I'll kill you today. Even if you can stop me, the people here will still drown you. You know the temptation of the remains of a great sovereign better than me. The northern and southern dynasties revealed a cold smile. The effect he wanted had already appeared. He was very satisfied now. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to attack just now, which had already opened the curtains of the fierce battle that was about to happen. Despicable and shameless dog, eat my staff. Long Shan gritted his teeth and swung his iron staff at the northern and southern dynasties. The two heaven-defying bastards clashed with each other in an instant. The impact caused by the attack of the northern and southern dynasties was too great. Many of them were ready to attack. Kill this woman. Don't let her get close to the remains. Someone roared and lunged at Wu Ningzhu. Courting death. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He transformed into his dragon form and blocked in front of Wu Ningzhu with extreme speed. His terrifying blood-red dragon claw grabbed the neck of the attacker. Even though the attacker had an early immortal emperor cultivation base, he was as vulnerable as a chicken in front of Jiang Chen. He couldn't even move after being grabbed by Jiang Chen. Stop. How dare you hurt the people of Limitless Immortal Sect? Someone yelled from behind. The person who was captured by Jiang Chen was a disciple of Limitless Immortal Sect, one of the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu. He couldn't resist the powerful temptation and attacked. Limitless Immortal Sect is nothing. How dare you touch Sister Ning? The people of Immortal Court will have to die too. Go to hell. Jiang Chen's eyes were ferocious. His attack was even more ferocious. He crushed the neck of the disciple of Limitless Immortal Sect. The disciple died on the spot before he could even scream. His brocade pouch flew towards Jiang Chen's face and was crushed by Jiang Chen. Trash. I don't want it. Jiang Chen's killing intent soared. He was truly infuriated. This group of people had taken advantage of Wu Ningzhu. Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy to anyone who tried to harm Wu Ningzhu. Even if he had to offend the entire world, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate, let alone Limitless Immortal Sect. Son of AB *TCH. How dare you kill the people of Limitless Immortal Sect? You're dead meat. A late immortal emperor of Limitless Immortal Sect bellowed with killing intent. Haha. *CK your Limitless Immortal Sect. Whoever dares to touch a hair of Sister Ning today, don't blame me for being merciless. If you're not convinced, make your move. I, Jiang Chen, will start a massacre today. Jiang Chen laughed wildly. He had never been afraid of anything. Even the countless geniuses on the scene couldn't stop his sharpness. Besides, there was no need for Jiang Chen to be polite. He knew very well that the attraction of the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao was just too great. Now that it had been provoked by the northern and southern dynasties, it was almost impossible for them to settle this peacefully. Now, there were only two ways. One was to make Wu Ningzhu give up the inheritance, and the other was to slaughter them until they were afraid of her. Comparing the two methods, Jiang Chen chose the latter. De Huang, Tyrant, King Fan, block the 4 directions for me and protect Sister Ning. Anyone who comes near her will die. With the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand, Jiang Chen's arrogance soared to the sky. In an instant, he had turned into a peerless killing god. Lan Lingji and Hua Xiaoqian stared at Jiang Chen in astonishment. This was their first time seeing Jiang Chen in action. Putting aside how terrifying Jiang Chen's means were, the domineering qi that emanated from his body made them not dare to look straight at him. Roar, De Huang Dog roared wildly. His body grew to a few dozen meters in size. His body was covered with golden light and dragon scales. Electric arcs could be seen flickering on the dragon horns on the top of his head. Then, he flew into the battlefield. Ba. Tyrant put his palms together with a solemn face. With a stride, he came to the side of Wu Ningzhu. Terrifying Buddha light kept rushing out of his body. Without any delay, he struck out the Tao light Buddha body. Clang. Yang Bufan drew out his long sword. The superior chi of the evil lord was also unleashed. It seemed like he was ready for a great battle. It was an indomitable, unstoppable, and domineering aura. Even Lan Lingji and Hua Xiaoqian who were females were affected by it. Let's attack together and protect Miss Wu. Lan Lingji's saintess chi pervaded the air as she struck out. The people of Exquisite Paradise followed suit, drawing out their combat weapons. Our lives are saved by them. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we have to help them. Hua Xiaoqian looked disdainfully at the crowd and rushed out. None of the people of Celestial Flower Valley was afraid of death. They had already died once in the hands of All Pleasure Sect. De Huang, open your mouth. Jiang Chen yelled at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog didn't hesitate at all. He had absolute trust in Jiang Chen. Immediately, he opened his mouth at Jiang Chen. Xianxia waved his hand and 3 drops of great earth immortal milk fell into De Huangdog's mouth. De Huangdog's expression immediately became excited. He knew everything. Immediately, he guessed what Xianxia had fed him. For God's sake. Let's start a massacre. Master Dog will kill as much as he wants. Let's see who dares to come up here. De Huangdog was extremely excited. Violent energy was constantly rushing through his body. Only De Huangdog could withstand the violent energy after swallowing 3 drops of great earth immortal milk at the same time. Given the scariness of De Huangdog, he would soon advance to the late immortal emperor realm. The Blood Demon King had also run out. Everyone was escorting Wu Ningzhu to the fiery stairs. The scene suddenly became incomparably heated. Attack! We must not let that woman walk up the fiery stairs. Someone attacked again. A dozen intermediate immortal emperors rushed forward, each of them brimming with killing intent. Hell. Xianxia's heavenly saint sword whistled out at extreme speed. An intermediate immortal emperor couldn't resist it at all. He was slashed in half by Xianxia's sword. Blood splashed on the spot. Brothers, let's start a massacre today. Xianxia's eyes were blood red. For the sake of Wu Ningzhu, he was willing to shed a river of blood today. Roar, De Huangdog turned into a ray of light and rushed out. His cultivation base was rising constantly, reaching the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm in a blink of an eye. The 3 drops of great earth immortal milk were being rapidly digested by him. This dog was incomparably miraculous. His speed of improvement couldn't be measured by common sense. Bang. Arg. A wail was heard. An intermediate immortal emperor's body was broken in half by De Huangdog's head. Even though they were all rare geniuses, they were no match for De Huangdog. There was no comparison between the two of them. Swoosh, swoosh, all of a sudden, the scene became incomparably chaotic. Destructive energy was everywhere. Xianxia and the rest were guarding a passage for Wu Ningzhu, allowing Wu Ningzhu to walk up the fiery stairs step by step. Arg, wails were heard constantly. This was the cruelest massacre. It was almost a war. Xianxia and the rest were using their lives to defend their rights. As more and more people joined the battle, the scene became more and more intense. Very soon, powerful late immortal emperors joined the battle. On the side of Xianxia, there was only Lan Lingji, a late immortal emperor expert. The pressure was not small, but De Huangdog could also be considered as a late immortal emperor. Tyrant wasn't inferior to those late immortal emperor geniuses, so Xianxia could still fight against a late immortal emperor. Eternal immortal wind, 5 elemental sphere. Xianxia bellowed, casting out the combination of the eternal immortal wind and the 5 elemental sphere. An enormous sphere enveloped everyone, including their own people, but Xianxia had perfect control over the sphere. The eternal immortal wind would hardly cause any harm to his people. The eternal immortal wind and the 5 elemental sphere had completely fused together. Xianxia had cast out the Qilin arm. He was ready to become the enemy of the world. In order to protect Wu Ningzhu, he would kill anyone who tried to stop him. No matter who the opponent was, as long as they approached him, Xianxia would use the most direct and powerful means to fight back. All the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley, except for the 2 saintesses, retreat now. Otherwise, their lives will be in danger. Xianxia yelled. The attraction of the inheritance of the great sovereign was too great. Although some of them had already been killed, the enmity between the 2 major powers had been sown. More and more people would definitely join the fray. This move of the northern and southern dynasties was extremely vicious. The more people who died in this battle, the more hatred they would attract. The greater the hatred, the greater the massacre. It was bound to be a bloody battle. Xianxia didn't want to implicate the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. After all, their cultivation base was too high. Their lives would be threatened at any time. At that time, not only would they not be able to provide any help, they would also become a burden. Once the battle started, he was afraid that no one would be able to protect them. If the female disciples of the 2 major powers were killed, Xianxia would feel uneasy. It had already touched Jiang Chen's heart that they were willing to help under such circumstances. Young Master Jiang is right. All of you should retreat now. Lan Lingji spoke. After exchanging glances with each other, the female disciples hastily retreated from the battle. They weren't fools. They knew what Jiang Chen meant. In such a battle, they indeed wouldn't be able to provide any help. Perhaps, they might even lose their lives. If that was the case, the loss would outweigh the gain. The female disciples of the two major powers had already retreated. No one stopped them. Most of the people who had joined the battle were trying to stop Wu Ningzhu from obtaining the inheritance of the great sovereign. It had nothing to do with the female disciples of the two major powers. At the back, numerous late immortal emperors were ready to strike. The atmosphere became even more solemn. It seemed like a great battle was inevitable. Wu Ningzhu was still walking towards the fiery stairs step by step. She looked very anxious. She knew everything that was happening around her. As long as Sister Ming steps onto the fiery stairs, she will receive the protection of the fiery stairs. However, I don't know why, but that ray of light from the Xiaoyao zither made it extremely difficult for Sister Ning to move forward. She can't fly now, so she can only walk forward step by step. According to her current speed, we have to endure for 10 minutes. De Huang Dog spoke, sounding incomparably worried. Given Wu Ningzhu's current situation, she could reach the fiery stairs in a single thought under normal circumstances, but because of the ray of light that was shot out from the Xiaoyao zither, Wu Ningzhu found it extremely difficult to move forward. Based on her current speed, it would take her at least 10 minutes to reach the top of the fiery stairs. Normally, 10 minutes wouldn't be a big deal and would pass in the blink of an eye. But now, 10 minutes had become the longest period of time. These 10 minutes would be an incomparably fierce battle. No one knew how much blood would be shed. The Golden Horizon was a land of slaughter. Now that countless geniuses of the three immortal domains had gathered together, many of them wanted to stop Wu Ningzhu from moving forward. Even though Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had the ability to penetrate through the heavens and earth, they couldn't help but worry. Now, all they could do was to defend Wu Ningzhu's inheritance with all their might. There were more than 10,000 geniuses present on the scene. At least 1,000 of them were ready to attack. This was an unimaginable and terrifying force. It was destructive to anyone. Jiang Chen and the others were acting in defiance of the heavens. As a matter of fact, there were definitely more than 10,000 people who had entered the Golden Horizon this time. Even though a lot of them had died, there were still more than 10,000 of them. After all, the Golden Horizon was just too vast. There were plenty of immortal vaults and ruins. Many geniuses were fighting for treasures in other places. Some geniuses were trapped in some places and some were in seclusion, trying to break through to the next realm. Haha. How can I, Great Master Hao Ran, miss out on such an exciting battle? At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Buddha light shone. A monk appeared and joined Jiang Chen's group. When he came to the front of the monk, he was none other than Great Master Hao Ran, the senior brother of Tyrant, who had fought with Jiang Chen previously. Currently, Great Master Hao Ran's cultivation base had advanced once again. He had advanced from the early Immortal Emperor realm to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. He didn't seem any weaker than Tyrant. Jiang Chen knew very well how terrifying this monk was, especially that Arhat golden body. What surprised Jiang Chen was that Great Master Hao Ran would help them in such a dangerous situation. It seemed like Great Master Hao Ran was a man of character. However, the addition of such an expert was undoubtedly very beneficial to Jiang Chen and the others. This was a force that couldn't be underestimated. Senior brother, you have advanced. Upon seeing Great Master Hao Ran, Tyrant hastily greeted. Junior brother, you shameless bastard. You have actually reached the same cultivation base as senior brother. It seems like it will be difficult for senior brother to bully you for fun in the future. Great Master Hao Ran sighed. His tone was full of regret, but it was obvious that he was happy and excited to see his junior brother's cultivation base improving. Me too, Yang Lang. Another person leaped out and came to Jiang Chen's group. This person's chi was incomparably powerful. Who else could it be if he wasn't Yang Lang? The strongest genius of Great Qian Empire. He was an intermediate immortal emperor when he entered the Golden Horizon, and had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm now. Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan weren't surprised by Yang Lang's progress. After all, this was his second time entering the Golden Horizon. Given his talent, if he still couldn't advance to the late immortal emperor realm, he would seem somewhat inferior. "Thank you, senior brother Yang Lang." Jiang Chen spoke. Yang Bufan looked over with a smile. "Humph. The people of Great Qian Empire can't be bullied by just anyone. How can I, Yang Lang, miss out on such a battle?" Yang Lang harumphed coldly. His chi soared into the sky. His participation had strengthened Jiang Chen's group once again. Currently, Yang Lang and Lan Lingji were already late immortal emperors. Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, Tyrant and Great Master Hao Ran were all able to fight against late immortal emperors, especially De Huang Dog, who was constantly refining the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Of course, it wasn't an easy task to advance to the late immortal emperor realm within 10 minutes. After all, this was breaking through to a higher realm. It wasn't as easy as it seemed. Their group had indeed become stronger, but it didn't seem to be enough for the current situation. "De Huang, you will deploy the 5 elemental grand formation. The rest of you will guard the grand formation. We will fight with them while taking the defensive measures. With Sister Ning as the leader, it will be fine as long as we can hold them off for 10 minutes. Jiang Chen spoke aloud. He was a very wise and calm person. The more critical the situation was, the more calm Jiang Chen could maintain. He wasn't arrogant. He had been measuring the gap between the two sides. Unlike the usual unscrupulous attacks, the most important thing now was to protect Wu Ningzhu. He must not let anything happen to Wu Ningzhu. As long as Wu Ningzhu stepped onto the fiery stairs, everything would be fine. The fiery stairs would protect Wu Ningzhu. At that time, all of them would die even if they attacked together. Therefore, they only needed to hold on for 10 minutes. Jiang Chen chose to focus on defense. All right. Without the slightest hesitation, De Huang Dog began to deploy the formation. To him, deploying the 5 elemental grand formation was effortless. The shapeless spirit in Jiang Chen's body had integrated with the 5 elemental domain. The 5 elemental grand formation could be completed in an instant. Back when he was fighting against the clones of the northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin World, he had used this 5 elemental Tajura formation. Wing ****, a huge grand formation was formed in an instant. A layer of faint 5-colored energy wave enshrouded everyone. Wu Ningzhu was right in the center. The range of the 5 elemental domain happened to be close to the fiery stairs. As long as the grand formation wasn't broken, Wu Ningzhu would be able to reach the fiery stairs unscathed. Attack! Someone finally yelled. More than 100 experts attacked at the same time. Most of them were major powers that had enmity with Jiang Chen. Among them, there were 2 late immortal emperors. The gathering of such terrifying energy was just too terrifying. Kong Long, the terrifying energy was like a vast ocean, like a real tsunami, instantly submerging the 5 elements' great array. The 5 elemental grand formation shook violently, seemingly in danger of breaking at any time. Cracks began to appear on its surface. The energy was just too terrifying. Everyone, attack together and break their grand formation. It will be too shameful if we can't even break a grand formation with so many of us. As long as we kill that woman, the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao will choose a new inheritor. At that time, we will all have a chance. Someone yelled with bloodshot eyes. Voila! In just a few blinks, more than 100 experts joined the battlefield and began to attack Jiang Chen's group from all directions. Compared to such a huge army, Jiang Chen's group seemed too small. Tyrant, God-trembling monument. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen hastily yelled at Tyrant. At this time, only Tyrant's God-trembling monument could stabilize the grand formation. All right. Tyrant didn't dare to be negligent. Immediately, he casted out the God-trembling monument. The enormous blood-red monument emitted an ancient chi. The invisible pressure it released was terrifying. After the God-trembling monument appeared, it immediately merged with the 5 elemental grand formation under Tyrant's control. With the help of the monument, the entire battle was immediately stabilized. This was destined to be a protracted battle that would last for 10 minutes. Xianxia and the others only needed to guard the formation. On the other side, the battle between Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties had finally begun. Both of them were enemies. The northern and southern dynasties were determined to kill Xianxia. So naturally, they wouldn't show any mercy. Knowing that he had encountered a strong opponent, Xianxia kept his iron staff and casted out the powerful battle saint technique. Kong Long, Xianxia executed his secret art and clashed with the northern and southern dynasties. Although the sky and earth were about to collapse, there was still no clear winner. However, when Xianxia saw that tyrant had taken out the god-trembling monument, the situation had basically stabilized. At least, the five elements grand formation could still be sustained for a short period of time. As long as it could last until Wu Ningzhu stepped onto the fiery stairs, it would be enough. Therefore, Xianxia didn't care about what was happening below and focused on dealing with the northern and southern dynasties. After all, he was very confident in the strength of Jiangchen and De Huangdog. Now, with the addition of new helpers, their overall combat strength had increased by a notch. Today, the northern and southern dynasties will determine the winner and loser. Xianxia's black hair fluttered in the wind. The imposing manner of the immemorial battle spirit pervaded the air, causing the void to tremble violently. He was like a source of energy that could release an inexhaustible amount of tyrannical energy. Humph. Monkey, even if you are a powerful immemorial battle spirit, you are still no match for me. My northern and southern dynasties follow the heavenly Tao and must walk the path of an emperor. Whoever stands in front of me will die. Do you think you can defeat me again just because you have defeated me before? This is ridiculous. My northern and southern dynasties are invincible. Today, I will let you see how terrifying my sovereign technique is. What immemorial battle spirit is nothing in front of me? I am the reincarnation of a great sovereign. I will eventually become a great sovereign. Today, I will kill you, extract your immemorial bloodline, and make it my own. The northern and southern dynasties were incomparably arrogant. His every move was shocking and tyrannical. He was like a peerless emperor, and no color could cover his radiance. He was the true pride of the heavens. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the inheritor of the heavenly Tao. The northern and southern dynasties had long regarded him as the son of heaven, and wanted to be the master of the world. Everyone had underestimated his ambition. Without a doubt, the northern and southern dynasties were very terrifying characters. Most peerless geniuses would find it hard to even encounter a single defeat in their entire lives. Thus, a single defeat would cast a great shadow over their hearts, making it difficult for them to advance. In fact, they might even come to a halt, ruining their entire lives. However, even though the northern and southern dynasties were defeated by Xianxia and had their celestial eyes destroyed, they did not give up in the slightest. Instead, they quickly recovered their celestial eyes and successfully leveled up, becoming even more terrifying than before. In the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties, there was no such thing as failure. If one lost, they would kill their opponent to fill the gap in their path to becoming an emperor. Emperor? Great sovereign? Haha, northern and southern dynasties, you are truly a laughable fellow. You think that you are high and mighty, but it turns out that you are only this capable. What is there to be arrogant about as a reincarnation of a great sovereign? I, Ancestor Dozhan, am a supreme god. My immemorial divine bloodline is not something a mere reincarnation of a great sovereign like you can compare to. What arrogance do you have in front of me? Xianxia ridiculed. If the northern and southern dynasties wanted to use the arrogance of a great sovereign on him, they had found the wrong target. The bloodline of an immemorial battle spirit was much nobler than the bloodline of a great sovereign. An ordinary immemorial battle spirit, such as the heaven-devouring devil ape that was imprisoned in Genius Prefecture, although he was also an immemorial battle spirit, the bloodline in his body wasn't pure due to the passage of time. Therefore, he couldn't be considered as noble. However, Xianxia was different. He possessed the complete bloodline of the battle clan, inheriting the divine abilities and means of his ancestor. This was the true noble bloodline, a truly peerless being. From this point of view, a reincarnation of a great sovereign from the northern and southern dynasties indeed didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of Xianxia. You're right. It's a pity that there are no longer any divine spirits in this heaven and earth. For countless years, the great sovereigns have been the reigning supreme in the immortal world. Divine spirits are illusory and illusory. Perhaps they don't even exist. Great sovereigns are the end of cultivation. They are the people who stand at the peak of the northern and southern dynasties, the supreme figures of the heaven and earth. Even if you have the bloodline of an immemorial battle spirit, you're nothing but an object in the bag of the northern and southern dynasties. You're all stepping stones on my path to becoming an emperor. The northern and southern dynasties were still as arrogant as ever. They didn't even put the bloodline of an immemorial battle spirit in their eyes. In their world, they were the noblest existences, and would eventually become the most powerful figure in the heaven and earth. They were the gods who would be worshipped by millions of people. Then cut the crap. Let's fight. Xianxia was enraged. He wanted to use practical methods to tell the northern and southern dynasties who was the noblest. He wanted to use the battle saint art to defend the prestige of the battle clan. Xianxia waved his hands in the air, directly tearing it apart. His black hair fluttered in the wind, each strand piercing into the void. The might radiating from him was simply too powerful. At this moment, even his hair had become a weapon. Any strand of it could destroy immortal weapons. Battle saint art, Do character art. Fighting against the heavens, bringing boundless joy. Xianxia's fiery golden eyes gleamed with fiery light as he instantly unleashed the powerful Do character art. This was the most powerful attack of the battle saint art, containing the true intent of battle. Not only was the attack incomparably powerful, it also contained a powerful will, the will to fight against the heavens. It was rumored that the ancestor of the battle clan once used an iron cudgel to stir up the four seas, causing the heavens and earth to be unable to contain it. Even a hole was pierced through the sky. From this, one could see how terrifying the Do character art was. Xianxia formed seals with his hands and blasted out an ancient imprint of divine valor. This imprint shone resplendently, resembling a totem god imprint. After it appeared, the heavens and earth trembled as a huge hole appeared in the sky. Go! Xianxia bellowed. An enormous divine imprint was launched at the northern and southern dynasties. The battle between him and the northern and southern dynasties had attracted a lot of attention from the beginning. After all, the northern and southern dynasties were all heaven-defying figures, the reincarnations of great sovereigns. Just this gimmick alone was enough to attract people's attention. Now that the northern and southern dynasties had advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, they must have become even more terrifying. However, a young man had emerged who dared to fight the northern and southern dynasties head-on. Everyone wanted to see what this young man was capable of. As a genius of the same generation, the emergence of every dazzling star would attract countless attention. What a powerful combat technique! That ancient and mysterious imprint has even caused the heavens to tremble. What exactly is the background of this young man? This kind of combat technique is rarely seen in this world. It's too powerful. It contains the chi of a divine soul. The pressure is extremely strong. Could it be that an immemorial battle soul has been born? There are just too many monstrous geniuses in this heavens and earth. I really don't know if it's my misfortune or fortune to be living in the same generation as them. Let's see. This young man is merely an intermediate immortal emperor. He believes that he won't be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties are almost invincible in the same realm. Back then, he had almost killed Mo Wuching when he was only an early immortal emperor at the Broken Edge Cliff. No one wasn't shocked. Such an earth-shattering battle was bound to attract the attention of all. If Xianxia could defeat the northern and southern dynasties, his name would immediately rise to fame. Everyone in the immortal world would know about him. Even if he was defeated, it would be enough for him to stay alive in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. For God's sake! The battle saint technique of the battle clan is truly powerful. Monkey has only mastered 1% of its essence, but he has already displayed such powerful chi. Such an immemorial battle soul really can't be underestimated. De Huang Dog didn't forget to sigh while controlling the 5-elemental grand formation. On the opposite side, upon seeing the attack of Xianxia, the facial expression of the northern and southern dynasties changed slightly. Their impression of Xianxia rose by 30%, but they didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, they were filled with fighting spirit. The power of Xianxia had completely aroused their combat intent. Imperial heaven and earth, I am the monarch, the hand of heaven. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered wildly. Their mouths were chanting incantations. Every word was like the rumbling of thunder. Their entire being had turned into the monarch, like the supreme being of the heavens and earth. The eye of heaven was also glowing. At this moment, the northern and southern dynasties had become one with the heavens. They were the heavens, striking out the hand of heaven. The terrifying hand of the heavens was golden and dazzling. It was at least 300 meters long. After this hand appeared, it became the only existence in the world, an existence that would never change since time immemorial. Tens of thousands of people submitted to it, and a casual move from it could destroy everything in its path. Kong Long, the Do symbol art and the hand of heaven collided violently. This was an incomparably noble attack that carried a supreme will. One merged with the heavens, while the other could fight against the heavens. It was hard to predict who would emerge victorious. The sky was completely destroyed. The battlefield instantly turned into a state of chaos and nothingness. The figures of the northern and southern dynasties and Xianxia were drowned in the chaos, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. No one wasn't shocked. Even the monstrous geniuses of the immortal court, Xiaotian and Zhang Yulong, were shocked. Both of them were powerful inheritors with powerful bloodlines. Their cultivation base was about to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, but they didn't have the slightest confidence in fighting Xianxia or any one of the northern and southern dynasties. I didn't expect young Master Long to be so terrifying. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. The people of all pleasure sect are really unlucky to have encountered him. If young Master Long can marry our saintess, it will be a great thing for exquisite paradise. It's definitely not a bad thing for us to befriend such a genius. That's right. I can see that young Master Long is interested in our saintess. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed her to all pleasure sect to save us. Besides, our proud saintess seems to have fallen in love with young Master Long. Let's not talk too much. Even if the saintess wants to marry young Master Long, she has to ask the immortal venerable. Without the consent of the immortal venerable, the saintess can't make the decision herself. The female disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley sighed. The strength of Xianxia had indeed exceeded their imagination. Kong Long, if more people attack, his grand formation won't be able to hold on any longer. Also, that stone tablet is an incomparably mystical divine item. It will bring us endless benefits if we obtain it. Someone yelled. He was a member of Nanbei family. They hated Jiangchen to the bone because of the fire Qilin. Plus, they had received the order from the northern and southern dynasties. Thus, they did everything they could to kill Jiangchen and stop Wu Ningzhu. In Nanbei family, the status of the northern and southern dynasties was above everything else. Even the patriarch of Nanbei family had to act according to the mood of the northern and southern dynasties. To put it bluntly, the northern and southern dynasties were the hope of Nanbei family. The ambition of an individual was basically equivalent to the ambition of an entire family. Nanbei family was naturally unwilling to be mediocre. It wasn't easy for them to produce such a figure in the northern and southern dynasties. The ambition of the entire family had changed. They were no longer willing to stay in East Xuanyu. Even in East Xuanyu, they wanted to be the only boss in East Xuanyu. They believed that the northern and southern dynasties would certainly lead the entire Nanbei family to dominate the world, and even become a major power that could contend against the immortal court. More and more people joined in and began to bombard the five elemental grand formation. Tyrant, support the grand formation. I'm going to kill him. Jiangchen left behind these words and flew out of the grand formation with a sway of his body. His footsteps were mysterious as he executed the 9 phantom wolves. In an instant, his shadows were everywhere in the void, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. Such a technique that could confuse vision was the most terrifying, especially in such a chaotic battle. In the blink of an eye, Jiangchen had already appeared in front of the disciple of Nanbei family. The heavenly saint sword was already at the center of his eyebrows. The disciple was still shouting for the others to attack. He had never thought that Xianxia would abandon the grand formation and appear in front of him so quickly. "I'll let you shout." Xianxia thrust his longsword forward, piercing the center of the Nanbei family's disciple's brows. His eyes widened as he died in despair. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would die so quickly. He was still waiting to perform well in front of young Master Chao so that he could receive some sort of reward when he returned. Now, Xianxia had given him a reward in advance, the reward of death. Bang! With a jolt of sword chi, the head of the Nanbei family disciple was directly shattered. After killing one person, Xianxia didn't stop his actions and charged towards the other two disciples of Nanbei family. Many members of Nanbei family had gathered together. Although Xianxia didn't recognize them, he could recognize the clothes. Many of them were wearing the same clothes, which immediately made them the targets of Xianxia's slaughter. As for the five elemental grand formation, Tyrant was enough to support it. Xianxia had to teach these guys a bloody lesson, letting them know that they had to pay a heavy price for doing such a thing. Arg! Two blood-curdling screams resounded. The two disciples of Nanbei family had also died under Xianxia's sword. Both sides were simply not on the same level. If Xianxia wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Xianxia didn't show any mercy when he attacked, especially towards the members of Nanbei family. He didn't even blink when he killed them. Today, no matter how many members of Nanbei family came, he would kill them all. He wanted to make Nanbei family pay a heavy price. Furthermore, Xianxia had chosen to take the initiative, which was very advantageous to the defense of the five elemental grand formation. It was much more advantageous than him guarding it together. With his strength alone, it was enough to turn the enemy's camp into a complete mess, making them unable to attack the five elemental grand formation with their full strength. Sword chi soared into the sky. Xianxia's sudden attack caught many people by surprise. In addition to his decisive and ruthless attack, in the blink of an eye, a few more people died under Xianxia's heavenly saint sword. Blood splattered everywhere, instantly turning the scene into chaos. "Kill Xianxia!" Someone yelled. A late immortal emperor lunged at Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't want to entangle with him at all. The dragon wings on his back flapped, dodging the attack in the blink of an eye. His long sword carried endless killing intent, slashing at those with weaker cultivation base. The current Xianxia was already at the peak of late immortal king realm. He was only a step away from advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm. So, his combat strength was terrifying. Plus, he was going to attack without reservation. Any ordinary intermediate immortal emperor would die if they encountered him. As for those late immortal emperors, Xianxia had already made up his mind not to confront them head-on. His goal was very simple: to kill. The more people he killed, the greater the deterrence he could create. Xianxia wouldn't be lenient in killing these people. In his point of view, anyone who tried to stop Wu Ningzhu was an enemy and deserved to die, especially the people of Nanbei family, Divine Line sect, Huangquan Gate, Great Cloud Empire, Corpsine sect and Limitless Sword sect. They were the main targets of Xianxia. The enmity between him and these major powers couldn't be resolved. So naturally, he wouldn't hold back when he killed them. Roar, the frenzied dragon roared furiously. The combat sword in Xianxia's hand was swung like raindrops, killing a few times. When he saw a few disciples wearing the uniform of Nanbei family, he immediately rushed towards them with his sword. B** starred. At this time a late immortal emperor struck out a powerful attack at Xianxia. His name was Nanbei Jing, a famous genius of Nanbei family. If it wasn't for the existence of the northern and southern dynasties, he would be the monstrous genius that Nanbei family valued the most. However, not only did Nanbei Jing not complain about the northern and southern dynasties, but he also obeyed them without the slightest neglect to the orders of the northern and southern dynasties. This showed how lofty the status of the northern and southern dynasties had been in Nanbei family. As long as he was present, the disciples of Nanbei family would be united against external threats. Such an atmosphere was incomparable to the other major powers, especially for a major power like Great Qian Empire. The competition between the disciples of Nanbei family was just too intense. "Humph. I'll kill you sooner or later." Xianxia harumphed coldly. The 9 phantom wolves was cast out once more. The dragon wings on his back merged with the flaming wings of scarlet flame. It was basically impossible for Nanbeijing to trap him. Xianxia didn't choose to confront Nanbeijing at all. His speed was just too fast. He evaded the attack and killed a genius of Nanbei family at the same time. Damn it. Upon seeing this, Nanbeijing was infuriated. He continued to lock his chi on Xianxia and lunged at him. He felt that his face had lost its luster. No matter what, Xianxia was just a puny little immortal king. How could he accept this? Late immortal emperors, spare your hands and kill Xianxia. As long as he's dead, the formation below will be broken automatically. Nanbeijing yelled to the surrounding people. Upon hearing this, numerous late immortal emperors began to lock onto Xianxia. The reason why they wanted to kill Xianxia wasn't just because they wanted to destroy the Grand Formation to stop Wu Ningzhu. More importantly, they had witnessed the terror of Xianxia. Such a monstrous genius was just too heaven-defying. He already had such a powerful combat strength at the late immortal king realm. If he was allowed to continue to grow, no one could predict to what extent would Xianxia grow. Plus, this man was cruel and merciless. Now that they had already established a hostile relationship with him, they absolutely couldn't let such a figure continue to live, because he was a potential threat to them. Haha, Xianxia laughed wildly. Given his current ability, no matter how many late immortal emperors there were, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Even if he couldn't defeat Xianxia, he could still escape. This was an extremely easy thing to do. Xianxia transformed into a dragon, rushing and killing in the crowd. Those intermediate immortal emperors were still fine. They could still resist some of his attacks with their own strength, but those early immortal emperors and half-step immortal emperor geniuses were much weaker. They simply couldn't resist a single attack from Xianxia. If Xianxia wanted to kill them, it would be a complete massacre. They wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Everyone present was a genius among geniuses. Some of them were still very young. The death of any one of them would be a great loss to their sect, but Xianxia didn't care about this. Xianxia, how dare you kill the people of my heavenly Jade dynasty? You are courting death. Someone bellowed. Bullshit, heavenly Jade dynasty. If you offend me, I will bomb your imperial capital one day. Xianxia had gone mad. Heavenly Jade dynasty was one of the 3 major dynasties in East Xuanyu. From now on, apart from befriending Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley, Xianxia had offended all 11 major powers in East Xuanyu. There was also Zhuge family that hadn't clashed with Xianxia yet. As long as Zhuge family and Nanbei family didn't attack him, Xianxia might not have a huge conflict with them. At this point, Corpsine Sect, Huangquan Gate, Divine Line Sect, Limitless Immortal Sect, Great Cloud Empire, Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Nanbei family had been completely offended by Xianxia. In the entire East Xuanyu, it was afraid that only Xianxia had offended these 7 major powers. To anyone, offending so many major powers was almost equivalent to courting death. There was no place in the entire East Xuanyu to hide. Arg. Arg, Xianxia would change his location every time he attacked. At least a dozen geniuses had died in his hands. It was incomparably difficult for those late immortal emperors to besiege him. Xianxia was very smart and cunning. He would rush towards the place where there were more people, giving them no chance to lock onto him. However, those late immortal emperors weren't weak after all. Very quickly, 4 to 5 experts formed a circle from different directions, besieging Xianxia. Upon seeing this, Xianxia revealed a faint smile. This time, he didn't choose to evade. It seemed like he was ready to clash with these late immortal emperors. If he could restrain these late immortal emperors by himself, the 5 elemental grand formation would be able to hold on for a longer time. The most urgent matter now was Wu Ningzhu. The reason why Xianxia restrained these experts was to buy time for Wu Ningzhu. Xianxia was killing his way through the battlefield. He was besieged by 4 to 5 late immortal emperor geniuses. Not only was he able to hold back so many powerful experts, he didn't forget to kill the others. The whole scene had become extremely chaotic. The entire void was torn apart, shaking the heavens and earth. Most of the people were still spectating. After all, there were still a lot of clear-headed people who felt that even if Wu Ningzhu was stopped, they still wouldn't have the chance to obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign. The inheritance of the great sovereign had its own inheritor. If an inheritor died, the inheritance would probably fall silent again. More importantly, there were already too many people who had attacked. If all of them attacked, they would lose their face. As the geniuses of the young generation, they still needed some face. Below, the five-elemental grand formation was unbreakable. The pressure of the god-trembling monument was immeasurable. Tyrant was sitting cross-legged on the monument. His chi had fused with the monument. With the suppression of the monument, it was a very difficult thing to break the grand formation. Even though the grand formation was on the verge of collapse with every attack, it was still very far away from breaking. De Huang Dog's chi was rising constantly. The 3 drops of great earth immortal milk were pushing his cultivation base to the terrifying late immortal emperor realm, but it wasn't an easy thing to do. However, it was true that De Huang Dog's combat strength was constantly improving. Yang Lang, Grandmaster Hao Ran, Lan Lingji and Hua Xiaoqian were doing their best to control the grand formation, channeling all their energy into it to stabilize it. If it was any other ordinary expert, even if they could still maintain the grand formation, they were afraid that each attack would severely injure them. The sky was destroyed and the earth was sinking. This was a great battle. Hundreds of experts attacked at the same time. Only Jiang Chen and the others could stop them. Jiang Chen had transformed into a true dragon and merged with the heavenly saint sword. He was fighting 5 enemies at the same time, but he kept falling into a disadvantageous position. His body was trembling from the attacks, but he was still able to keep the 5 great warriors at bay, preventing them from dealing with the formation below. There were a lot of late immortal emperors, about 10 of them, but not all of them could deal with Jiang Chen alone. They had to join forces with the others to attack the 5 elemental grand formation. If they didn't attack, it would be almost impossible for the grand formation to be broken. That's right. Now, not only did they have to stop Wu Ningzhu, many of them had also noticed the god-trembling monument of Tyrant. The blood-red monument was emitting a strong ancient chi. It was extremely powerful and could suppress the heavens and earth. Even a fool would know that this was a rare treasure. If one could get it, the benefits would be endless. It was no less than getting a treasure. On the other side, the battle was also the most intense. Long Shan had casted the battle saint technique to the extreme, colliding with the monarch technique of the northern and southern dynasties. Every attack of the 2 peerless monstrous geniuses changed the color of the heavens and earth. The 2 of them had been fighting fiercely since the beginning. Several of the battlefields had been broken, but there was still no winner. Damn it. My northern and southern dynasties have always been invincible in the same realm. I have never met a worthy opponent, but today, I can't even take down a monkey. The golden eye of the northern and southern dynasties was spewing out flames of anger. The more he fought, the angrier he became. He was arrogant and overbearing, never putting any opponent in his eyes, but the current Long Shan was giving him a hard time. Even the mighty hand of heaven and monarch technique couldn't do anything to him. As an immemorial battle spirit, Long Shan's battle saint technique was invincible. The northern and southern dynasties were indeed enraged, but so was Long Shan. If the northern and southern dynasties were arrogant, Long Shan was even more arrogant than the northern and southern dynasties. As a battle saint ape, a powerful immemorial battle spirit, his bloodline was one of the best even among the high and mighty deities, comparable to the 5 divine beasts. Now that he had encountered the northern and southern dynasties, he could be considered to have met an extremely powerful opponent. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was already incomparably terrifying for Long Shan to be able to fight the northern and southern dynasties to such an extent. Long Shan had already made a name for himself. After this battle, his name was destined to spread across the entire immortal world. Not only the ethereal immortal domain, but the other 3 immortal domains would also know of his name. He was the peerless monstrous genius born in Golden Horizon, a powerful immemorial battle spirit. Heaven swaying, monarch's demise. Nanbei Chao struck out another ancient secret art. He was indeed worthy of being the reincarnation of a monarch. Each of his attacks carried the will of a monarch. He was high and mighty, above the masses. Just his aura alone was enough to give people endless pressure. A terrifying will descended, turning into a peerless monarch. It was an illusory figure, radiating golden brilliance from head to toe. It was the embodiment of will and energy. Extremely terrifying, it pressed down on Xianxia. "Monkey, let me see how you are going to resist this." The voices of the northern and southern dynasties shook the 9 heavens like the rumbling of thunder. "Humph. You're just a fake monarch. In front of me, a monarch is just an ant. Your dignity is useless in front of me. Your nobility isn't even 1/10,000th of mine. I'll shatter your nobility and make you fall apart." Xianxia harumphed coldly again. With a sway of his body, he transformed into the original appearance of a battle-stained ape. Then, his body continued to grow taller, turning into a golden giant ape that was 30 meters tall. Roar! Xianxia threw his head back and roared. He transformed into his true form as an ancient might gushed forth, causing even the sky to tremble. At this moment, Xianxia transformed into the king of all demons, causing all living beings in the world to tremble. Battle Saint Art, extermination symbol art. Xianxia's voice was like a great bell, reverberating unceasingly on the battlefield. After the word extermination appeared, it directly transformed into a rune and fused into his body. After that, Xianxia's aura changed once more. His entire body was filled with the will of destruction that couldn't be erased. This was the destruction of others. Xianxia acted. He transformed into the god of destruction and his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the illusory monarch and punched out with his golden fist. Rumble! A part of the battlefield was directly destroyed. Xianxia originally carried the will of death. Even the illusory monarch couldn't resist it. The illusory monarch directly followed after him. The figures of the northern and southern dynasties trembled as their countenances turned pale. The power of the battle Saint Art had far exceeded their imagination. At this moment, they had no choice but to take Xianxia seriously. However, even after the illusory monarch was destroyed, the expressions of the northern and southern dynasties didn't change at all. Instead, their auras rose once again. Heaven shaking, I am the monarch, suppressing all living beings. The figures of the northern and southern dynasties spat out ancient runes. They had activated the ancient monarch's secret art. Their bodies began to change. In just a blink of an eye, they had become as tall as Xianxia. They had truly become a peerless monarch. Their eyes were as bright as the sun. The eye of heaven could see through all illusions. They had turned into a true monarch, annihilating all living beings and making them submit to him. The two enormous figures collided with each other in the most terrifying way. The battle Saint Art and the monarch Heaven Art had begun a pinnacle battle. Everyone was shocked. My God! What kind of monstrous geniuses are these two? Aren't they a little too powerful? Such terrifying combat strength is beyond everyone's imagination. The immemorial battle spirit versus the reincarnation of a great sovereign. This is the true pinnacle battle. Although they are only intermediate immortal emperors, even a late immortal emperor would die if they fought them. They are the two most dazzling stars in the immortal world. They are even more dazzling than the peerless figures like Little Xia and Zhang Yulong. But look over there. Compared to the two of them, I think Xianxia is the scariest one. That's right. Although Xianxia's current combat strength isn't comparable to Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties, his potential and aptitude are simply earth-shattering and rare. He is merely a late immortal king and hasn't even reached the half-step immortal emperor realm, but he can already fight 5 late immortal emperors. This is a battle that transcends a major realm. Who else in the heavens and earth can do that? Xianxia is only a late immortal king, but he can easily kill intermediate immortal emperors. I have never seen such a heaven-defying figure in my life. His future achievement is destined to be limitless. I'm afraid that he will surpass Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties. It's a pity that he has offended too many people and powers. I'm afraid that the monstrous genius of this generation is going to die in the cradle. There were just too many monstrous geniuses in this era. There was no need to talk about figures like Xia Xiaotian and Zhang Yulong, but there were also plenty of geniuses like them in the immortal court. Today, the ones who shocked everyone were Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties, as well as Xianxia. They could represent the pinnacle of this era. Kong Long, The intense collision between Dragon Shursan and Nanbei Chao was still going on. Both of them fought until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. No one knew how many battlefields they had destroyed. The entire sky had fallen into chaos, and the sky was filled with big holes. The battle between the Battle Saint technique and the Monarch technique still couldn't decide the winner. However, Long Shursan's help to Jiang Chen was undoubtedly tremendous. If he couldn't stop the Northern and Southern dynasties, who else could? Jiang Chen and the Northern and Southern dynasties were old enemies, but Jiang Chen's current strength was limited. He couldn't defeat the Northern and Southern dynasties. If Long Shursan couldn't stop the Northern and Southern dynasties, the five-elemental grand formation would have long been broken, and Wu Ningzhu's inheritance of the great sovereign would be severely disturbed. In the center of the five-elemental grand formation, Wu Ningzhu walked forward step by step. She was already not far from the fiery stairs. She seemed to be walking with difficulty, but she never stopped. Her eyes were full of desire and fascination. End of chapter 1641. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.